Inside the stone gate carved with the character for Dan lay a narrow passage. Soft light shone from both walls, keeping the corridor from falling into gloom. After walking several dozen zhongs, Chuan arrived at a chamber, an alchemy room, with a bronze pill furnace standing at its center. A meditation cushion lay before the furnace, and to its left stood a stone table. Aside from these, the room was completely empty. Just as Chuan stepped inside, that mechanical voice sounded again in his ears. The mechanical voice declared that this was the first stage of the alchemy assessment. Among several pill recipes, he was to choose any one to refine. The allotted refinement time was 3 hours. If he succeeded, he would be eligible to take the second stage test. The voice went on to warn that the difficulty of the chosen pill as well as his final evaluation would directly affect the nature of the rewards. He now had 60 breaths to decide which pill he wished to refine. As the voice spoke, 3 pill recipes suddenly appeared in midair. Chuan immediately looked up. The first was a recipe for gathering spirit pills whose effect was markedly stronger than that of ordinary gathering chi pills. The second recipe was for breaking realm pills, the complete version of the fragmentary formula the Zhou family had once obtained. The third was for condensing spirit pills used to refine and purify the mana of cultivators in the chi refining stage. There was no doubt that the condensing spirit pill was the hardest to refine. With a single glance, Chuan could tell its ingredients were worth several times more than those for true essence pills, and that its refinement was significantly more demanding. "I choose the third recipe," Chuan said. As his words fell, the condensing spirit pill recipe descended into his hand, while the other 2 vanished without a trace. The mechanical voice announced that the materials were already prepared inside a storage pouch on the stone table. There were 3 sets in total. If all 3 attempts failed, the assessment would be considered a failure. Chuan turned to look and indeed saw the storage pouch, though it had not been there a moment ago. The means by which it had appeared left him inwardly astonished. In the mysterious space where she observed, the dragon woman heard his question: if he succeeded in a single refinement, could he continue refining, and would the pills he produced belong to him? At this, the corner of her mouth twitched. He truly intended to seize every possible advantage. The mechanical voice replied that within the assessment time, he could continue refining as he wished until he himself declared the alchemy complete. As for the pills he refined during the test, he was permitted to take them with him. Chuan's lips curved in a subtle smile. The mechanical voice went on: he would now have half an hour to study the pill recipe. If he felt his research was complete, he could begin refining immediately. The voice added that the official alchemy time would be counted from the moment he began refining. Chuan immediately started studying the condensing spirit pill recipe, then took out 1 set of materials from the storage pouch, and used his Shinong 100 herbs talent to taste and assess them. He had seen the ingredients for the condensing spirit pill before. Near the 7 cities around Tiansong, they were difficult to gather in any quantity. Now that he had the materials for free, he naturally intended to make the most of them and maximize the results of his alchemy. Half an hour later, Chuan began the formal refinement. The furnace provided by the assessment was a treasure-grade pill furnace, but this time he chose not to use it. Instead, he took out his own Lifeng furnace from the storage pouch and used that for the refinement. He estimated that the alchemy assessment would have at least 3 stages corresponding to first-year, second-year, and third-year pills. Third-tier pills, he knew, could be refined more quickly using the treasure-grade furnace. However, he would first need to familiarize himself with the flames of that furnace. Chuan planned to finish the assessment pills, then use the spiritual herbs he had brought himself to practice refining with the treasure furnace and learn its fire. 2 hours later, Chuan finished refining all 3 sets of condensing spirit pill materials. The first batch produced 9 pills, 5 of superior grade and 4 of middle grade. The second batch also yielded 9 pills, 7 superior and 2 middle grade. The third batch produced 9 pills as well, every one of them superior grade. Watching from behind the scenes, the dragon woman was quietly astonished. For a completely new pill recipe to bring the refinement to such near-perfect quality with only 3 sets of materials spoke volumes about Chuan's alchemy talent. Moreover, this recipe was noticeably more difficult than ordinary second-tier pills. But when she saw him using the treasure-grade furnace to refine other pills afterward, the dragon woman's mouth twitched again. To squeeze benefit from the assessment to this degree was something rare even in ancient times. When 3 hours had passed, the mechanical voice announced the end of the assessment and requested that he submit the pills refined for the test. Naturally, Chuan submitted the third batch. The voice evaluated the result: 9 condensing spirit pills, all superior grade, with no failures in the refinement, and at least 5 superior pills in each batch. His assessment was rated highest of the high. As a special reward, he received 3 superior foundation establishment pills. Chuan's eyes shone. When he turned to look, he saw that a new porcelain bottle had appeared on the stone table. The voice added that the second assessment would begin after half a day. Chuan stored the porcelain bottle away and sat down cross-legged to regulate his breath. Alchemy consumed both spiritual sense and mana, so he immediately swallowed a superior condensing true pill to hasten his recovery. As for his spiritual sense, with a golden core level spiritual sense, there was little pressure on that front. In the blink of an eye, the second assessment began. Once again, 3 pill recipes appeared. The first was for gathering essence pills suitable for foundation establishment cultivators. Its effect exceeded that of true essence pills by half, and it remained effective even in the late foundation stage. The second recipe was for Chongshu pills, by now familiar to him. The third was for Heaven Spirit pills, which accelerated the crystallization of mana and aided in forming the golden core. Su Chuan's eyes widened and joy surged in his heart. It truly was an ancient grand sect. If he could obtain its alchemy legacy, it would be an immense fortune for Su Chuan. Of course, some ingredients in these recipes might be extremely hard to find or even extinct. I choose the third, Su Chuan decided. Both he and Su Deling were on the verge of forming their golden cores. Such a pill that aided their breakthrough was naturally something they could never have too much of. This time he had 3 hours to familiarize himself with the recipe. Su Chuan followed the same method as before, first tasting herbs to identify their properties, using his body as a furnace to test combinations and simulate refinement. Only then did he begin formal refinement. The process took an entire day. Once again, Su Chuan chose to use the Lifeng furnace. He devoted himself completely to the work, never once allowing his attention to waver. The first furnace was a success, producing 3 pills, 1 superior and 2 middle grade. Though not as difficult as golden core pills, Heaven Spirit pills were still demanding, harder to refine than some third-tier pills. Without his 100 herbs tasting talent, it would have been hard to produce a superior pill in the first batch. The second furnace yielded 4 pills in total, 3 superior and 1 middle grade. The third furnace produced 6 pills, 5 of superior grade and 1 of middle grade. This youth's alchemy talent is in no way inferior to the famed pill geniuses of the Songlong sect. The dragon woman murmured, her eyes alight. Afterwards, Su Chuan spent the remaining time once more familiarizing himself with the treasure-grade furnace. Though brief, it was enough for him to grasp its flames well enough to refine pills within it. The mechanical voice announced 6 Heaven Spirit pills, 5 superior with no failures in refinement, and all batches producing superior pills. The assessment was rated highest of the high. As a special reward, he was given 1 bottle of superior purifying spirit pills and 1 bottle of superior Heaven Spirit pills. Su Chuan had refined purifying spirit pills before. They were capable of eliminating hidden dangers in the body and accumulated pill toxins. Taken before forming the golden core, they likewise aided in that breakthrough. Su Chuan had chosen pill recipes comparable to higher-tier formulas, and despite refining them for the first time, he had never failed. Because of this, his evaluations were all top-tier, and he gained these rare rewards. For the third assessment, the rest period was a full day. Su Chuan, however, returned to full strength in half that time, and spent the remaining hours refining his control of fire. Soon the third assessment began. The 3 pill recipes were Golden Core Formation Pill, Dragon Essence Pill, and Tai Blue Sun Pill. The Golden Core Formation Pill needed no explanation. It assisted foundation establishment cultivators at the point of perfection. Even the lowest grade increased their chance by 15%, while superior grade raised it by 35%. Taken together with purifying spirit pills and Heaven Spirit pills, 3 top-grade pills could grant a 50% chance of forming the golden core. Using innate spiritual objects to form the core, low-grade innate items raised the chance by 20% and higher grades by 30 and 40. Using divine abilities to form the golden core directly increased the chance by 50%. The second recipe, Dragon Essence Pill, like the Golden Core Formation Pill, was a third-tier superior pill. Its effect made Su Chuan's heart stir, but it was aimed at beasts bearing true dragon blood, purifying that blood and helping third-tier Jiao dragons advance more easily. Could it be that it knows I have a third-tier peak Jiao dragon beast nearing its limit? Su Chuan wondered. By it, he meant the living presence presiding over the secret realm's assessment. He was certain that such a humane, responsive assessment and reward system must be controlled by a living being. No wonder then that only a very few who entered the secret realm ever obtained its fortunes. Ultimately, it was that hidden being who decided to whom fate and legacy were granted. Su Chuan felt that his deeds were likely already exposed to that gaze, and that it was precisely because of this that he had been given a chance at the inheritance. Calamity hides within blessing, and blessing conceals calamity. So it often is. Still, Su Chuan sensed no malice from that presence. Most likely it was a spirit of the secret realm or of some great treasure. The final pill, Tai Blue Spirit Pill, was suitable for extending the lives of golden core and nascent soul cultivators. Judging by its effect, it was among the finest of longevity. For golden core cultivators, it granted an extra 60 years of life, for nascent soul cultivators 50. This third assessment had clearly stepped up in difficulty. All 3 pills were among the most difficult in the third tier, but there was no doubt that Tai Blue Sun Pill was the hardest of them all. Because these pills were precious and their materials rare, each recipe was provided with only a single set of ingredients. The voice warned that Su Chuan would have only 1 attempt at refinement and urged him to choose carefully. Tai Blue Spirit Pill is indeed more precious and valuable, but at present it is of no use to me or the Su family. I have already memorized the recipe. Once the Su clan truly prospers, we can collect the ingredients in the future, he thought. As for Dragon Essence Pill, I cannot be sure how much it would purify true dragon blood, nor how much it would increase the chance of advancing to the 4th tier. Better to leave it for later as well. Having decided quickly, Su Chuan chose to refine Golden Core Formation Pill. Firstly, this pill was the most beneficial to the Su family's current situation. Secondly, Su Chuan had refined it before, albeit only once or twice. The experience he retained gave him confidence that he could produce superior pills in a single attempt. I choose the first recipe, Golden Core Formation Pill. As he spoke, the Golden Core Formation recipe descended while the other two vanished, and the materials appeared on the stone table once more. Su Chuan did not hesitate. He began refining at once. The third assessment granted him 3 full days. He spent 1 day, and with the help of the treasure grade furnace succeeded in a single batch. 5 pills formed, 3 superior and 2 middle grade. Su Chuan's partial inheritance from the Xian, Yu secret realm, his innate talent for herbs, the cultivation method he practiced, and his golden core level spiritual sense all contributed to this level of attainment. For other alchemy masters, refining golden core formation pills of such difficulty would almost certainly produce lower grade pills unless they had refined dozens of batches and reached consummate mastery. The mechanical voice announced, Golden Core Formation Pill, 5 pills, 3 superior, 2 middle, none lower grade. Assessment rated highest of the high. As a special reward, 1 superior Dragon Essence Pill. Dragon Essence Pill was exactly what Su Chuan had been thinking of. He had not expected that this would be the reward, and superior grade at that. Even if he did not know whether it could push MOU to the 4th tier, it at least offered hope. This too was a fulfillment of his old oath. Perhaps this assessment only requires a single superior pill to earn a top tier rating, Su Chuan mused. He did not ask aloud. With a flick of his sleeve, he stored the Dragon Essence Pill bottle in his storage ring. Even just the rewards from the candidate True Disciple assessments and the pill recipes he had quietly memorized already amounted to a tremendous fortune. The mechanical voice congratulated him on passing the alchemy assessments and informed him that he would receive a candidate True Disciple token. With that, a token appeared in midair. On its back was a Tsunglong, on its front an ancient character for Chuan. The token resembled the one Su Chuan had seen earlier on the Tiansong Sex Plaza, yet seemed higher in rank. The voice explained that he could refine the token by a drop of blood. Next time that Songlong's secret realm opened, he would be able to teleport directly into it provided he had succeeded in forming his golden core by divine ability. Su Chuan committed this to memory, yet could not help a quiet sigh. The next opening will be 60 years from now. He had not yet lived 120 years, 60 years was half his current lifetime. A thought that gave rise to wistful emotion. Suddenly a thought struck him, and he asked, "May I ask if there is a 4th assessment, and whether passing it also carries rewards?" The mechanical voice answered, as a Tsunglong sect candidate True Disciple, he was qualified to undertake a 4th assessment, and asked whether he wished to proceed. "I will proceed," Su Chuan replied. Even a single 4th-tier pill recipe he thought would be worth the effort. In the hidden space, the dragon woman pondered which pill to set for him, knowing that a foundation establishment cultivator attempting 4th-tier pills faced immense difficulty. If he could succeed, it would prove that Su Chuan's alchemy potential was outstanding even by ancient standards, with the hope of becoming one of the finest alchemists. The mechanical voice then declared that there was only one 4th-tier pill recipe, Duo Pill, which helped Golden Core cultivators resist inner demon attacks when ascending to Nascent Soul with a single set of materials. If he succeeded in forming pills, the assessment would be rated as high. If he refined superior pills, the rating would be highest of the high, and he would receive a mysterious. So it is this pill, Su Chuan thought, astonished. The inner demon tribulation was the greatest ordeal Golden Core cultivators faced when advancing to Nascent Soul. Countless cultivators had perished under inner demon assaults, leaving behind only empty shells. This pill's difficulty was far greater than that of ordinary 4th-tier formulas. The reward for a mere high rating must already be extraordinary. I cannot imagine what the mysterious reward would be, he mused. The mechanical voice stated that for this assessment the time for studying the recipe was unrestricted, and the time for refinement likewise had no limit. It was up to candidate True Disciple Su Chuan to judge for himself. Unlimited time. Su Chuan chuckled inwardly. The secret realm stayed open for only 1 month, and now less than half that remained. He steadied his mind, and with a thought sent the storage pouch flying into his hand, from which he drew the spiritual herb materials within. The most precious ingredients of Duo Pill were the Duo Lotus Seeds, Bodhi Sap, and Clear Heart Flower, accompanied by 7 additional auxiliary materials. Duo Lotus Seeds and Bodhi Sap were extremely difficult to refine. Without Golden Core level True Fire, they could not be transformed into medicinal liquid at all. Fortunately, the treasure grade furnace provided powerful assistance. Once again, Su Chuan began tasting herbs, but this time he only dared take the tiniest slivers. These were high-tier or top-tier spiritual herbs, each containing vast. Half a day later, Su Chuan's tightly closed eyes snapped open. In terms of simply forming pills, my current alchemy skill should give me 60 to 70% confidence. To refine superior pills, however, I must further study the combinations and transformations of these properties, he judged. Using his body as a furnace, Su Chuan continued to combine and test the interactions of the various medicinal properties. 3 days passed in this way. At last, Su Chuan began formal refinement of Duo Pill. From the remaining materials, he estimated that at most 3 or 4 pills could be formed, but a single superior pill would suffice. Su Chuan divided his spiritual sense into 9 streams, refining the materials simultaneously. Is this the secret art of spiritual sense control recorded in the lower volume of the Dan Jing? The dragon maiden spoke in startled disbelief, then sighed softly. Fate truly works in mysterious ways. The scrolls she herself had prepared were precisely the middle and lower volumes of the Dan Jing, penned by the ancient Pill ancestor and preserved within the Songlong sect. To spread the way of alchemy, the Pill ancestor divided his life's work, the Dan Jing, into 3 volumes, upper, middle, and lower, each corresponding to a different realm of cultivation. The lower volume corresponds to the realms of Qi, refining, foundation, establishment, and golden core. The middle volume pertains to nascent soul, spirit transformation, and void refinement. The upper volume guides those in union, great ascension, and tribulation transcendence. The 3 volumes of the Dan Jing spread across the world, recording myriad alchemical secrets and countless pill formulas. In the age of antiquity, nearly all major sects and powers preserved portions of it. Complete versions, however, were rare, kept only by a handful of the most powerful sects. By using his spiritual sense to divide his attention, Chuan compressed the originally estimated 7 or 8 days of work into just 3. From a single furnace, he successfully condensed 3 pills, one of the lower grade, 1 middle, and 1 upper. This youth must surely possess a top-tier gift for the way of alchemy. The dragon maiden let out a soft exclamation as she saw the result, her golden vertical pupils filled with disbelief. During the 3rd trial, the dragon maiden could still believe he had once studied and refined such pills before. Yet for a top-grade pill such as the Duo Dan, she judged that most sects in the present age likely did not even possess its formula, and someone like Chuan, still only in the foundation establishment realm, should have had no chance to access a 4th-tier pill recipe. Even with a pill formula, it would be nearly impossible to gather all the rare ingredients it demanded. Beyond the golden core realm, rapidly advancing cultivation by swallowing pills becomes difficult. Most progress relies on arduous self-cultivation, with pills only occasionally aiding the way. The chief reason lay in the limits imposed by spiritual herbs. Even in the ancient era, the situation had been similar, though somewhat better than in the present age. Chuan let out a quiet breath, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He had a feeling that this Duo Dan would one day be of immense use to the Su family. A short while later, a line of golden script appeared in the air. The Duo Dan had been successfully refined in all 3 grades, and the trial was judged as top tier, granting him an additional inheritance of alchemical teachings. A jade slip of inheritance appeared upon the stone table. Chuan turned his hand, and the slip rose of its own accord into his palm. Pressing it to his brow, he felt an immense tide of knowledge pour into his mind. The Dan Jing. So the 9-flame art obtained by Senior Yunzongzi originated from the ancient Dan Jing. Chuan was inwardly stunned. The Dan Jing was profound beyond measure. Though this inheritance contained only the lower and middle volumes, its contents were vast as an ocean, clearly the work of an ancient master of alchemy. May I ask which senior authored the Dan Jing? A calm, unseen voice answered within the inheritance space. He need not ask further. When fate allowed, he would naturally come to know. As a candidate for true inheritance, Chuan had completed all his trials. He need only walk forward to depart this place. Chuan did not linger. He left the chamber at once and returned to the main hall. There Su Deling was already waiting. Deling, how did your artifact forging trial go? I passed, Su Deling replied with a grin, then briefly described the content of his trials. His first test had been to forge a fine-grade artifact, the second to create a top-tier artifact, and the third to inscribe artifact patterns upon a weapon. Having passed all 3 tests, Su Deling received 3 rare materials, each recorded in the Fire Emperor Classic as essential for forging a powerful treasure. Grandfather, besides the materials, I also gained an inheritance in artifact forging that reaches as high as top-tier treasures, though it does not record anything above such as spirit. And I received 2 tokens as well. 2 tokens. Chuan paused, then said, let grandfather have a look. 1 token was identical to Chuan's own, marking him as a candidate for true inheritance in the Songlong sect. The other looked similar, yet on its reverse was carved the image of a vermilion bird. Could this token be for disciples of the ancient vermilion bird sect famed alongside the Songlong sect? That is what I believe as well, Su Deling replied. Chuan's gaze flickered. Perhaps they judged you to be fated with the vermilion bird sect, and so gifted you a disciple's token. If you ever encounter a hidden realm or legacy left by that sect, it may prove useful. Su Deling inclined her head at his words. A calm, unseen presence spoke again. Both had passed the Songlong sect's trials as candidates for true inheritance. When they formed their divine cores in the future and re-entered the secret realm, they would receive the corresponding true inheritance. For now, they were asked whether they wished to leave the inheritance space. Chuan sent a voice transmission to Su Deling. She should leave first and wait for him outside. He wished to attempt the trial of the path of deduction. Su Deling acknowledged and chose to depart. In the next moment, her figure vanished from where she had stood. Chuan stepped through the stone gate that led to the path of deduction. 3 days later, he emerged from the gate of deduction, murmuring to himself that the path was indeed abstruse and difficult. Still, having passed the first trial and received the Lesser Star Aspect Classic, he felt the effort worthwhile. He looked toward the stone gates of talismans and formations, and let out a light sigh. If Ming Yuan and Ming Xian were here, they too would surely pass the trials for candidate true disciples. Should they pass their trials, they might even obtain methods for forming their divine cores. Within the lesser star aspect classic was recorded a star-based divine art. I wish to leave the inheritance space, Chuan said. With that his figure vanished from the realm. The Dragon Maiden was quietly astonished that Chuan had passed the trial of deduction, suspecting that he might possess talent in deduction and divination as well. The path of deduction was notoriously difficult to enter, more so even than the path of formations. In the ancient era, inheritances of deduction were exceedingly rare and secretive, and the number of practitioners few. Thus the path of deduction held only a single trial. Had Chuan not passed, and thus claimed his reward, then chosen to leave the Dragon Maiden, felt she would have truly struggled to deceive him. Outside in the greater world, Yu suddenly contacted Chuan, asking why she had been unable to reach him for so many days. Chuan replied with a smile that some great power within the secret realm had likely blocked communication. He added that he and Ling had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Songlong sect and become candidates for true disciples, gaining an immense stroke of fortune. Mu was surprised by mention of the ancient Songlong sect and candidate true disciples listened, as Chuan briefly recounted everything that had happened. Mu then spoke of the superior grade Dragon Essence pill. Chuan assured her it was hers, and that once she recovered her strength to the peak of the 3rd tier, he would give it to her, thereby slightly increasing her chances of reaching the 4th tier. Mu thanked him earnestly, then added that advancing to the 4th tier would not be easy. When cultivators like Chuan sought to step into the nascent soul realm, they had to endure the inner demon tribulation. Beast cultivators, however, faced a lightning tribulation. Countless beast cultivators at the peak of the 3rd tier feared the lightning tribulation so much that they never dared take that final step. Mu mentioned her own aged body. Chuan replied that she need not worry if her physical defenses were lacking. The Su family could forge treasures to shield her from heavenly lightning. Ling had also obtained part of the Songlong sect's inheritance in artifact forging. Once she reached the Golden Core realm, she would surely be able to craft such treasures. If one treasure were not enough, then 2 or 3. Anything to raise Mu's chances of surviving the tribulation. If Mu could become a 4th tier fully transformed great beast, it would be a tremendous blessing for the Su family. Moved, Mu swore by the name of the ancestral dragon that she would never betray the Su family, sharing honor and hardship with them. Chuan laughed lightly, noting she had learned to dramatize her role. Then he turned to Ling. With a few days still remaining, they would roam the secret realm, once more hoping to gather more spiritual herbs and materials. Ling inclined her head. The two moved through the secret realm like cunning foxes. Whenever they chose not to appear before others, no one could even glimpse their shadows. After all, Chuan's range of spiritual sense far exceeded that of others by more than tenfold, and he could extend it without them even noticing, allowing the pair to avoid encounters with ease. Even when they hunted beast cultivators, they would first lay down top-grade 2nd-tier formations to isolate any disturbances from the battle. In this way, the final day of their journey through the secret realm, Chuan felt that the Su family had likely become the greatest winners of this expedition. Even so, Ling asked with concern whether Tiansong's sect might inspect their storage bags. Chuan stroked his chin and thought deeply for a moment before saying that to be safe they should place all items gained from the secret realm's inheritance trials into his storage ring, then have Mu swallow it for safekeeping before they left. Given the grade of his storage ring, it could rest within her belly for 10 days or half a month without harm. Everything else posed little concern. By his estimation, that Songlong sect would not stoop to covet such things. Its foundation was far deeper than that of the 7-city Golden Core clans and the 3 sects combined. Ling nodded slightly. Some 700 or 800 miles away at the foot of a solitary mountain peak, a cave that had once been hidden by a phantom formation lay exposed. Within the cave, Gu was in seclusion, having unexpectedly obtained a lower grade, innate metal attribute spiritual object. He was using this innate treasure to assault the Golden Core. Time passed swiftly, and the last day arrived. At that moment, the mana within Ji's Dantian and Qi Si had completely crystallized. In the next instant, his Qi Si churned violently. Mana that had been sluggish became suddenly active, as some inner shackle within him was completely shattered. Suddenly, a mist of spiritual energy within a span of several meters rushed toward Gu, then tens of meters, hundreds, thousands. In less than the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn, spiritual energy from nearly 100 miles away surged like a tide, forming a visible river of Qi in the sky. The phantom formation he had placed shattered in an instant, leaving the cave revealed. 5-colored spiritual light interwove above, becoming a spiraling vortex of multicolored Qi tens of meters across. The vortex connected to the heavens. Clouds above were churned and rolled by its force, while spiritual energy poured into Ji's body like a waterfall. This heaven and earth phenomenon could be sensed across thousands of miles. Countless people turned to look. That is the Golden Core formation phenomenon. Someone cried inwardly. I once saw a senior in my clan break through, and it was just like this. They wondered who could have such fortune as to form a Golden Core within the secret realm and succeed outright. Many remarked that this person must have gained tremendous opportunity, perhaps even an innate spiritual object. Yet the breakthrough had reached its most crucial point. Beneath the vortex, even golden core cultivators could not draw near, much less those at lower realms. Almost everyone's eyes held a glint of envy. In the Tiannan region, only by forming a golden core could one truly become a respected powerhouse. To those people, cultivators still in the Foundation establishment realm were little more than children at play. Condense. Chen Changji's eyes opened sharply, a glint flashed through them as the remaining glow of the innate spiritual object flowed entirely into his dantian. Countless lights within his Qi and dantian gradually condensed into a faint golden core the size of a soybean. As the core first formed, the surrounding Qi vortex abruptly accelerated. 5 colored lights rushed inward madly, causing the core to swell as fine spiritual patterns began to surface across its exterior. Just as the core was about to stabilize as a golden core, an invisible bottleneck appeared. The flow of spiritual power suddenly slowed, and cold sweat beaded on Chen Changji's brow as his face paled. At the critical moment, the remnant innate Qi within the spiritual object exploded inside his dantian, becoming a warm current that wrapped around the core and slammed hard against the bottom. Chen Changgu let out a low shout from his throat as the outer vortex of spiritual energy contracted sharply, then flared outward again. 5-colored light, now threaded with hints of. With a crisp, inaudible crack, the bottleneck shattered. The core stabilized at once, becoming a golden core the size of a longan fruit, suspended at the center of his Qi and radiating thick golden core pressure. From the moment the heaven and earth phenomenon first appeared, many people had flown toward its source. Su Chuan and Su Deling were likewise greatly astonished, and after a moment chose to fly over to see the spectacle for themselves. Su Chuan was curious who had seized such a golden core opportunity, breaking through within the secret realm and succeeding directly. As for golden core opportunities, Su Chuan himself held 5, all in pill form. Paired with supporting pills like the Purifying Spirit Pill and the Heavenly Spirit Pill, he believed that any Foundation establishment cultivator at peak within the secret realm could attempt a golden core breakthrough. After half a stick of incense, the heaven and earth phenomenon gradually subsided. The multicolored vortex slowly dissipated. Spiritual energy within nearly 100 miles returned to calm. Clouds unrolled and sunlight shone once more. Chen Changgu gently withdrew his power, holding in his palm the innate spiritual object, now dull and dark gold, its radiance spent. He tucked it away. Golden core pressure flowed from him like waves stirring his robes. He lifted his gaze to the sky and allowed a faint smile to curl at his lips. At last I have entered the golden core realm. My Chen family will now hold greater influence in Qingyu sect. Extending his spiritual sense outward, he immediately perceived the cultivators, both a few miles from the cave and those flying toward it. He offered a calm invitation they could come and meet him. Someone recognized him. It is Chen Changgu. Unexpectedly, it was him. Many were deeply shocked. Compared to those present, Chen Changgu clearly belonged to the older generation. In the past, Qingmu sect had 2 outstanding talents. Feng Juchen formed a golden core decades ago and has now passed the limit of the death tribulation. Now Chen Changgu entering here has also obtained a golden core opportunity. Many sighed in amazement. Yet now he was a golden core true person, deserving of proper respect. Thus one by one they set aside petty thoughts and approached the cave. Su Chuan and Su Deling were among them. Chen Changgu stepped out of the cave wearing a plain green Taoist robe, its hem untouched by dust, his garments drifting like clouds brushed. His hair was gathered into a simple topknot held by a 3-inch peachwood hairpin, the color of light brown, plain and without adornment. At his temples a few gray strands mingled with black hanging beside his ears. His features seemed more polished than before. His eyes clear as autumn water. Though he did not intentionally release pressure, spiritual energy lingered at his gaze, his lips lightly pressed, carrying a touch of detachment after his breakthrough. We greet real person Chuan and congratulate you on your golden core success. May you enjoy the long path of cultivation. One voice led and the others followed, all bowing and offering their. Even disciples of the Shi family, such as Shi Tiannan, did not dare show arrogance before a golden core true person. Friends, you honor me. Chen Changgu spoke calmly that when they left, the Chen family would hold a golden core celebration and he would invite them all to attend. For now he suggested they disperse. The crowd bowed once more, then departed. Friend Su, please remain for a moment. Chen Changgu sent a private message to Su Chuan and Su Deling. Hearing this, Su Chuan and Su Deling stayed behind. Su Chuan clasped his fists and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, Elder Chen, on successfully forming your golden core. I was just wondering who had such depth and fortune to form a golden core in the secret realm. With Elder Chen's background, it's truly well-deserved. Brother Su, there's no need for such formalities between us. We can simply refer to each other as fellow cultivators or brothers," Chen Changgu replied. "If it weren't for the Qinghua pill from your Su family, which helped me break the great limit and escape death, how could I have achieved my current state? This kindness has always been etched in my heart," Chun continued. "Brother Chen, you are being too polite. It was merely a transaction. My Su family also benefited from the spirit-nourishing pill and its formula." "That's different," Chen Changgu waved his hand. "In any case, I owe you a favor. If you need help in the future, feel free to come to my Chen family or the Qingmu sect for assistance." Seeing that the other party was insistent, Su Chuan felt it was hard to refuse. By the way, Brother Su, if you have any rare pill formulas, you could submit them to the Tiansong sect. My Chen family would be hard-pressed to reach this point without the earlier contribution of the spirit-nourishing pills formula. With the status of the Tiansong sect, they would not covet minor opportunities. Even if you obtained a high-quality, innate spiritual object, they wouldn't forcibly take it, unless it involves the core of the secret realm or the legacy of the ancient Songlong sect. However, for thousands of years this legacy has never emerged, suggesting it is extremely stringent. But if anyone truly masters this opportunity for inheritance, they will surely establish a top-tier force in the southern region in the future. Su Chuan sensed that Chunchanga was intentionally hinting. Given the current strength of the Su family, being under the protection of the Tiansong sect would undoubtedly be beneficial. I understand now, thank you for the reminder, Brother Chen, Su Chuan said. Before leaving he added, oh, I suddenly remembered someone. A new disciple who just joined the Qingmu sect. A new disciple? What makes them peculiar? Chen asked. During the trials they were at the peak of qi refinement. In less than half a year they advanced to foundation establishment, then entered the Tiansong secret realm, and after that they disappeared without a trace. Su Chuan continued, the Tiansong secret realm is the secret realm of the ancient Songlong sect. Perhaps it is suppressing some strange entity. Noticing Chunchanga in deep thought, Su Chuan smiled again. Of course these are merely my suspicions. Please don't take offense, Brother Chuan. I understand. After we exit I will investigate. If there is indeed a problem in the Tiansong sect, he shouldn't be able to escape, Chunchanga replied. Su Chuan then took his leave. Finding a place, Chunchanga transferred the inheritance items, leaving behind only some ordinary items and 3 pill formulas. Chen was right. Given the Su family's current situation, having an additional protective umbrella was indeed good, even if he didn't genuinely care about the Su family. Meanwhile, in a certain black mountain to the north of the Tiansong secret realm, this place was barren, devoid of any vegetation or living beings. This was the true location where Dong Zhuo was desperately searching for the true demon suppression. He had initially believed that the true demon must have perished, leaving enough true demon essence for him to cultivate the secret method and break through to the golden core. However, in this place the true demon had barely retained a remnant of consciousness, which invaded Dong Zhuo at a critical moment. No. Why is there still a remnant of the true demon left? In his sea of consciousness, Dong Zhuo's spirit roared wildly, facing a swirling mass of black mist from which came a cackling voice. Kid, remember the name of this demon. I am Yellow Imo. It is your honor to offer your body to me. This demon will descend upon the southern region in your guise, and then dominate it, becoming the ruler of this domain. Although the remnant of the true demon was weak, Dong Zhuo was disturbed at a critical moment, and his spirit was severely injured. Under the attack of the remnant, he could only hold on for half a stick of incense before being possessed. Afterward, the surrounding true demon essence seemed to have found a home and surged into Dong Zhuo's body much easier than if he had absorbed and refined it himself. An hour later, so comfortable. But unfortunately it's still too little. At most I can recover to the early golden core stage, but with this kid's concealment artifact, if I am more cautious, I shouldn't encounter any problems. Having obtained all of Dong Zhuo's memories in just a moment, Yellow Amo formulated a series of plans that could be deemed perfect. His eyes glimmered with a black light, as if the prospects of a glorious demonic life were beckoning to him. The dragon lady quietly watched this scene, choosing not to interfere. A slight smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she chuckled coldly. You wish to become a ruler of a domain. Do you think the heavenly Tao of this world is completely asleep? Soon she recalled Su Chuan's words to Chunchanga, and her mood brightened. For her, the only regret was not being able to witness the grand play that would unfold next. Several hours later, a faint white light appeared around everyone before they were teleported out of the... In a certain lake, the fire bull awoke from its slumber, flicking its long red tail against its rear. Looking around, it muttered, "Where is that damned flood dragon? Why hasn't it arrived yet? The promised demon beast doesn't deceive other demon beasts." With an angry bellow, it began to walk into the forest, leaving the place. At the Tiansong sect square, as a series of white lights illuminated the area, all the living individuals were teleported out. 84 individuals entered, but only 46 emerged, meaning nearly half had perished. Golden Core stage. The Golden Core cultivators in the square were astonished to discover that among the teleported individuals some exuded Golden Core pressure. Upon closer inspection, Chunchanga, you formed a Golden Core. An old Golden Core elder from the Qingmu sect whose hair was completely white was taken aback, and then stroked his beard, smiling. Very good, very good. My Qingmu sect now has another Golden Core cultivator, and we will reclaim our position as the foremost among the 3 sects. The elders from the Qingsong sect and the Jiaotsong sect looked rather helpless, feeling somewhat displeased. Undoubtedly all attention was drawn to Chunchanga, who was seen as the biggest winner of this secret realm expedition. Changa, how was your harvest this time? The elder from the Qingmu sect asked with a smile. Returning to the elder, Changa has been in closed-door cultivation for more than half a month and only recently managed to break through. The only opportunity was a low-grade, innate spiritual object of the metal element, but unfortunately, it has already been used up. As he spoke, he took out the spiritual object that had lost its innate energy. The Golden Core cultivators slightly nodded. Among those present, some felt despondent while others were delighted. Real man Huiyun flew to Su Chuan, and Su Delling sighed nodding. As long as you've come out the amount of harvest doesn't matter. Su Chuan smiled, and then walked up to several elders of the Tiansong sect clasping his fists. The Su family of Yunxi Town has gained some opportunities in the secret realm and wishes to present them to the sect. Oh, what do you wish to present? An elder in the late Golden Core stage stroked his beard as many others looked over. Su family of Yunxi Town. Isn't that the Su family whose clan member was accepted as a disciple by real man Huiyun? Someone who had participated in the recruitment ceremony at Huiyun Valley explained. Su Chuan clapped his storage bag and took out 3 pieces of paper, flying them to the elder. These are pill formulas. The elder's gaze swept over them and then smiled. The Gathering Spirit pill and Gathering Yuan pill are both well-known pills from ancient times for cultivating qi and advancing in foundation establishment. We already have the Gathering Spirit pill in our sect. The Gathering Yuan pill could enrich our sect's foundation establishment pill collection. As for the final Tianling pill, he paused, looking at Su Chuan, then said, you do indeed have some fortune to obtain such a pill formula that assists in forming the Golden Core. This formula does not exist in our sect, and I know a bit about alchemy. Based on its difficulty, it should be no less than that of a 3rd-tier pill, and is more precious than many 3rd-tier pills. I will record the merit of your Su family. Now speak, what reward do you desire? Do you seek a disciple quota from the Tiansong sect or protection for your Su family? Hearing this, everyone around was astonished. A formula that assists in forming the Golden Core made many Golden Core cultivators envious and curious. A Golden Core cultivator from a prominent family asked, may I inquire, Elder Mu, what exactly is the effect of the Tianling pill? Elder Mu did not conceal the truth, slowly explaining. As is well known, the key to foundation establishment and forming the Golden Core lies in the crystallization of one's spiritual energy. Many foundation establishment cultivators struggle to overcome this hurdle. This pill accelerates the crystallization of one's spiritual energy. Once the liquid spiritual energy completely solidifies, one enters the pseudo-Dan realm, and the remaining task is to break through the Golden Core bottleneck. Indeed, pills that accelerate spiritual energy crystallization are rare, a Golden Core elder from the Qingmu sect remarked. At this moment, Su Chuan clasped his fists at Elder Mu, saying, Elder Mu, I've made my decision. I wish to obtain the selling rights for these pills and hope to receive the protection of the Tiansong sect. Elder Mu's gaze flickered slightly. The formulas you acquired are from your fortune. If your Su family can refine them, you can naturally sell them. Additionally, I promise to protect your Su family for 100 years. This is a token of the Tiansong sect representing our sect's face. I trust that in the 7 cities of Tiansong, and among the 3 sects, there shouldn't be anyone who would disrespect our Tiansong sect. Of course, if your Su family provokes other forces from outside, whether they show respect will be uncertain. Su Chuan replied, thank you, Elder Mu. I will remember your teachings. My Su family will not act recklessly. Elder Mu nodded slightly, and then put away the pill formulas. Su Chuan returned to real man Huiyun's side just as Elder Chi Ho was approaching. At that moment, Chingchanga said to the Qingmu sect elder, Elder, I have some personal matters to attend to. A new disciple has offended me. The Qingmu sect elder hesitated slightly. Just give them a lesson. You are now a Golden Core cultivator. Unless they are a mortal enemy, there is no need to be ruthless with a foundation establishment junior. Changa understands. Yellow Mo had also used a magical artifact to disguise himself as a junior in the early foundation establishment stage. He stood in a corner of the square, confident he wouldn't draw attention. Suddenly, a pressure from the Golden Core descended upon him, making his body feel heavy and his pupils contracted sharply. Dongs will receive 3 palm strikes from this real person. If you survive, we will be even. Chingchanga didn't give Yellow Mo a chance to explain. With a hand gesture, he summoned golden light at his fingertips, coalescing strands of Golden Core's spiritual power into a physical palm-sized golden imprint. The edges of the palm imprint shimmered with sharp golden light, and as it hovered in his palm, the surrounding air seemed to be sliced apart, emitting a hissing sound. This technique was difficult for an average foundation establishment cultivator to withstand, let alone a junior in the early stage. The Qingmu sect elder intended to advise against it, but thought to himself, Chingchanga had formed a Golden Core and would surely be valued upon returning to the sect. Given his potential, he would likely surpass the elder in the future. It would be unwise to offend a new disciple over such a trivial matter. Thus he refrained from intervening. What is happening? Dongzhou had not spoken a word to this Chingchanga. Where does this enmity come from? Yellow Mo thought wildly. Could it be that there are gaps in my memory? However, given the current situation, Yellow Mo had no time to ponder. He slapped his storage bag, and a top-tier defensive artifact flew out to defend. The palm imprint shot through the air like a meteor, carrying unmatched sharpness of golden spiritual power. A barrier rose before Yellow Mo, but the barrier shattered after barely withstanding for a couple of breaths. Clang! The remaining force of the golden palm struck the shield, sending it flying back and crashing into Yellow Mo's body. His body had already been enhanced by demonic energy, so enduring this attack was not a problem. However, the key was not to reveal the demonic energy. Thus, Yellow Mo feigned severe injury and was sent flying. He hoped someone would speak up to stop it. Unfortunately, no one did. Indeed, they are all a bunch of hypocrites. Yellow Mo harbored resentment in his heart. Seeing this, Chun Change's expression turned cold. There was indeed something wrong. He shifted his stance. The golden core spiritual power surged once more. This time the golden light in his palm shone even brighter, condensing into a palm nearly 5 feet wide with golden runes flashing within the palm pattern. Second palm. The golden palm whistled through the air with a sound of breaking stronger than the first, already at 70 to 80% of Chun Change's strength, pressing down so hard that the air around Dong's was seemed to freeze. This Chinchanga is leaving me no room to maneuver. This second strike is so intense. Is this how one battles with cultivators of the same realm? Damn it. Even if I take this blow, receiving another would severely injure my demonic body, and I would be unable to hide perfectly. He gritted his teeth, and black demonic mist surged around him, transforming his previously calm aura into a sinister one, as if he had torn off his disguise and revealed his true self. Yellow Mo's hands formed strange demonic seals. A dark red true demon mark appeared on his forehead, and his eyes turned as black as ink with an eerie red glow peeking from the depths. The previously indifferent onlookers were suddenly stimulated by this pure demonic energy, turning their heads to look. Demonic energy. Each golden core cultivator couldn't help but exclaim. He is actually a golden core demonic cultivator. How is that possible? How did he mix in with the personnel of the secret realm? Yellow Mo grabbed with his right hand, and demonic mist solidified into a black demonic blade slashing towards Chun Change's golden palm. The demonic blade collided with the golden palm imprint. With a resounding boom, the golden imprint exploded, and the demonic blade shot towards Chinchanga. If hit, Chinchanga would also be severely injured. At that moment, Elder Mu waved his hand, and a stream of green spiritual power shot forth, blocking the demonic blade. The demonic energy and spiritual power surged, forcing Chinchanga back 3 or 4 zhang before he came to a stop. He was also shocked, glancing at Su Chuan, then quickly withdrew his gaze to focus on Yellow Mo again. We cannot let this scoundrel escape. All golden core cultivators attacked together. Facing a dozen golden core cultivators of varying strengths, including 6 in the late golden core stage, Yellow Mo's expression grew serious. The formidable pressure of the late golden core cultivators was like a vast ocean, causing his demonic energy to stagnate, let alone the combined efforts of a dozen individuals. A bunch of country bumpkins dare to block me. Yellow Mo growled low in his throat, quickly chanting demonic incantations, the syllables harsh and unpleasant, resembling the wails of evil spirits. As the incantation fell, the black demonic energy around him surged violently. No longer the thin mist it once was, but solidifying into tangible demonic flames that with the emergence of the demonic flames, Yellow Mo's aura soared, rapidly climbing to a level comparable to the late golden core stage. He flipped his left hand, and a demonic spear of about a foot appeared in his grasp, the blade glowing with a dark red light, trembling slightly as demonic energy flowed into it. With his right hand forming a seal, black light surged. A dark sheen unfurled over his body and finally formed into a war armor. Elder Mu's face drained of color as he exclaimed that it was a demonic divine art war armor. He could not comprehend how, when the man's aura had only just entered the golden core, he could possess such a rare demonic art. Chinchanga recalled Su Chuan's words and said to Elder Mu that this demon was likely not Dongzui. Dongzui had earlier perfected foundation establishment and entered the secret realm seeking a chance to break through. Perhaps he had been usurped by a monster sealed within the secret realm, Chin suggested. A secret realm monster. An ancient true demon. Came the shocked response. Yi Luo Mo laughed with a rancorous sound, mocking the nascent soul sect for knowing some secrets, and declaring he would not be entangled with them, ordering everyone to get out. He swung his demonic halberd and unleashed a demonic divine art of staggering power. Coupled with his war armor, he managed to blunt and endure the combined assaults of all the golden core cultivators present. Cultivators below golden core recoiled and kept their distance, staring at the surging aura at the heart of the battlefield. Terror showed in all their eyes. A scene they would not soon forget. Su Chuan was likewise astonished at the notion of an ancient true demon taking a body. He was glad he had not rashly interfered, for otherwise he might have been felled in an instant. Yi Luo Mo spat a curse, promising that when he descended upon the Tiansong sect again, it would be their doom. Someone shouted for the demon not to be presumptuous. Suddenly a deep rolling shout echoed across the sky like thunder. As the voice faded, a vigorous figure stepped down from the clouds and took to the air. Clad in a dark robe trimmed with gold beard and hair pure white, yet complexion ruddy, he radiated nascent soul aura like a spilling sea. The moment he appeared, the chaotic spiritual turbulence across the square hardened into stillness. The Tiansong sect's golden core elders and disciples bowed in unison and greeted him as the supreme elder. The others likewise addressed him with deference. Yi Luo Mo's pupils shrank, and his demonic flames trembled of their own accord. The weight of a nascent soul aura was not comparable to golden core. That overwhelming spiritual force pierced the demonic fire, as if intent on crushing his very. The nascent soul supreme elder's gaze turned cold. He raised his right hand into a sword finger and traced a line. A golden sword light coalesced, swelling to 7 or 8 zhang, and cleaved straight toward Yi Luo Mo's front. Though that sword light appeared simple in form to Yi Luo Mo's eye, it revealed itself as a powerful divine art utterly beyond the capacity of any golden core cultivator to withstand. Yi Luo Mo grasped his demonic halberd and launched his own art, but it could not match the golden blade's might. The halberd was sheared asunder, and his war armor shattered inch by inch, fragments wrapped in demonic flames scattering in all directions. He reeled as a massive wound was cleaved across his form. The artificially elevated strength he had relied on collapsed rapidly back to early golden core, and even lower. Damnation escaped him. He snarled that if he had not only just been reborn and lost his prime, he would never have tolerated a mere nascent soul cultivator's insolence. A roar of die issued from the Supreme Elder's eyes, murder in their depths. He flicked his sleeve and sent forth a streak of golden light, within which a flying sword manifested. The flying sword bore pressure far exceeding the earlier strike. Its keen edge seemed able to rend space itself, and all who beheld it felt as if a blade pointed straight at. Fear flickered in Yi Luo Mo's eyes before a ferocious expression rose. He would not be so easily slain. He began to chant the incantation of true demon disintegration. With a howl, he burned every remnant of true demon chi within him to unleash that mighty secret art, trading what remained of his reserves for an instant of tremendous power. He raised his fist, black mists roiled and congealed into a pitch-black giant punch in the air. The blow was launched. The flying sword's light collided with the black. A blinding radiance erupted in the heavens as spiritual energy and demonic chi surged like waves in all directions. The flying sword's light was shattered, and the sword spun. Seizing the moment, Yi Luo Mo fractured into over a dozen black rainbows, and ignoring his wounds streaked away in every direction. This was a form of escape technique that ordinary means could not intercept. In only a few breaths, there was no trace of Yi Luo Mo within several hundred li. Even nascent soul cultivators could not detect him. The true demon incident had seemingly subsided, but everyone knew the crisis had only just begun. Someone asked the Supreme Elder if they should pursue. He answered that within a month they must dispatch people to search the demon's trail and simultaneously notify neighboring nascent soul powers, as well as inform Xianyu sect. An ancient true demon is at least at the divine transformation stage in strength. Though weakened, now should it recover, it would unleash a deluge of bloodshed across the south. To such creatures, our cultivators' essence, blood, and golden core souls are the finest fodder to replenish their might. The golden core cultivator's present changed expression at this. Yet the Supreme Elder continued that the demon had been grievously wounded by them, and had resorted to true demon disintegration, a secret art akin to burning one's lifespan, so his cultivation must have fallen to foundation establishment. Given his condition, regaining full golden core power would not be simple unless he could recover true demon chi. Nevertheless, he was an ancient true demon. Having fought him, they knew he wielded many arts casually. Even a perfected foundation establishment could match early golden core if he chose to deploy his techniques. They must act with caution. Elder Mu and the others bowed, pledging to heed the Supreme Elder's orders. The Elder then asked who had discovered the demon. Elder Mu answered that it was from Qing Mu sect Chinchanga. In the secret realm, he had obtained a lower grade innate spirit item and advanced to the golden core. The nascent soul Supreme Elder regarded Chinchanga for a few breaths, then nodded slightly and promised that for timely discovery, he would grant a generous reward. Chinchanga thanked the Supreme Elder. Before the words finished, the nascent soul Supreme Elder transformed into a streak of light and departed. Elder Mu turned to Chinchanga and asked what reward he desired for exposing the ancient demon. Chinchanga pondered and said he feared the ancient demon might seek vengeance against his Qin family. He requested that Tiansong sect help install a third-rank defensive formation for his family. Elder Mu agreed and offered in addition 3 Peiyuan Dan to help Qin quickly consolidate his golden core realm, asking if that would suffice. Qin bowed in thanks. Elder Mu then swept his gaze around and warned everyone to be vigilant for the next month. Any who found traces of the ancient demon would be rewarded by Tiansong sect. He added that anyone who could slay the ancient demon would receive an opportunity at core formation. The offer stirred some hearts, though most remained level-headed. A foundation establishment confronting an ancient demon would be certain death, one cautioned. With that, the Secret Realm expedition was declared over, and outer sect peace. The 7 city noble families and the 3 sects departed. Shi was stepped forward and sighed that he had not expected an ancient demon to appear. This was no place for contests and should be postponed. He invited in 3 months, bring your disciples to Huiyun Valley. Huiyun Jinren considered and agreed that it was acceptable. Let us go, said Huiyun Jinren, who departed with Su Chuan and Su Delying. Along the way, he asked the disciple whether she would go straight to Huiyun Valley or return to the Su household first. Su Delying hesitated a few breaths and replied that she would return to the Su family for a couple of days before coming to Huiyun Valley. Huiyun Jinren told her to send a message when ready, and he would fetch. Su Delying thanked her master. Huiyun Jinren escorted Su Chuan and Su Delying to the Su residence, and then returned to Huiyun Grotto. Watching the departing red light, Su Delying suddenly turned to Su Chuan and said, "Grandfather, I wish to duplicate the instrument craft legacy I obtained, so master may study it." Su Chuan's eyes flickered and a smile touched his lips. The inheritance is yours to choose. It would be best to attribute this instrument craft legacy to Hua Yunjinren. That would avoid suspicion, he added. Su Delying nodded, saying she knew what could be spoken and what must be kept, and she would strive to secure Master's acceptance into the Su family. Upon their return, Su Mingxian emerged from seclusion. Father Delying, you have returned, he greeted, and Su Chuan nodded. Su Delying called out to fifth uncle. Su Chuan briefly related the events of the secret realm and the emergence of the ancient true demon. Su Mingxian's face grew grave at the news of the ancient demon. He reassured them not to worry, he would pay heed and warn them if danger approached, and the Su family secretly possessed a third-rank defensive formation. The gray light remained gray, but in the next instant the gray light rushed into Su Chuan's divine soul, disappearing without a trace. Outside, after the Su family without coincidence, Su Mingxian's expression softened. He observed Chen Change's recent advancement and his attitude, and thought the two families might become allies. Su Chuan remarked that Chun Chang'e was indeed worth befriending and that they could trade appropriately with the Chen family. He noted that in the secret realm, they had obtained 5 chances. He advised that if one were not eager to form the core, one could postpone until the next Jiazi year. With Zus Formation Craft Foundation, when they returned, they would likely gain portions of the ancient Song Long Sect's formation legacy. Mingyuan likewise could benefit. If one could form the core via divine arts, it was preferable, for it would greatly increase the chance of later forming a nascent soul. Of course, should circumstances change, Su Mingxian promised to let them form the core according to their wishes. Training in divine arts could proceed more gradually. Delying and I have decided to pursue core formation through divine arts. The true disciple status of the Song Long sect must be obtained, they declared. Su Mingxian clasped hands and said his child would follow his arrangements. That evening, Yi Fan and Su Diyue returned, and seeing Su Chuan and Su Delying rejoiced and clung to Su Delying, urging her to tell of the secret realm expedition. Yi Fan called Su Chuan master and Su Delying's sister Ling in a scattershot way. How Su Chuan paid it little mind. From Yi Fan he learned of recent affairs of the trading house and the Su family, nothing serious, and then returned to the backyard. He transplanted the Qingling fruit tree into a dark pot to accompany a young locust sapling and a heavenly fruit tree. Whenever he watered the sapling with vitality liquid, the benefits were shared among them. Within 2 days, the likeness of the ancient demon Yi Luo Mo had spread throughout the nearby regions. Every power and family felt alarmed, and Foundation establishment disciples were even afraid to go out to temper themselves. 2 days later, Su Delying accompanied Hua Yunjinren back to Huayun Valley. In a grotto, there she suddenly said to her master that she had obtained an instrument craft legacy from the Tiansong secret realm and wished to study it together. Hua Yunjinren was slightly surprised, his eyes brightened, and he stroked his beard, smiling that he had always known his disciple possessed great fortune and would reap rewards. He observed, however, that given her grandfather's temperament, there were likely conditions. Su Delying replied that were she unbound, she would give it freely, but the Su family had risen from humble origins and must be cautious. As a member, she had to consider the family's interests. Hua Yunjinren nodded in satisfaction and said he was already pleased that she would think of her master. He asked what the condition was. Su Delying answered that the condition was simple: do not disclose that the inheritance came from the Su family, or let it appear as though her master had obtained it, and then teach the disciple. Hua Yunjinren stroked his beard in surprise, asking if that was all. He reminded her that the secret realm legacies all belonged to the ancient Song Long sect, and were exceedingly precious. Did she not wish her master to join the Su family? Su Delying smiled, and said that Hua Yunjinren had once told them to discuss such matters when the Su family became a golden core household. Becoming an honorary guest required willingness and an untarnished background. The Su family would not accept one lightly. Otherwise it would bring calamity to the family. She added that she believed her master would willingly become the Su family's guest in time. Huayun laughed and called her a sly girl. He praised the Su family for raising her well, noting that among the 7 city noble houses, the 3 sects, and the families within Tiansong sect, few female cultivators could match her. She modestly credited some of her merit to her master. Huayun chuckled that she had merely fed him flattery, but he would seriously consider becoming the Su family's guest. She thanked her master and produced the instrument craft legacy for his inspection, asking how the Song Long sect legacy compared with what he had obtained. Half an hour later, Huayun pronounced the inheritance exquisite, praising the ancient era as a golden age of immortal crafts that produced countless geniuses. Though the Song Long sect was not the absolute pinnacle of that age, it still preserved such instrument lore. He suspected what she showed him was only a portion of the whole. Su Delying affirmed it was indeed only part of the legacy. Huayun noted that while it lacked specifics on spirit treasure forging, it was more comprehensive and profound than much he had seen. Su Delying promised that one day she would obtain teachings on spirit treasure forging for her master. Huayun laughed heartily that with such a disciple, he desired nothing more. A month passed in a blink. Within Tiansong sect's domain there had been no sign of the ancient demon. They had, however, relayed the news to neighboring nascent soul powers and to the foremost sect of the southern and northern regions, Xianyu sect. At Xianyu sect, atop a mischieved peak of spiritual vapor, a great hall stood. Suddenly a fleeing light arrived and entered the hall. A purple-robed middle-aged man bowed to the elder seated cross-legged upon a meditation cushion and saluted him as master. The elder opened his eyes and asked calmly what the matter was. The mid-aged man reported that in the Tiansong secret realm, an ancient demon had taken a cultivator's body and was now roaming their northwest region. At the words Tiansong sect, the elder's eyes snapped open and two sharp glints shot into the void. He murmured, "I see." When asked what he meant, he said no more questions were needed. As leader of Xianyu sect, the matter was for the subordinate to handle. In this age, an ancient demon could not so easily stir up trouble, particularly one that had needed to seize a body to escape the secret realm. The purple-robed man bowed again, after a moment of thought, acknowledging and taking his leave. He mounted his fleeing light and departed. The elder smiled wryly that such a person seemed fated to cause trouble wherever he went, reminiscent of the elder's own youthful manner. He felt the presence of the Xianyu sect token that retained part of his spiritual sense within the Tiansong domain, yet he would not seek it out deliberately. He believed that where fate and destiny were entwined, they would meet again in time. Not long after, Xianyu sect issued an order: all sects and powers in the northwest region were to search for the ancient demon's whereabouts. Any who slew it would receive a reward from Xianyu sect. As the foremost power in the northwest region, the rewards from the Xianyu sect are naturally more precious than those from the Tiansong sect. Thus, various houses in the northwest region have ignited a fervor to search for traces of the ancient demon. Yi Luo dared not show himself. Once his whereabouts were discovered by those golden core cultivators conducting thorough searches, it would be difficult for him to avoid exposure. After all, at this moment, he could no longer easily use powerful evasion techniques. Moreover, he lacked the genuine demonic energy to fuel his growth. Beneath an unnamed mountain peak, Yi Luo was in deep slumber here to recuperate, and every time he thought of Chen Changgu, he would become infuriated, pulling at his wounds. Why have I repeatedly searched Dong's memories without finding any clues? Why did Chen Changgu attack me? Damn Chen Changgu, wait for me. Sooner or later, I will slaughter your entire clan and extract your soul for 100 years. In the Chuan family's territory, a golden core elder from the Tiansong sect skilled in formations arrived to set up a mid-grade third-tier formation for the Chen family. Chen Changgu formed his golden core in the secret realm, and in the eyes of the Tiansong sect elder, he was someone destined to have a connection with the Tiansong secret realm, hence he wanted to befriend. This is why the originally planned low-grade third-tier formation was temporarily upgraded to a mid-grade third-tier formation. The difference of one grade is like heaven and earth. A low-grade third-tier formation can be broken through by a latest-stage golden core cultivator with full effort in a reasonable amount of time, and for someone like Yi Luo who masters multiple techniques, it is even easier. However, a mid-grade, third-tier defensive formation cannot be easily broken by even peak golden core cultivators. Perhaps only those who possess extremely powerful abilities and treasures at this realm can do so. And as for a high-grade third-tier formation, it would require a joint assault by 7 or 8 latest-stage golden core cultivators, or the involvement of a nascent soul. Of course, within the entire Tiannan region, there aren't many formation masters capable of setting up formations above the high-grade third tier. Each one is highly respected and sought. Even nascent soul cultivators would treat them with great respect. Elder Tsong, thank you for setting up a mid-grade third-tier formation for my Chen family this time. Chen Changgu clasped his fists to a gray-robed elder. You discovered the ancient demon and rendered great service to the Tiansong sect. It is only right for me to set up a formation for your Chen family, as you will surely be hated by the ancient demon after this encounter. Upon hearing this, Chen Changgu felt a bitter taste in his heart. He had merely intended to help Chuan out and test Dongzhua. As a result, he uncovered an ancient true demon. The only consolation was that the original plan to arrange a third-tier formation for the Chun family was now realized ahead of time, and it was even a mid-grade third-tier formation. Generally, golden core families do not possess a mid-grade third-tier protective formation. Truly, misfortunes can turn into blessings, and blessings can hide misfortunes. Brother Chun, if your Chen family has any outstanding descendants in the future who wish to join the Tiansong sect, my Tsong family can assist. Thank you, Elder Tsong. I will certainly trouble you then. Joining the Tiansong sect is naturally better than entering the Qingmu sect. The Chen family could not afford to clash with the Qingmu sect. Currently, Chen Changgu had already become an elder of law enforcement in the Qingmu sect, his status only second to that of the Grand Elder and Sect Master. After several days of seclusion, having taken the Yang Yuan pill obtained from the Tiansong sect, he had firmly stabilized his Golden Core realm. Had it not been for the ancient demon incident, he would have likely held the Golden Core ceremony long ago. 2 months passed quietly. Various powers in the northwest region, seeing that they could not find any trace of the ancient demon, gradually ceased their efforts, consolidating a large number of personnel, while only a small portion continued to investigate and remain vigilant. Su Ling and the Fire Cloud True Man delved deeply into the inheritance of weaponry in Fire Cloud Valley. Su Ling's mastery of weaponry further advanced due to Su Chuan's Tianmu shield being shattered by that mysterious treasure. Su Ling planned to refine another, even more powerful top-tier defensive artifact. Still the Tianmu shield, but this time using mid-grade cloud iron spirit wood as the main material, extremely sturdy. It was engraved with the patterns of wood and lava. Both of these patterns were derived from the weaponry inheritance of the Tsang Long sect, of which Su Ling had only comprehended a first-tier level. Previously, even the Fire Cloud True Man, a top-tier artifact, can rival the might of a low-grade treasure if it can inscribe 3 first-tier patterns. Only by inscribing second-tier patterns can it transform into a low-grade treasure. However, comprehending second-tier patterns is extremely difficult, and it is almost impossible to achieve before reaching the Golden Core stage. Only true weaponry geniuses can refine treasures during the foundation establishment stage. Inscribing patterns is the path of a weapon refiner, while a personal treasure is different as it connects with the refiner's essence, spirit, and energy, allowing it to grow alongside them. Even without pattern enhancements, its power surpasses that of ordinary treasures. A treasure can inscribe a maximum of 9 second-tier patterns, which is the pinnacle of treasures, comparable to the might of spiritual treasures. The Tianmu shield that Su Ling was refining this time was already at the top tier of defensive artifacts, and could withstand several attacks, even from low-grade treasures. Looking at the grayish-blue small shield floating before him, Su Ling sighed lightly. It's still lacking a bit. This artifact is already outstanding. Even if my master were to attempt it, it would be difficult to refine a top-tier artifact inscribed with 3 first-tier patterns. Su Ling turned in surprise and looked at him. Master, why is that? Perhaps it is a restriction of the heavenly path. This kind of artifact belongs to the realm of artifacts, but can unleash the might of a treasure. Even a foundation establishment cultivator can exert great power with it by expending a large amount of spiritual energy. However, for normal treasures, a foundation establishment cultivator can only activate it to about 30 or 40% of its power. It is akin to certain rare cultivators in the cultivation world who can always surpass limits, such as a foundation establishment cultivator comprehending techniques, condensing the seeds of techniques, or possessing spiritual sense comparable to that of golden core cultivators at an early stage. For an artifact to reach the level of a treasure, it also depends on opportunity. The materials and the compatible 3 first-tier patterns are essential for successful refinement. Such artifacts can be more expensive than ordinary low-grade treasures. The Tianzong sect also does not possess the foundation for such artifacts. My master has only seen them at the Tianzhu sect over the years. I understand, just like creating a new pill formula in alchemy, it requires constant experimentation and research of various spirit herbs combinations to finally form a perfect formula. A teachable child indeed, the Fire Cloud True Man smiled while stroking his beard. But enough deduction is not my disciple's forte. Su Ling sighed lightly. Let my grandfather make do with this Tianmu shield for now. Upon hearing this, the Fire Cloud True Man suddenly paused in his actions. A subtle twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his brow seemed to carry a hint of helplessness. For many foundation establishment cultivators, it is already difficult to obtain a top-tier artifact inscribed with patterns. As for artifacts inscribed with 2 patterns, even among the 7 cities' golden core families, there are likely not many in their collections. Among your several senior brothers, only Xue Shi has a glimmer of hope to refine a 2-pattern artifact. The others are all dullards. Su Ling chuckled lightly. Just then a voice from outside the cave reached them. Why is he here? Master, the 3-month period should have arrived. All right. I've been so engrossed in studying the inheritance that I completely forgot about this matter. The Fire Cloud True Man's lips curled into a smile. Disciple, let's go and give those mortals a little shock. Master, my Su family's ancestral teachings state that one should spare no effort when facing anyone. This competition in weaponry, of course, was won by the Fire. He originally thought that Su Ling's comprehension of a 1-pattern artifact, given his short time under the Fire Cloud True Man, was already a prodigious talent. Yet in just a few short years he had reached the level of refining 2-pattern artifacts. 3-pattern artifacts almost only exist in rumors. The Fire Cloud True Man himself could not refine them, let alone think that a junior could succeed. Take this, it's the Qiyang crystal you wanted. The Fire Cloud True Man, visibly displeased, tossed the crystal to him, and then added, You old fellow really has good fortune to have such a talented disciple in weaponry. What, you're unhappy? I'm just not happy. Even if you're not happy, just hold it in. The Fire Cloud True Man laughed and scolded. You proposed the competition? It's not, if it's just a mere Qiyang crystal. I, as a member of the Tianzong sect, have resources you cannot even imagine. The Fire Cloud True Man did not argue with him. He was well aware of the pros and cons of joining a sect. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose to remain a rogue golden core cultivator. Let's go. Yanyu nodded, taking a deep look at Su Ling. Then a red glow enveloped Yanyue, transforming into a rainbow light as he soared away into the distance. The Fire Cloud True Man shook his head with a smile, handing the Qiyang crystal to Su Ling, and said, With that forth a standard-old fire sunflower, along with this Qiyang crystal and other materials, it will greatly benefit your cultivation of the Fire Emperor's true eye. Once you successfully refine the shield for your grandfather, your mastery of weaponry will have reached its peak. Further research into the inheritance will yield minimal returns unless you have another opportunity to comprehend a pattern to the 2nd tier. From now on, focus entirely on seclusion. Everything should center around forming your golden core. Only by entering the golden core stage will the true path of your weaponry begin. In the future, you will have plenty of time to delve into this path. As for this Tianmu shield, I will personally deliver it to the Su family and give it to your grandfather. Su Deling thought for a moment and opened her mouth to say something else, but in the end she merely nodded and said, I understand, master. The great opportunity that the Fire Cloud true man mentioned for the mastery of weaponry for now was only to elevate her spiritual sense. Enhancing her spiritual sense would naturally aid in comprehending the patterns. Within the influence of the Tiansong sect, the most renowned means of enhancing spiritual sense is the Yang Spirit Pill, and even other nascent soul-level forces in the Northwest region engage in trade for high-grade Yang Spirit Pills. However, even though the Fire Cloud True Man is a master of weaponry, acquiring high-grade Yang Spirit Pills is still quite challenging. Previously, he had also inquired about it at the Yet during this secret realm expedition, the main ingredient for the Yang Spirit Pill, the Tian Shun fruit, yielded almost no results, leading to the Qing Mu sect possessing only the Yang Spirit Pills left over from before the next 10-year cycle. The scarcity of these pills made it nearly impossible to trade them away. After Su Deling's seclusion, the Fire Cloud True Man sent the Tian Mu shield to the Su family. Thank you, Senior, for delivering the artifact. Take good care of it. This is a 2-pattern artifact of peak creation among artifacts with power comparable to a 1-pattern artifact set. I understand thanks to your guidance my weaponry skills have improved rapidly. Haha, no need to flatter me. Su Deling's talent in weaponry is remarkable. As long as there is inheritance, even without my guidance, reaching this point wouldn't be difficult, it just takes more time. Su Deling has already completed her foundation establishment and cannot advance further. What is this pill for? The Fire Cloud True Man inquired with confusion. Just give it to her as she knows what it is for. Fine, you wouldn't harm your granddaughter. I was overthinking it. The Fire Cloud True Man said as he accepted the pill and then took his leave. Returning to her cave abode, Su Deling opened the porcelain bottle. Just the fragrance of the pill made her feel her spiritual sense was about to boil over. No wonder it's a high-grade Yang. There are 3 in total. Does grandfather mean I should swallow all 3 at once to potentially break through the limits of my foundation establishment spiritual sense? With the transformation of her Qi refining stage consciousness and the experience of possessing spiritual sense, even without Su Chuan's words, Su Deling understood. Grandfather once said he first reached the limit of foundation establishment spiritual sense before, then using high-grade Yang Spirit Pills to step into Golden Core spiritual sense. Because I possessed spiritual sense early in the Qi refining stage, my spiritual sense is stronger than that of other cultivators at the same realm, but I am still a bit away from the limit of foundation establishment spiritual sense. 1 pill is enough for grandfather, but I need 3. Su Deling stared at the pills in the porcelain bottle for a moment, her eyes flashing with determination as she adjusted her state to the best before directly swallowing all 3 high-grade Yang Spirit Pills. The pills melted in her throat, transforming into 3 streams of warm medicinal power that slid down her throat into her dantian, and then surged upward directly, reaching her sea of consciousness. In a moment, the medicinal power surged violently, turning into a raging torrent, surging and tumbling within the sea of consciousness, where the originally stagnant spiritual sense began to grow and strengthen furiously. Ugh! Su Deling let out a muffled groan from her throat, gritting her teeth, her jaw muscles tense, and cold sweat suddenly beaded on her forehead. The pain of her spiritual sense violently rising felt as if countless fine needles were piercing her sea of consciousness, as if a great force was pulling her spiritual sense, trying to tear it. Su Deling clutched the edge of the futon tightly, her knuckles turning white, her body trembling slightly. She concentrated the surging spiritual sense into a single force and fiercely slammed it against the invisible bottleneck deep within her sea of consciousness. Again and again, continuously consuming her spiritual power while her sea of consciousness trembled incessantly. Several hours later, her spiritual sense surged to the limit of foundation establishment and continued to expand. She kept hammering against the bottleneck of spiritual sense, for only by doing so could she bring herself a glimmer of hope for survival. Because going too far could also cause her soul to be unable to bear it, leading to an explosion. In this struggle between life and death, Su Deling was born, nourished, strengthened, and consumed, continually refining her spiritual sense through repeated cycles. 3 days later, the bottleneck of Golden Core spiritual sense suddenly shattered. The soul transformed. The excess spiritual sense within her sea of consciousness surged madly into her soul, nourishing and filling it even as it underwent a transformation. Half a day later, the transformation finally came to an end. Su Deling's spiritual sense had completely transformed into Golden Core spiritual sense. Is this Golden Core spiritual? Su Deling, feeling the profundity brought by Golden Core spiritual sense, murmured to herself after a moment. Breaking through from foundation establishment to Golden Core spiritual sense is several times more dangerous than the transformation of Qi refining spiritual thoughts. Others might not be able to endure it. If the 9-flame technique can be cultivated to perfection, it should reduce the danger somewhat. It is best to first elevate spiritual sense to the limit of foundation establishment through other means before using Yang Spirit Pills to impact Golden Core spiritual sense. These breakthrough experiences are extremely valuable. If it weren't for Su Chuan's unique circumstances, he wouldn't have allowed Su Deling to attempt this for the first time. Afterwards, Su Deling continued to comprehend the Fire Emperor's true eye. With the Golden Core stage spiritual sense and the transformation of her soul comprehending, it was no longer as obscure and difficult as before. My talent surpasses those true fire-type heavenly prodigies. It is quite a challenge. If it weren't for my grandfather's careful planning, even with my innate spiritual eyes there would have been little hope of mastering this supernatural ability during the foundation establishment stage. Ultimately, spiritual eye techniques are far more difficult to cultivate than ordinary techniques. Now I finally see hope. Perhaps I can also cultivate the secret method of divine sense manifestation recorded in the inheritance of the tool path. This is an extremely powerful method of divine sense attack. Su Deling possesses a divine sense far exceeding her current realm, making her well-suited for this technique. In comparison, the concentration technique is rudimentary, and however this technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. Even the real person of Fire Cloud has not succeeded. Nevertheless, even having learned a bit about the application of divine sense would give her an advantage in spiritual confrontations against others of the same realm. Su Deling is in closed-door cultivation at Fire Cloud Cave. Su Chuan is also at the Su residence contemplating the withering and flourishing technique, and his progress is considerably faster than Su Deling's. That night, Yi Fan received a transmission of divine sense from Su Chuan and came to his meditation chamber. Master, you called for me. Take this token. Su Chuan handed the Tian Song Sect token to Yi Fan. Master, what is this for? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. Plans cannot keep up with changes. I originally intended for the Su family to develop slowly, waiting until one day we have a golden core cultivator before revealing. Now, having received 100 years of protection from the Tian Song sect, the Su family has no worries. The Yuan family and the Fong family dare not act against us. In that case, why keep the two families around? With that, he also provided the formulas for the Gathering Spirit Pill and the Gathering Essence Pill. Let the demon hunting team cooperating with our Su family collect the materials listed in these formulas and send people to the 7 cities to purchase them. In the future, our Su family will primarily promote these 2 types of pills. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with joy. With these, crushing the Yuan and Fong family's pill industry will be effortless. How about the recruited alchemy array talisman cultivators? Su Chuan asked casually. We have recruited 3 alchemists. 2 can reliably refine high-quality gathering chi pills, and 1 can refine high-quality true essence. As for the 2 tool cultivators, 1 can refine excellent magic tools, while the other is Lin Jie's 5th senior brother Jin Zhan, who can refine top-tier magic tools, albeit with a success rate of only 10 to 20%. There are also 2 talisman cultivators, one of whom can draw first-tier high-quality talismans, while the other can draw second-tier talismans. As for the array cultivator, he is about 17 or 18 years old, personally assessed by Uncle Mingxian, who said he has some understanding of arrays and is worth cultivating. Su Chuan then called Su Mingxian over and inquired about this person. This person's parents were also scattered cultivators. About 5 or 6 years ago, they died at the jaws of a demonic beast in the Tiansong mountain range. Since their family had array manuals, they began researching to make a living. Now he is also a first-tier array master capable of setting up first-tier inferior arrays and creating inferior array discs. He has his own insights into arrays and possesses some potential. Su Chuan nodded slightly and then looked up at Su Mingxian. Are you interested in accepting him as a registered disciple? Hearing this, Su Mingxian was taken aback for a moment, then pondered and said, Father, are you looking to cultivate some talent in alchemy, tool crafting, and arrays here in Yinchi? Exactly. The Mu family members are all at least at the 4th layer of chi refinement, so we need to select some gifted individuals to start learning alchemy, tool crafting, and arrays. Although Yu and Delian can fully support the Su family, we all have more important matters to attend to. We can occasionally refine items, but we cannot waste all our time on this. Cultivating successors to support the business is imperative. What you said makes sense. Then this child will accept Feng Ming as a registered disciple tomorrow. Whether to accept him as an official disciple later you can decide for yourself. I understand. The next day, Feng Ming, under the witness of Yi Fan and others, knelt 3 times and bowed 9 times to perform the disciple ceremony. He knew that Su Mingxian's proficiency in arrays was extremely high, and being able to become his disciple was his good fortune. Disciple invites master for tea. Su Mingxian took the cup and took a small sip. Feng Ming, from now on you are my disciple and must be loyal to the Su family. Should you ever betray us, I will personally take action to sever ties. Disciple will remember master's teachings and would never dare betray the Su family. Rise. Su Mingxian smiled lightly, then took out a book from his storage bag and handed it to Feng Ming. This is my compilation of insights into first-tier arrays. There are many first-tier arrays, the process of setting up arrays, and other experiences. Take it to study, and if you have any questions, come back to ask. In the study of arrays, the key lies in understanding. If insight is lacking, no matter how others teach, one cannot learn. Yes, master. Subsequently, Yi Fan addressed the other recruited alchemists, tool crafters, and talisman masters, as well as the selected cultivators from the Mu family masters. In addition to completing your daily tasks of alchemy, tool crafting, and talisman making, you also need to teach these apprentices. The Su family will provide generous rewards. For instance, pills that assist in foundation establishment, and pills that break through foundation establishment bottlenecks. Every recruited guest in the Su family must swear an oath not to disclose what they see and hear in the Su family, even the formula for the Gathering Spirit pill. Once they leave the Su family, they can only refine it themselves. Additionally, to enter, they must also pass the hard examination array test. It is precisely because of these stringent conditions that only a limited number of people have been recruited. Otherwise, given the Su family's current standing in Yunshi town along with the protection of the Tiansong sect, there are likely many scattered cultivators willing to become guest elders of the Su family. Yes, Elder Yi, everyone cup their hands in respect. The Su family business centers around pill production, while other talismans, magic tools, and array discs serve merely as support. After Su Chuan gathered a batch of materials for the Gathering Spirit pill and Gathering Essence pill, he took the time to refine a quarter of it, with 90% being high quality as stock for the business. 2 types of top-tier pills. After all, the recruited alchemists can only produce Gathering Spirit pills and Gathering Essence pills in a short time, and estimates suggest only inferior pills with a low yield. Then Su Chuan no longer concerned himself with business matters. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The Su family officially launched the Gathering Spirit pill in the business. After several days of deliberate promotion, the name of the Gathering Spirit pill spread throughout Yunshi town. Have you heard? Today the Su family business officially sells the Gathering Spirit pill. Many people gathered at the business entrance discussing eagerly. Who in Yunshi town hasn't heard of the Gathering Spirit pill? This is an ancient formula obtained by the Su family patriarch from the Tiansong secret realm, a top-tier pill for enhancing cultivation during the Qi refinement stage. I've heard that the effects of inferior pills are comparable to mid-quality Gathering Qi pills. I wonder if it's true. Look, the business is opening. Its manager Yi and deputy Yi Fan and Su Due were the first to step out of the business door, followed by 2 members of the Mu family and 4 from the Yin family. Manager Yi and deputy manager Su look very young, and they're both at the foundation establishment stage. They must be in their early 20s to have established foundation so early. The Su family's foundation is not shallow. I've heard the Su family fled here. Do you think they were a golden core family from somewhere else before? It's very possible. Whether it's Su family patriarch Elder Su Delying, who apprenticed at Firecloud Valley, or Elder Su Mingxian, who articulates simply, they are all exceptional. If they weren't the elite among great clans, how could everyone be so outstanding? Everyone please be quiet. Today the Su family business will introduce a brand new pill, the Gathering Spirit pill. I believe you all came to witness this. Let me first introduce the origin of this pill. The Gathering Spirit pill and the Gathering Essence pill, which will be released in a while, are both derived from the Tiansong secret realm, an ancient formula legacy. The Gathering Spirit pill is suitable for Qi refinement stage cultivators. Its effects have been verified through consumption by Qi refinement cultivators. The effects of inferior Gathering Spirit pills are comparable to mid-quality Gathering Qi pills, while mid-quality Gathering Spirit pills are 10% stronger than high-quality Gathering Qi pills. As for high-quality Gathering Spirit pills, they are 80% stronger than high-quality Gathering Qi pills. Even with fluctuations, the error remains within 10 to 20%. After all, some individuals have unique constitutions, or if they consume too many inferior pills, they may accumulate pill toxicity, affecting the effects. May I ask Manager Yi, what is the price of this pill? Someone inquired. An inferior Gathering Spirit pill is 4 spirit stones each, a mid-quality Gathering Spirit pill is 6 spirit stones each, and a high-quality one is 10 spirit stones. 10 spirit stones for one. Yi Fan smiled lightly at this astonishment. Do you all think it's expensive? A high-quality Gathering Qi pill is already the best cultivation pill that ordinary cultivators can obtain during the Qi refinement stage. As for the Gathering Spirit pill, among the surrounding forces, only the Tiansong sect has it. Things are valuable because of their rarity, especially considering its powerful effects. For instance, a true spirit root cultivator, after taking a high-quality Gathering Qi pill at 23 or 24, can reach Qi refinement perfection. However, if they take a high-quality Gathering Spirit pill, they might break through to this realm by the age of 16 or 17. The extra time is enough to cultivate several powerful techniques, comprehend strong secret methods, or hunt some latest-stage Qi refinement demonic beasts. This would accumulate a considerable amount of wealth, replace inferior magic tools, and even earn back the spirit stones spent on gathering spirit pills. Everyone, for us cultivators, time is spirit stones. Indeed, what Manager Yi said makes sense. After hearing this, 10 spirit stones really aren't that expensive. Words are not enough. A burly man pushed through the crowd and stepped forward, his eyes brimming with mockery, clearly there to cause trouble. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile, and without saying a word, he took out a token inscribed with the words Tiansong. If you disagree, go find the Tiansong sect to reason with them. This pill formula has been recognized by the Tiansong sect's elders. Do you think the elders of the Tiansong sect would conspire with my small Su family to earn your spirit stones? Manager, you don't talk nonsense. I didn't disrespect the elders of the Tiansong sect. The burly man never expected Yi Fan to play his trump card right away. If you cause any more trouble, I will strike you down. The person behind you won't dare to step forward to seek justice for you. Do you believe it or not? The burly man's gaze flickered. Looking around, he reluctantly turned to leave. The Su family business operates with sincerity and integrity. If you wish to buy, you may, if not, we do not compel. With that, countless people applauded. Yi Fan and the others then made way for the many residents of Yunxi Town who wanted to enter. A full 7 top-tier magic tools. That is a top-tier magic tool set. This time the business has many good items not inferior to some weapon shops in the other 6 cities of Tiansong. Jade Orchid Pill. A pill that assists in foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, many people stepped forward to watch. Yi Fan explained this is an inferior pill, but its effects are no different from those of an inferior foundation establishment pill. It can increase the foundation establishment probability by 10% priced at 2,000 spirit stones, and there is only this one available. However, neither mid-quality nor high-quality pills are as effective as the foundation establishment pill. 2,000 spirit stones are not something ordinary scattered cultivators can eat. Most of them use their spirit stones to buy cultivation pills or replace magic tools, and few would accumulate so many. If others found out, it might even attract envy. Many Qi refinement perfection cultivators looked at it with envy, then a bitter smile appeared on their faces. They were short on funds. Additionally, there was also a second-tier mid-quality protective array disc, which stirred the desires of many foundation establishment cultivators. However, it was several hundred spirit stones more precious than that Jade Orchid Pill, and its value was no less than that of a top-tier magic tool set, making it a staple item of the business array equipment. Only the talismans had no particularly eye-catching items. However, even if the demon hunting teams in Yunxi Town purchase talismans, they mostly buy a few first-tier high-quality talismans, as second-tier talismans are too expensive and are single-use items rarely bought. In the following days, the Su family business attracted a considerable amount of business away from other foundation establishment families, especially the Yuan family and the Fong. The Yuan family mainly deals in pills, while the Fong family specializes in magic tools. Previously, the Su family business hadn't offered many items suitable for foundation establishment, hence not attracting many cultivators. But now the Su family seemed to have loosened their grip, no longer holding back. Occasionally presenting top-tier magic tools, or even array pattern magic tools, second-tier inferior trapping array discs, protective array discs, and rare pills. In just half a month, both families suffered a nearly 30% loss in business. If they cannot quickly convert to spirit stones and cash flow issues arise, their collaborating spirit herb shops and material shops would voice their concerns. Over time, they might even cancel their. Unlike the Su family, whose alchemy, tool crafting, and arrays are all covered, the resources needed by many disciples of their clan are also purchased with spirit stones. If there are issues with spirit stones, the larger the family, the more serious the problems can become. Yuan family. Brother Yuan, the Su family is now showing their fangs, and our Fong family's business has suffered greatly. What should we do now? Hearing the Fong family's patriarch's words, the Yuan patriarch harbored grievances and thought to himself, earlier, I suggested you take action against the Su family before they established themselves, but you resisted. Now that they have grown stronger and even become a family protected by the Tiansong sect, even the Golden Core cultivators behind you and me dare not act against the Su family. What should we do? Despite his thoughts, the Yuan patriarch smiled faintly and said, this little loss we can bear, but over time, if it drags on for 3 to 5 years, we might end up like other foundation establishment families. We would have to beg for scraps from the Su family. Otherwise, we can either leave Yunxi Town or fight the Su family to the death. Those are our 2 options. The Fong patriarch understood the meaning behind Yuan's words and tentatively asked Brother Yuan, which path do you prefer to take? After the head of the Fong family left the Yuan family, he quietly made his way to the Hua family. This is something the head of the Yuan family could never have imagined. Among the 3 families in Yunxi Town, the Yuan family is the most domineering, while the Fong family is the opportunist, swaying to whichever side offers more benefits. As for the Hua family, they have the weakest foundation, relying on marriage alliances to strengthen themselves with a deeply woven web of relationships. In the study of the head of the Hua family, Hua Yunfei was surprised to hear from his guard that the head of the Fong family had come to visit. Though the Hua family has shown some inclination towards the Su family, they have not completely fallen out with the Yuan and Fong families, so they must still meet. He then headed to the main hall. Brother Hongchang, what brings you to my place today? Hua Yunfei smiled lightly. I have something I wish to consult you about, Brother Yunfei. What do you think of the recent events concerning this? Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow at these words, and his heart suddenly understood. It was indeed about this matter. He smiled faintly and said, the Su family has obtained an opportunity. Their development is only natural. If it were the Yuan family or your Fong family that entered the Tiansong secret realm and gained an opportunity, would you remain indifferent? Brother Fong, there are no families that remain prosperous forever. Even Golden Core families can face decline or even extinction overnight. How much less so for us? Today it is the rise of the Su family, but in a decade or so, it could be the Shao family, the Yuan family, or the Huang family. Fong Hongchang nodded slightly upon hearing this, feeling that Hua Yunfei's words held some truth. The rise and fall of families have their own destinies. What they must do is to ensure the family's survival, waiting for a future genius to emerge, allowing them to rise again or even advance further. However, if they are too aggressive, it could bring disaster upon the family. Brother Hua, if the Su family grows strong enough to annihilate our 3 families and acts against us, will your Hua family just surrender? The Su family is not so ruthless. Besides, our Hua family does have a Golden Core practitioner backing us. Fang Hongchang lowered his head, pondering, knowing that the situation of the Hua family was indeed different from theirs. Currently, Hua Qingxue has regained her youth, while the head of the Qingmu sect, who is also Feng Juchen's father-in-law, is nearing the end of his life, and the Qingmu sect will soon have to elect a new leader. Feng Juechen has a great chance of being elected. Without the pressure from the head of the Qingmu sect, Feng Juechen would certainly take Hua Qingxue to his side. In the future, the Hua family might be able to relocate near the Qingmu sect, and it is not impossible for the entire family to monopolize a second tier. Both the Yuan Hua and Fang families have disciples who have joined the Qingmu sect, so they naturally receive some insider news. The Hua family has an escape route, but my Fang family does not. They have previously befriended the Su family, and the two families have some amicable relations, so they can treat it calmly, but my Fang family cannot. Fang Hongchang sighed inwardly. It seems the Hua family has determined that the Su family will definitely become the overlord of Yunxi town in the future. If my Fang family stands with the Yuan family against the Su family, we might end up exterminated one day. Once they truly become enemies, even if my Fang family relocates from Yunxi town, the Su family will likely not let us go. Perhaps only the disciples of the families within the three sects can escape a calamity. Brother Fang, what are you thinking so deeply about? Hua Yunfei asked with a smile. Just some trivial matters within the clan. Fang Hongchang raised his head to look. I roughly understand what Brother Hua means, so I won't take up more of your time. He then stood up and returned to the Fang family residence. He felt that if he discussed this matter with the clan elders, there would undoubtedly be a considerable number in favor of allying with the Yuan family. After all, although the Su family has great potential, their actual strength is quite shallow, with only a handful of core clan members. The rest are merely mid-stage chi refining disciples, and their numbers are not large. The only trouble is the various monster hunting teams that the Su family has befriended. Their strength varies. If they band together, they could indeed pose a challenge to the two families. But they are still not as strong. After all, both of the two families also have a few well-connected monster hunting teams. As long as they act quickly, now decisively eliminate all the core members of the Su family, Tiansong sect would not have time to react. The Tiansong token has far more intimidation power over Golden Core families and the three sects than it does over these Foundation establishment families. After all, Golden Core families have been in operation for 500 to 600 years, and they would never risk offending Tiansong sect over a mere Foundation establishment family, endangering the hard work of their ancestors over generations. But is the Su family truly that simple? Fang Hongchang pondered, feeling that something was off. How could the Hua family be so certain that the Su family would become the overlord of Yunxi town? If the Su family has more than just these two Golden Core practitioners behind them, then everything would make sense. The two of them are Fire Cloud True Man and Xinchanga. The Yuan family and my Fang family won't act against the Su family. These two Golden Core practitioners won't do anything. But if we truly kill members of the Su family, they will likely be enraged and retaliate. The best outcome for the Yuan family and my Fang family allying against the Su family is mutual destruction. Apart from that, there is only. The next day, he quietly made his way to the Su residence. What brings the head of the Fang family here? My father is currently in closed-door training and cannot meet with guests, Su Mingxian said lightly in the main hall. How unfortunate. Indeed unfortunate. If you have something to discuss, just inform me, and I will relay it to my father when he comes out of seclusion. Su Mingxian naturally would not allow trivial matters to disturb Su Chuan's training. Fang Hongchang hesitated for a moment and said, I want to align myself with the Su family so that my Fang family can secure a place in Yunxi town in the future. Su Mingxian's pupils suddenly constricted upon hearing this, but he soon returned to normal and said lightly, What do you mean by that, head of the Fang family? How does my Su family's current stature warrant the Fang family's allegiance? With the strength of the Fang family, even in Jiaoxiu City, you could rank in the top 20. You are overestimating my Su family. I am not joking but serious. As a show of sincerity, my Fang family is willing to relinquish our training room built on a second-tier spirit vein. In the future, if the Su family wishes to use it, just send someone over. The training rooms of the three families can be said to be their greatest source of wealth. Any chi refining perfection cultivator borrowing it once would need to pay 1,000 spirit. Over the decades, the three families have earned over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones from this. It is also by occupying this spirit vein that the three families have such a foundation. However, the three families also have to pay a portion of this to the Golden Core practitioners behind them. Additionally, I can inform Elder Su of a piece of news. The head of the Yuan family, Yuan Qishan, has recently been trying to woo my Fang family to ally against the Su family. Su Mingxian's lips curved into a mysterious smile. Has the head of the Fang family just sold out his ally? We are merely superficial allies. After all, neither side can truly do anything to the other. In the conflict between the two sides, the remaining side will inevitably gain the opportunity to profit from the chaos. Thus, harmony has been maintained for decades. Now, with your Su family arriving, everything seems to be thrown into disarray. It appears that Yunxi town is due for a reshuffle. If the Yuan family intends to ally with your Fang family, what about the Hua family? The Hua family has their own escape routes. Whether or not they develop in Yunxi town is of no consequence. Escape routes. Is the Hua family willing to give up the benefits of this second-tier spirit vein? Fang Hongchang said, there have been rumors that the fairy Qingxue gave birth to a son in her youth, although it is said he died. It is also possible that her brother raised him. Currently the head of the Hua family is very likely a descendant of fairy Qingxue. Of course, if fairy Qingxue herself does not acknowledge it, no one can confirm it. Moreover, the head of the Qingmu sect is facing the end of his lifespan, and the Qingmu sect will be electing a new leader in the next 2 years. What does this have to do with the Hua family? The head of the Qingmu sect's surname is Yin. He is the father of Feng Zhichen's partner, and he is also the only latest-stage golden core practitioner of the Qingmu sect. Upon hearing this, Su Mingxian suddenly understood, if the head of the Qingmu sect were to pass away, Feng Zhichen's ascension to power may bring Hua Qingxue back to the Qingmu sect. It's also possible for the Hua family to relocate near the Qingmu sect and gain its protection. Very likely. Su Mingxian listened with keen interest and turned to Fang Hongchang saying, I did not expect the head of the Fang family to know so many interesting things. I understand what you mean. I will inform my father and everything will be decided by him. I understand. I will take my leave now. If there is news, please send a message through this transmission talisman and I will come again. Su Mingxian nodded slightly. After Fang Hongchang left, Su Mingxian pondered for a moment before heading to Su Chuan's closed training room to inform him of this matter. To become one of the 3 major overlords of Yunxi town, the Fang family is indeed not composed of mediocre individuals, Su Chuan said lightly. I initially wanted to use the influence of Senior Fire Cloud and Shunchanga to intimidate them. After all, for my Su family to truly strengthen, it may still take nearly 20 years until the next generations of the Wu family, Yin family, and their successors grow up. Otherwise, if we were to eliminate them now, we wouldn't have enough loyal hands to manage the industries of Yunxi town. Since the Fang family wishes to be our pawn, let's give them a chance. As for the Yuan family, there is no need to leave them be. Su Mingxian felt a shiver down his spine. His father had finally decided to take action. Mingxian, during this time, you should create a second-tier illusionary array disk for concealment purposes. How about I create a second-tier medium-grade array disk? Su Mingxian asked with a smile. For an array of this level, 5 to 6 days will suffice. If more time is needed, I can create a second-tier high-grade array disk. As long as the materials are sufficient, let it be a second-tier peak item. This way, even if a golden core initial stage divine sense sweeps over, as long as it is not a full-scale probe, it will likely be hard to detect any clues. Combined with the second-tier peak level 6 harmonies absolute sealing array to lock the heavens and earth, cutting off fluctuations in energy, it will make future actions. Understood. The materials in the clan should be enough. I remember we have materials suitable for crafting a second-tier peak illusionary array disk. However, in terms of time, 1 month may not be sufficient. No problem, just do your best. You will also need more than a month to fully recover his peak strength, so this will give him a chance to stretch his muscles. To eliminate the Yuan family, I will join my father. The relevant array formations and restrictions will be left to you. This way we can save on using that broken array pearl. The father and son exchanged smiles, and in just a few words they decided the fate of the biggest family in Yunxi town. A few days later, Fang Hongchang received a message and immediately went to the Su residence. This time he met Su Chuan. Head of the Fang family, please take a seat. Fang Hongchang clasped his fists and sat down opposite Su Mingxian. Head of the Su family, how has the decision turned out? He began to ask. Su Chuan smiled lightly. Head of the Fang family, it is not you asking me, but rather it is me asking you. Have you decided on what form of allegiance you seek with my Su family? Is it as a vassal, a follower, or like other families in Yunxi town? Fang Hongchang trembled slightly, looking at Su Chuan in disbelief, as if today's Su Chuan was different from what he usually saw. Or have you changed your mind again, wanting to ally with the Yuan family against my Su family? Looking at the smile on Su Chuan's lips, he felt an inexplicable chill. Of course not. The rise of the Su family is unstoppable. My Fang family has always acted in accordance with the trend. Fang Hongchang replied. Then what will your choice be? Fang Hongchang fell silent, lost in thought. After half a cup of tea's time, he spoke again. What is the situation for ordinary families in Yunxi? What about followers? Ordinary families develop on their own, and as long as they do not harbor ill intentions against my Su family, we will not interfere. Followers look to my Su family for leadership and act on our behalf. They are also entitled to rewards from my Su family. Your Su family truly won't interfere with the development of other families? Fang Hongchang asked in surprise. In the case of other families, they would strive to suppress them. Of course, but times change. It's hard to say how things will be in the future. For example, if my Su family occupies most of Yunxi town, those who need to move will move, and those who need to expand will expand. Then my Fang family will choose to become an ordinary family in Yunxi town. Have you made your decision? Yes, this should be the best outcome for my Fang family. Fang Hongchang had initially considered allegiance, but now Su Chuan offered an unexpected option. As long as the Su family promised not to interfere, the Fang family could develop normally, which was the best case. Su Chuan did not say much. Then next you should play along with the Yuan family, dragging out any plans against my Su family for a month and a half. After that you need not worry about the Yuan family's affairs anymore. As for the distribution of subsequent benefits, we will discuss it after this matter is settled. Fang Hongchang felt that Su Chuan's attitude had noticeably cooled. He was puzzled and did not think much of it, clasping his fists and saying, I understand. If the Su family needs help dealing with the Yuan family, feel free to call on me. My Fong family will definitely assist wholeheartedly. Su Chuan nodded slightly, and Fong Hongchong left. What a pity. Su Chuan sighed softly as he returned to the courtyard. To the Su family, the only use of the Fong family is to become a temporary tool working for the Su family. However, Fong Hongchong was clearly unwilling. He preferred to maintain the uniqueness of the Fong family. His earlier talk of allegiance was merely out of fear of the Su family discarding him after using him. This is also quite reasonable. Now it seems the Su family can only arrange monster hunting teams like the Huang family, which can be trusted to manage the spirit fields, spirit mines, and spirit lakes in Yunxi town after the Yuan family is destroyed. Days passed. The head of the Yuan family, Yuan Qishan, sent someone to the Fong family to ask for Fong Hongchong. Brother Fong, 6 or 7 days have passed. Why haven't you given me a definite answer? Yuan Qishan's eyes showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Brother Yuan, why are you in such a hurry? Do you intend to destroy the Su family within a few days? Fong Hongchong chuckled lightly. Don't forget that the Su family has a second-tier medium-grade array disc. Defensive formation. Yuan Qishan pondered. Brother Fong, you have a point. What do you think we should do? The Fong family has not yet fully agreed to attack the Su family. It will likely take some time to hold a few clan meetings for discussion. During this time, Brother Yuan, you can try to win over the Hua family. If it doesn't work out, it's no problem. If it does, then with the joint efforts of our 3 families, we will surely have a solid chance to eliminate that Su scoundrel. Yuan Qishan stroked his chin and mused. That sounds good, but we need to set a timeline. If this drags on for 2 or 3 years, we will have no choice but to relinquish the spiritual vein and obediently leave Yunxi town. Then let's say 2 months from now. We also need to accumulate a batch of pills as supplies for the attack on the Su family. 2 months. That time frame is still acceptable, then it's settled. Yuan Qishan said, Brother Fong, please do not let me down again. That is only natural. Fong Hongchong laughed heartily before leaving the Yuan family. Yuan Qishan watched his departing figure, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Why does Fong Hongchong give me such an odd feeling? His agreement came too quickly this time. After a moment of contemplation, he flipped his hand, producing a talisman in his palm. With a single hand sign, he chanted a few words directed at the talisman. The talisman transformed into a faint stream of light and flew into the distant sky. The talisman flew towards the Fong family, landing in the hands of a small squad leader who was at the 8th level of Qi refinement. He was currently meditating in a room. A message from the family head. Good thing I have a day off today, or it would be difficult to explain. The guard was well-built, a young man with an ordinary appearance who was sent by the Yuan family as an undercover agent to the Fong family for several years now. Having reached the 8th level of Qi refinement, he had also managed to become a small team leader, leading a patrol team of 5. There were a total of 36 small teams like this in the Fong family, with 12 being large teams. The team leaders must be at the peak of Qi refinement, while the one overseeing all the guards was a foundation establishment cultivator from the Fong family. Some teams patrolled the family residence, while others guarded the Fong family's mines, spiritual fields, and spiritual lakes. They were tasked with monitoring the movements of the Fong family over the next 2 months, reporting every 3 days, especially regarding discussions in clan meetings, and whether there were preparations for war-related supplies. What is this? The young guard's eyes narrowed. Is a family war about to break out? Against whom? The Yuan family. He lowered his head in thought. In terms of family strength and foundation, the Fong family is still somewhat inferior to the Yuan family, but if a fight breaks out, it will likely be a mutual destruction. So it wouldn't be the Yuan family. If it were, the atmosphere in the Fong family wouldn't be like this. But it seems the Fong family hasn't made any big moves recently. Could it be that the family head made a mistake? Forget it, the family head will judge for himself. I am not a child of the Yuan family, so why should I worry so much? They'll just patrol as usual, occasionally send messages, and secure my 2 spirit stone rewards peacefully. Even if both families fell, I could just run away again. Wait a minute, it's the Su family. The young guard's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he rarely went out, he occasionally heard about the Su family from his colleagues. Recently, the Su family business was developing rapidly. There were many good things in their business which the Yuan and Fong families hardly ever saw. Indeed, the Su family is an outsider. Before it was manageable, but now their rapid growth will undoubtedly greatly affect the businesses of both families. A few years ago, the families in Yunxi town thought the Su family was a small family that needed protection from the Hua family. Now they all know that a young tiger has arrived capable of shaking and overturning the dominant families in Yunxi town, even replacing them. If we go to war with the Su family, I wonder what our chances of victory will be. The foundation of the Su family remains unknown to this day. Otherwise, the Yuan family wouldn't want to ally with the Fong family. Besides, it's been just a few years since the fight began. The young guard seemed to harbor a grievance. Why can't I just peacefully lie down and live my life? Is it really that hard to find a family in the cultivation world that can let me work for a fixed salary until I die, eh? Or is it that I bring bad luck? Bad luck, Mei Yun. My parents really gave me a good name. Mei Yun silently complained. Last time I joined a small family, it was wiped out within a few years. Now I've come to Yunxi town and joined a big family like the Yuan family, yet I still can't last a few years. In a few days I'll ask to resign. I can't put myself in danger for just a few spirit stones. Maybe I should try a golden core family next time. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. Mei Yun sent 2 messages, both informing that while the Fong family held clan meetings for discussions, there were no signs of preparations for war. Yuan Shishan saw the messages sent by Mei Yun and immediately felt a surge of anger. What a Fong family, what a Fong Hongchang. Are they putting on a show for me? Do they want to watch me and the Su family fight, or have they already colluded with the Su family? Since you are so unkind, don't blame my Yuan family for being unjust. With Mei Yun as an undercover agent, if the Yuan family concentrated their forces and launched a sudden attack, they would surely catch them off guard. But just 2 days later, Mei Yun requested to resign from both families. Although Yuan Shishan was furious, it was not the right time to target a small cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. 3 days later, many of the Fong family's properties were attacked at night. A batch of spiritual iron ore was stolen and spiritual fields were destroyed, resulting in significant losses. The shops were also attacked, but fortunately the shops had protective formations. The guards watching over the shops sent messages to the Fong family, who arrived quickly, thus avoiding losses. The Fong family was enraged. They immediately convened a clan meeting to discuss the matter. Family head, who do you think is behind this? The elder of the Fong family asked Fong Hongchang. Whoever it is, anyone who provokes our Fong family must pay the price. The 5th elder of the Fong family said, his eyes filled with anger as he slammed the table and shouted. Could it be the Su family? Someone else suggested. We previously allied with the Yuan family to suppress the Su family. Now that they have the protection of the Tiansong sect, they are showing their fangs and starting to retaliate. Fong Hongchang sighed heavily. On the same day, multiple properties were attacked. Do you think the Su family has so many hands? Each place that was attacked had at least 3 foundation establishment cultivators and a dozen late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. The other elders of the Fong family fell silent. It must be the Yuan family, Fong Hongchang said, rubbing his forehead. Have they discovered us so quickly? He sighed inwardly, not knowing how to explain the situation to the Su family next. How do you know, family head? The elder of the Fong family asked. Forget it at this point, there's no need to hide it from you all. Previously, Yuan Shishan consulted me about an alliance with the Su family. After careful consideration and consultation with Hua Yunshan, I ultimately decided to lean towards the Su family. Su Chuan asked me to delay the Yuan family's actions for a month and a half. I acted nonchalantly, but unexpectedly they discovered the root. It seems there is a rat sent by the Yuan family within the Fong family. Is this true? The elder of the Fong family was shocked. Family head, such a significant matter should have been discussed with us before you decided to ally with the Su family. Fong Hongchang smiled, coldly staring at the elder of the Fong family. Because I know that many people in our Fong family are standing with the Yuan family. Even if we discuss it, the final result will only lean towards the Yuan family. But I don't want that. He swept his gaze over the other elders of the Fong family and continued. Do you know how the Hua family decided to face the Su family? They will likely help the Su family, right? One elder suggested. They chose not to help either side. You also know that the leadership of the Qingmu sect is about to change, and Feng Juechen is very likely to be elected. The Hua family has its own escape route. But our Fong family does not. In the eyes of the Hua family, the Su family will most likely become the overlord of Yunxi town in the future. As for why they are so certain, I do not know. But Su Chuan gives me a far more terrifying feeling than Yuan Shishan. So I chose the Su family, but it is not an alliance with the Su family. It is merely helping them delay the Yuan family's actions against the Su family. After that, we will have nothing to do with each other. As long as the Fong family becomes an ordinary family in Yunxi town, the Su family has also promised not to target us. Family head, you are being foolish to trust the Su family so easily. The elder of the Fong family said, how do you know they won't target us afterward? Fong Hongchang replied, since the matter is already out in the open, let's have all the elders vote today. Will you follow me or help the Yuan family? Based on the results today, our Fong family will split into 2 factions, which is better than perishing entirely. Good. The elder of the Fong family angrily declared, since the family head is so resolute, let's split. I agree to ally with the Yuan family. After all, the Su family is weak. Even if we befriend 2 golden core experts, our families have similar backgrounds. As long as we plan accordingly, eliminating the Su family shouldn't be too difficult. The elder is right. Oh, I support what the elder has said. I too wish to follow the elder. What our Fong family has now is hard-earned. Maintaining the current balance among the 3 families is the best option. Previously furious and insisting that the culprit must pay, the 5th elder instantly changed his tune. 5th elder, you didn't say this before. The Yuan family's retaliation is not because of anything you did wrong, family head. Fong Hongchang felt utterly helpless. Among the nearly 20 foundation establishment cultivators in the Fong family, only 5 or 6 were willing to follow him. Apart from 1 foundation establishment elder, the rest were all at the early to mid stages of foundation establishment. Forget it. Fong Hongchang waved his sleeve and left the clan meeting hall. Soon news spread in Yunxi town that multiple properties of the Fong family had been attacked, and the Fong family had split into 2 factions, causing an uproar. The head of the Fong family led some of the family members to reside in the Fong family's ancestral home, while the elder of the Fong family, along with most of the family members and elders, continued to occupy the main residence. Yuan family. Yuan family head. All of this was the doing of Fong Hongchang alone and does not represent my family's decision. Now that I am in charge of the Fong family, I am willing to share honor and disgrace with the Yuan family. Yuan Shishan laughed heartily. Still, Elder Fong, you are wise. Rest assured, with our two families united, we will surely eliminate the Su family. By then, the Su family's resources will be shared between our two families. Then I thank you, Yuan family head. The elder of the Fong family clasped his fist and smiled. Now let's discuss how to deal with the Su family. After settling the Fong family members who followed him, Fong Hongchang headed to the Su residence. Su Chuan was in seclusion. Fong Hongchang did not meet him. He was still received by Su. Elder Mingxian, I sincerely apologize for messing things up. Su Mingxian sighed softly. It seems the rumors from a few days ago were not unfounded. I, the Fong family, do not know when we were infiltrated by spies who leaked information to the Yuan family, provoking their retaliation. Previously, I also concealed it from the clan elders and reached an agreement with your Su family. Now that our Fong family is divided, most are following the elder allying with the Yuan family. You Su family need to be cautious moving forward. Even if your Su family befriends the realms of Fire Cloud and Long Song, they can still summon the Golden Core elders from Jutsong and Qing Song sects to intervene. Is that so? Then if my Su family does not ask the realms of Fire Cloud and the others to intervene, will the Yuan and Fong families ask Golden Cores for assistance? No, they wouldn't. The Golden Core experts are not the hired hands of our two families. Unless eliminating both families would lead to significant losses for them, they would not intervene in our small family disputes. As for the subsequent matters, I truly have no ability to intervene, failing to fulfill the trust of the Su family head. Please convey this to Elder Mingxian for me. Rest assured, my father will not blame you. Last time you refused to become a tool for my Su family, my father lost all expectations for your Fong family. By now it is probably even impossible to fulfill the promise regarding the Spirit Vein training room. By the way, what are your plans next, Fong family head? For now I will temporarily stay at the Fong family ancestral home, but this is not a long-term solution. Out of sight, out of mind. I plan to lead the other clan members away from Yunshi town to settle in other small towns. With my lineage's strength, it should still be fine to find a place to settle in other small towns. As for development, we will take it slow. He did not inform Su Mingxian of where he planned to go next, as it was a form of instinctive caution. Then I wish the Fong family had a bright future creating new glories. Thank you. Soon after, Fong Hongchang left the Su residence. However, someone was monitoring outside the Su family and reported this news to the head of the Yuan family. Fong Hongchang, it seems you cannot be kept alive. Keep a close watch on the movements of the Fong family branch. If they plan to leave Yunshi town, report back immediately. Yes, family head. Yuan Kishin's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. If Fong Hongchang and the others remained in the Fong family ancestral home, and he had allied with the elder of the Fong family, it would be difficult to act. But if they left Yunshi town, there would be many ways to eliminate them quietly. Everything is of your own making. Yuan Shishan murmured. Su Mingxian also reported the recent events to Su Chuan. Fong Hongchang is finished, Su Chuan suddenly said. Why does father think so? Given the strength of the Fong family branch he leads, avoiding the conflict between the Yuan Fong and Su families should be the best strategy, right? If your elder brother and second brother were here, they definitely wouldn't think this way. Su Chuan chuckled lightly. You are indeed not suitable for leading the family. Su Mingxian did not feel ashamed if it weren't for the fact that there were too few people in the Yunshi Su family, and Su Chuan had been busy with cultivation lately, it would not have fallen to him. In the past at Dongxi, he only needed to focus on comprehending the formation path. When will father arrange for others to come? Deling doesn't come back often. Yufan is busy with the Su family business, and Diyue has a similar temperament to you. Who else is there besides you? Su Mingxian sighed lightly at this. Father, you should have brought another capable manager to Tiannan back then. Su Chuan shook his head with a smile. By the way, why did father say Fong Hongchang is finished? Su Mingxian asked again. Being two-faced and breaking away from the family, it seems he wants to preserve the Fong family, but it's all foolish actions. Now he still hopes to leave Yunshi town safely. Do you think Yuan Shishan will let Fong Hongchang off? The recent retaliation by the Yuan clan indicates that Yuan Shishan harbors resentment toward Fong Hongchang's actions. Su Mingxian instantly grasped the implication. Now that Yuan Shishan has secured substantial support from the Fong clan, Fong Hongchang has become utterly expendable to him. Yet Fong Hongchang had once been the patriarch of the Fong clan. Within Yunshi town, directly beneath the watchful eyes of the Fong clan's main lineage, the Yuan clan would still exercise caution. Should he flee, however, the Yuan clan would inevitably dispatch assassins in pursuit. If he perished outside the town, suspicion might fall upon the Yuan clan, but they possessed over a dozen plausible pretexts to deflect blame. Having spoken, he sighed again. Previously, I deemed his conduct shrewd and prudent, yet it appears Fong clan's eventual downfall shall bear no small share of his responsibility. Thus, for any clan, the choice of its leader is paramount, and unwise selection invites inevitable decline, and may even precipitate utter annihilation. Su Mingxian let out a wistful sigh. Let us speak no more of him, Su Chuan said calmly. I suspect Yuan Shishan presently desires Fang Hongchang's death above all, but we must not discount the possibility he will strike against our Su clan as well. Strengthen perimeter defenses immediately. Temporarily suspend all maintenance of the spirit fields and spirit lake. Grant the spirit farmers and spirit fishermen 1 month's leave to shield them from collateral entanglement with our clan's affairs. Keep the trading guild operating as usual. As for the demon hunting teams, instruct the Huang clan to discreetly alert those smaller teams allied with our Su clan, advising them not to depart Yunxi town for the next month. Yes, Father, Su Mingxian replied. Outwardly, the trading guild employs a Tier 2 high-grade defensive formation. Secretly, however, it houses a Tier 2 supreme-tier integrated offensive defensive formation. Should assailants come, they shall pay dearly. As for our ancestral residence, its Tier 3 low-grade Qingming formation remains impervious. Even sustained assault cannot breach it by so much as a hair's breadth. He held absolute confidence in the formations he himself had laid. Su Chuan merely offered a faint serene smile. Half a month later, Fang Hongchang departed Yunxi town with his entourage, only to be ambushed en route by a band of masked figures. Yuan Shishan, I know it is you. Why hide your face? Witnessing his clansmen slaughtered one by one, their blood soaking the earth crimson, Fang Hongchang's eyes blazed scarlet as he roared furiously at the masked leader. What of it? Today's fatal tribulation befalls them solely because of your folly. Because of my folly. Ha 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 ha. Perhaps I truly am foolish, lacking steadfast conviction, but tell me, how much nobler are you? Arrogant, avaricious, self-serving. You pale beside Su Chuan. In the near future, I shall await your entire Yuan clan descending to join me in the afterlife. As he spoke, Fang Hongchang's aura surged violently, crimson fissures erupting across his skin. Fall back now. In the next instant, Fang Hongchang detonated himself. A cataclysmic shockwave erupted outward, tearing 3 feet of topsoil from the ground, hurling weeds, trees, and boulders through the air. 3 or 4 Yuan clan foundation establishment cultivators, and over a dozen latest-stage qi condensation cultivators, perished instantly in the blast. The survivors sustained grievous injuries of varying severity. Yuan Shishan stood closest. Only his Tier 2 high-grade talisman and supreme-tier defensive artifacts spared him from certain death, or at the very least left him on the brink of extinction. Even so, he suffered significant wounds and turbulent internal qi. Damnable. Even in death, he dragged so many of my Yuan clan cultivators down with him, wasting 1 Tier 2 high-grade talisman and a supreme-tier defensive artifact. Yuan Shishan seethed inwardly. Retreat. We return to Yunxi town. Elder Patriarch, disaster. The life lanterns of Patriarch Fang Hongchang and his retinue have just extinguished one after another. A Fang clan disciple rushed to report the calamity to the Fang clan's senior elder. Upon hearing the news, the senior elder's expression shifted subtly, his gaze flickered, betraying quiet, grim intuition. He closed his eyes briefly, exhaling softly, then snapped them open, eyes blazing with piercing light as he fixed them upon the disciple. This matter is strictly forbidden from disclosure. Dispose of Fang Hongchang's life lanterns immediately. If questions state, they have already been removed. The disciple hesitated slightly. Do you object? The senior elder demanded, voice low and grave. No, elder. I obey instantly. After he departed, the senior elder murmured softly. Hongchang, you chose the wrong path yourself, and thus met this end. Rest assured, I shall guide the Fang clan through this crisis, and elevate it even higher. Several days later, the Yuan and Fang clans jointly dispatched forces to assault the Su clan's spirit fields and spirit lake enterprises. Yet both sites lay completely unmanned, and were guarded by Tier 2 mid-grade formations. With insufficient attackers deployed and prolonged failure to breach the defenses, they withdrew. They then launched coordinated assaults upon the Su trading guild and the Su ancestral residence. Yet even 6 or 7 foundation establishment cultivators backed by over a dozen peak qi condensation cultivators could not so much as tremble the formations. Even Huang Tianba's demon hunting teams came under surveillance, but for the past month they remained obediently confined to their homes, cultivating in silence. The Su clan had become an impenetrable fortress, utterly beyond their reach. Meanwhile, within the Yuan clan patriarch's study. Clan Patriarch Yuan. Over these past several days, none of our measures against the Su clan have succeeded. Their spirit fields and spirit lake appear deliberately abandoned. Their demon hunting teams remain uncontacted. Both the trading guild and ancestral residence are shielded by formidable formations, so potent that even overwhelming numbers failed. What then shall we do? Yuan Shishan glanced at the Fang clan's senior elder, paused thoughtfully, and declared, our focus must remain squarely on the trading guild and ancestral residence. The rest is irrelevant. Since matters have reached this point, restraint is futile. First, mount an all-out assault. If that fails, we shall summon our respective Golden Core elders behind the scenes. I believe generous incentives will sway them. An all-out assault. Precisely. Every qi condensation cultivator of latest stage or higher, including recruited retainers, shall join the assault. The Yuan clan shall strike the Su ancestral residence. Your Fang clan shall besiege the Su trading guild. Such an operation would inevitably ignite town-wide speculation. inflicting severe reputational damage upon both clans. After all, the Su clan merely conducts business as usual, never provoking either house. Public sympathy lies firmly with them. The Fang clan's senior elder's expression darkened, indecision clouded his features. Hesitation, elder. Do you intend to mirror brother Hongchang's vacillation? Such wavering betrays no temperament fit for great undertakings. At the mention of Fang Hongchang, the senior elder flinched inwardly and forced a brittle smile, as clan patriarch Yuan commands. When shall we strike? At the hour of high tonight. How decisive, yet how tragically weak their strength remains. Su Chuan probed Mou's condition. He had fully sealed his senses, immersing himself in recovery. Within another 10 days success would be assured. Though their assault cannot pierce our formation, interest on our debt must still be collected. Su Chuan tapped his storage pouch, a communication talisman soared forth. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he whispered instructions, then sent it winging toward the Su Trading Guild. It landed in Yifan's hands. Master's message. Yifan immediately inspected it. Su Chuan's voice resonating clearly within his ear. Tonight, at the hour of high, the Fang clan shall attack the Trading Guild. Deliver them a stern lesson. Yifan's eyes sharpened with icy fury. The Fang clan seeks its own demise. What has occurred? Su Diyue opened her eyes, gazing across at him. Master's message states the Fang clan attacks tonight at the hour of high. We are to administer a stern lesson. They court oblivion. The two cultivated together within the same meditation chamber, having discovered quite by chance that their respective cultivation arts synergized, accelerating progress when practiced in tandem. Yifan now stood mere steps from attaining foundation establishment level 3. Most days they remained secluded in cultivation, appearing publicly only when duty demanded their presence. Su residence, Yifan embodies ultimate Yang Diyue extreme yin. Under their joint command, the Tier 2 Supreme Tier, Hanyang Ancient Formation achieves full 12-fold were both to reach foundation establishment culmination. Even brief combat against a golden core cultivator would pose no insurmountable challenge. This formation was Su Mingxian's own innovation, developed over years in Yunxi Town, synthesizing insights from classical formation treatises upon a foundation of a Tier 2 high-grade array. The ancestral residence's primary formation, meanwhile, was the Tier 3 low-grade Qingming formation, specialized purely in defense. Su Mingxian currently faced a bottleneck in formation mastery. The full comprehension of a complete formation manual would empower him to construct an integrated offensive-defensive Tier 3 low-grade array. Alas, such transmission is exceedingly rare. Ordinary foundation establishment clans possess neither the heritage nor resources to acquire it. Ideally, he would follow Su Dang's path, becoming a formal disciple of a formation grandmaster, or else join a major sect. Sects with their profound legacies invariably archive numerous Tier 3 formations. Relying solely on personal deduction to devise a Tier 3 composite formation proves arduous, not impossible, but prohibitively time and energy intensive. At minimum 5 to 6 years, possibly over a decade, would be required. The cost far outweighs the gain. Of course, should his divine sense ascend to golden core level, the task would become markedly easier. Yet when I employ my 1 divination per day technique alongside practicing the minor stellar divination art, insight flows like divine grace, propelling my divinatory prowess skyward. Is this not akin to cheating? Su Chuan grinned. Once proficient in this art, he believed he could independently deduce simple matters, such as locating a qi condensation or foundation establishment cultivator, or assessing their fortune and peril. At minor attainment, even golden core level divination should prove feasible. Divination itself is peerless, capable of unveiling nearly anything. Yet reckless probing beyond one's capacity invites devastating backlash. Severe repercussions may even invoke celestial retribution, often incurable. Yet Su Chuan theorized that for critical divinations he could channel backlash onto his ancestral lineage via 1 divination per day, granting 1 daily exemption. I truly am a prodigy. Su Chuan silently praised himself. The minor stellar divination art also documented the heavenly eye divine ability, a celestial technique for perceiving fata auras. He deemed its cultivation unnecessary now. It proved extraordinarily demanding, requiring innate constitutional affinity. He planned to master it post-golden core, leveraging his Tao rewards diligence, ability to grind through obstacles. If even grand cultivation bottlenecks yield to persistent effort, mastering divine abilities becomes trivial, only differing in the sheer duration required. The hour of high descended thick and heavy. Moonlight vanished beneath dense cloud cover. Silence enveloped the Su residence, broken only by the whisper of wind sweeping dead leaves. Then shadows emerged, first from alley corners, then behind trees, then atop rooftops, over 100 strong. All wore deep hood cloaks, faces obscured beneath low-drawn brims, only cold, glinting eyes visible. Even the weakest radiated latest-stage qi condensation energy, their spiritual qi dense and tightly controlled. Before the throng stood 21 figures, clearly foundation establishment cultivators, their auras markedly superior. Yuan Shishan led them, his voice calm command. At his word, the 100 cultivators moved as one, sealing hand seals to unleash spells or activating artifacts. Multicolored beams of radiant energy, spells and artifacts alike, hurtled toward the Sioux residence. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of impacts resounded. Above the Sioux residence shimmered a pale azure barrier, enveloping the entire compound. A Tier 2 high-grade formation. Yuan Shishan murmured, then raised his hand sharply. All forces, attack with maximum power. Breach this formation in the shortest possible time. He and the other Foundation establishment cultivators joined the assault. Their strikes dwarfed those of Qi condensation cultivators, multiplied manifold, especially given the presence of numerous mid- and late-stage, even Foundation establishment culmination cultivators. Even a Tier 2 high-grade formation quaked violently beneath this tempestuous onslaught. Such extraordinary commotion could not escape notice. Many soared into the night sky to observe, others extended their divine senses. Someone besieges the Sioux clan. What a spectacle! Who dares such audacity? Who else? A scornful voice echoed from the darkness, its owner unseen. Only the Yuan Fong or Hua clans possessed such strength and pedigree. Indeed, and hiding their faces, merely self-deception. The defensive might of a Tier 2 high-grade formation was undeniable. Yet the Yuan clan attacked with near total commitment, and resolve matched their numbers. Over half an hour later cracks spiderwebbed across the pale azure dome. Press on. Yuan Shishan's eyes gleamed with triumph. He waved his arm high shouting orders. All renewed their assault, spiritual energy surging artifacts and spells converging upon the barrier. How strange. Despite such ferocious assault the Sioux clan shows no reaction whatsoever. Could it be deserted? Moments passed. A cry pierced the air. The outer formation guarding the Sioux residence is fracturing. Cracks widened rapidly. A synchronized strike upon the largest fissure accelerated its collapse. Inside the Sioux residence, Yin and Wu clan disciples patrolled as usual, ordered long ago to ignore external disturbances and fulfill their duties without it. Su Mingxian sat cross-legged at the formation's core, lips curling in a cold, knowing smile as his fingers danced through intricate seals. Just as the pale azure dome shattered and the formation dissolved, Yuan clan cultivators' faces lit with triumph. A second barrier, ash-gray and seamless, materialized overhead, replacing the first. Patriarch, look, another formation barrier has appeared. A Yuan disciple cried out. Yuan Shishan stared in disbelief. Sure enough, the ash-gray dome hovered precisely where the azure one had fallen. His jaw clenched. How is this possible? Did the Sioux clan hire a formation grandmaster to erect 2 defensive arrays? Spectators gaped in stunned silence. Using a Tier 2 high-grade formation as camouflage, the ash-gray barrier must rank among Tier 2 supreme tier. Many gasped, then broke into sly grins. Now the real spectacle began. All personnel, consume replenishment pills and resume assault. Yes, chorused the Yuan disciples. This expenditure represented a significant drain on medicinal reserves. The Yuan clan had committed its entire stockpile of replenishment pills. Boom, boom, boom. In moments the Yuan clan renewed their barrage for nearly an incensestic's duration. Patriarch, something is amiss. A senior Yuan elder transmitted urgently. This formation's resilience exceeds all expectation. Even another 3 or 4 hours of assault may fail to produce a single crack. This must be a Tier 2 supreme tier formation. Such arrays are typically crafted only by formation grandmasters, and among formation masters only a rare few possess the requisite skill. The Su family's network runs too deep and inscrutable. Should we keep pressing the attack? Yuan Shishan ground out. If this great array remains impenetrable 2 hours from now, we will withdraw and plan anew. Understood, clan lord. The Yuan elder sighed softly as the Yuan clan launched their assault on the Su family. The Fong clan's chief elder led his elite to the exterior of the Su trading house. Their numbers were fewer than the Yuan's, yet still over 80 strong, with 13 or 14 Foundation establishment cultivators among them. Their combined assault drew a crowd at a distance. After nearly an hour, the Fong contingent finally shattered the visible second-tier superior formation that guarded the Su premises. Faces brightened with hope. But in the next moment, above the Su trading house, a vast disk of red and blue light appeared like a Taiji pattern, and where the pale cyan barrier had been, a Redan blue veil now shimmered. Seeing this, the Fong elder was at a loss for words. Damn it. At that moment, 2 figures burst from the shop, Yi Fan and Su Due. Yi Fan stood beneath the red curtain of light, Su Due beneath the blue. Fong clan, is it? Yi has been awaiting you. It took you an hour to breach the outer array. Well done. Now allow me to return the courtesy. The 2 exchanged a glance. Each produced a jade token. Hand seals were formed, and their laws flowed into them. The red jade flared with a faint crimson glow. The blue jade exhaled an icy cerulean mist. The 2 contrasting airs entwined and suspended in midair formed a Taiji-like halo. On the left of the Hanyang ancient array, the red light surged, blazing flames coalesced, and took shape into a fiery dragon nearly a zhang in length. Its scales were sharply defined. When it opened its maw, it spewed solar fire. Where the tongues of flame passed, the air seemed to ignite, crackling with a loud sizzle. Opposite it, a ghostly blue radiance shimmered, and chill intensified, forming an ice blue phoenix. Its feathers glinted like crystals, with each wing beat it scattered shards of extreme frost that froze on contact. The fire dragon coiled while the cold phoenix beat its wings flame, and frost danced about the trading house above. Suddenly dozens of redan blue streaks radiated from the dragon and phoenix, transforming into 3-inch flying swords. Red blades wrapped in flame, blue blades condensed with frost, raining upon the Fang cultivators like a violent storm. A second-tier pinnacle killing array. The Fang elder, a seasoned man, pupils contracted in alarm. Retreat. All of you fall back. Too late. The Fang cultivators were taken wholly unawares. Chi refinement practitioners could not withstand the onslaught. The fiery swords ignited flesh on contact, and screams rose in waves. The extreme blades froze victims solid. Many became ice sculptures that shattered upon hitting the ground. Only those at the Foundation establishment could fend off a few strikes. In a brief instant, the fire dragon dove, 3 latest-stage Chi refinement cultivators caught in its solar blaze, were reduced to ash. The cold phoenix beat its wings, blasting 5 cultivators rigid with frost, only for them to be pierced by the red flying swords. In less than 20 breaths, more than 10 of the Fang kin lay fallen. 3 early Foundation establishment cultivators were wounded, scorched by flame, or invaded by chilling pain. They had to divert their internal power to defend themselves lest their lives be but by doing so their combat strength dwindled. If they did not exit the array's range in time, they were quickly perforated and slain by the red or extreme swords. In the span of a tea's time, only half the Fang force escaped the array's reach. Each survivor stared in horror at the fire dragon and frost phoenix that dominated the sky over the Sioux trading house. A second-tier pinnacle killing array, if focused fully on one target, could fell even a perfected Foundation establishment cultivator in mere moves. Those who died were weaker early Foundation and Chi refinement practitioners. Chi refinement cultivators under such an array could do nothing but be offerings. Chief Elder, what shall we do now? Continue the assault. An elder swallowed his Adam's apple, bobbing. The Fang chief turned to him, anger burning in his eyes. Attack. Do you not see Chi refinement disciples are only fodder before it? With only a dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators, do you think you can break through that array? That is not merely a killing array. It's a second-tier pinnacle integrated offensive and defense formation. The Fang elder studied it meticulously and realized it was not merely offensive. When he returned fire, his attack struck the redan blue veil and produced only the faintest undetectable ripple. He therefore surmised the defensive layer had also reached a second-tier pinnacle. Then we withdraw. Return. The Sioux family's depth is beyond imagination. We must consult with the Yuan clan and plan carefully. The Fang contingent departed. Yi Fan exhaled deeply and immediately took a Ningxin pill. Su Due, at late Foundation establishment, fanned a bead of sweat from his brow. Yi Fan gathered the fallen Fang cultivators' storage pouches and weapons, leaving nothing useful behind. Their corpses he burned to ash. The previous second-tier superior formation would take time to restore. Su Mingxian would need to inspect it personally. With the Hanyang ancient array in place, they cannot penetrate us. Let us descend and recuperate. Su Due nodded slightly. Elsewhere, the Yuan clan had also pressed their assault for nearly 2 hours, yet found no way through the great array. Yuan clan leader, you and your clan chose to launch a midnight massacre against my Sioux family's array. What gall you have? Su Chuan's teasing voice rang out across the night sky, carrying for miles. Many chuckled in the darkness. If you plan to surprise, you should first root out traitors within before acting. Yuan Kishin's heart tightened, half convinced, half suspicious. Su Chuan's words were enough to sow mistrust between the Yuan and Fang clans. In the coming days, they would find it hard to coordinate against Su. Better to believe in the danger in clan warfare if the matter of spies is not resolved. Success can slip away. Just as the Fang clan was compromised by Yuan infiltration, intelligence leaks left them. Yuan Shishan glanced at the pale gray veil and saw resignation in his eyes. We withdraw. The Yuan party left without lingering, disappearing into the night. The Yuan Fang attempt at annihilation collapsed in farcical fashion. By the next day, the incident had spread throughout Yunxi town. Countless townsfolk discussed the Yuan and Fang clans' arrogance and marveled at the Sioux family's deep reserves, recounting how Yi Fan and Su Due had wielded the great array and routed the Fang contingent utterly. For a time, the two clans became the town's laughingstock. Hua family patriarch Hua Yunfei learned of it, and at once informed Hua Qingxue. The Yuan and Fang clans could not wait then. A second-tier pinnacle integrated array. Su family's foundations are truly unfathomable. Hua Qingxue's eyes flashed with interest, her lips parted. Some slightly shallower golden core lineages might only use an array of this grade as their protective form. Su family is indeed surprising, hiding so deeply, Hua Yunfei observed. Yuan clan fares tolerably, but the Fang clan suffered dearly. Half their Chi refinement disciples died, and 3 Foundation establishments fell. Short-sighted fools, they had it coming, Hua Qingxue said. Great aunt, what should the Hua family do next? If Su were to be destroyed by Yuan and Fang, would they allow our existence? If Hua Yunfei were in their position with the strength to dominate Yunxi town, he would leave no opportunity for rivals. Powerful clans inevitably purge threats to sleep peacefully. Hard to say, but given Su family's temperament, a negotiation should be possible. As for the final outcome, we shall take it step by step. Hua Yunfei sighed lightly. We had hoped the Su might become an ally, but in just a few years they have arrived at such a station. Fate is capricious. Perhaps from the moment the Su family arrived in Yunxi, they began plans as the area's true overlords, hidden Loki, revealing nothing. They were simply unwilling to reveal their hand too early and contend with the three established families. Maybe, as rumor held, the Su had once been a golden core lineage from some southern region, though battered, their foundations would still surpass ordinary foundation establishment clan. Hua Qingxue paused, then said to Hua Yunfei, let the dispute between the Su and the Yuanfang clans be. Our Hua family should maintain the status quo. Understood, great aunt. Hua Yunfei bowed and left the chamber. At the Yuan estate, the Fang elder came to complain and received some compensation from the Yuan clan. Yuan clan head, this talk of spies is hard to confirm yet. When the Fang party went to the Su trading house, Yi Fan said he had awaited the Fang for some time. Do you think our clans have been infiltrated? Yuan Shishan, surprised, considered carefully before replying, we should probe closely among the non-clan cultivators our families recruited. As for the Su matter, confirm the spy situation first. Otherwise, if we rashly hire Golden Core Jinren to intervene, and it turns out the intelligence leaked, the Su might call upon Huiyun Jinren and Chang'e Jinren for aid. That would render our effort futile and force us to pay two masters handsomely for nothing. The Fang elder nodded in agreement. Then we will speak of it later. 4 or 5 days passed. Neither clan found any internal traitors, and suspected Su Chuan had staged the ruse. Even if there were no insiders, external watchers might be surveilling their movements, so they spent 2 more days scrutinizing neighbors and retainers. Still nothing was discovered. Brother Fang, tomorrow we each shall petition a Golden Core Jinren, and be sure to enlist them. Yuan Shishan told the Fang elder. Understood. The Fang elder bowed. Without outside Golden Core aid they could not prevail against the Su, yet the matter was not so simple. If the Su lacked the protection of the Tiansong sect, the 2 Golden Core masters might be swayed by ample spirit stones to assist. But with sectal backing, a deliberate transgression could invite Tiankang's severe retribution. Even covert actions could be traced back to the Yuan and Fang clans. That night Yuan Shishan and the Fang elder returned empty-handed. That very night Mou finally awakened, flying from his spirit beast pouch, with eyes alight in exhilaration. I have at last returned to my peak power. A fierce dragon roar resounded. Luckily Su Chuan's meditation chamber muffled the sound, else it would have caused panic. Mou, you are awake at last. Indeed. I have reclaimed my prime. Little Chuan, I will shelter you from now on. Mou grinned, baring white dragon fangs. The cold he exhaled chilled the entire. No need for grand gestures. Oh, I am not one to boast, Su Chuan replied with a faint smile. Nor am I. Mou nodded, his amber dragon eyes regarding Su Chuan with amusement. He asked, smiling, now that I have recovered, may I have the dragon source pill? I have never tasted such an elixir. Not yet. If you consume it, and then slip into seclusion, that would be unfortunate. Wait until we have fully secured Yunxi town. Oh, you have finally made up your mind. Mou drifted through the void, a human-like grin on his face. The Yuan clan's methods have been overbearing. I had meant to take matters slowly, but they moved to annihilate the Su in short order. Recently Yuan and Fang both attacked our residence and trading house. The secret of our formations has been exposed. If so, I will not spare them. The year-ending sacrifice is half a month away, an apt time to settle everything. New year, new order, would you not agree? A rebirth by blood. Such a new order pleases me greatly. Do not laugh like a villain, it is illumined. Very well. That night Su Chuan and Su Mingxian slipped their auras and hovered above the Yuan estate. Shortly after, Yi Fan Sudiyue and Huang Tianba led a band of allied hunt teams to the Yuan and Fang properties to clear out their station personnel. 6 or 7 foundation establishment cultivators plus a dozen or so fully refined Qi practitioners tore through the weak and cut down the Yuan and Fang disciples. Brother Yi, are you certain we will not invite reprisals? Huang Tianba asked. The 3 of us do not care, we have already joined the Su. As for the rest of the hunt team, Yi Fan smiled faintly, fear not. After tonight, there will be no more Yuan or Fang in Yunxi town. Understood. They trusted Yi Fan and the Su family and set about the task. At the Yuan residence, Su Chuan stood in the void. With a flick of his sleeve, 6 streams of azure light shot forth and vanished into the 6 directions, then a light veil rose to encompass the entire Yuan estate. The display was quickly noticed. Yet the great array suppressed qi and sealed space so that no sound or motion escaped from within. Su Mingxian flipped his palm, and 7-foot-long array flags leapt into being, circling his hand as thin clouds drifted about them. Swift. He formed a single hand seal and pointed like a blade. The array flags shot forth, swelling in the wind and vanishing into the void. In an instant, clouds spread, covering the outer curtain of the Liuha absolute sealing array. Then a phantom Yuan manor descended. This formation was called the Yuntian Illusion Array, a second-tier pinnacle illusion and killing formation. Using clouds to conjure mansions, mountains, and rivers is but a normal trick. The array manifests the fears within the trapped mind, people, objects, scenes. It draws out the inner demon. Those with weak will face near certain death. The resolute but underpowered find it very difficult to break. Because the cloud qi gathers and disperses unpredictably, it can form tangible killing moves. Unlike ordinary illusion arrays that only torment the mind, here mere courage alone will not suffice. The array's weakness lay in the flags hidden in the void. If no one controls them, the array's danger is considered normal. But if someone manipulates them, shifting the flag's positions so illusion and reality interchange, the peril multiplies manifold. After setting the Yun-Tian illusion array, if someone passed before the Yuan manor, they would perceive nothing amiss, even spiritual sense would be fooled. Unless the intruder were a golden core cult. Thereupon Su Chuan and Su Mingxian entered the Liuha absolute sealing array. Break the array. Su Chuan gazed at the pale yellow protective veil of the Yuan clan's defensive array and spoke calmly. The night was cool as water. The bright moonlight poured down, cloaking the Yuan family estate in a layer of silver frost. Above the estate, a faint yellow light curtain shimmered with a soft glow. This was the second-tier top-grade formation, the Huangrang formation, with the pale yellow light curtain exuding a sense of heaviness never breached in over a century. Suddenly a soft humming sound echoed. Su Chuan's storage bag at his waist flickered with spiritual light, and a shadow of deep azure burst forth from the bag, soaring into the sky. The figure rapidly expanded in midair, transforming into a 30-zhang-long dragon. Its azure scales glimmered with a cold, ethereal sheen under the moonlight. Fragments of ice crystals adorned its dragon horns, and its dragon eyes were as dark as ink. As it looked down upon the Yuan family estate, it emanated a suppressive aura that made the surrounding air feel frozen. That is, a dragon. A series of gasps erupted from within the Yuan family estate. Yuan Shishan led nearly 20 Yuan family elders, rushing out all clad in battle armor and wielding magical artifacts. Upon seeing Su Chuan and his companion, they all assumed a stance of grave seriousness. However, upon witnessing the colossal dragon in the sky and feeling the terrifying pressure of a peak third-tier demonic beast, everyone froze and placed the color draining from their faces. So this is the trump card of the Su family. My Yuan family is doomed. Yuan Shishan suddenly recalled the words of Feng Hanchang before his death. You are far inferior to Su Chuan. In the near future, I await the entire Yuan family to accompany me. Those words have come true. You gave no chance for the Yuan family to react, sweeping its long tail through the air, conjuring a howling gale, then slamming its right claw down. The dragon claw glimmered with pale azure light, carrying the force to shatter mountains and split stones, striking violently against the pale yellow light curtain of the Huangrang formation. There was a deafening boom shaking the entire Yuan family estate. The pale yellow light curtain first shook violently, the originally solid glow dimming instantly as the dragon claw pressed down again. With a cracking sound, the light curtain shattered. It transformed into countless pale yellow specks of light, scattering like fireflies in the air and quickly vanishing without a trace. Run. As long as we escape. It transformed into countless pale yellow specks of light, scattering like fireflies in the air and quickly vanishing without a trace. Run. Regardless of whether they were Foundation establishment or Qi refinement practitioners, they all attacked frantically. Yet even the full-force attacks of Foundation establishment practitioners only rippled the pale azure light curtain. As for the attacks from Qi refinement practitioners, they were utterly ineffective. Despair spread through the hearts of every Yuan family member like an infectious disease. Just as the thought crossed their minds, Mou unleashed its dragon breath. The pale azure dragon breath poured down like a waterfall, instantly freezing the Yuan family's houses into ice sculptures, which then shattered under the dragon's might. Many Yuan family members were unable to escape in time, either being enveloped by the frigid air and freezing to death instantly. Kill Su Chuan. Yuan Shishan, seeing his clansmen perish, had bloodshot eyes resembling a madman. He held a flying sword, his magical energy surging wildly into the blade, which glowed with a faint white light, and he was the first to charge towards Su Chuan's direction. At this moment, he understood that only by killing Su Chuan could the Yuan family have a glimmer of hope. Over 10 Yuan family elders followed closely behind, some holding magical artifacts, others casting spells, all rushing towards Su Chuan and Mo, knowing full well that it was like striking a rock with an egg, yet unwilling to sit idly by. However, at that moment, Mo suddenly raised its head, the pressure of a peak third-tier demonic beast, erupting explosively. That pressure was no longer the subtle diffusion of before, but rather a tangible wave of force that bore down heavily on Yuan Shishan and the others. The air around them instantly froze, and Yuan Shishan and the others halted abruptly, the color draining from their faces. Even breathing became difficult. What was even more terrifying was that the surrounding space began to ripple, with fine vertical lines as if torn by the pressure. Even the moonlight filtering through these lines became PFF. Yuan Shishan spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly dropping his flying sword, his body plummeting like a kite with a broken string. The other elders fared no better, their spiritual power suddenly stalling, and they all crashed to the ground. Under the pressure of a peak third-tier beast, Foundation establishment practitioners felt as small as ants. Mou looked down coldly, and as it grasped its claw in midair, the surrounding cold air suddenly converged instantly, forming hundreds of ice spikes. The spikes were pure white and gleamed with cold light. With a gentle wave of its hand, hundreds of ice spikes rained down like a storm. Bang! 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 The ground was pounded into deep craters. Yuan Qishan and the Yuan family elders fell silent. In an instant the ground shrouded in cold mist, the ice rapidly spreading outwards. Su Chuan and Su Mingxian stood not far away watching the devastation of the Yuan family with calm expressions. Moa, the rest is up to you. Remember to clean up the battlefield, not only the storage bags, but also their blood and souls are of use. Rest assured I am quite skilled at this. Su Chuan's divine sense spread out, and soon he found a place with powerful formation restrictions. Such places were often crucial locations for a family, whether it was a Taoist scripture building or a treasure vault. With Su Mingxian present, he left the matters of breaking formations and restrictions to her, significantly easing Su Chuan's burden. After a stick of incense, everything from the Yuan family was gathered into Su Chuan's storage ring, leaving behind only collapsed buildings and no other useful items. The corpses were all taken away and the aura of bloodshed was completely eliminated to avoid leaving any traces. Su Chuan and Su Mingxian put away the formation flags, and Mou burrowed into the spirit beast bag, leaving a simple illusion formation to maintain, then concealed its aura and flew towards the Fong family estate. Half a stick of incense later, the Fong family followed in the footsteps of the Yuan family. The Fong family elder before dying was filled with regret, lamenting that this might indeed be retribution. After Su Chuan and Su Mingxian finished their work and returned to the Su residence, they sorted the resources of the Yuan and Fong families into categories. Half an hour later, Yi Fan and Su Diyue also returned. As for the Huang family and other demon hunting teams, after collecting their rewards from the Su family, they returned to their respective homes. The incident involving the Yuan and Fong families spread like wildfire the very next day. Who do you think was behind the Yuan and Fong families' minds and spirit fields, eh? Isn't it obvious? Last time when the Fong and Yuan families made such a commotion attacking the Su family's business and estate, if it weren't for the Su family's trump card, they would have probably been devoured to the bone. But does the Su family have that many people? I think the Hua family might have also intervened. That makes sense. A group of onlookers began to speculate how the Yuan and Fong families would retaliate against the Su family. Yet 2 days later they saw no action, which puzzled the onlookers. Has the domineering Yuan family suddenly changed its nature? Could it be that they are afraid? Something seems off. Oh, both families have their doors tightly shut, not even a doorman. Until someone visited the Yuan family and discovered that the calm scene was merely an illusion. The once grand Yuan estate had become a ruin. Within the ruins there was not a soul in sight, and the aura was entirely absent, as if it had been vacant for a long time. The same went for the people of Yunxi town were in an uproar. How could this be? What on earth happened? When were the Yuan and Fong families destroyed? Indeed, not a single sound was made, not even the neighbors were aware, which is truly astonishing. Looking at the state of the estate, there must have been a fierce battle. Could it be that some great formation isolated the battle's aftermath, preventing the nearby people from knowing? It must be more than that. To silently annihilate 2 clans, does the Su family truly possess such means? Given the previous actions of the Yuan and Fong families, the Su family was the prime suspect. But to obliterate 2 top foundation establishment families overnight, without a sound, the people of Yunxi town began to harbor a sense of awe towards the Su family. Regardless of how they accomplished it, it indicated that the Su family had an unknown powerful trump card. Huang Tianba and the others understood that the downfall of the Yuan and Fong families must have occurred on the night they acted. However, they would not disclose this matter. Upon hearing this news, the Hua family was filled with shock. The silent annihilation of their 2 equally renowned families made them fear that they might be next. Hua Yunfei anxiously informed Hua Qingxue of the matter. Hua Qingxue was certain it was the Su family's doing, but equally baffled by their methods and horrified by the fact that they left no remnants of the 2 families. Moreover, she was terrified by the Su family's ruthlessness. If they do not act, they will not. But once they do, they leave no room for future troubles. The Su family is indeed ruthless. And what about us? Looking at you, we have no enmity with the Su family. What is there to fear? Hua Qingxue cast a casual glance at Hua Yunfei. True, we have no enmity, but there are interests at stake. Hua Yunfei swallowed hard. To cut off someone's financial path is akin to killing their parents. The Su family surely desires the entire Yunxi town. And now with the Yuan and Fong families destroyed, my Hua family is the only obstacle. If the Su family wants it, they can have it. I believe it won't be long before the Su family approaches us for a discussion. At that moment, a guard reported that the Su family had sent an invitation requesting the Hua family to send representatives to Su Mansion in 3 days to discuss important matters. Yunfei, in 3 days you will accompany me to take a trip. Hua Qingxue said calmly. Yes, aunt. Hua Yunfei reluctantly clasped his fists. Aside from the Hua family, the other families in Yunxi town and the loose cultivators with businesses also received invitations. Though they were fearful, they had to muster their courage and attend. 3 days later, in the Su family conference hall, the invited guests arrived one after another. Greetings, Su family head. Greetings, Elder Mingxian. Upon their entrance, the crowd stood and clapped. Hua Qingxue sighed inwardly. A few years ago at her birthday banquet, Su Chuan had also greeted her in this manner. Now their roles had swiftly reversed. Hua Qingxue felt more apprehensive than fearful. She believed that as long as Su Chuan was wise, he would not act against the Hua family. Everyone please take a seat. Su Chuan sat at the head of the long table, with Su Mingxian at his left, and across from them were Hua Qingxue and Hua Yunfei. Su Chuan's gaze swept over the crowd, capturing their. The reason for inviting you all here today is to discuss a matter. Before that, I must confess one thing: the Yuan and Fong families were both annihilated by my Su family. As for why I destroyed them, I believe everyone present understands. Hua Qingxue said lightly, they brought this upon themselves. Yu Su family head did not target them, yet they repeatedly took action, and just recently, they brazenly attacked with their entire clan. Thus their fate was already sealed. What Miss Qingxue said is reasonable. The Yuan and Fong families deserved it. Indeed, they brought it upon themselves. The others expressed their righteous indignation, echoing her sentiments. Su Chuan waved his hand, smiling lightly. Everyone need not be so furious. This is merely commonplace. They refused to yield and insisted on becoming mortal enemies with my Su family. Thus they either perished at my Su family's hands, or my Su family would be destroyed by them. You all are the same. Yes, Su family head speaks true. A foundation establishment practitioner smiled nervously. Since this matter is clear, it is time to discuss the main issue. My Su family intends to bring the entire Yunxi town under our command, including the surrounding mines, spirit fields, spirit lakes, and herb gardens, as well as the second-tier spirit veins. Upon hearing this, everyone's pupils constricted. Was the Su family finally revealing its fangs? Hua Qingxue thought to herself, maintaining a calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned. Hua Yunfei, however, felt reluctant. His fists clenched, and a hint of fear arose within him, causing him to sweat slightly. Among those present, aside from the Yuan and Fong families, the Hua family possessed the most resources in Yunxi town. Adding the others together, they likely only outnumbered the Hua family by 70 to 80%. In Yunxi town, the Yuan, Hua, and Fong families nearly occupied 70%, and now the Su family controlled at least half. Seeing that the Hua family showed no intention of stepping forward, someone immediately said, Su family head, are you trying to drive us all out of Yunxi town? How could that be? How could I be so tyrannical as to leave no path for others? Su Chuan smiled slightly. But I must ask everyone present, does my Su family have the qualifications to hold Yunxi town? At this others fell silent, but Hua Qingxue said lightly, Su Daoist friend, you certainly have the qualifications. You may not be from a Golden Core family, but your trump cards are likely not weaker than those of a Golden Core family, capable of annihilating the Yuan and Fong families protected by a second-tier top-grade formation in a single night. You could also easily obliterate the families of everyone present. This point the others had to acknowledge. Seeing Hua Qingxue state this, they no longer insisted, and all nodded in agreement, recognizing Yunxi town as the territory of the Su family. In that case, I will outline the upcoming arrangements. The second-tier spirit vein must belong exclusively to my Su family, while I will not share it with anyone. However, I also agree with the previous practice of the three families opening cultivation rooms, and we will continue to provide such a place for training. My Su family will rebuild the estate using most of the spirit vein land as the foundation and expand outward. When conflicts over land arise, I hope everyone will actively withdraw and seek other places to reside. Do not make things difficult for my Su family. All assets of the Yuan and Fong families will belong solely to my Su family. Additionally, all ownership of other family properties will also belong to my Su family, but I will not reclaim them unless you leave Yunxi town or perish. 4 spirit fields, spirit lakes, spirit iron mines, and herb gardens, every 6 months 30% must be paid to my Su family as tax. As for other pill shops, weapon shops, and such businesses, 1% of the monthly profits must be submitted as taxes. The same goes for loose cultivators setting up stalls. My Su family will designate a specific area to establish a trading venue specifically for loose cultivators, collecting rental and tax fees based on time. No taxes are required for monthly earnings below 100 spirit stones. The above are the rough rules I have set. If anyone has suggestions, feel free to voice them. How to deal with the acquisition of materials. One can establish long-term cooperation with some monster hunting teams, set up their own group, or reach transactions with some families in the 7 cities. There will always be a way as long as it is within the rules of my Su family. Everything is possible. Su Chuan's expression was calm as he said, these industries are all land, whoever occupies it naturally owns it. If another family were to replace my Su family and occupy Yunxi town, would they generously distribute these to other families? Considering that my Su family has allowed everyone to occupy these industries for so long, we have only taken a 30% share and have not pursued the profits from these industries. Su believes this is treating everyone generously. Of course, if anyone is dissatisfied, they can move away with their entire family. My Su family will not hold them accountable. Su Chuan immediately added, since the Su family is to be the master of Yunxi town, we will also establish corresponding rules and collect taxes. If we live here and follow the rules, will there be benefits? Su Chuan smiled lightly and said there are indeed benefits. Firstly, as previously mentioned, a cultivation tower will be built in a certain area of the second-tier spiritual vein available for the residents of Yunxi town to cultivate, and the cost of spirit stones will not be too high. Secondly, a harmonious and stable development environment will be created. As long as the rules are followed, my Su family will not suppress anyone, whether they are from families or casual cultivators, treating everyone equally. The extent of development depends entirely on everyone's own capabilities. Thirdly, a life and death platform and a battle platform will be established. No one is allowed to act recklessly within Yunqi Town. If there is a conflict, it must be settled on the battle platform. If there are deadly grudges, it will be settled on the life and death platform. However, both parties must be willing, and my Su family will serve as witnesses. Of course, if you feel strong enough to ignore my Su family's rules, then feel free, provided you can bear the consequences. Compared to the former, the latter's stable environment is what people value the most. Many were intrigued. Hua Qingxue began to contemplate a cultivation site would enhance the strength of Yunqi Town's residents, and a stable development environment could attract numerous families and even casual cultivators to migrate, rapidly expanding. Is this for future city building? However, building a city is not that simple, otherwise the Tiansong sect's region wouldn't only have those 7 ancient cities to this day. Without a large formation above the 3rd tier as a city defense array, it is fundamentally unsustainable. If conflicts at the Golden Core level frequently erupt, only the families and casual cultivators within the city will suffer. As for the 3rd point, it can alleviate conflicts among the people of Yunqi Town to a certain extent, which will greatly benefit the stability of Yunqi Town. The rules set by Su Chuan do not seem to be said casually. They appear to have been tested long ago, indicating that the Su family's background is indeed not simple. Hua Qingxue thought for a moment, and then looked at Su Chuan and asked, Su family head, I have one more question. Are all families and casual cultivators in Yunqi Town free to come and go? Naturally, if their underlings have already transferred, then the successor will bear the responsibility. If no one takes over, it will return to my Su family for reallocation or rental. Hua Qingxue nodded, then I have no objections. Su Chuan scanned the others. They exchanged glances and nodded, saying, we have no objections either. The Su family is the master of Yunqi Town. Su Chuan smiled and nodded. The major issues were nearly settled, and now it was just a matter of spreading the word. However, for the vast majority of casual cultivators without industries, the changes were minimal, and with the benefits from the Su family, they accepted it quite quickly. The Su family began sending people to take over the industries of the Yuan family, and the Feng family, managed by Huang Tianba and others. Due to insufficient manpower, recruitment was also ongoing. As for those truly looking after the spiritual farmers, fishermen, and miners, the Su family also hired extensively. Their relationship with the Su family is one of employment managed by Huang Tianba and others, and they will not have much contact with the Su family, so the hiring standards will be relaxed. Of course, if they have dishonest intentions, they will not be employed. The spirit stone compensation given by the Su family is significantly more generous than what the Yuan and Feng families offered before, being at least 30% higher, thus many came to apply. All resources from the shops of the Yuan and Feng families were confiscated by the Su family, who temporarily set them aside. Then they began constructing the Su family residence on the 2nd-tier spiritual vein, and the construction of the cultivation tower, and such matters. These will take at least several months to complete. A few days later, it was time for the annual ceremony. With Yunqi as a foundational base, my Su family can develop much more easily in the future. Cheers. Come, let us drink to the family head. The Yin family and the Wu family raised their cups in respect. Cheers to the family head. Next were the recruited guest elders, Huang Tianba and others. Cheers to the family head. Finally, Su Mingxian, Su Diyue, and Yi Fan raised their cups. Su Chuan smiled and downed his drink. The others followed suit. He scanned the Yin and Wu families, noticing that each couple was accompanied by 1 or 2 children, all looking bright and well-groomed. Many of them had spiritual root qualifications. Shortly after the annual ceremony, news about the happenings in Yunqi Town gradually spread, and soon reached the 7 cities of Tiansong, as well as Qingmu sect, Jiaotsong sect, and Qingsong sect. Even within the Tiansong sect, disciples were discussing it. The Su family became famous once again. The last time it was due to the protection of the Tiansong sect. The Yuan family is truly foolish. A golden core elder of the Qingsong sect, upon hearing of this, returned to his cave and erupted in fury. Not understanding the strength of the Su family, they acted rashly, and now the hearts of the people in Yunqi Town are with the Su family. Their deaths would be in vain. This person was the support behind the Yuan family, the Yin Shanjinren. If the Su family had acted first, he would have had reasons to seek justice for the Yuan family. Now dealing with the Su family would only bring him trouble. With the protection of the Tiansong sect, I cannot confront them openly, and Fire Cloud is not easy to provoke either. However, it wouldn't hurt to invite Haifeng to visit the Su family for a slight intimidation. Haifeng is much greedier than I am. If the Su family recognizes the situation, everything will be fine. Otherwise, I won't believe Fire Cloud can protect the Su family forever. At the same time, members of the Yuan and Feng families, upon hearing this bad news from the disciples of the 3 sects, were in disbelief. They had the impulse to seek vengeance, but their entire family could not confront the Su family. They were too weak and could do nothing. Moreover, without the support of their family, how could they grow rapidly within the sect? Are they not the same as casual cultivators without backgrounds? The Yin Shanjinren accepted a disciple from the Yuan family each year because they sent a significant amount of spirit stones, but now that the Yuan family is gone, he naturally won't take care of them. Let them self-destruct. A few days later, the Su family received an invitation to attend the Golden Core ceremony of Chunchengji at Qingmu sect in half a month. Originally planning to visit the Su family, Yanshan Jinren and Heifeng Jinren changed their minds and decided to see Su Chuan at the Golden Core ceremony. Having heard of their friendship and with the Su family now flourishing, they would certainly be on the guest list. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chuan and Su Mingxian were preparing to set off for Qingmu sect. Just as they were about to leave, they encountered Fire Cloud Jinren and Su Deliang. Grandfather fifth uncle, Su Deliang saluted. Su Chuan nodded and smiled, saying, Fire Cloud Senior, you are also going to Qingmu sect, right? My disciple said that your Su family must be on the invitation list, so I would like to accompany you. Thank you, Senior. Let's go, we can chat along the way. On the way, Fire Cloud said, your Su family has made quite a few big moves, unexpectedly taking over the entire Yunxi town quietly. I heard it was done overnight, and I am genuinely curious. Su Chuan smiled and declined, Senior, forgive me, this is a secret of my Su family. Fire Cloud stared at Su Chuan for a moment, and then waved his sleeve, saying, forget it, I spoke too much. However, you have resolved the Yuan and Feng families and cut off the financial resources of the people behind them. They will definitely seek trouble with your Su family. Have you thought about how to deal with it? When soldiers come, I will block them. When water comes, I will cover it. My Su family is under the protection of the Tiansong sect. They won't dare to confront us openly. If you need anything, just send a message to me. Thank you, Senior. Humph, I am only helping because of my precious disciple, though otherwise I wouldn't bother. Su Chuan smiled slightly and asked, may I ask, Senior, do you know which two Jinren are backing the Yuan and Feng families? I only heard it was Qingsong sect and Jiaotsong sect. The Yuan family is backed by Yan Shan Jinren of the Qingsong sect, a peak Golden Core without a family. Fire Cloud Jinren said, the Feng family is backed by Heifeng Jinren of the Jiaotsong sect. Like me, he is also at the Golden Core 4th layer. However, he does not have as many magical artifacts as I do. If a real fight breaks out, he would not be my opponent. Resources needed for the Golden Core period are extremely precious and require a large amount of spirit stones. Some Golden Core Jinren do not develop families, but rely on family power to earn spirit stones for themselves. Some of them travel to seek opportunities, while others support certain families outside the sect, protecting them to receive offerings. Aren't there enough Golden Core cultivation resources in the 3 sects? Su Chuan asked in surprise. Naturally not enough. If the sect could meet all the needs of the Golden Core, why would they need to borrow external power? Most of the resources required by the Golden Core differ, and even the nascent soul sects find it hard to meet all demands. Su Chuan nodded in agreement, and then said, then they are truly not as good as you, Senior. You have the celestial arts, your ability to earn spirit stones is astonishing, and you are free from constraints, living leisurely. There are pros and cons to it. Fire Cloud Jinren suddenly sighed lightly. In the southern region, even being a Golden Core sometimes requires forming alliances. As they spoke, the protective array of the Qingmu sect appeared before the 4. After presenting their invitation, the disciples at the mountain gate respectfully opened the array, allowing them to enter. Please follow me, Seniors. I will take you to the venue of the Golden Core ceremony of Jinrenchanga. A disciple in the late stage of Qi refinement from Qingmu sect released his flying sword, ascending into the air, flying towards the southeast. Su Chuan, Fire Cloud Jinren, and the others followed closely. In less than half a tea time, they arrived at the mid-slope of the main peak of Qingmu sect, where the ceremony venue was held. The spiritual energy at the main peak of Qingmu sect was far denser than that of the core spiritual vein in Yunxi town. It seems there is a third-tier spiritual vein here. It's not surprising for a Golden Core sect to have a third-tier spiritual vein. Even some powerful Golden Core families would choose a place with a third-tier spiritual vein as their foundation. Some would even relocate spiritual veins from other places to their own. In the nascent soul sects, some main peaks also have third-tier spiritual veins, some of which are relocated and artificially crafted into spiritually rich cultivation treasures. So my friend Fire Cloud, you have arrived. Chun Changji suddenly approached from a distance and smiled, cupping his fists. Thank you for coming to my Golden Core ceremony. Congratulations, Su Chuan said, clapping his storage bag to take out 2 porcelain vials and hand them over, saying, my Su family has a weak foundation and cannot offer anything valuable. I know a bit of alchemy and have refined some pills, so I hope you don't mind, Brother Chun. I am very happy that Brother Su can come, Chun replied. Chun, my friend, this is my congratulatory gift, a 1-pattern magical artifact I crafted during my spare time. You can give it to your clan's younger generation or disciples. It is quite suitable. Thank you, Fire Cloud, my friend. What pills could be presented at the Golden Core ceremony? Long Song Jinren, may we have a look? At this moment, 2 Taoists approached, one dressed in a deep blue robe and the other in a black robe. Yanshan, my friend Heifeng, what is the meaning of your visit? Chun Chang's expression was somewhat displeased, but since the 2 were Golden Core Jinren from Qingsong sect and Jiaotsong sect attending the ceremony, he as the host could not. I do not look at the value of gifts, as long as the intention is there, it suffices. Many participants at the ceremony turned to look, including disciples from the Tiansong sect and Golden Core elders of the Tsong family. Yanshan Jinren smiled and said, it's fine to take a look. Perhaps Su family master can give a surprise to Long Song Dao friend. The gifts I sent are nothing to hide. If they want to see Chun Dao friend, just take them out for everyone to see. With Su Chuan saying this, Chun Changji immediately poured out one of the pills from the porcelain vial. This is. Chen Changji sniffed it lightly, feeling the strong spiritual energy and rich medicinal fragrance, but couldn't identify it. So my friend, this must be a pill for improving cultivation, right? Just as Su Chuan was about to speak, an old man interjected saying, I recognize this pill. Elder Tsang. Chen Changji cupped his fists. Yanshan Jinren and Heifeng Jinren also bowed respectfully. The Tsang family is the oldest family in the Tian Tsang sect. Although this person is only at the Golden Core 4th layer, his status commands respect. So you are Su Chuan. Last time in the Tian Tsang secret realm, you and Chun Dao friend had the greatest gains. Elder Tsang smiled while stroking his beard, then said, this pill is the Gathering Yuan pill refined from one of the 3 pill recipes you brought out from the Tian Tsang secret realm. From its quality, it should be of medium grade. Everyone was astonished, all turning to look at the pill in Chun Chang's hand. Elder Tsang has keen eyesight. This vial contains Gathering Yuan pills, a total of 12. Did you refine them all by yourself? Indeed. Su Chuan, your alchemy skills are impressive. As for its value, its effects are even stronger than high-grade, true Yuan pills. If it were high-grade, it could still be used to enhance cultivation in the later stages of foundation establishment. Moreover, since this pill is rare, it should be worth more than 1,000 spirit stones. Su Family Master is truly formidable, having refined Gathering Yuan pills so quickly. I wonder what pill is in the other vial. It wouldn't be the Heavenly Spirit pill, would it? Su Chuan smiled and said, I would also like to try refining the Heavenly Spirit pill, but unfortunately the main materials are hard to find yet. Since Yanshan Jinren is a Golden Core Elder, it shouldn't be difficult for you. May I ask if you could find a few for me? I can purchase them at 30% above market price. What? The Heavenly Spirit pill actually requires these 3 main materials. The Heavenly Spirit flower is a rare 3rd-tier spiritual herb, while the Moon Crystal Grass and the Red Sun Vine, although both 2nd-tier, can only be found in harsh environments, making them no less expensive than ordinary 3rd-tier spiritual herbs. Senior Yanshan, these materials should not be difficult for a Golden Core Master like you to find, right? As for spirit stones, rest assured my Su family has recently come into a fortune. Barely affordable. Many people smirked, seemingly enjoying the spectacle of Yanshan being mocked. Trouble with a foundation establishment practitioner, yet he himself was being ridiculed. Even if the Qing Song sect mobilized all its resources to search for these 3 spiritual herbs, it would not be possible to find them in just a few months. It all depends. Su family head, our sect's elder, Yanshan, was just joking with you. Please do not take it to heart. At that moment, another elder approached, the Grand Elder of the Qing Song sect, who had initially given Su Deling the quota for the secret realm. Yan Huan, take care of your people, and do not stir up trouble unnecessarily, said Master Huiyun. Rest assured, friend. Huiyun, the Grand Elder of the Qing Song sect, replied with. Xinchanga was also curious, opening another porcelain bottle. Inside were 3 pills, pale blue in color, adorned with cloud patterns. Seeing this, Elder Tsang pondered, as if recalling its medicinal properties. It seems to be some kind of ancient pill. Su Chuan smiled gently. This is the Qingyun pill, a 3rd-tier pill for advancing magical power. It was obtained by my Su family from a certain Golden Core cave dwelling. Indeed, it is the Qingyun pill. Judging by the overall color of the pill, it can be classified as a low-grade pill. The cloud pattern. A medium-grade pill is entirely blue with a suddenly clear cloud pattern. A high-grade pill is dark green with golden flashes appearing in the cloud pattern, which can still have some effect on those in the later stages of Golden Core. 3 Qingyun pills, truly precious. Su Daoyu. Xinchanga put away the Qingyun pills, intending to return them to Su Chuan, saying 1 bottle of Gathering Yuan pills is already sufficient. Shendaoyu, what is given cannot be taken back. Although 3 Qingyun pills may not ensure your rise, they can indeed lend you a helping hand, shortening the time to advance to the 2nd level of gold. Moreover, I chose this pill because it has a good implication. Chen Daoyu has overcome the death tribulation with a firm Dao heart. I believe he can certainly ascend to the Qingyun and become a true master. One who has fully mastered the Golden Core divine powers can be called a true master, and even a nascent soul can be called a true master. Thank you for your auspicious words, Su Daoyu. Xinchanga clasped his fists solemnly. Seeing this, Yanshan and Heifeng naturally would not seek trouble with Su Chuan anymore. However, having witnessed this today, they felt that the downfall of the Yuan and Fong families was not unjust. To casually give away 3 ancient pills. Such a magnanimous heart and vision are beyond ordinary people. If Su Chuan had heard their thoughts, he would certainly have asked, are low-grade Qingyun pills really that precious? The spiritual herbs needed for advancing magical power pills are much more common than those for breaking through realms' divine consciousness or assisting in major breakthroughs. The Su family has also gathered 2 portions in recent years. Su Chuan had refined a total of 15 Qingyun pills. There were also 7 high-grade, 5 medium-grade, and 3 low-grade pills. As of now, all the low-grade Qingyun pills had been given away. Before long, the Golden Core ceremony for Xinchanga was held. The ceremony was essentially a gathering for feasting with idle chats amongst Golden Core masters and Foundation establishment practitioners, flattering and befriending Golden Core individuals. Su Chuan came here not only to congratulate Xinchanga, but also to inquire if there were any formation masters among the attendees. Xindaoyu, are there any Golden Core practitioners skilled in formations among the guests today? A Golden Core expert skilled in formations. Does Su Xiong wish to invite someone to set up a grand formation for the Su family? I heard that your Su family recently occupied a second-tier spiritual vein in Yunxi town. Indeed, a powerful formation must be arranged. Xinchanga replied, I recently met one, but unfortunately he is not here today. Which Golden Core Master? The Golden Core Master Feng Hang from the Tsang family. The protective formation of my Qin family was set up by him, and it is a medium-grade, third-tier who is present today. Song Yuyang, one of the Golden Core practitioners from the Tsang family, is also an elder of the Tiansong sect hailing from Jiaomu Peak, and he is likely an alchemist. The elder Mu you saw at the Tiansong sect previously also came from Jiaomu Peak. You are both alchemists, so perhaps it would be easier to establish a good relationship. Additionally, I have heard that the Tsang family tends to favor those who gain opportunities from the Tiansong secret realm, though I do not know the reason behind it. Thank you, Qin Daoyu. Su Chuan then communicated with Song Yuyang through sound transmission, and Song Yuyang showed no arrogance whatsoever. It seemed that the rumors Xinchanga spoke of were indeed. Su Chuan thought to himself. After a moment, he entered the main topic. I heard from Qin Daoyu that there is a Feng Hang who is a master of formations in the Tsang family. What? Does Su Young friend wish to invite my seventh uncle to arrange a formation? Song Yuyang smiled. Within the territory of the Tiansong sect, many Golden Core families have paid a hefty price to invite the Tsang family to set up formations. Su Chuan is someone with a connection to the Tiansong secret realm. The ancestors left behind instructions that Song family members must befriend those who bring back opportunities and legacies from the Tiansong secret realm. However, to invite my seventh uncle to set up a formation, the price is not small. For other families, a low-grade, third-tier formation costs about 50,000 spirit stones. If it is a medium-grade formation, it would cost more than 100,000. As for the Su family, since we are somewhat connected, I can ask him to charge you a bit less, but 1,000 spirit stones are unavoidable. Elder Yu Yang, you misunderstand. I only wish for Elder Feng Hang to guide my son Su Mingxian. He is also a formation master currently, at a bottleneck, unable to advance further. I have 2 Qingyun pills in my possession, which could serve as a reward. I will inquire when I return, and if I have not sent someone to notify you after 7 days, it means this matter cannot be accomplished. I have 2 Qingyun pills in my possession, which could serve as a reward. I will inquire when I return, and if I have not sent someone to notify you after 7 days, it means this matter cannot be accomplished, and Su Young friend need not hold any hopes. Thank you, Elder Yu Yang. After a moment, Song Yuyang suddenly realized something. Wait, Su Chuan is an alchemist proficient in alchemy, and his granddaughter has apprenticed under Hui Yun, rumored to be extraordinary in artifact crafting. His son is actually a formation master. If he is merely a first-tier formation master, there is no need to invite my seventh uncle, unless he is a top-tier formation master of the second tier, or what kind of immortal family is the Su family, with each generation having someone skilled in a certain immortal art? Is there perhaps another descendant with talent and talisman crafting hidden among them? Truly deserving of the legacy from the Tiansong secret realm, they are indeed somewhat different. It seems necessary for the seventh uncle to consider this carefully. With family members skilled in alchemy, artifact crafting, and formations, as long as the Su family is given time to develop, it would be difficult not to rise. As for time, Song Yuyang thought of the 100 years of protection Su Chuan had obtained from the Tiansong sect. What will the Su family look like in 100 years? As Su Mingxian's path and formations began to take shape, Su Chuan felt this trip was worthwhile. The ceremony concluded. Master Huiyun took a few people back to the Su family first before bringing Su Deling back to Huiyun Valley. Yan Shan and He Feng knew that Su Chuan was not an ordinary person, and that Master Huiyun's relationship with Xinchanga was also unusual. They might even end up battling for the Su family, which would be a loss for them. After much contemplation, both decided to abandon targeting the Su family and instead support other foundation establishment families. Perhaps not as much as the Yuan and Fong families previously provided, but even the legs of flies are meat. 4 to 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. All was calm in Yunxi town, moving steadily towards Su Chuan's plans. Su Chuan had initially thought that Yin Shan and He Feng might target the Su family, but after several days of silence he began to doubt whether they had given up. Su Chuan had initially thought that Yin Shan and He Feng might target the Su family. Su Chuan murmured to himself, then shook his head with a smile. Forget it, this is also good. A calm and steady development is indeed the style of the Su family. The next day a disciple from the Tsang family arrived saying that Feng Hang would come to the Su family in 5 days. Su Chuan felt a surge of joy. Song Feng Hang also heard that the Su family has produced many talents in immortal arts over the generations, and that Su Chuan's son might be a top-tier second-tier formation master, which piqued his interest and prompted him to come and see. Su Mingxian had also made ample preparations. 5 days later Song Feng Hang arrived gracefully accompanied by Song Yuyang. With a sweep of his divine sense, Song Yuyang immediately discerned the location of the Su family and then landed at the entrance of the Su residence alongside Song Feng Hang. As for why they did not enter the estate, it was because Song Feng Hang noticed at a glance that the Su residence was protected by a grand formation, and forcing their way in would seem too domineering. May I ask if the visitor is the Golden Core Master Feng Hang? Song Feng Hang nodded slightly. The guards immediately respectfully invited the two in while also sending someone to notify Su Chuan and Su Mingxian. Su Chuan and Su Mingxian entered the main hall and clasped their fists, saying, Junior Su Chuan, Su Mingxian pays respects to Elder Feng Hang and Elder Yu Yang. Just now when I came in I vaguely sensed that your Su family estate is arranged with more than one grand formation, am I right? Elder, you have a keen eye. Su Mingxian replied. The outer layer is a second-tier upper-grade formation, while the one inside is likely a third-tier lower-grade formation. Third tier. Song Yu Yang exclaimed in astonishment. At the 8th layer of foundation establishment you possess the attainments of a third-tier formation. Your talent in formations exceeds even mine, for I only have the level of a medium-grade third-tier formation, and I do not know how much I can guide you. Thank you, Elder. Junior has deduced a top-tier second-tier formation called the Cloud Sky Illusion Formation, and I dare to invite the Elder into the formation for guidance. You can deduce formation. Song Yu Yang was completely astonished. Su Chuan smiled lightly. Our Su family has a limited collection of formation texts, having gathered some second-tier formations, and my son has also deduced some himself. However, for formations above the third tier we have only managed to collect 1 or 2, and for deducing them it is quite taxing for him at his current level. Song Yu Yang said, Su family head, from what you imply it seems that your son Su Mingxian's attainments and formations are merely due to the Su family being able to gather only texts of this grade. Elder Yu Yang, you are not wrong to think so. After all, whether he can comprehend medium-grade third-tier formations also depends on whether my son can first obtain the inheritance of formations of this grade. Only after comprehension can it be determined if his current level can grasp it. Song Yu Yang fell into deep thought. Song Feng Hang said the limitations of comprehension in immortal arts are primarily based on one's innate talent and understanding. If your son has high talent in formations and strong comprehension, it is possible for him to comprehend fourth-tier formations. On the contrary, those without talent, even if they are golden core cultivators, would struggle to comprehend second-tier formations. 7th, Uncle, why do I feel like you are implying? Do you have an opinion? You can refine pills, but your skills are average. You can work with formations, but your attainments are also mediocre. I should have named you Ping Ping when you were born. Song Yu Yang instantly wilted upon hearing this, losing the demeanor of a golden core master that he had upon arrival. This is what they call bloodline suppression. After suppressing Song Yu Yang, Song Feng Hang continued, of course, if you really go to comprehend fourth-tier formations now, it would likely be very difficult, not because of a lack of talent or understanding. The higher the tier of the formation, the greater its impact on the soul. Even if a foundation establishment soul can comprehend it, it would likely be intermittent and hard to sustain. It is like alchemy, for a foundation establishment practitioner to refine fourth-tier pills, even if they master the changes in medicinal properties, they must also master flames above the golden core, controlling temperature variations, judging the time of refining, and seeing if one's divine sense can support it. Su Chuan pondered. As one who has truly refined fourth-tier pills at the foundation establishment level and succeeded, he felt he had the most say. Yet now he could not speak. If he were to refine again at this moment, the likelihood of failure would be high due to lack of conditions. Perhaps I should consider having Elder Huiyun refine a treasure pill furnace for me, though. If Linger can refine it, that would be best, saving me a refining fee. Let me have a look at the top-tier second-tier formation you deduced, Song Feng Hang suddenly said. Elder, please. The group moved to the small square in the front courtyard. Su Chuan and Song Yu Yang stepped aside, leaving the space to the two. Su Mingxian flicked his sleeve, and 7 formation flags shot out from his storage bag surrounding Song Feng Hang. In an instant, wisps of cloud energy surged, enveloping him completely, while the formation flags slowly faded into the void, making them hard to observe. Is this an illusion formation? It looks like a mist formation. Then the mist dissipated. Song Feng Hang was seen sitting on the ground, eyes closed, utterly motionless. Of course, this was from the perspective of outsiders. But within the grand formation, it was like a vast white world shrouded in mist. An invisible wave invaded Song Feng Hang's soul. But unfortunately his soul was solid, and his divine sense powerful, making it difficult to truly affect him. In the white mist, Song Yu Yang's figure appeared, displaying a look of anxiety. 7th Uncle, just now Elder Wu sent a message to me, saying that the Shi family has finally made a move against our Song. Now that Song family is in disarray, we must hurry back to the Song family. Upon hearing this, Song Yu Yang's pupils contracted, and in an instant his soul wavered. Then with a flick of his sleeve a powerful force surged forth, and Song Yu Yang instantly transformed into countless wisps of mist that dissipated. Song Feng Hang, die, die. Countless enemies of the Song family emerged one after another, attacking Song Feng Hang. Song Feng Hang's eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if seeing through everything, remaining indifferent to their attacks. All spells, treasures, and artifacts pierced through him. Song Feng Hang, die. The elder threw out a golden flying sword which shot towards Song Feng Hang's chest with a stunning sword light. This scene was eerily similar to the one when dealing with the ancient demon. Such a mere illusion, how could it disturb my heart? At the moment the flying sword approached, Song Feng Hang's robe suddenly glowed with a green light, blocking the sword's attack, but he was hit hard and quickly retreated. Countless figures emerged, including members of the Song family, members of the Shi family, and those who had previously received support from the Song family, all cursing and launching it. Song Feng Hang knew these attacks were both real and illusory. However, he found it difficult to discern them at first, seemingly due to the invisible influence of this great formation, which impressive. Song Fonghang secretly admired it. Even he found it somewhat troublesome, and for those below the golden core stage, unless their Tao heart was strong and their willpower formidable, they would be unable to resist the soul influence of the formation. They would surely be completely immersed in the illusion until death. Break for me. A powerful pressure from a mid-phase golden core cultivator erupted, rippling outward, causing all the illusory figures around to vanish. The positions of the formation flags are constantly changing. Song Fonghang's lips curled slightly. For ordinary golden cores, it may be difficult for them to find the formation flag positions, but for a third-tier formation master at the golden core level, it is not hard at all. He formed hand seals with both hands, then traced his finger in front of his eyes. A faint gleam flashed in his gaze as he scanned the surroundings. The structure of the Yun-Tian illusion formation gradually became clear in his sight. Found it. Song Fonghang pointed his sword finger at the void, marking 7 points. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 7 formation flags about the size of a ruler were shaken out of the void, revealing themselves. Suddenly, the cloud energy within the great formation dissipated. Su Chuan and Song Yiyang's expressions suddenly changed from sitting cross-legged to standing with one hand behind their back and the sword finger pointing into the air. 7 formation flags floated in the air, controlled by magical power, unable to connect to the formation. Su Mingxian bowed deeply. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. I am truly convinced. Huh. Song Fonghang was in a good mood, retracting his magical power. The 7 formation flags instantly flew back around Su Mingxian, circling once before sinking into the storage pack. I am merely benefiting from the glory of cultivation and inheritance. Is this formation truly your own derivation? Su Mingxian nodded. This formation is based on the cloud mist formation, illusion formation, and divine sense interference formation integrated into a killing formation, achieving a transformation between reality and illusion. Remarkable. If you can comprehend how to integrate the third-tier illusion formation into it, you might even influence the souls of golden core cultivators, possibly causing even early-stage golden cores to fall into the illusion and their inner demons. Senior, you flatter me. Please provide your critique. Su Mingxian clasped his hands again. Song Fonghang shook his head with a smile. I cannot critique. Your understanding and insights into formations are not inferior to mine, and you surpass me in the derivation of formations. After all, I cannot achieve the integration of 4 major formations to derive such an illusionary killing formation. Do you wish to become my disciple and return to the Song family with me? Song Fonghang paused and said, if you agree, both I and the Song family behind me can fully assist you in forming your golden core and impart to you the Song family's formation knowledge without reservation. Please forgive me, senior, but my clan has few members. If I leave again, there will be very few core members left in the Su family. You need not worry about the Su family. It is quite easy for the Song family to protect a foundation establishment family. Do you know what it means to be unable to reach? A few months ago, my Su family just gained the protection of the Tian Song sect. How long has it been? And the 2 top families in Yunxi town have come all out to attack. If it weren't for the hidden cards of my Su family. Song Fonghang suddenly fell silent. For some families with no way out, if they go mad, they will naturally disregard the deterrence of golden core and even nascent soul. They are no different. If one day the Shi family truly seeks to destroy the Song family, then the Song family will certainly not let the Shi family have it easy. However, Song Fonghang was genuinely pleased with Su Mingxian's talent in formations. In the future, he would surely become a top-tier, third-tier formation master like his elder brother Song Fingyan, or even a fourth-tier one. Building a good relationship now would be beneficial for the Song family and incur no harm. If so, I will take you as my disciple. You can stay at the Su family to comprehend and cultivate on your own. If you have any questions about formations, you can come to the Song family to. Surely you can agree to this. Without this master-disciple relationship, even if I want to impart some formation inheritance to you, I cannot. Song Yuyang was slightly taken aback, not expecting his 7th uncle to value him so highly. This method was completely a disguised way of imparting him formation inheritance for free. It seems the Tiannan region is indeed tolerant of some talents. Su Chuan was originally thinking that it would be enough for the other party to give him some third-tier formation books. Now, if Su Mingxian can obtain the Song family's formation inheritance, he is likely to become a 4th-tier formation master in the future. It is said that the ancestor of the Song family, the founder of the Tian Song sect, was a 4th-tier formation grandmaster, and the entire protective formation of the Tian Song sect was set up by him. Therefore, the Song family must have 4th-tier formation inheritance. Thank you, senior, I am willing. Disciple Su Mingxian pays respect to master. Su Mingxian knelt and bowed. Song Fonghang stroked his beard and laughed. Haha, this trip has truly brought unexpected joy. Good disciple, rise. This is a gift from your master. Song Fonghang took out a jade slip and said, inside are the formation inheritance of mid-tier and below 3rd-tier formations. There are also my experiences in setting up formations and my understanding of formations. You can take it and comprehend it for a while. As for better ones, even I must consult my elder brother before I can get copies from the clan. These should be enough for you to comprehend for a long time. Thank you, master. Song Fonghang smiled and nodded slightly, then took out a token to hand to him, informing him of the Song family's ancestral land. Before long, the 2 left. 7th, uncle, your sudden acceptance of a disciple, isn't it a bit impulsive? On the way, Song Yuyang asked. He has the potential to become a 4th-tier formation master. Do you think I should let such a formation genius slip away? Impossible. My clan has seen many formation geniuses over the past 1,000 years, but besides the ancestor, none has reached the 4th-tier formation master. Song Fengheng glanced at him indifferently. You have only just entered the door of formations. Because it is difficult, you ran off to learn alchemy, naturally unaware of Su Mingxian's terrifying talent. The path of formations places the utmost importance on comprehension and derivation capabilities. My clan has a vast amount of formation inheritance, and there are many individuals with excellent comprehension of formations, but none possess his level of talent for derivation. He sighed gently, and continued, perhaps it is precisely because the Su family lacks formation inheritance that he relies on self-comprehension and derivation. Without formation inheritance, he must derive formations on his own, establishing his own inheritance. Such a person has limitless potential for achievements in the path of formations in the future. I see Yuyang's vision was indeed shallow. Song Yuyang clasped his hands. Song Fengheng had more to say, which was that the Song family's 4th-tier inheritance is lacking, and to complete it one must have exceptional talent in derivation. Only he and his elder brother among the clan knew of this. This was also the reason why Song Fengheng was eager to accept Su Mingxian as a disciple. In the future they might be able to use him to complete it. After receiving the formation inheritance gifted by the Song family, Su Mingxian began to enter seclusion for comprehension. Su Chuan was also quite busy needing to study the Danjing and comprehend divine abilities. Therefore he could only appoint one from the Wu and Yin families as the steward and deputy steward to handle some trivial matters of the Su residents and deal with some outsiders. With this identity, even if they were of low status and weak strength, other families' foundation establishment cultivators would still treat them politely and greet them with smiles. Having been in the Tiannan region for 5 or 6 years, they had successively annihilated 3 powerful foundation establishment families and now possessed Yunxi town, accumulating many nearby industries, their foundation far exceeding that of Dongxi. My Su family's foundation at the 1st and 2nd tiers should not be inferior to that of Golden Core families, and regarding high-tier accumulation, it is even greater. We just lack a Golden Core from our clan. Su Chuan sighed lightly. The path of divine abilities in Golden Core is indeed difficult. No wonder with Chen Change's heavenly root talent having the resources of the Chen family and the Qingmu sect, he still did not succeed. Take it slow. Later Su Chuan brushed his hand across the ring, and a moon-white flying sword appeared out of thin air before him. Forget it, I will refine it after forming my Golden Core in the future. Just as Su Chuan was about to put it into his storage ring, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Foundation. This was the only item among his many gains that Su Chuan could not fathom. He had shown it to Su Dang, but she was also unable to determine its rank as she had too little contact with treasures, and could only guess that it might be a top-tier treasure, or even higher. Forget it, I will refine it after forming my Golden Core in the future. Just as Su Chuan was about to put it into his storage ring, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Foundation Establishment Junior. Su Chuan's whole body trembled, and his eyes immediately scanned the surroundings while his divine sense spread out. However, he found nothing. Which senior has come to my Su family? Please show your... No need to be nervous. The voice spoke again. Su Chuan finally determined the source of the voice, which surprisingly came from the flying sword before him, its surface emanating a faint fluctuation. Senior, are you the spirit of this treasure? Su Chuan guessed that this treasure had an extraordinary origin, but he never expected it had even given birth to a spirit. No, even if a treasure could give birth to spiritual awareness, it would not reach such a level of intelligence. Even the rumored spiritual treasures would not be capable of this. Then there was only one possibility. It must be that an ancient cultivator's fragment of the primordial spirit was residing here. A thought of extinguishing this primordial spirit flashed through his mind. Do not be nervous. Even if my situation is special now, and I lack the ability to seize you, I still cannot do so even if I can. What are you saying, senior? I don't understand. You are a cautious and intelligent person, how you think I can naturally guess. Speaking of which, I should be considered your senior sister. You are a true disciple of the ancients. You are a cautious and intelligent person, how you think I can naturally guess. Speaking of which, I should be considered your senior sister. You are a true Then the other party slowly spoke. My name is Murong Yun, one of the true disciples of the Songlong sect. This sword is my sword, a mid-tier spiritual treasure containing the power of the lunar. Thus it is named Taiyin. In the ancient battle, I perished in the secret realm, and Taiyin was also knocked down a rank. Just before my death, I performed a secret technique merging a strand of primordial spirit with the spirit of the treasure, becoming a spirit-like existence, and from then on fell into slumber. May I ask what level of cultivation you had, senior? What happened during the ancient battle? There were great ascension cultivators in the Tiannan region before. Why are there only transformation cultivators left now? Murong Yun replied, do not be too greedy. Knowing too much with your current strength does not benefit you. As for my cultivation, I had just broken through to transformation right before the Great War. Do not think about exterminating me. Murong Yun sighed helplessly. With your current realm, you cannot conceal a strong desire from me. How could Junior dare? Even if you wanted to, you couldn't do it. Although I have just entered transformation, my nascent soul has already transformed into a primordial spirit. Primordial spirits are hard to extinguish unless you reach the nascent soul stage or possess secret techniques to destroy primordial spirits. Ordinary divine sense secret techniques cannot destroy me. I also never expected that after 10,000 years there would still be someone who could become a true disciple of the Songlong sect. Senior Yun, I am merely a substitute. With your comprehension of the withering and flourishing divine abilities, you are only one step away from grasping the essence of divine abilities. When you enter the realm of divine abilities, you can condense the seeds of divine abilities and impact the golden core. Do not harbor those useless thoughts, you cannot kill me and then want to seal me. Keeping me as your senior sister would be far more useful to you. Do not forget that all true disciples of the Songlong sect are those who have condensed divine abilities into golden cores. With me around, your path of cultivation will be smoother. Senior Yin, are you willing to help me? Of course it is not without cost. I am too weak to remain conscious. I must find a person who has at least cultivated to the Yin technique as a host. It means to become their innate treasure, grow together with them. And when I manifest as a spirit after performing secret techniques, I will only be able to walk the path of a spirit. Until one day, I completely break free from the vessel and walk the path of cultivation. However, rest assured, if she agrees, I can impart my inheritance, and with my help her future will be limitless. Su Chuan sighed lightly. So it turns out Senior Yun has taken a liking to my daughter Yue. Otherwise, with my primordial spirit awakening now, although I can briefly burst out and escape without issues, I could even kill you. Even that old flood dragon in your spirit beast pouch would not be able to. Of course, the consequence of doing so is that I might fall back into slumber for another 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Morong Yun confessed. Hence, Su Junior brother cooperating with me is beneficial for you, your granddaughter, and me. Then Senior Yun, you must make a soul oath promising not to directly or indirectly harm my Su family. As long as you agree to this, I will cooperate with you. Indeed, cautious. However, that third-tier peak flood dragon also agreed to become your spirit beast, and you believed him right. Otherwise, with that level of demon beast, your Su family would not be able to control it. Sister, do you agree or not? Alright, I will swear now. If I directly or indirectly harm the Su family in the future, may my vessel shatter, my spirit dissipate, and not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Are you satisfied now? Thank you, Senior Yun, for your understanding. By the way, does Senior have the inheritance of the water sovereign scripture? Su Chuan sighed in relief in his heart and smiled, clasping his hands. Is Su Due cultivating this technique? Junior brother doesn't know. Senior sister, could you please help me check the origins of this technique? You really know how to delegate. Morong Yun sighed. Take out the technique. Su Chuan took out the copy of the Tying Moonlight art. Mu Rongyan swept her divine sense across. This technique seems to be a blend of the foundation establishment section of the Water Emperor scripture and the extreme Yin art. Although it has some intricacies, it has wasted Su Du's constitution. At her current age, she still has time to reshape her foundation. Su Due possesses the extreme Yin cold physique, making her very suitable for cultivating extreme Yin or extreme cold techniques. I have two authentic teachings of the Songlong sect that I can impart. The first is the Water Emperor scripture, but I only possess the golden core section of this technique. There are no methods above the nascent soul level. The second is my primary technique, the Sunu Tain scripture, which can be cultivated to the early stage of integration, but if one does not reach integration, the nascent Yin cannot be broken. Otherwise, one's magical power and abilities will be greatly diminished, and one will never be able to advance again. I need to think about this. Don't take too long on my fragment of a divine, since won't be awake for long. Understood. After saying this, Mu Rong Yun fell silent. Su Chuan glanced at the Taiyin flying sword, and then put it away. The next day, Su Chuan summoned Su Due. Grandfather, did you call for me? I obtained a treasure from the secret realm last time, named Taiyin, which suits your constitution. Inside this treasure is a fragment of a divine sense from an ancient elder of the Songlong sect. This fragment has survived until now and has awakened, wanting to nurture itself through your body. In simple terms, it aims to become your life treasure and grow alongside you. Grandfather is currently a candidate for the authentic teachings of the ancient Songlong sect. In a sense, she can be considered your grandfather's senior sister. Grandfather, if Due is willing, and since you have spoken, it must be for the benefit of me and the Su family, right? Su Chuan smiled and nodded. Grandfather has compelled her to swear an oath not to harm our Su family, and she was once a powerful figure who had just entered the transformation stage, mastering the authentic teachings of the ancient Songlong sect. Currently, there are two techniques suitable for your constitution. Speaking thus, he briefly introduced them. Hearing this, Su Due fell silent for a moment, then raised her gaze to Su Chuan and said, Grandfather, I have made my decision. I choose the Water Emperor scripture. Sister Ling has mastered the Fire Emperor scripture and grandfather cultivates the Wood Emperor scripture, so we still lack the Earth Emperor scripture and the Metal Emperor scripture. These 5 techniques are interconnected with an extraordinary origin. They should be the best choice for our Su family. Grandfather is very pleased, but you cannot hide anything from grandfather. You must have other considerations such as Yifan. Su Du's cool expression rarely showed shyness. However, Yue should understand that on this matter grandfather will only agree to Yi Fan marrying, and even if he is my only disciple, there will be no exceptions. You can ask Yi Fan about this, I won't interfere. If he agrees once our Su family completes the transformation of Yunqi Town, I will take charge and arrange your wedding. Yue understands. Having received this opportunity, Su Yue, being the future nascent soul powerhouse of the Su family, naturally could not marry outside. 3 days later, Su Yue officially accepted Taiyin. Although she could not yet fully refine Taiyin, the artifact spirit recognized its master, and a connection formed between her and the treasure, enabling her to manipulate it. Taiyin automatically flew into Su Yue's dantian, nurtured by her divine sense and magical power. Su Yue did not hesitate much further and explained her marrying in. Yi Fan paused thoughtfully upon hearing this, then looked up and smiled. I have no objections. You don't mind. With your talent, you could even establish your own golden core family in the future. Without my master, I would still be the bullied child of the Chao family, and when I grow up, I would probably become just a breeding vessel for the talented descendants of the Chao family. Without the Su family, I would never have reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment at such a young age. Besides, my personality isn't suited for founding a family. Currently, my only hope is to practice diligently, and one day become a golden core, returning to Dawei to shatter the Chao imperial palace and avenge my mother. As for marrying and being with Sister Yue, is worth it? A mere reputation means nothing. Perhaps one day in the future the Su family will become a nascent soul family, and many male cultivators will take pride in marrying into the Su family. Su Yue covered her mouth and laughed. On that day, Su Yue and Yi Fan approached Su Chuan to explain the matter. Su Chuan was also quite pleased. If Yi Fan had declined, he feared Yue would end up like another Dang. Su Mingxian was aware of this and did not oppose it. Afterwards, Su Yue began her closed-door training to accept Mu Rongyun's inheritance, cleansing her marrow and reshaping her foundation. With Mu Rongyun's assistance and a pure spirit pill from Su Chuan, she did not need to start from the 1st level of qi refining, but could begin from the 1st level of foundation establishment. Her meridians became wider and her magical power more robust. Her extreme cold physique also became even purer. After this battle, Mu Rongyun entered a brief slumber lasting from a few months to a year or two. Su Chuan prioritized supplying Su Yue with high-grade gathering yuan pills and allowed her to close herself off in the core area of the spiritual veins. With her foundation and Su Chuan's medicinal support, she could return to the 8th level of foundation establishment in 4 or 5 years, and due to her robust foundation, she would not be inferior to an average 9th level foundation establishment cultivator. Su Chuan himself also received guidance from Mu Rongyun, learning how to walk the path of spiritual powers and golden core formation. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. A grand Su family mansion rose from the ground, occupying 3/4 of the 2nd level spiritual vein, while a quarter was used to construct a plaza where a 3-story training tower stood tall. This training tower was built entirely of blue-black mysterious stone, narrowing layer by layer from bottom to top, yet its imposing aura grew ever taller. The base covered over 4 or 5 acres, with a stone lion standing at each corner, each lion holding a luminous spirit pearl in its mouth, inhaling and exhaling the surrounding spiritual energy day and night. The base was adorned with cloud patterns and spiritual inscriptions, with streams of light subtly flowing between the patterns, harmonizing with the aura of the 2nd level spiritual vein, firmly establishing the foundation of the entire tower. The 1st floor is suitable for qi refining stage cultivators, with a total of 36 training rooms. Each training room is sealed and equipped with barriers to isolate divine sense and sound fluctuations. Although sounds cannot escape, they can enter. The 2nd floor is suitable for foundation establishment stage cultivators, with 18 training rooms. The 3rd floor is the area with the densest spiritual energy in the entire tower, with 5 rooms designated for breaking through bottlenecks. For example, qi refining, breaking through foundation establishment, breaking through golden core. Of course, the most effective is still qi refining, breaking through foundation establishment. There is not much chance for breaking through golden core. At least it must be located at a 3rd level spiritual vein to have any effect. The entire tower was covered by the top-notch 2nd level great formation devised by Su Mingxian, the Sun and Moon mysterious dome formation, combining spiritual gathering and defense. Each floor has different restrictions, and only with the corresponding restriction token can one ascend. The training room's restrictions must also be opened with this token. Because of the training tower's presence, many shops sprang up near the plaza. Gradually, the commercial center of Yunqi Town essentially migrated here, and the original residents nearby. The entire layout of Yunqi Town had almost undergone a complete transformation. The Su family mansion occupies several miles and has set up 2 major formations. The outer layer is a low-grade, 3rd level Qingming Great Formation, while the inner layer is the Yuntian Illusion Formation. The Qingming Great Formation was revealed during the Yuan family's attack, so it was better to expose it directly. As for the subsequent formations, once Su Mingxian comprehends a more suitable 3rd level Great Formation, another layer can certainly be added. This is the foundation of the Su family, so a defensive buff must be fully loaded. Moreover, the Yuntian illusion formation creates illusions so outsiders cannot see the true situation inside the Su family, but those inside can see through to the outside. The mansion's layout is similar to that of the Dongxi Su family's large residence divided into 7 areas, which include Su Chuan and Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, their 6 branches, and the residences of their descendants. Among them there are flower fields, bamboo groves, ponds, pine forest, streams, and so on. All the plants grown are spiritual plants, but most are seedlings, and it will likely take several years for them to grow. This is still due to the spiritual energy lingering around the Su family mansion, coupled with someone specifically taking care of them. Su Chuan's living area is at the core of the spiritual veins where a small medicinal garden has been established. He transplanted the heavenly divine fruit tree, the Sephora tree, and the Qingling tree into the medicinal garden, and the soil of the garden is the mysterious yellow spiritual soil from potted plants. It has already been completely consumed. Su Chuan believes that for the ancient Sephora tree king, as long as he can help its descendants awaken their intelligence and become spirits, the rest should not matter too much. The entire medicinal garden is protected by a low-grade, 3rd-level great formation, the Qingjue locking spirit formation, which not only seals off spiritual energy and further enhances its density, but can also isolate golden core divine sense. Su Chuan personally tested its effectiveness. This formation is one of the results of Su Mingxian's comprehension of the Tsang family's formation teachings over the past 6 months. Su Chuan estimates that even if he absorbed all of the formation teachings given by Tsang Fenghong, he would still not reach Su Mingxian's current limit. Now he is at the 9th level of foundation establishment, and his divine sense is comparable to that of a perfected foundation establishment cultivator. If his cultivation reaches perfected foundation establishment, his divine sense is expected to reach the limit of foundation establishment. After all, comprehending and researching formations greatly hones one's spirit and will allowing one's divine sense to far exceed that of cultivators at the same level. Moreover, there was also the opportunity for his spiritual awareness to transform into divine sense during the Qi refining stage. Even if he still lacks some elements, taking 2 high-grade spirit nourishing pills should be enough. By that time, his speed of comprehending and deducing formations will increase several times. In addition to the heavenly divine fruit trees, Su Chuan later planted many rare spiritual plants, including several 3rd-level spiritual medicines. These are the main or auxiliary materials needed for precious 2nd-level or 3rd-level pills. Of course, it doesn't have to be complete. After all, some materials must be grown in specific environments, which is quite troublesome. There is no need for this now. On the day of the opening of the mansion, Su Chuan invited several golden core cultivators with whom he had friendships, including Fire Cloud Real Person, Chen Chang'e Feng Juechen, Song Yuyang, and Song Fenghang. When Fire Cloud Real Person Chen Chang'e and Feng Juechen saw 2 golden core cultivators from the Tsang family arrive, both in the mid-golden core stage, they were shocked by Su Chuan's connections. When Su Mingxian arrived, he respectfully greeted Song Fenghang, saying, "Disciple has met the master." They immediately understood. Has there been any progress in formation studies over these days? Song Fenghang stroked his beard and smiled. Master, the disciple dares not slack off for a day. With the formation teachings you passed down, I've gained new insights into formations. Very good. Song Fenghang nodded in satisfaction. Later I will test you. Yes. Several seniors, please follow me to the banquet. In addition to them, the families of Yunxi Town and some powerful loose cultivators were also invited by the Su family. They were shocked to see that the Su family had invited 5 golden core real persons for the opening of the mansion. Such connections make it no wonder that he became the master of Yunxi Town in just a few years. Whoever has 5 golden core connections can surely succeed. 5th uncle, congratulations. Su Dang clasped her fists and smiled, knowing full well that Su Mingxian's talent in formations was not inferior to her talent in artifact crafting and may even be stronger. After all, she was an adept at the deduction of artifacts, otherwise she could have independently developed 3 patterned artifacts. However, she was also close to comprehending the 2nd-level fire. In less than a few years, she would be able to forge treasures. As for the Fire Emperor's true eye, with the assistance of various materials, it successfully comprehended a hint of divine power, but it would take a while before truly grasping its essence. Su Mingxian nodded slightly. By the way, you should stay at home for this month. Due is going to marry Yi Fan. Are they finally going to be together? The last time I saw them, I could tell something was brewing. Su Dang smiled, her eyes curving. I know I will mention it to Master. By the way, do you have any thoughts on your own life matters? 5th uncle, our Su family is not just me as a single girl, even my aunt hasn't married yet. There's no rush for linger. Well, since my father does not force it, why should I? However, having a partner might mean that in the future among your descendants there could be those with exceptional craft, just like Wu Er, who embodies the ultimate martial talent of your lineage. Su Dang fell silent upon hearing this, and after a moment nodded, saying, I understand 5th uncle's meaning, and I will consider it. Several golden core real persons presented generous gifts. In particular, the Tsang family brought several materials for crafting 3rd-level formation tools, truly befitting their status as a 1,000-year-old family, indeed quite wealthy. It is uncertain what kind of grand gift they, or Su Mingxian, will present upon reaching golden core. Su Chuan feels he can look forward to it a little. Elder Feng, I didn't expect you to have ties with Su brother too. Chunchanga said, looking at Feng Juechen. Is it not the same for you, Elder Chun? I have connections with the Su family, as everyone knows, but Elder Feng, if you weren't here today, few would know, right? Chen Daoist, Feng Daoist, this is the opening banquet of my Su family. Oh, everyone here is a close friend of the Su family, so there's no need for rivalry, right? Since Su brother says so, he'll give you a favor, Su brother. Feng Juechen smiled faintly and said nothing more. By the way, I have heard that the next sect master of the Qingmu sect will be elected in 3 months. Is this true? Naturally true, and at that time the Tiansong sect will send elders to witness it. I am curious, shouldn't the sect master be chosen based on the highest strength? Strength is certainly a criterion, but potential and ability to govern the sect must also be considered. If one only has strength and lacks strategy and wisdom, frequent wrong decisions will be catastrophic for the sect. Therefore, every sect is very cautious in selecting their sect master. As he spoke, he glanced at Feng Juechen and Chunchanga, smiling. As far as I know, the 2 most favored candidates in the Qingmu sect right now are you, Feng Daoist, and you, Chen Daoist, right? Su Daoist, your discerning eye for friends is truly remarkable. Regardless of who among the 2 becomes the sect master, the Qingmu sect will certainly maintain a good relationship with your Su family. Su Chuan smiled faintly. Elder Yuan, you flatter me. Being able to meet Daoist Chun and Daoist Feng can only be considered a fortunate Yi Xian returned to the Fire Cloud Valley. Song Fenghang assessed Su Mingxian's progress in the formation path and was quite satisfied before leaving with Song Yuyang. Half a month later, the wedding of the Su family took place. This time, only the real person of Fire Cloud attended. After all, it was a junior's wedding, and Chunchanga and Feng Juechen were in the crucial phase of competing for the position of the Qingmu sect's leader, so they did not attend. However, upon hearing the news, they sent congratulatory gifts. The Su family's potential and connections were not weak, and maintaining good relations would surely be beneficial. The Tsong family also sent gifts. During this time, Su Delying personally crafted the water and fire heart ring. The rings were entirely black, with the only difference being the 2 embedded crystals. One was deep blue, and the other was crimson, containing rich water and fire spiritual power. These 2 rings were both 2 patterned defensive artifacts. If one encountered danger, the other would sense it. They could find each other through this sensation. If one party died, the other ring would shatter. Yi Fan Yue grandfather once said that the rings are a testament to the vows between both parties in marriage. As your elder sister, I have nothing better to give. This is a 2 patterned defensive artifact I personally crafted, named the Water and Fire Heart Ring, which corresponds to the cultivation methods you both practice. Today I present it to you as a token of my blessings. Thank you, sisterling. Yi Fan and Su Diyue did not refuse and accepted it. The wedding was grand, and nearly half of Yunshi town was invited. The union of the 2 implied that soon new members of the Su family would be born. This was a true sense of taking root. Generation after generation, the continuity of heritage is the true meaning of family development. On the 3rd day after Yi Fan and Su Diyue's marriage, Su Delying returned to the Fire Cloud Valley. Currently, while the spiritual energy of the Su family in Yunshi was strong, the Fire Cloud Valley was still more suitable for Su Delying's cultivation. 2 months later, in the election for the leader of the Qingmu sect, Feng Juechen received crucial support from the old sect leader, surpassing Chunchanga to become the new leader of the Qingmu sect. Upon hearing this news, Su Chuan felt that this must have been a deal between the old sect leader Yin and Feng Juechen. For example, providing protection for the Yin family, etc. As for Chunchanga, he refused to become the elder of the Qingmu sect and continued to serve as the law enforcement elder overseeing this. The elder position was taken by another older cultivator, a peak golden core stage cultivator with the surname He. This matter had just concluded when a golden core cultivator from outside the Tiansong sect brought 3 young foundation establishment geniuses to visit the sect. Though they claimed it was a visit, it was in fact a challenge. The result was that none of the foundation establishment disciples from Qingmu sect, Jiaotsong sect, and Qingtsong sect emerged victorious, losing face completely. Su Chuan heard about this and sent a message to Chunchanga for inquiry. Only then did he learn that the Tianjiao conference held every 60 years in Tian-Nan was about to. Initially, top sects from various regions would host regional Tianjiao grand events, and then the geniuses from the 5 major regions would gather to compete for rankings on the Tianjiao list. The top 3 on the Tianjiao list would receive innate spiritual items, a high grade, a mid grade, and a low grade item. The top 10 would gain opportunities for golden core formation, Jiejin Dan. Of course, aside from the opportunities for forming a golden core, all those who make the list would receive rewards such as magical treasures, artifacts, cultivation methods, and divine abilities. In short, the Tianjiao conference was an opportunity for foundation establishment cultivators in Tian-Nan to leap over the Dragon Gate and gain fame throughout Tian-Nan. This event occurred 2 generations ago. Chunchanga had also participated, but unfortunately, he had only recently completed his foundation establishment and had not yet comprehended any divine abilities, thus failing to secure a spot in the Northwest region. Each region has 72 spots for the Tianjiao conference. At that time, 360 people would compete for the Tianjiao list. The list only records the top 108 foundation establishment geniuses. Among them, there are 36 Tian Gang and 72 Disha. The higher the rank, the more generous the rewards. Therefore, in the competition for the Tianjiao list, no one will hold back, Whether or not they resort to lethal force depends on the two parties in the competition. But in previous events, many geniuses have perished. 7 years from now, that's still a long time away. Let's decide whether to participate then. Other Foundation establishment geniuses from Golden Core and nascent Soul factions began to travel sparring with each other or challenging certain sects' Foundation establishment members. Foundation establishment families rarely face challenges unless they are well-known figures. The Su family has some reputation within the Tiansong sect's influence, but lacks any renowned fighters, and due to the scarcity of family members, no one will come to challenge the Su family for now. Aside from the three sects, little news has emerged from the Tiansong sect, perhaps due to a media blockade. However, from time to time news would circulate from Tiansong's 7 cities about certain families being challenged. Some families win, but most are defeated. The victors would soon find themselves facing new challengers. According to past customs, during the Tianjiao conference, challenges are free and serve as a form of tempering for all Foundation establishment cultivators. The challenge can refuse, but if they bully others using their power, there have been Foundation establishment families that after losing face sought revenge on the genius who challenged them, leading to that genius being severely injured and fleeing. That family was soon eradicated. No one knew the background of the genius traveling outside during that period. He could belong to a Golden Core faction, a nascent Soul sect, or even a top sect. After a few such incidents, few would dare to repeat the offense. After all, losing face is always better than losing one's reputation. Moreover, not just one family. As winter and summer passed, 6 cycles of spring and autumn went by. The news of the Tianjiao conference had spread everywhere, showing signs of escalating fervor. In each nascent Soul faction's territory, people have basically set up genius lists, and these lists are continuously updated. This has made skirmishes among Foundation establishment cultivators in the Tiansong sect sphere increasingly common. In every city, some openly set odds on how many would make the 72 selected spots for this genius list. Though this list may not be exhaustive, it includes disciples from the Tiansong sect, the 3 sects, and Foundation establishment geniuses from the 7 cities. In Xinshu City, in front of the residence of the Yin family, a man and a woman stood there. The man shouted, "We challenge the Yin family's genius and request a battle among peers." Another group is here to challenge the Yin family. Indeed, the Tianjiao conference has begun. It is much livelier than before in front of each family's gates. The Yin family's guards immediately returned to report. Shortly after, 2 or 3 elders at the peak Foundation establishment stage and over a dozen young Foundation establishment cultivators arrived at the entrance. "Who are you two?" The man smiled lightly. During the Tianjiao conference, it is normal for Foundation establishment cultivators to spar. Why must you ask for names? This person was Yi Fan, and the girl beside him was Sudiua. They were low-key. Many in Yunxi town knew them, but few in the 7 cities of Tiansong could recognize them. Of course, the Yin family can refuse, but if you answer one question from me, we will not linger before your noble residence. A mere Foundation establishment 6 dares to point fingers at our Yin family, and even hopes to participate in the Tianjiao conference. A young disciple of the Yin family arrogantly stepped forward, holding a flying sword, the tip aimed at Yi Fan. "Defeat me first, then we'll talk." The elder of the Yin family flashed a displeased look, but did not stop him. After all, no matter how one viewed it, he was still fighting for the Yin family. The Yin family disciple suddenly leapt into the air, using his toes to push off the air, instantly flashing above Yi Fan's head. His long sword glimmered coldly, and sharp golden energy swirled around the sword, the sharpness causing discomfort to the skin. The long sword slashed down violently, the sharp golden energy condensing into a half-zhong long golden sword, chi, directly aimed at Yi Fan's crown. Even the air seemed to be sliced apart by the sword, making a hissing sound. Yi Fan remained calm, lightly stepping back, his body shifting sideways like a willow fluff, avoiding the sword chi, while his right hand formed a seal, and a mass of crimson flames instantly surged in his palm. The flames expanded with the wind, transforming into a fire blade about a length of a zhong, charging towards the Yin family disciple's long sword. Clang! The fire blade collided with the long sword, the sound of metal clashing ringing loudly. The sharp golden energy met the crimson flames, slightly distorting due to the heat. The Yin family disciple felt a surge of intense heat traveling up the sword, causing his wrist to tingle, and the long sword was nearly thrown from his hand. He was startled and quickly spun to leverage the momentum, drawing 3 sword flowers, each wrapped in sharp golden energy, aimed at Yi Fan's throat, heart, and dantian. Yi Fan's expression was calm. He raised his left hand, and the crimson flames transformed into a rain of fire, blocking the sword flowers, while his right hand once again condensed the fire blade, this time with a faint orange glow. The fire blade swept out, and the intense heat of the fire wave spread, scorching the bluestone tiles in front of the residence to white. Seeing this, the Yin family disciple hurriedly retreated, pouring all his magical energy into his long sword, which shone with brilliant golden light, intending to cleave the wave of fire. However, as the wave of fire approached, he felt a scorching heat enveloping him, and the operation of his magical energy became sluggish, forcing him to barely defend. "This should end now." Yi Fan shouted, forming hand seals, the crimson flames condensing into a fire claw, fiercely grasping towards the Yin family disciple's long sword. The long sword was knocked away by the fire claw, the claw's momentum unabated, striking him in the chest. He let out a muffled groan spewing blood, and was sent flying crashing heavily onto the steps in front of the Yin family's gate. Yin Qing, the other Yin family disciples, shouted rushing forward to help him up. Yi Fan practiced the Fire Emperor's Sutra for foundation establishment, which was naturally exquisite, and he had a unique understanding of flame control. Furthermore, he possessed a heavenly spirit root, a fire-type spiritual body, and extraordinary comprehension. Although he was only in the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment 6 in battles among peers, he would not be inferior to other geniuses. He'll go. Another Yin family disciple stepped forward dressed in a dark red brocade robe with a stern expression. His aura had already reached the peak of foundation. I am Yin Han, the elder brother of Yin Qing. My foolish younger brother is unskilled, so let me as his elder brother take on this challenge. Looking at Yi Fan, he continued. Foundation Establishment 6 is hardly worthy of my victory. Why not let that girl beside you who is at Foundation Establishment 9 take on a few? Yi Fan glanced at Su Due, smiling lightly. If you lose, you must answer us one question without concealment. However, this question will not involve the matters of your Yin family. This person is quite confident. Yin Han is a genius on the Tianjiao list. That female cultivator is only at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment 9, but her appearance is exquisite, as ethereal as a fairy under the moonlight. This girl is young but has reached the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment 9, not much inferior to the Phoenix Dance Fairy on the list. She is likely to rank on the Tiansong Fairy list. Whether this fairy is one of our Tiansong people is still up for debate. Perhaps she is an outsider. Fairy, I beg your pardon. Yin Han clapped his storage bag, and a red spiritual light shot out, transforming into a 3-foot-long sword in the air. The sword body glowed red, and the sword blade was enveloped in fire energy. Flash! The red flying sword transformed into a red rainbow charging towards Su Due's heart. Su Due neither dodged nor avoided. She formed a seal with her right hand, softly chanting the incantation. Suddenly a chill surged around her, and a faint blue spiritual light gathered in her palm, condensing into a giant ice phoenix illusion about a zhong in size. The phoenix feathers sparkled like ice crystals, scattering extremely cold shards as it spread its wings. Go! Su Due raised her hand, directing the ice phoenix to soar high, charging towards the red flying sword, its beak aimed directly at the sword body. Seeing this, Yin Han was startled and hurriedly urged his magical energy. The red flying sword blazed brighter with red fire, and a phantom of a red fire dragon coiled around the sword. The dragon wrapped around the sword, opening its mouth to breathe out red fire, colliding with the ice phoenix. Boom! The red fire and cold flames collided, intertwining heat waves and cold air, causing the air in the square to churn. Yi Fan, standing at a distance, had to summon his spiritual energy to withstand the impact. The red fire dragon and the ice phoenix fought in the air. The red fire scorched the ice phoenix's wings, but was instantly frozen by the cold air. Such terrifying cold air! The onlookers and the Yin family members all shrank their pupils. The ice phoenix's claws grasped at the dragon. Each contact dimmed the red fire. Yin Han's expression turned grave. He did not expect Su Due's magical energy to be so profound. A mid-stage Foundation Establishment 9 cultivator could actually contend with his peak Foundation establishment. He took a deep breath, forming hand seals, intending to further enhance the sword's might. Red fire dragon burn. But before he could complete the incantation, Su Due's eyes glimmered with brilliance, pouring all her magical energy into the ice phoenix. Cold flames condense. The cold air around the ice phoenix surged dramatically, and the faint blue spiritual light became tangible, suddenly wrapping the red fire dragon within. The sound of crackling echoed continuously. The flames on the red fire dragon were instantly frozen, and the red flying sword was also enveloped by ice, coming to a standstill in the air. Yin Han felt the connection to the flying sword suddenly weaken. His magical energy's operation was obstructed, and blood welled from his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Su Due raised her hand. The ice phoenix dove down fiercely, bringing the frozen red fire dragon and red flying sword smashing towards Yin Han. Yin Han hastily raised his hand to defend, but was frozen in place by the cold air carried by the ice phoenix. Boom! A muffled sound resonated. He was knocked back, repeatedly stabilizing himself against a pillar of the gate, his complexion pale as paper. That red flying sword, however, was embedded in the ground of the square, the ice layer on its body unmelted, no trace of red fire remaining. Su Due lightly waved her hand, dispersing the ice phoenix, the cold air around her gradually receding, and she clasped her fists, saying, "I beg your pardon." Yin Han similarly returned the gesture, a bitter expression on his face. Indeed, this world is not lacking in geniuses. I Yin lost this match. Fairy, feel free to ask for anything as long as it does not concern the interests of my Yin family. I will disclose all I know. Su Due replied calmly. Does the Yin family know who possesses the method to cultivate both water and fire? The method to cultivate both water and fire. Yin Han was taken aback, then turned to look at the Yin family elders. Though his strength was not weak when it came to knowledge and experience, it naturally belonged to those seasoned elders. An elder of the Yin family said, "I do know a few methods for multi-element cultivation, but water and fire cultivation is extremely rare. The two elements are mutually restraining. Unless one's physique is special, practicing it could easily lead to death. due to magical energy conflicts. I have never heard of such a method. At least in Tiansong's 7 cities and the 3 sects it has not been heard of. Of course it may also be because no one can cultivate it, and it has been left to gather dust. Thank you, Elder. Su Due bowed again, then turned to leave. May I ask the name of the fairy? Yin Han inquired. Su Due remained silent while Yi Fan smiled, and said, what does brother Yin want to know about my Dao partner's name? She is your Dao partner. Yin Han exclaimed in surprise. The people around them began to murmur astonished that such an extraordinary fairy would be paired with a young cultivator of the 6th layer of Foundation establishment. What a heavenly match this is. It's so enviable. Yin Han was slightly taken aback and clasped his fist saying, I just want to know who defeated both my brother and me. My surname is Yi and my Dao partner's surname is Su. We come from the Su family of Yunxi. After speaking the two walked away along the long street. Yunxi. Is it the Yunxi town I know? Is it the Yunxi town I know? It seems that the current Yunxi is occupied by a Foundation establishment family with the surname Su. I remember the Su family developed only a little over 10 years ago, yet they have such a foundation to cultivate such a prodigy. I have been to Yunxi. There is a cultivation tower where one can enter for training as long as they pay spirit stones. There is also the Ascending Pavilion alchemical resources talismans and various cultivation materials, including many rare items. Master Ling's exquisite works are primarily sold at the Ascending Pavilion. Master Ling. I heard he is also from the Su family who apprenticed early on to the true Fire Master of Firecloud Valley. His skills in crafting are unmatched among the younger generation in our Tiansong prefecture. So many people want to request a magical artifact, but cannot. Yin Han looked at the two receding figures, his pupils slightly contracting as he said, so it is the Su. The elder of the Yin family was also surprised, saying, I did not expect the Su family to have such outstanding young descendants. They were only allowed to walk outside just before the grand gathering of prodigies. Yin Han, how do you think this girl compares to your rival? Yin Han pondered for a moment, and said, Fairy, Su has not shown her full strength. Since she is a descendant of Master Ling, she must have at least 2 pattern magical artifacts, perhaps even more. She is currently in the midst of the 9th layer of Foundation establishment, and her magical power is no less than mine. Perhaps she cannot match my brother now, but in a year if she reaches the peak of Foundation establishment, her magical power and spiritual sense will be at their zenith, leaving no weaknesses. At that time who wins and who loses is truly hard to say. The elder of the Yin family sighed, lightly saying every grand gathering of prodigies has unknown talents rising to prominence, securing spots in the official selection, and even making it onto the prodigy rankings. You must remember not to take pride in yourselves and look down on others. Yanqing, you spoke rashly and acted impulsively. Go to the discipline hall and receive 20 lashes, then reflect on your actions for a month. Yanqing was about to say something, but upon seeing his elder brother's cold gaze he immediately bowed and clasped his fists, saying, Disciple, Yanqing, I will heed the elder's command. Yin Han, your strength holds a glimmer of hope to pass the arena battles. Our Yin family will seek a suitable 2-pattern magical artifact for you to aid you. At that time you will also be able to aid your rival. Thank you, Elder. Yanqing will definitely go all out. The grand gathering of prodigies has an age limit. Only those under 2 cycles of 10 can participate. In this age group, they all belong to the younger generation. Those older than 2 cycles are considered part of the older generation. Yi Fan and Su Due are traveling not to seek fame, but for their descendants. Indeed, over 2 years ago the two had a son named Su Chongfei. He possesses a top-tier earth spiritual root, with 70% purity, just a hair away from being a heavenly spiritual root. He is a natural flame-cold spirit body. Due to his unique constitution, he must cultivate the rare technique that harmonizes water and fire to embark on his path of cultivation. Otherwise, if he forcibly cultivates, it could lead to a conflict of water and fire spiritual forces, causing his meridians to rupture. The Su family collected nothing, which is why they began to challenge various families under the guise of seeking such techniques. Coincidentally, the grand gathering of prodigies is approaching. Even if they show up at the door, no one will target them. Over the past month, the two have challenged many families and Golden Core clans, but unfortunately, they received no news. If they truly have no other choice, they can only participate in the grand gathering of prodigies, invade the prodigy rankings, and perhaps present their requests. Those who enter the prodigy rankings can make requests for things they desire, and if deemed reasonable, the 5 major forces will satisfy them. Currently, the Su family's trading house has been renamed to the Ascending Pavilion. The location has also been moved, but the underground ghost market remains. It opens once every 3 months, and participants must wear masks provided by the Su family that block divine sense probing. The Su family hosts the market and charges transaction fees. They also occasionally trade items they need. There are 4 entrances to the ghost market, all located outside Yunxi town. Each entrance is secured with a 3rd-tier concealment array and defensive array. Unless the array is activated, even those at the Golden Core stage would find it difficult to discover the entrance. The ghost market brings the Su family profits that are not much less than the Ascending Pavilion, and many rare spiritual herbs, materials, and alchemical recipes are obtained from the ghost market. Somewhere underground in Yunxi town. The location of the ghost market. Tonight is another night for the ghost market trading, which occurs once every 3 months. From initially being few, it has now gained considerable notoriety. People from Tiansong's 7 cities, and even disciples of the 3 sects come to take a look. For this ghost market trading according to old customs, my master will first present a humble item, and then if any fellow Taoists have items for trade, they may come up to introduce them and propose what they wish to trade. Remember, in ghost market trades, the origins of items are not questioned. Newcomers, please manage your words and actions, and refrain from speaking recklessly. Following this, a masked black-robed cultivator patted his storage bag, sending forth a magical artifact that was sharp on top and flat on the bottom, palm-sized, and deep brown in color, hovering in midair. This is a one-pattern artifact that combines offense and defense, named the Tianshan seal. The seal is crafted from profound crystal mountain rock, incredibly hard, engraved with the character mountain, and can be activated to strike like a small mountain, exerting tremendous force. It can also form a defensive light barrier. Even if the barrier is broken, it can still serve as a defensive artifact, making it nearly impossible to destroy under attacks from top-tier artifacts. It can withstand a sustained assault from top-tier artifacts or 2-pattern magical artifacts. What a good artifact! Many people lit up at the sight, feeling that this seal rivals ordinary 2-pattern offensive artifacts. With the grand gathering of prodigies approaching, countless foundation establishment cultivators seek a powerful and handy magical artifact to help them stand out at the gathering and gain fame. In attendance were over 2 or 3 dozen people, each wearing various masks. Although their expressions could not be seen clearly, the greed shining in their eyes was hard to conceal. As for the black-robed cultivator hosting the event, he is Wu Zhu San, the most skilled member of the Wu clan at the late stage of Qi refining, with most of the Wu clan possessing true spiritual roots and decent talent. To ensure they can undertake some of the Su family's affairs early, Su Chuan has been sparing no effort in cultivating them. Now nearly all members of the Wu clan are at the late stage of Qi refining or above. Their descendants, the older ones, have already begun cultivating and possess strengths of the 2nd or 3rd layer of Qi refining. The Tianshan seal is priced at 3,600 spirit stones. It can be offset with magical artifacts, spiritual herbs, techniques, or any source useful for cultivation, or a piece of information can offset 1,800 spirit stones. May I ask what information could be worth 1,800 spirit stones? Someone spoke up to inquire. News of a technique that harmonizes water and fire, capable of cultivation up to golden core. If you possess this technique, you can take this artifact directly along with 1,000 spirit stones. Hiss! The crowd gasped in surprise. Unless it is a family-inherited technique, even golden core techniques are typically worth only 1 or 2,000 spirits, especially for some scattered cultivators. Techniques are even less valuable. As long as they do not leak their own cultivation methods, there would be no problem. After a while, no one provided the information. In the end, the Tianshan seal was traded by a person wearing a monkey-faced mask. After that, trading began among those. Among them, many rare items were traded, but most sought defensive or offensive treasures, likely because they had family members participating in the grand gathering or were participating themselves and wanted to. The grand gathering of prodigies is not merely about fighting on the arena. There are also competition in secret realms where the most casualties occur, as everyone reveals their trump cards to secure a final spot as a prodigy. Those who stand out must possess luck, strength, means, and strategy, with at least 2 of these being essential. An hour later, this ghost market trading has come to an end. We welcome all Taoists to come again next time. Everyone rose and exited the trading hall. There are 4 paths leading to this hall. Each person must return their ghost market masks before choosing a path to leave, with 1 person allowed to enter every 60 breaths. This maximizes the guarantee that no conflicts happen in the ghost market. As for whether they will hunt each other outside, that is not the ghost market's concern. Until the last person left, the entrances to the ghost market vanished completely. At this moment, even golden core cultivators would find it impossible to detect it with divine sense. If someone wishes to re-enter, they must be guided by someone from the ghost market, otherwise they will be blocked by the defensive array. This ghost market of Yunxi has some depth. Its backers are not to be underestimated. A person murmured to themselves, then swiftly flew towards the Tiansong mountain range. Wu Zhu San, on the other hand, followed a hidden passageway to the surface. The surface was originally the Su family's trading house, but now it is a cultivation tavern run by the Wu family. Wu Zhu San is the tavern's manager, also managing the ghost market transactions for the Su family. He exited the tavern and headed towards the Su family estate to report the results of this ghost market and submit the earnings. Upon arriving at Su Chuan's cultivation chamber, he clasped his hands and said, "Master, the ghost market trading has concluded, and there is no news of any water-fire harmonizing techniques. Here are the earnings from this session." The door opened, and the storage bag in Wu Zhu San's hand was immediately drawn inside. "You have worked hard to go back and rest." "Yes, master." Wu Zhu San returned home, where his wife and children were resting. He did not disturb them, and instead silently cultivated until dawn. The next day, after having breakfast with his family, he returned to the tavern to open for business. They had once been slaves, and their current happy life was hard-won, so they treasured it, doubly working diligently to improve their cultivation for the Su family. The Wu and Yin families have the most descendants, with 5 children each. The least has 3. thus combining the two families their descendants already to quickly produce celestial seedlings. The fastest method is naturally to marry and have many children. But they are all entangled by their slave identities, afraid of being discovered by outsiders. Hence pairing off among themselves is the most suitable. Moreover, even if their next generation cannot meet the 5 celestial seedlings, the generation after is very likely to. Even if the next generation fails by the 3rd generation, they can still obtain Su Chuan's promise to lift the blue flower mark from them. The following day, Su Chuan tended to his medicinal garden and saw a few feet-sized MOU flying over with a 3-year-old child clutched in its claws. Ancestor, ancestor. The 3-year-old child saw Su Chuan and immediately waved his chubby hands like lotus roots, shouting, "This child is Su Diyue and Yi Fan's son Su Chongfei, the first descendant of the Su family with an earth spiritual root, also possessing a rare spirit body. He is a top-tier earth spiritual root genius. Su Diyue and Yi Fan have mostly been outside to cultivate techniques for his sake. Su Chuan also has to cultivate and comprehend divine abilities. MOU has fully restored its strength, and after consuming the Lanyan pill, its dragon bloodline has become even purer, and it has gained a hint of true dragon bloodline, further enhancing its combat power. With nothing to do, he could only help take care of the child. Su Chuan, this little brat, dared to urinate on me. I can't take it anymore, you handle him yourself." MOU dropped Su Chongfei and grinned at him. "Otherwise one day, I will inevitably swallow him." Su Chuan smiled slightly, saying, "Who was it that said they could handle a child with ease? Our dragon clan's young dragons do not have such trouble. They can catch prey on their own shortly after birth. Since you have nothing to do, you might as well take care of him for a few more years. He will be fine. A few more years. I feel like I've lost several years of my life in just half a month. It's all an illusion." Su Chuan walked over to Su Chongfei, who was clasping his fists, and ruffled his hair, saying, "Look at how small Fei is. How much can he understand? In 2 years, he won't wet the bed anymore." A pair of dragon pupils and a pair of dark eyes glared at each other. In the next moment, Su Chongfei extended his hand and said, "Dragon, dragon, fly, fly." MOU rolled its eyes, and Su Chuan smiled as he watched him, helplessly controlling him with his divine sense and placing him on his back. "I've had the worst luck to be bound to your Su family. I am a dignified peak 3rd-tier great demon capable of dominating a region, and yet I have to help take care of your Su family." MOU complained incessantly, but continued to swim around, causing Su Chongfei to clap his hands and laugh continuously. "By the way, isn't the grand gathering of prodigies about to start? This is the Foundation Establishment gathering. I imagine that in Dongxi several have already attained the peak of Foundation Establishment by now. People like Ren Xiaoyao and Su Mingwei are both skilled in combat. Should I return to bring them over? Are you sure this approach won't provoke the ancient Huaitree King? Moreover, as the blood feast draws closer, the 10,000 Great Mountains demon clans will pay more attention. Can you see through it?" MOU pondered for a moment and said, "He is a wood demon, adept at controlling his aura and skilled at concealment. If he is at the 4th level, even if I were at my peak, I might not be able to see through him without making a move. Among the many races of demonic beasts, some possess exceptional talents. Their abilities, when unleashed, can rival the divine powers comprehended by you cultivators and may even be more profound. So there is no need to rush. This is the best approach for them at this moment. It is not difficult for the members of the Su family to establish their foundation. Each of them can at least reach the limit of 240. Even I have yet to reach 2 cycles of life, and they are still very far from it. Speaking of which, your progress is indeed extraordinary. Though your talent appears ordinary, you have been continuously improving. Even for a cultivator at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, comprehending the divine powers is akin to an ascent to the heavens, yet you have managed to do so consistently and make progress. There is a problem, a significant problem." At this moment, Su Chongfei also shouted along, "There is a problem, a problem. What kind of problem?" A voice suddenly came, and soon a young man dressed in a moon-white robe, elegant and handsome, walked toward the morning light. "Grandfather, grandfather." Upon seeing Su Mingxian, Su Chongfei happily waved his hand. Su Mingxian smiled faintly, approached Su Chuan and greeted, "I have met Father Uncle MOU. What are you discussing so fervently? I believe your father has significant issues. He may possess an unprecedented talent after all. Even comprehending divine powers does not seem to hinder him." Hearing this, Su Mingxian's lips curled slightly. This point had already been noticed by his brothers. Even if they are children of transformation, it is improbable for them all to be so outstanding, each with unique talents. It seems as if they were deliberately bestowed with certain talents to aid the development of the family. This is the greatest secret of the Su family. Su Mingxian and the others have guessed part of it, but they keep it buried in their hearts and do not inquire further. They only need to believe in their father. Regarding divine powers, I have actually comprehended the essence of divine power to perfection. Father has mastered divine powers. Does that mean he can immediately condense his core? Su Mingxian suddenly exclaimed. MOU also widened his eyes in surprise. How come However, my situation is somewhat different. Su Chuan sighed lightly. For others, if they comprehend the essence of divine powers and enter the realm of divine powers, they can condense the seeds of divine powers and thus form cores. Because they all comprehend the existing divine powers. First they understand the techniques, then they grasp the essence. Realizing part of the essence counts as entering the realm of divine powers. As for me, Chuan paused and continued, I directly comprehended the essence of divine powers without acquiring the techniques. What does that mean? Mou felt increasingly confused. It means that Father accidentally walked the path of understanding divine powers on his own, not learning from previous divine powers, but rather taking nature and the heavens as his teacher, self-understanding and self-creating divine powers. I created divine powers myself. What level are you at? Mou's dragon eyes widened as if they were about to leap out of their sockets. Only a few exceptional talents among Golden Core cultivators can create their own divine powers. Moreover, most of them did so in an era when divine powers were rare. Nowadays, there are many inheritances of Golden Core techniques containing divine powers. Hardly anyone chooses to create their own, as they all learn from others. Only after reaching a certain level and accumulating and understanding enough would one create the most compatible divine powers for oneself. In ancient times, you would have been considered a prodigy. Accidental comprehension is merely coincidence, Chuan said with a smile, waving his hand. There is no need to be overly surprised. The divine power of withering and flourishing combined with the talent of an alchemist frequently interacting with plants and spiritual herbs, primarily practicing wood-based techniques, along with the talent of heaven's path, rewards diligence. Thus Chuan began his journey of comprehending divine powers and creating his own divine powers during the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps some Golden Core techniques record divine arts related to withering and flourishing. However, Chuan's comprehension is tailored to himself. Once he creates this divine power, it will undoubtedly be the most compatible and powerful divine power for him. So, are you currently stuck at the stage of creation? Mou asked. Chuan nodded. Senior Sister Moronian also didn't expect my situation, but she has experience in creating divine powers and has guided me, so I am not completely in the dark. However, to truly create it, I fear I must comprehend the essence of divine powers to a minor completion stage so that everything will flow smoothly. Chuan, I don't even know what to say. Achieving minor completion in divine powers. Su Deling's master Huayun has spent decades and still has not comprehended a divine power to minor completion. Mou shook his dragon tail. Chuan smiled and said, did you not say that I have always been improving? Rest assured, I believe this step won't take long. Do as you wish. I couldn't care less whether you form your core or not. Mou raised his dragon head. Even if you form your core with divine powers, I can still suppress you with a claw. A peak third-tier Jiao dragon would require at least a late Golden Core realm to truly contend with it. This arrogant old dragon. Chuan shook his head and laughed, looking at Su Mingxian, who had already recovered from his shock. Is there something you need? Indeed there is something, Su Mingxian said. I wish to participate in the Young Talents Conference. Upon hearing this, Chuan's pupils slightly contracted. Even Mou was astonished. Though you have reached the perfect foundation establishment stage as a formation master, are you really going to compete with a group of cultivators accustomed to life and death battles? On the stage, there won't be time for you to set up formations. Even if you act quickly, your opponent could kill you 10 times over. Have you found your own path in battle formations? Chuan pondered. Father understands me, Su Mingxian said with a faint smile, continuing. When I was young, I admired how my elder brother could create his own archery techniques dominating the battlefield. His demeanor made me yearn for it. Father instructed me to study formations, and I dared not defy him, yet the desire for battle has never extinguished. Years ago, I declared that one day I would carve my own path in battle formations. 2 years ago, I reached the perfect foundation establishment stage, and my spiritual sense stepped into the Golden Core realm. Since then, I have immersed myself day and night in the formation classic gifted by my master, while observing the patterns of nature and geography. One day, a flood of thoughts surged in my mind. The flowing clouds in the world are formation patterns, the mountains and rivers are the foundations of formations, and the wind and rain are the formations themselves. It dawned on me. The heavens and earth are the formations. Chuan was moved at heart. Mou secretly exclaimed, why do I feel like I am the most ordinary in the Su family? With my body as the centerpiece, gathering the forces of nature, inscribing the patterns of formations with my magical power, a thought can create a formation. As these final words fell, Su Mingxian's aura suddenly transformed. He lightly stepped forward and formed intricate hand seals with both hands, his magical energy surging like a tidal wave from his dantian, not spilling outward, but flowing like glimmers of spiritual light from his fingertips into the surrounding space. The plants in the courtyard swayed, and the clouds in the sky floated. Su Mingxian's hair stirred slightly, revealing faint azure formation patterns on his forehead, a sign that he was using his spiritual sense to transform himself into the centerpiece of the formation. He lightly closed his eyes and murmured, formation complete, with a thought. As his voice fell, an unexpected change occurred. A faint azure light spread around, and countless intricate formation patterns emerged from the void, instantly intertwining into a formation of about 10 feet square. The spiritual energy surged between the formation patterns, attracting the wind-type spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, transforming into strands of azure light that fused into the formation. I didn't expect you to achieve this step. This formation can be compared to a second-tier lower-grade formation, right? Su Mingxian slowly opened his eyes, raised his hand to summon the wind blades within the formation, which suddenly coalesced into a long sword of azure light, hovering at the heart of the formation. Well, for now I can only manage this step as it is still far from complete. Some powerful cultivators at the perfect foundation establishment stage can shatter a second-tier lower-grade formation with their techniques and powerful artifacts, Su Chuan reminded. What you say is true, but if it shatters I can simply reconstruct it. It just consumes some magical energy. Su Mingxian said with a faint smile. To truly break a formation, one either needs overwhelming power that can affect space, or I must exhaust my magical energy, or my spiritual sense must be completely depleted. Of course, if one dies, the centerpiece of the formation is broken, and the formation naturally dissipates. A single formation may indeed lack power, but if several are arranged once formed, they draw upon the power of heaven and earth inexhaustible. The deeper the understanding of formations, the deeper the understanding of the heavens, the more powerful the formation becomes, allowing for endless variations. Control, kill, trap, illusion, seal, their changes are just a thought away. Prodigy. Mou looked at Su Mingxian for a while before turning to Su Chuan. How come your Su family is full of prodigies? Since you admire him so much, why not have a try at Su Mingxian's abilities? As he spoke, he gestured, and Su Chongfei flew into his arms. I will try you. I don't believe a mere second-tier formation can harm my peak third-tier dragon body, even if I seal my own strength. Go to the martial arena, do not ruin the spiritual herbs I have painstakingly cultivated, Su Chuan said. Su family's martial arena. It covers several acres, the ground paved with hard black jade rock, surrounded by 8 stone pillars. At this moment the martial arena was illuminated with a faint golden halo enveloping the entire arena. This was a top-tier second-tier formation sufficient for over a dozen perfect foundation establishment cultivators to engage in fierce battles without letting the aftermath leak out. In the arena, Mou transformed into a several's Hanglong Jiao dragon, hovering in midair, his dark green scales glinting coldly as his dragon eyes scanned Su Mingxian. Su Mingxian, dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, stood with his garments fluttering in the breeze, facing Mou. His face was handsome with a hint of calm in his brows, and magical energy flowed around him. Mou swept his dragon tail, creating a howling wind, and launched the first attack towards Su. Su Mingxian remained composed, stepping lightly into the cloud-walking technique, quickly dodging, while forming hand seals with both hands, his magical energy surging. First he conjured a wood formation, countless vines emerging from the ground, intertwining layer upon layer to bind Mou's dragon tail. However, even with Mou sealing his cultivation, he was still in the form of a peak second-tier Jiao dragon. The power of his dragon tail was not something ordinary vines could restrain. In almost the blink of an eye, all the vines snapped. But as Su Mingxian said, as long as the formation remains unbroken, the attacks do not cease. The vines were nearly endless, and Mou's pursuit of Su Mingxian's figure was momentarily interrupted as he opened his mouth, condensing countless ice spikes in the air, shooting like a rainstorm, instantly piercing through all the vines. However, by this time several breaths had passed. Another new battle formation was conjured, the Earth formation. Countless stone chains flew out, locking Mou's 4 dragon claws and his dragon head. Mou's dragon claws suddenly grabbed, breaking the 4 chains and shattering the chain around his dragon head. Yet the countless vines surged forward again, trying to entangle his dragon. The stone chains were also rapidly forming. Mou finally sensed the trouble, spitting forth a cold dragon breath. At this moment the fire formation was also conjured by Su Mingxian. Crimson light flickered and countless flames surged, from which a Several's hang-sized fiery wind shot toward Mou. Although it was something he could easily disperse with a swipe of his claw, the combination of wood entanglement and stone locking working seamlessly together made it impossible for him to extract himself to deal with Su Mingxian directly. Su Mingxian's 9 flames technique was also perfected. He could split his spiritual sense into 9, achieving the unity of 9 thoughts. Then the next battle formation, the gold formation, was completed. The gold spiritual energy in the world gathered, transforming into countless sharp gold blades that collided with the dragon body. The sounds of clashing metal rang incessantly. While the gold blades could not break through, the continuous onslaught of gold blades further hindered Mou's assault. Finally, the water formation was conjured. Gathering water into ice, Mou also experienced the taste of being attacked by countless ice spikes. Illusion formation coalesce. In silence, Su Mingxian added the 6th battle formation, enveloping the entire martial arena. An invisible wave continuously eroded Mou. He was at the 3rd-tier spiritual sense, and this was not sealed, so he distinctly felt the attack on his soul. Su Mingxian knew this would not affect him, so he integrated the illusion into the attack, combining reality and illusion, making it appear to outsiders that his offensive had suddenly intensified several times. At this point, Mou had fallen into the endless attacks and restraints of the battle formations, finding it completely impossible to extricate himself. Seeing this, Su Mingxian changed his hand seals, and the patterns of the 5 elements formations lit up simultaneously. 5 elements inner birth seal. As the words fell, 9 chains of 5 elements condensed in the air, binding the dragon tail, 4 claws, dragon head, and dragon body. Mo struggled frantically, finding it impossible to break free. Uncle Mo, I have deduced a medium-grade, 3rd-tier formation, the 5 elements heavenly gang formation, with profound insights into the path of the 5 elements, and I am skilled in the changes of the formation. Achieving a brief combination of the 5 elements to dramatically increase its power to upper-grade 2nd tier is not a big issue. Although the path of this 5-element transformation is rudimentary, even a peak 2nd-tier demonic beast cannot easily break free. If it only wastes a bit of time. Mo stubbornly retorted. Su Mingxian smiled faintly, and his hand seals changed again. 5 elements interbirth kill. The power of the 5 elements gathered again, coalescing into a 9-zhong giant 5-colored sword that fell from the air, aiming at Mo's dragon body. The killing formation is the most perilous. An upper-grade 2nd-tier killing formation over time is enough to annihilate a peak 2nd-tier demonic beast. Mo seemed to sense a hint of danger, and suddenly roared to the sky, his body instantly swelling to over 30 zhong. With a gentle shake, the 5-colored chains snapped one after another. With a sweep of his dragon tail, the 5-colored giant sword instantly shattered into countless light points. His dragon roar directly turned the 6 battle formations into nothingness. Roar, how refreshing! Mo exclaimed. Mo, return to your true form. You have lost. My sealing technique is not adept. One moment of excitement, and it just broke open by itself. It is not my fault. Isn't it because you sensed a hint of danger and released it on your own? Su Chuan, do not slander me. Why would I exert myself against a mere foundation establishment cultivator? It was pure. Mo blurted out excitedly. Dragon shame. Su Chongfei retorted. Little brat, stop talking nonsense. Don't expect me to carry you flying in the future. Mingxi and I observe that your consumption is quite significant. Wasn't it said that the battle formation's condensation wouldn't waste much mana? Su Chuan looked at Su Mingxian. Su Mingxian swallowed a high-grade Ningxian pill and said with a wry smile, the last 2 moves were my own comprehension of the 5 elements path, manifesting the power of the 5 elements. You could consider it a powerful spell. This requires the child to maintain it with his own mana, unlike the various attacks of the previous 5 elements battle array, which continuously generated attacks once the formation was condensed, and I only needed to manipulate and guide it with my divine sense. So, it was a killing move. Su Mingxian nodded slightly, his complexion improving a bit. Su Chuan analyzed, the defensive power of the 2-pattern defensive artifact is definitely not weaker than the body of a peak 2nd-tier flood dragon, but it requires mana support. The stronger it is, the more mana it requires. With your continuously attacking 5 elements battle formation, it is sufficient to break it, and once the illusion formation is condensed, few in the foundation establishment stage can withstand the erosion of a low-grade 2nd-tier illusion formation. Even if they cannot be trapped, it will still affect the strength of those in battle. Pausing, Su Chuan looked up at Su Mingxian. You may go, your father will not stop you. And now there is no reason to stop you. It is time for the world to see the genius of the Su family. Thank you, father. Su Mingxian said. With just over a year left, I will further advance the path of battle formations. If Yuer and her husband cannot find any leads, then I will ascend the genius ranking and seek a method for dual cultivation of water and fire for my son. Su Chuan smiled faintly and nodded. Su Mingxian left to continue his comprehension of formation paths and battle formations. His understanding of battle formations stemmed from his comprehension and insight into formation paths, so he could not abandon the study of formations just because he had comprehended battle formations. On the contrary, only by achieving a higher mastery of formation paths is he more likely to make this school truly systematic in the future. Sun Weiyue also took Su Chuan condensed life essence liquid and fed it to the young ancient Huai tree, the young divine fruit tree, and the young Qingling fruit tree, and then continued to create spells. Now he had already grasped the essence of the withering and flourishing principle. All that remained was to display it in the manner most suited to himself. This was the way of spells. Of course, to achieve a natural outcome, according to Morong Yun, he must at least reach a small success in the essence of withering and flourishing. The next day, he took the opportunity of the Daily Divination to deduce Su Mingxian's future using the Little Star Divination technique. However, what he saw was a chaotic path ahead. To penetrate it, the heavenly secrets warned him, abruptly interrupting. If it weren't for the use of this Daily Divination, he would likely have suffered a backlash directly instead of receiving a warning and being forced to interrupt. In the past 6 years, Su Chuan had almost practiced the Little Star Divination technique, daily bringing it to the entry-level realm. Regarding this method, he had inquired with Morong Yun, but she was unaware, merely stating that very few practiced this technique in the entire Tsunglong sect. Once someone succeeds in practicing it, they can be guided to the sacred land of the upper sect for training. The holy son of the star constellation Sacred Land is almost skilled in deducing heavenly secrets. It seems that my ability to deduce the Tao path and realm is far from sufficient to predict Mingxian's future. Su Chuan sighed lightly. Even peering into the future of an ordinary cultivator might incur backlash casually. If this technique is not perfected, it is better not to pry into others' futures. However, just by observing Su Mingxian's current achievements, it is clear that his future may involve the causality of the formation path. When Du returns, let's ask Morong Yun again to see if there are corresponding formation schools in ancient times. Such an old-fashioned senior sister should not be wasted. Su Mingxian silently pondered formations and researched battle formations. He did not plan to travel around like ordinary foundation establishment cultivators to challenge others. However, Su Deyu and Yi Fan had made quite a name for themselves in Tiansong Mansion. Yi Fan was referred to as invincible among the younger generation below the later stage of foundation establishment in the 7 cities of Tiansong, earning the nickname Sky-Covering Hand. His physical strength was formidable. He had once been a martial arts master at the peak stage, excelling at close combat and mastering the method of rapidly converting spiritual energy into true qi. Unfortunately, once he entered the foundation establishment stage, this method gradually lost its effectiveness. No matter how explosive the conversion into true qi was, it could not compare to the explosive power of foundation establishment mana. However, his childhood experiences and unique opportunities allowed his physical strength to contend with common second-tier demon beasts, which was the capital for his cross-level battle. In addition, thanks to the Su family's cultivation, his spiritual sense had advanced ahead of time, allowing him to enter the foundation establishment stage with a spiritual sense far stronger than other cultivators of the same realm. Cultivating the 9 thoughts technique, he could now achieve 6 thoughts as one. He could simultaneously cast multiple spells. To outsiders, he was a genius in spellcasting. However, among the core of the Su family, everyone could reach this level. Of course, as a talented individual with a heavenly spirit root, Yi Fan still had his advantages compared to other Su family members. With various foundational advantages accumulated, no one had yet forced out his true artifacts. Su Deling forged the boxing gloves and battle armor for Yi Fan, allowing him to perfectly unleash his physical strength. Both artifacts were 2-pattern artifacts. Even though Yi Fan was currently only at the 6th layer of foundation establishment with these 2 artifacts, he could battle against those. Additionally, he had spare top-tier offensive and defensive artifacts. Any family that had someone like Su Deling, a master artifact refiner, would ensure their core members lacked for artifacts. Recently, Yi Fan easily suppressed a genius from a golden core family at the 7th layer of foundation establishment. Thus, he earned the title Sky-Covering Hand. That foundation establishment genius was no ordinary cultivator. He had accomplishments against cultivators of the 8th layer of foundation establishment without falling behind. As for Su Deyu, she was ranked 15th on the genius list, second only to Yin Fengwu of the Yin family, and a fairy named Lu Yu from Tiansong sect. Among the top 20, only these 3 fairies made the list. The rest were all male cultivators. Each of them had their own nicknames: Song Yue Fairy, Yin Yue Fairy, and Han Yue Fairy. Countless male cultivators admired them. Of course, Su Deyu had the fewest admirers. There was no helping it, after all, she was already engaged. Originally, many people mocked Yi Fan as someone living off a woman, but as the title of Sky-Covering Hand spread, people gradually accepted it. They felt Yi Fan was also worthy of Su Deyu. The 2 of them became famous, and the Su family grew increasingly renowned in Tiansong Mansion, leading to frequent visits from cultivators of the 7 cities of Tiansong. The more they inquired, the more they felt that the Su family was not to be underestimated. However, the information they could gather was all common knowledge to the people of Yunxi Town. Since the Su family became the rulers of Yunxi, they had begun to keep a low profile, with few core family members moving about. It was primarily the Yin and Wu families handling Su family affairs. Then there were the scattered cultivators recruited by Huang Tianba, such as alchemists, artifact refiners, formation masters, and talisman masters. They did not reside in the Su residence. The guest cultivators resided on the other side of the spiritual vein, near the treasure tower in the 4 halls for alchemy, artifact refining, talisman making, and formations. With the help of the Su family, the brothers Huang Tianba had all greatly increased their cultivation. Huang Tianba has now reached the later stage of the 7th layer of foundation establishment. Huang Tianxiong has entered the 5th layer, and Huang Tianhu, with his mixed spirit root, has succeeded in foundation establishment, now reaching the later stage of the 1st layer. Huang Tianba's wife, Jiang Yuliang, is at the mid-stage of the 2nd layer of foundation establishment. 4 years ago, she gave birth to twins for Huang Tianba, and the year before she had another. Due to the stability of Yunxi Town, they finally decided to settle down and develop their family. Huang Tianxiong and Huang Tianhu married in the past 2 years, and the Huang family became followers of the Su family, taking their lead, and their residence is also near the treasure tower. Now this place is a trading hub in Yunxi Town called Yunxi. The Su family's Sacred Arts Hall, Treasure Tower, Battle Arena, and Life and Death Arena are all nearby. Every day, numerous scattered cultivators set up stalls and trade in the Scattered Cultivator Hall, with the 1st floor for Qi refining cultivators and the 2nd floor for foundation establishment cultivators. The bustling scene is also due to the Ascension Pavilion, with many nearby towns coming here to trade. Scattered cultivators from the 7 cities of Tiansong come here out of admiration. Yunxi Town is growing more prosperous and flourishing, but the Su family is becoming increasingly low-key. This is also the reason why when Yi Fan and the others first ventured out to challenge others, no one recognized them. It is likely that Su Chuan, Su Mingxian, and Su Deling also experience this when they go out. Su Ling is well known in Tiansong Mansion as Master Ling, but very few have, because she was either cultivating the divine technique, Fire Emperor's True Eye in Firecloud Valley, or refining artifacts comprehending second-tier inscriptions, or occasionally returning to the Su residence for a few days. This Su family is remarkable. I initially thought they merely relied on the protection of Tiansong sect, but now it seems they are indeed not to be underestimated. I visited Yunshi town several times, and it has completely transformed. Brother Quangtu, are you really planning to challenge the Hanyue fairy of the Su family? You are a genius that the Yin family has kept hidden. Although you haven't made the genius list, your strength surpasses many of the publicly known Yin family geniuses. Wouldn't it be more astonishing to make an appearance during the selection in Tiansong Mansion? Yin Han, don't worry. It will only be a private challenge, and I won't leak it. I only want to see who the Su family's fairy is that defeated you. She is very strong. Although I have obtained a 2-pattern offensive artifact and climbed to 22nd on the genius list, I still feel there is a considerable gap between us. Interesting, the rugged middle-aged man with a beard laughed heartily, looking toward the Su family's location. Then I must test her abilities. If she can't even make it into the top 10 of Tiansong Mansion, the chances of obtaining a nomination are almost negligible and will simply rely on luck. Yin Han sighed at this, saying since Brother Quangtu has already made up his mind, it's best to visit in the name of the Yin family. The Su family is not an ordinary foundation establishment family. Their foundation is even deeper than the top 5 foundation establishment families in our Shinchi city. Not only do they have the protection of Tiansong sect for 100 years, but according to the information I previously gathered, the Su family has 5 friendly golden core true people. There are the Master of Artifact Pathfire Cloud True Person, the Law Enforcement Elder of Qingmu Sect Chang Gu True Person, the current Sect Master of Qingmu Sect Jin Jie True Person, and 2 true people from the Tsang family of Tiansong Sect. They all attended the Su family's banquet 6 years ago when they opened the residence. This is common knowledge. Upon hearing the names of these golden core true people, Yin Quangtu's expression became solemn. I understand now and won't act recklessly. Su Yu and Yi Fan traveled through the 7 cities, but could not find a method for dual cultivation of water and fire. They returned to the Su family, preparing for closed-door cultivation to participate in the Genius event a year later. As for the 3 sects and Tiansong sect, Su Chuan had previously entrusted Qin Chang, Gu Firecloud True Person, and Song Yu Yang to inquire. If there was any news, it would save them from having to seek opportunities in the 7 cities. Diyue, your father, is also preparing to participate in the Genius event. In a year you will accompany him. Father is participating too. Su Yu was slightly surprised. Since her birth, her father had been the family's formation master, almost always in closed-door cultivation, comprehending and deducing formation. Although his realm improved steadily, what was more praised was his talent in formations. Although father is now at the peak of foundation establishment, arranging formations requires a considerable amount of time. It might not be suitable for him to compete on the arena right. Upon hearing that there would be secret realm trials after the arena battles, perhaps there would be a place for her father to showcase his talents. Seeing her seriously planning for her father, Su Chuan shook his head and chuckled. Diyue, you underestimate your father too much. Not just your father, but your uncles and aunts are all formidable. Can anyone be more powerful than my successor? A moon-white flying sword shot out from Su Yu's dantian, and a cool voice echoed around. Senior Sister Morong, Su Chuan said with a faint smile, that's hard to say. Has Senior Sister heard of any array masters adept at combat in ancient times, not relying on array flags, or the like? Not relying on array plates or flags. The voice in the Taiyin flying sword stopped abruptly, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment it continued, I have indeed heard of such, but not from our Tiannan region, rather from the Taiwan region. There was once a sacred land for formations there, where some talented individuals skilled in formations could set up formations solely by relying on themselves, which was truly impressive. This is the true transmission of the formation's sacred land. Transmission from the formation's sacred land. There really is such a school. Su Chuan asked, but where is the Taiwan region? In the southwest of Tiannan region, there is a death desert stretching over 1,000,000 miles. Passing through it leads to the Taiwan region. In ancient times, this region was known for its 4 absolutes and pills, artifacts, formations, and talismans. The Danjing you have was first spread in the Taiwan region, and it is said that the ancestor of alchemy originated from the Taiwan region. Besides Tian and Heishui region and Taiwan region, what other regions are there? Heishui region. Morong Yun was slightly taken aback, and then said, is there even such a region? Never mind, this might be too early for you. In ancient times, only those who reached the God transformation stage could barely be considered experts and wander around seeking breakthroughs. Only by reaching the God transformation stage did one have the qualifications to cross the barriers of different realms and venture into other regions. As for the present situation, I am not clear. It has likely changed long ago. After all, from what you said, the strongest cultivators in the entire Tiannan region are only at the God transformations. Only at the God transformation stage can one be considered an expert. Su Chuan's mouth twitched slightly, implying that they were all just small fries. No, even the foundation establishment stage probably couldn't be considered small fries. By the way, why are you inquiring about this? Morong Yun asked curiously. Because Mingxian may be on the path you just mentioned, the true transmission of the sacred land in Taiwan region. Although he currently cannot form a formation with a thought, he has already formed the rudiments you just spoke of. Currently the power of the battle formation he has arranged is only at the low-grade second tier, but due to his deep comprehension of formation paths, when combined with the 5 elements battle formation and illusion formation, it can form various effects such as controlling, killing, trapping, and illusions. Even when Moyue suppressed his strength to the second tier, he was still forced to break the restriction. Really? Why would Su lie to Senior's sister? He is indeed a prodigy, just like you, who has created a divine ability at the foundation establishment stage. No, perhaps even more extraordinary. Su Due smiled sweetly upon hearing this, genuinely happy for his father. Grandfather Due understands. In the remaining year, I will strive to achieve the pinnacle of foundation establishment and aim to ascend the genius ranking alongside. Su Chuan smiled faintly. Morong Yun returned to Su Due's dantian with a heavy heart. She prided herself on being a top genius in the ancient Songlong sect, yet after millennia, she encountered 2 even more talented prodigies. Divine abilities forming a golden core were not uncommon in ancient times. However, creating a divine ability at the foundation establishment stage is rarely seen, even over thousands of years. To comprehend the rudiments of battle formations during foundation establishment is even more rare. Just as Su Due was preparing to leave, Yi Fan came to say, Master, the Yin family from Zhensuxiang has come to pay a visit and is currently outside the gate. The Yin family. Yi Fan continued, over a month ago Yue and I challenged the Yin family, defeating the Yin brothers, Yin Qing and Yin Han. Yin Qing is average in strength, but Yin Han possesses some ability. They heard that Yin Han had recently risen to the 22nd rank on the genius ranking. However, he still cannot compare to Yue. Master Yue is ranked 15th on the genius ranking and is referred to as the Cold Moon Fairy by the cultivators of Tiansong Prefecture. Cold Moon. Quite fitting, Su Chuan murmured with a smile. The Yin family is a golden core family, and although there is not much friendship since they have come to visit, we should treat them well. Let's go meet the genius of the Yin family. Su Chuan led Yi Fan and Su Due to the main hall of the Su residence. Yin Guangtu and Yin Han were brought here by Yin Mu. Upon seeing the 2, Su Chuan clasped his fists and said, I am Su Chuan, head of the Su family. What brings you friends from the Yin family to my humble abode? I am Yin Han introduced. A few days ago I was defeated by the noble Su Fairy. After my brother emerged from seclusion and heard of this, he wished to witness the strength of Su Fairy. May I ask if the head of the Su family would allow this? Su Chuan took a seat, gently sipped his tea, and said lightly, let Yue decide for herself. I accept. Su Due glanced at Yin Guangtu. Yin Han added, I have one more request. I hope the results of this match will not be disclosed. My brother is a hidden genius of the Yin family. Su Chuan nodded. Let's go then. There is a martial arena in the residence. Oh, let's compete there. Thank you. Yin Han clasped his fists in gratitude. Martial arena. Su Due and Yin Guangtu lightly leaped onto the stage. Su Chuan waved his sleeve, activating the formation of the martial arena. In an instant, pale yellow spiritual light enveloped the entire martial arena. Su Due stood to the left in plain robes with cold air subtly visible around her, while Yin Guangtu stood to the right in a dark robe, waves of heat rising around him, occasionally crackling with red lightning. As their energies brushed against each other, a slight frost mist arose in the arena, only to be quickly scorched away by the heat waves. Su Fairy, please. Yin Guangtu's voice rumbled like thunder. As he spoke, his right palm surged, launching 3 red fireballs like shooting stars towards Su Due's face. Where the fireballs passed, the air seemed to twist from the heat, revealing that these were no ordinary flames. Su Due remained calm, lightly tracing her left finger, causing a surge of cold air. 3 ice spikes shot forth and collided with the fireballs. A loud bang echoed. As the water vapor spread, the ice spikes melted, and the fireballs scattered into sparks, resulting in a draw. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yin Guangtu's eyes. It seems that the water-based techniques this girl cultivates are not ordinary. The intensity of her cold air rivals my Qiyang flame. Then with a shift of his body, the red light around him intensified. Dozens of fire serpents shot from his palm, weaving into a net, descending upon her like a storm. Where the fire net passed, the black bricks on the ground were slightly scorched white. Su Due formed a hand sign with her elegant hand, pushing her power to the limit, quickly conjuring a half-meter ice shield in front of her, the surface of which was covered with a layer of fine frost. The fire serpents struck the ice shield, hissing, yet they could not penetrate the ice. At the same time, while defending, Su Due also condensed an ice phoenix about a meter. After a long cry, its sharp claws aimed at Yin Guangtu's head. Su Fairy, such strong control over your divine sense. While defending against my attacks, you can even control such a powerful ice phoenix. However, I am not that easy to deal with. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Guangtu formed a hand sign, with one hand controlling the fire serpents to form 2 flame dragons of 6 or 7 meters. One continued to strike the ice shield while the other swept its tail toward the ice phoenix. Ordinary flames would have been sealed by the ice phoenix's freezing cold, but the Qiyang flame that Yin Guangtu conjured was a supreme yang flame, thus it was evenly matched. Su Diyue remained silent once again, condensing a half-meter-sized ice jade rabbit. Yin Guangtu furrowed his brow slightly, knowing that if Su Diyue did not use a magical tool, he would have to use more strength, so he also condensed fire serpents of 3 to 4 meters long. Su Diyue could now split her focus into 7 thoughts, but both the ice shield and the ice phoenix required 2 thoughts each to control, and after condensing the ice jade rabbit, she still had some energy left. However, she felt it unnecessary to reveal too many trump cards. A little while later, the spells of Su Diyue and Yin Guangtu dissipated. Su Fairy, since the spells are evenly matched, let's use magical tools to show our true strength. Yin Guangtu shouted loudly, sweeping his hand over his storage bag, summoning a crimson flying sword. The sword's body shimmered with 2 patterns, one blazing with fire and the other enveloped in lightning. It was the 2-pattern magical tool, the Red Thunder Flying Sword. The moment the flying sword left its sheath, thunder rumbled, transforming into a streak of red lightning directly slashing at Su Diyue. Su Diyue's gaze sharpened, and with a flick of her jade finger, a silver-white disc flew out from her sleeve, surrounded by flowing moonlight. It was the high-tier magical tool, the Tying Moon Wheel, that she often used before. As the moon wheel spun, cold air surged forth, meeting the Red Thunder Flying Sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated throughout the arena. The Red Thunder Flying Sword, carrying the might of thunder and fire, collided with the Tying Moon Wheel, sending sparks flying and causing a massive explosion, causing the moon wheel to slightly retract. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Guangtu urged his power further, the thunder and fire on the flying sword intensifying, while the cold air around the moon wheel was gradually pushed back. Su Diyue's forehead glistened with sweat, struggling against the combined force of thunder and fire. The rotation of the Tying Moon Wheel slowed, clearly falling into a disadvantage. In a moment, the cold air surrounding the moon wheel began to dissipate, and the moon wheel was struck away, crashing into the formation's light barrier. Su Fairy, although this moon wheel magical tool is decent and aligns well with your own technique, it is merely an ordinary high-tier magical tool, which is vastly inferior to my 2-pattern magical tool in hand. I've heard that Master Ling is a relative of yours. Surely you have no shortage of suitable 2-pattern magical tools, right? You should take it out and battle Yin. Otherwise it would be unfair for Yin to— Yin Guangtu's mocking laughter echoed. Yin Han, your brother truly lives up to his name as a madman. Su Chuan smiled faintly. Yin Han clasped his fists and smiled. Please forgive me, head of the Su family. Once my brother starts fighting, this is how he is. Even the elders in the family have this attitude. No wonder he is a hidden genius of the Yin family. With his strength, he should easily make it into the top 10 of the genius ranking and secure a main selection spot. I congratulate your Yin family on this, Su Chuan said. Head of the Su family, you are too polite. However, at every genius event, there are always dark horses emerging from various families, reversing the genius ranking and gaining fame. Whether or not one can truly enter the ranking is hard to conclude until the final results come out. This child is truly steady. He will certainly become the backbone of the Yin family in the future. Su Diyue elegantly raised her hand, and the Tying Moon Wheel transformed into a silver light, returning to her sleeve. Following that, with a gentle twist of her wrist, a moon-white flying sword appeared out of thin air. The sword's body was as transparent as ice crystals, surrounded by a chilling aura that was dense and unyielding. Yin, my friend, I have a sword. Please enlighten me. If you can block it. Su Diyue's voice was cold, yet carried an undeniable determination. As her words fell, she formed a hand seal with her fingertips, unleashing all her power as cold air and moonlight interwove, transforming into countless tiny ice stars that surrounded her. Moonlight. With a clear shout, the moon-white flying sword suddenly soared, its blade expanding several meters, transforming into a brilliant arc of moonlight that came crashing down toward Yin Guangtu. Wherever it passed, the air crystallized into frost, and cold mist spread everywhere. Haha, this is wonderful. Yin Guangtu laughed again upon seeing this. He quickly formed hand seals, causing the Red Thunder Flying Sword to swell with thunder and fire, transforming into a wall of crimson flames, while shouting loudly, "Thunder fire scorches the earth." Numerous small arcs of lightning danced across the wall of flames. The moment the moonlight sword descended, an extreme cold force erupted, instantly freezing the arcs of lightning on the wall of flames, and the wall itself began to visibly solidify into ice. Then the faint light of thunder and fire on the sword blade suddenly brightened, causing the ice layer to explode. The Red Thunder Flying Sword was knocked back, and Yin Guangtu felt as if he had been struck heavily in the chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and staggering back several steps, his face filled with disbelief. "Young Master Yin, thank you for the match," Su Diyue said, holding the moonlight sword standing in the arena. Although her plain robes were slightly dusted, her posture remained upright, yet her face appeared 3 parts pale, clearly due to significant power expenditure. The Tying Flying Sword could naturally be wielded by Su Diyue as its master, but even without unleashing its true power, a single strike would consume 2 to 3 parts of her power. This was the price. Moreover, it was due to having Murong Yun, the spirit of the weapon, share the burden and alleviate her pressure. After all, the Tying was once a low-grade spiritual treasure, and even if its rank has fallen, it still possesses the power of a high-grade magical tool. How could a Foundation establishment cultivator wield it easily? Yen Quanta got up, took a healing pill from his storage bag, and clasped his fist, saying, Su Fairy, your strength is formidable, yet you are only ranked 15th on the genius ranking. Clearly you have not used your full strength in your matches against others. Otherwise you would not be inferior to the Tsangyue Fairy ranked 3rd on the list. Su Chuan waved his sleeve, dispelling the formation of the martial arena, and spoke to the approaching Yen Quangtu. Young master, Yen, would you like to recuperate in my Su family? No need, I have already taken a healing pill, and am fine. This time has caused much disturbance, oh I will come again to apologize in the future. Farewell. After saying that, the two left the Su residence. Brother Quangtu, are you alright? Yen Han asked with concern. I'm fine. Do you think I would be downcast after losing to a woman? Yen Quanta laughed. No, I'm actually delighted. A mere foundation establishment family can produce such a genius. The genius event is becoming more interesting. To me, enjoying the process of battle is even more meaningful. Moreover, the final event of the genius gathering is the secret realm trial. In a normal match against Su Fairy I lost, but in a life and death struggle I am confident I can win against her. As they spoke, the two left Yunshi town flying towards Insuxiang. On the other side, Yi Fan looked at Su Diyue and said, are you alright? Yen Quangtu was able to force you to use the tie-in. His strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Su Diyue shook her head and smiled lightly. It's just that the power consumption is a bit large. However, just based on Yen Quangtu alone, it is evident that the talents of Tiansong Prefecture are not as simple as the ranking suggests. Throughout the entire northwest region, and even in the whole south of Tian, there are countless hidden geniuses. The Genius Gathering is after all an event for the entire south of Tian, naturally filled with hidden talents. Su Chuan said, alright, let's go see Fair. He has been giving MOU quite the headache lately. I observe that you still need to prepare a 2-pattern ice-type magical tool. After a while, go to Huiyun Valley and find Su Juling to help you refine one. The tie-in can be kept as a last resort. Yes, Grandfather Master. A few days later, Su Diyue and Yi Fan went to Huiyun Valley and spoke to Su Juling about this matter. Su Juling immediately agreed. 5 or 6 days later, a 2-pattern magical flying sword named Tianshui was successfully refined, etched with the patterns of water and cold. The reason for refining this magical tool was that Murong Yun planned to teach Su Diyue the Tianshui sword technique. In her previous battle against Yen Quangtu, she had relied almost entirely on her techniques and the magical tool itself, while Yen Quangtu had learned a powerful Thunderfire sword technique. This was why she had barely lost without using the tie-in. Of course, part of the reason was that the tie-in Moon Will could not match the red Thunder Flying Sword, coupled with some differences in power. Once you learn the first 3 forms of the Tianshui sword technique, very few can completely defeat you at the foundation establishment stage. Thank you, Master. After obtaining the Tianshui sword, Su Diyue began to enter seclusion. She focused on raising her realm and practicing the sword technique, occasionally emerging to reunite with her family. Yi Fan was doing the same. Half a month later at Huiyun Valley. Juling, you truly want to refine a Dan furnace as your first magical treasure. This is even more difficult than refining ordinary flying swords and magical treasures. I know you wish to give this magical treasure to your grandfather, but there's no need for that. Master, the disciple's decision is made. There's no need to persuade me further. I believe I can succeed. Alright, then focus on your seclusion. During this period, I won't let anyone disturb you. I have enough materials, 5 portions. If that's not enough, I'll gather more for you. Thank you, Master. Huiyun Jinren saw the door to the refining room close, the restrictions activating, and a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. If she succeeds this time, Juling will be a 3rd-tier refining master, and can also be called a high-level refining master or a refining grandmaster. It's rare to reach such a level in refining at the foundation establishment stage. Huiyun has not seen this in the Tianju sect. Juling, don't let me down, Huiyun Jinren murmured. I am waiting for you to help me gain some face. He planned to take Su Juling to the Tianju sect once she successfully refined the magical treasure to challenge them again and fulfill the promise made years ago. Refining magical treasures is not easy for golden core cultivators. It cannot be done successfully in just a few days. As for foundation establishment cultivators, over 99% will not even be able to grasp the shadow of magical treasure refining. Naturally, the process is even more difficult. Being able to succeed in 1 or 2 months is considered quick. If there are repeated failures, it would not be surprising for Su Juling to spend half a year in seclusion this time. Su Delying possesses profound knowledge in the Tao of Tools. Her refining techniques stem from the ancient Songlong sect's heritage, not the absolute pinnacle, but certainly among the top rank. Her cultivation method is the pinnacle technique Chidi Huahuang Jing of the Golden Core chapter, which directly leads to the Great Ascension. Few fire-based techniques can surpass her control and comprehension of flames. The Fire Cloud Valley has a unique terrain, making it an excellent place for refining tools. The flames necessary for refining are also true flames of the Golden Core level, making it effortless to refine 3rd-tier materials. Su Deling's divine sense has entered the Golden Core stage, indistinguishable from early-stage Golden Core cultivators. After comprehending the 2nd-tier tool patterns, her innate talent allowed her to grasp other patterns more efficiently, leaving even the Fire Cloud real person unaware of how many 2nd-tier tool patterns she truly understood. Common refining masters may not match her in understanding tool patterns. Compared to Golden Core refining masters, Su Delying only lacks in her own magical power and the pressure typical of a Golden Core. Such depth of knowledge gives Su Delying the confidence to craft her first magic treasure, a pill furnace. Once she succeeds, her refining skills will be nearly on par with the Firecloud real person. After all, the Firecloud real person is merely a low-grade third-tier refining master with a higher success rate than ordinary low-grade third-tier refining masters. However, after obtaining the Tsanglong sect's inheritance, he is not far from refining mid-grade treasures. Many latest-stage Golden Core cultivators have magic treasures that reach the level of mid-grade treasures, while only a few have high-grade treasures. Some early nascent soul cultivators also use high-grade treasures. If Su Diyue in the future enters the Golden Core stage and fully refines Taiyin, she will have the strength to battle mid-stage Golden Core cultivators and may even have the chance to kill. Days passed one by one. Various materials were melted by true flames of the Golden Core level. Whenever her magical power fell below 50%, Su Delying would consume a high-grade Ningxin Dan to restore her power. Her powerful divine sense can sustain her longer. However, over time the consumption is significant. She uses high-grade Shen Yin Dan to recover her divine sense. Whether it is Shen Yin Dan Jin Shen Dan or Yang Shen Dan, while they do not enhance Su Delying in any manner, they do help recover the consumed divine sense. The Su family is not lacking in pills, so Su Delying is not stingy in this regard. The refining process consists of 4 steps. First, separately melting the materials to purify them as much as possible, and then mixing them according to their ratios. If this step goes wrong, it will greatly affect the quality of the magic treasure. Next is shaping, refining it into a magic treasure embryo. Refining techniques can accelerate this process, and some exquisite techniques can even enhance the quality of the magic treasure embryo, further eliminating impurities. If this step is completed, there will be no further chance to eliminate impurities. Of course, the most common process of removing material impurities still occurs in the first. Finally, the second-tier tool patterns are inscribed, as these patterns containing various mysterious powers can endow or enhance the inherent attributes of the magic treasure. Any errors in these steps can minimally affect the quality of the magic treasure, or at worst result in a failed refinement, rendering it a scrap. Lu family. Sister, are you planning to host a genius gathering? A young man exclaimed in surprise, standing before a woman with a white veil, her figure as graceful as newly sprouted spring bamboo, slender yet strong. Dressed in a moon-white skirt that reached her ankles, the skirt was embroidered with subtle silver cloud patterns, and a matching jade belt cinched her waist, making it seem delicate yet firm. Her eyes were like cold springs steeped in ink, dark and bright, with a slight lift at the corners devoid of charm, adding a hint of aloofness. When she looked at the young man, her gaze was as serene as a deep pool, seemingly able to see into one's heart. Her long eyelashes resembled butterfly wings, casting faint shadows beneath her eyes as she occasionally raised her hand to brush the edge of her veil, her slender wrists accentuating her delicate bones, her skin luminous and near transparent. She was enveloped in a faint fragrance, neither orchid nor musk, resembling the crispness of plum branches after snow. This young woman was Lu Yue, ranked 5th on the genius list, while the young man before her was her younger brother Lu Feng. At the peak of the 7th layer of foundation establishment, he was also a genius of the Lu family, but unfortunately still young and lacking in cultivation. Otherwise he would surely have made a name for himself on the genius list and competed for a spot in the grand gathering. According to past events, the Tiansong Prefecture will select 36 of the most outstanding foundation establishment geniuses under the auspices of the Tiansong sect before competing for the spots in the Xianyu Prefecture. With over 300 foundation establishment cultivators from the 8 prefectures vying for 72 spots, choosing good allies is particularly important in addition to one's own strength. So what you mean is that you want to take this opportunity to find a few collaborators. Exactly. Then holding a genius gathering in your name will be an easy task. After all, you have many admirers. Lu Feng chuckled a couple of times. He'll get right on it. Don't be hasty. Do you know the location and the invitees I want for this gathering? Indeed, the location is crucial. It should be convenient for everyone to come and go. The Tiansong sect is certainly not suitable, and our Lu family's territory won't do either. It should be a place that is convenient for both sides and has pleasant scenery. Lu Feng mumbled to himself. Suddenly his eyes brightened. I know a place that is very suitable. Yunxi Town, which is relatively close to the Tiansong mountain range, is centrally located between the Tiansong 7 cities and the 3 sects, making it a good choice overall. There is a Yun Lake 30 miles to the north. The genius gathering can be held by the shores of Yun Lake, and we'll call it the Yun Lake Gathering. The Cold Moon Fairy you are renowned alongside with belongs to the Su family, who are the lords of Yunxi and Yun Lake, is within their influence. Asking them to temporarily lend us Yun Lake for the Yun Lake Gathering should not be a problem. After all, no matter how you look at it, the Su family is merely a foundation establishment family and should not dare offend our Lu family. Lu Yu raised her gaze towards Lu Feng, her eyes behind the veil seeming to hold a soft light, and she said calmly, Yunxi Town. By the shores of Yun Lake. After pondering for a moment, she added, if we pressure them to lend us the place, it may lead to rumors, and we might lose the original intent of hosting. It would be better for you to send someone with gifts to negotiate, which not only shows our Lu family's sincerity, but also gives the Su family face. After all, the title of Cold Moon Fairy holds considerable weight among the younger generation in the Tiansong Prefecture. I know how to handle it, and will ensure everything is done beautifully, Lu Feng replied with a carefree smile, patting his chest. Seeing him like this, a hint of warmth crossed Lu Yu's eyes behind the veil, and she slowly nodded. In that case, you can go and prepare. The gifts you bring need not be too extravagant. When you meet the Su family, be polite in your speech, and do not act high and mighty as a Lu family disciple. The Su family has close ties with 5 golden core real persons, so their connections are substantial. Do not underestimate them just because they are a foundation establishment family. Understood. Lu Feng acknowledged. One by one turned to leave, but Lu Yu called out to him again, remember, this trip is only to borrow the land, but do not mention anything else to avoid complications. I will be careful, Lu Feng replied, and left with large strides, his steps light. 2 days later. At the main hall of the Su residence in Yunxi Town, Su Chuan, Su Mingxian, and Su Diyue were all in closed-door cultivation, while Yi Fan hosted guests in the main hall. Tiansong's sect Lu family. Indeed, my elder sister Tsang Yu Fairy, I believe you have heard of her. Naturally, her name is Thunderous, but I have yet to see her. This time my elder sister intends to hold a Yun Lake gathering by Yun Lake in Yunxi Town, and kindly requests to temporarily borrow the southern bank of Yun Lake for the Lu family. The materials needed for the gathering will be fully prepared by my Lu family. Yi Fan thought for a moment and nodded. That is acceptable, but there are many fishermen or spiritual farmers near Yun Lake. I hope Brother Lu will take care not to harm them, as well as the surrounding spiritual fields which are considered my Su family's property. I would not wish for any conflict to arise because of this matter. Haha, brother, yes, words are very clear. I will certainly keep an eye on my Lu family members to ensure they act cautiously, and if anyone is hurt or any damage occurs, I will make sure to compensate. Yi Fan smiled lightly. Soon the Yun Lake gathering hosted in the name of the Tsang Yu Fairy spread throughout the various forces of the Tiansong Prefecture. This gathering will take place on the 5th day of the 5th month, half a month later on the southern bank of Yun Lake, 30 miles north of Yunxi Town. Su Diyue is of course a member of the Su family, and this is now common knowledge. Many people were intrigued by the invitation they received for the gathering hosted by the Tsang Yu Fairy, especially considering it was held at the Su family's land. They speculated whether there was any special reason behind it, such as a friendly relationship between the two families. The top 50 on the genius list, as well as some potential hidden geniuses, all received invitations. Naturally, Su Diyue was among the invitees. Yi Fan, as the host providing the venue, was also invited. Time flew, and it was soon the 5th day of the 5th month. On the southern bank of Yun Lake, the surface appeared like a spread of green silk, and a gentle breeze stirred, creating delicate golden ripples. By the shore, willows hung low, new leaves glistening with dew. When the wind blew, the willow strands gently brushed the water's surface, startling a few silver-scaled fish, which quickly dove back to the bottom of the lake, leaving behind ripples that gradually spread. Not far away, reeds grew abundantly, their sword-like leaves standing upright along the shoreline. In an open area by the shore, the Lu family had erected 7 or 8 wooden pavilions, their roofs covered in light gray thatch, with small bronze bells hanging at the eaves that chimed sweetly with the wind. The space between the pavilions was furnished with bluestone tables and benches, the stone tabletops polished smooth, already set with porcelain cups and tea canisters, with Lu family servants serving tea to the invited guests. At this time, many foundation establishment cultivators had already arrived. Their attire varied, and their temperaments were distinctly different. In the eastern pavilion, a young man dressed in a black outfit with a long sword at his waist was discussing techniques with a nearby woman in green. His fingers, clearly defined, occasionally gestured on the stone table, displaying a sharp energy in his demeanor. On a stone bench to the west, a young girl in a pink skirt was playing with a jade pendant at her waist, the pendant shimmering with spiritual light, indicating it was a low-grade magical item. Her gaze, however, occasionally darted towards the lake's center, as if waiting for someone. There were also several individuals dressed in sect attire, either standing at the pavilion's edge gazing out at Yun Lake, or sitting around the stone table sipping tea, their magical power subtly eminent. Most of the attendees were at the perfected foundation establishment stage. At this moment, 2 figures broke through the air. The man was clad in a crimson gold robe, while the woman wore a simple and elegant light blue robe, the fabric as light as mist. The 2 were Yi Fan and Su Diyue. They approached Lu Yu and Lu Feng, cupping their fists. Brother Lu, Tsang Yu Fairy, did we arrive too late? Diyue just came out of her closed-door cultivation, and we hurried here right away. No wonder she could stand alongside my elder sister. Su Diyue is indeed remarkable. What a pity she has already become someone's Dao partner so early. In the southern region, those of exceptional talent regardless of gender typically do not consider taking a Dao partner until they reach a certain level of strength, believing that further progress is minimal before contemplating such matters. Of course, there could also be other interests at play, such as forming alliances through marriage with other families. As for the main force in producing offspring that would naturally be those of Lu Yu gently parted her lips, a slight smile gracing her face, and she said calmly, the presence of Tsang Yu Fairy certainly adds much luster to the Yun Lake gathering. There is only the Yin Yu Fairy from the Yin family in Fangsu City left unaccounted for in our Tiansong Prefecture this March. Many people came forward to converse with Su Diyue, who returned the greetings one by one. Suddenly, an inappropriate voice rang out. Brother Lu, this Yun Lake gathering is regarded as a top-tier assembly for Foundation establishment cultivators. How come not a single person has even reached late Foundation establishment? Doesn't this make us seem inferior? The speaker was a cultivator dressed in a royal blue brocade robe, casting a sidelong glance. It's the esteemed disciple of the Black Wind, real person from the Jiao Tsong sect, Brother Yun Yi. This time the Su family is lending Yun Lake to my Lu family, so surely we should invite Brother Yi. Moreover, although Brother Yes realm may be low, his actual combat power is quite impressive. What can a 6th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator do to stand on equal footing with us perfected Foundation establishment cultivators? Yi Fan frowned. Lu Yu interjected. Friend Yun, all present here are guests of my Lu family. Would you please give me a face? Yun Yi glanced at Lu Yue, and even without considering her face, the Lu family behind her was enough to command his respect. Since Tsong Yu Fairy has said so, I naturally have to give face, but I have some grievances with the Su family today. Let him take 3 of my moves, and I will not pursue the matter further. Yun Yi was responsible for liaising between the Black Wind real person and the Fong family, reaping a substantial amount of spirit stones from the Fong family each time. Now with the Fong family destroyed by the Su family and the Black Wind real person giving up on seeking trouble with the Su family, he no longer had this extra source of spirit stones, which undoubtedly fueled his resentment. However, since even his master, the Black Wind real person, had given up on causing trouble for the Su family, he naturally did not dare to act recklessly. The Yun Lake gathering is a gathering among peers at the Foundation establishment stage, and with Su family members also invited, he certainly does not want to miss this opportunity. While he cannot kill, he must humiliate someone to vent his frustration. In terms of strength, he happens to rank just above Su Diyue, and his prowess is definitely not weak, second among the younger generation of the Jiaotsong sect. However, to vent his anger, he naturally chose a soft target, which is why he set his sights on Yi Fan. Many people looked at Yun Yi with disdain in their eyes. But they were also curious about what grievance led Yun Yi, a perfected Foundation establishment cultivator, to fixate on a 6th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator from the Su family. Your master is the Black Wind real person from the Jiaotsong sect. Exactly. I see. Yi understands now. Brother Yun's targeting of me stems from this old grudge. I can only say that your heart is indeed as small as a needle. Haha, Brother Yi, are you sure you mean Brother Yun's heart, and not some other part? Upon hearing this, those around them immediately understood, and laughter erupted. Looking for death, Yun Yi immediately began to gather a palm strike aimed fiercely at Yi Fan. But a cold gleam of sword light suddenly appeared, flashing across his eyes. Everyone only felt a silver flash before their eyes. Su Du's figure shifted slightly, and before they knew it, she held a long sword in her hand. The sword's body was as white as autumn water, the very Tian Shui sword she had acquired just over a month prior. Dare you say that again? At this moment, her sword tip was angled sharply, the blade steady against Yun Yi's throat, and a chilling aura suddenly erupted. The lake water by the shore began to freeze, and a chill spread from Yun Yi's throat to his entire body as he felt the sword tip pressed against his throat. A sense of foreboding rose within him, making him uncertain whether he could truly surpass someone ranked higher than him. Yun Yi looked at Yi Fan and asked, "What do you want to hide behind a—" I must say it's no surprise that a man who is a Livian son-in-law is so comfortable feeding off a woman's resources. A sense of foreboding rose within him, making him uncertain whether he could truly surpass someone ranked higher than him. Yun Yi looked at Yi Fan and asked, "What do you want to hide behind a—" It was indeed rather annoying. Su Diyue glanced at Yi Fan for a moment, then turned her wrist, causing the Tian Shui sword to shrink and fly back into her storage bag. She stepped back to give way on the battlefield. Yan Kuangtu sent a sound transmission to Yan Han saying, "Did you see that? That sword isn't the flying sword I fought against last time. Its aura fluctuation is not at all inferior to my Red Thunder flying sword." Indeed, the Su family has top-notch artifact masters, which makes it convenient to have crafted a matching 2-pattern magic tool in such a short time. Yan Han remained silent for a moment, then sighed slightly in his heart. My big brother, is this really a cause for celebration? Yi Fan cupped his fists towards Lu Yue saying, "Fairy Lu, I apologize for the disruption caused to your Yun Lake gathering due to matters concerning my—" The demeanor of the two was strikingly different. Anyone not foolish or in conflict with the Su family would certainly choose to befriend Yi Fan. What do you mean, Taoist Yi? The invited guests have not all arrived yet, so it hasn't officially started. Since you and Taoist Yun have grievances, feel free to handle it as you see fit. Of course, but let's keep it reasonable. If anyone tries to harm someone deliberately, I will not sit idly by. Lu Yu cast a seemingly casual glance at Yun Yi. That is only natural. Everyone stepped back. Lu Yu stood beside Su Diyue and quietly asked, "Fairy Su, may I ask what grievances exist between Taoist Yun and your Su family?" Su Diyue looked at the two confronting each other and said coldly, "Before my Su family took control of Yunxi town, do you know that Yunxi was controlled by the 3 top foundation building families Yuan, Fong, and Hua? I have heard a bit. The Yuan and Fong families were exterminated by your Su family, but the Hua family remains, though their influence is not what it once was. Yunxi Town is considered the most prominent small town in the entire Tiansong Prefecture solely because it has a second-tier spirit vein serving as the foundation for Golden Core families. The three families have dominated Yunxi Town for over 100 years, relying on the protection of Golden Core cultivators behind them. The Hua family has connections with the current head of the Qingmu sect, while the Yuan family is backed by the Yinshan real person of the Qingsong sect, and the Fang family is associated with the Heifeng real. These two families offer substantial spirit stones annually to their respective patrons. Lu Yue, being a clever person, quickly pieced it all together. It's because the Fang family was destroyed that they lost a stable source of income. However, all of this happened 6 or 7 years ago. No wonder Taoist he called him as narrow-minded as a needle tip. Even his master no longer holds a grudge, yet he remains resentful. His vision is indeed limited. In this matter, it is I who should apologize to both of you. The incident happened suddenly, and Fairy Lu is not aware of the details. As the saying goes, the ignorant are blameless. Suddenly, 2 beams of red light shot from a distance, and the scorching aura could be felt from far away. The sound of phoenix cries rang out. Someone exclaimed, "The Flame Moon Fairy has arrived." A moment later, a man and a woman arrived. The woman was Yin Fengwu, while the man was Yin Yue, who had previously sparred with Su Diyue in artifact crafting and was a young fire spirit body from the Yin. "Senior brother, Yin Yue, you have come as well." Lu Yu slightly bowed to Yin Yu. Yin Yu replied, "Fairy Lu, you are too polite. I heard from my younger sister that you were hosting a gathering at Yin Lake, so I insisted on coming to join the fun. I hope you won't mind." "Of course not. Senior brother Yin Yu is a top-tier artifact master. Who among us would not welcome you?" Many people stepped forward to greet Yin Yu and Yin Fengwu. Yin Yu scanned the area, appearing somewhat disappointed. "Big brother, I didn't see the person I wanted to meet. I'm a little disappointed." Yin Fengwu transmitted the message with a smile. Yin Yu ignored her and inquired about what was happening here. Someone immediately explained the situation to him. Then Yin Yu looked towards Yi Fan and Yun Yi. Everyone's attention shifted to the two. "Taoist Yun, do you also want to curry favor with Master Yin Yu?" "Humph." Yun Yi coldly snorted, withdrawing his gaze. "Yi Fan, since you wish to be taught a lesson by me, I shall oblige you." As he spoke, he turned his right palm, and earth-type mana gathered in his palm, transforming into a half-foot square brownish-yellow palm print, with fragments of stone swirling within it, descending towards Yi Fan's head. The combination of perfected foundation establishment mana and skill techniques was extraordinary, carrying a heavy pressure. He seemed to wish to see Yi Fan kneeling before. The combination of perfected foundation establishment mana and skill techniques was extraordinary, carrying a heavy pressure. He seemed to wish to see Yi Fan kneeling before him. Spiritual flames resembling a miniature fiery dragon. He struck towards the brownish-yellow palm print. "Is that pure yang flame?" This mana aura seems to originate from the same source as junior sister Yue. Yin Yue, being a yang fire spirit body, was naturally sensitive to yang attribute flames. Bang! The brownish-yellow palm print collided with Yi Fan's fist, beginning to shatter inch by inch, but his fist also bled profusely. The onlookers were astonished. He could actually withstand a full-force strike from a perfected foundation establishment without using a magic tool, eh? They wondered how they would fare in the same situation, needing to use their strongest magic tools to barely fend it off. The gap between perfected foundation establishment and sixth-layer foundation establishment was indeed vast, like a chasm. Yet now this chasm had seemingly been crossed. If Yi Fan were also a perfected foundation establishment, now do you think he would have a place among the top 3 on the genius list? Someone murmured. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Yun Yi coldly snorted, seeing the scene he had hoped for not materialize, revealing his dissatisfaction. He waved his hand over his storage bag, and a pitch-black iron rod suddenly flew out. With a heavy mana sweep, it aimed directly at Yi Fan's waist. The speed of this rod was incredibly fast, the rod's wind carrying earth-type pressure that made the air around Yi Fan grow stagnant. A set of crimson gold battle armor suddenly appeared on him. A half-transparent crimson light curtain automatically condensed around the armor. The iron rod struck the half-transparent crimson light curtain, and Yi Fan did not suffer a heavy blow. He was merely forced to stagger backward, but the curtain showed some cracks. Yun Yi's pupils narrowed, not expecting Yi Fan could actually withstand a strike from his magic tool. But there would be no next time. Yi Fan received my third blow, and see. He gripped the rod with both hands, positioning the black iron rod vertically in front of him, as earth-type mana surged violently into it. The rod grew several feet tall, transforming into a massive earth pillar covered in rock patterns while he shouted, "Earth-splitting rod technique. Mountain crumble." The top of the earth pillar radiated brownish-yellow spiritual light, bearing the might to crumble mountains and shatter rocks, crashing down towards Yi Fan. The power of the magic tool combined with the technique was enough to make many in attendance feel their... Yi Fan's expression turned grave as the red light flickered in his hands, and a pair of gauntlets appeared, also crimson gold, matching his battle armor perfectly. He urged the fire-type mana to its peak, frantically pouring it into the gauntlets and armor. The surface of the gauntlets resonated with the patterns on the armor, flames soaring 3 feet high, making him appear like a fiery demon. His aura climbed to a level comparable to the peak of 8th-layer foundation establishment. Flame Emperor Fist. Boom. The fire fist collided with the earth pillar, sending flames and shattered stones flying. Yi Fan was blasted backward. The fiery armor's protective curtain shattered instantly, and blood spilled from his mouth. Yun Yi also experienced the recoil, his internal organs shaking, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat, which he forced down. He staggered back 4 or 5 steps, the earth patterns on the black iron rod dimming slightly, and disbelief showed in his eyes. How is this possible? Yun Yi stammered. What's impossible? At this moment Yin Yu stepped forward and said, if I'm not mistaken, brother, yes, armor and gauntlets are both 2 pattern magic tools. Few in attendance could afford such luxury. Moreover, considering his combat strength already rivaled perfected foundation establishment, it was naturally no problem for him to withstand your attack. This must be crafted by junior sister Duf, for you, right? Junior sister. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded slightly. Did junior sister Dua not attend the Yun Lake gathering? She should be in seclusion at Firecloud Valley. Even if she comes out, I doubt she would participate in the grand event of talents, so she likely won't be here. That makes sense. Upon hearing this, everyone understood that Yin Yu was here for Sudiua. However, they were also very curious about her. After all, there were very few people here who had seen Sudiua. Just then another beam of crimson light approached. Sensing this aura, Yi Fan and Sudiua exchanged glances, revealing looks of surprise. Sister Diua. The newcomer was indeed Sudiua. In fact, as soon as Yi Fan and the others left the Su residence, the Firecloud real person had arrived with Sudiua. Sudiua was naturally here to deliver the treasure furnace. Su Chuan looked at the 3-foot-tall furnace held in Su Diu's palm, his eyes filled with joy. The furnace was entirely dark golden with a material that seemed neither jade nor gold, its surface radiating a warm glow subtly flowing with spiritual. In the center of the furnace's belly, a Taiji diagram floated quietly, black and white hues intertwined. The Yin fish eye embedded with crimson fire patterns, and the Yang fish eye adorned with light blue water patterns, symbolizing the concept of Yin and Yang nurturing each other and water and fire complementing each other. Surrounding the Taiji diagram were 8 trigrams clearly marked with the symbols of Qian Kuan Jin Sun, Kinli Jin, and Dui, with each trigram edge engraved with delicate runes. The furnace ears were shaped like dragon heads, with the dragon's mouth holding a round ring, which also bore patterns connecting it to the furnace's trigrams. Grandfather, this is Du's first magic tool, named 8-trigram alchemy furnace. I present it to you hoping you can further advance in the alchemy path. This furnace can produce true flames at the golden core level when infused with mana, which will greatly aid you in refining 3rd-grade pills. Additionally, it can serve as an offensive and defensive magic tool, though not as outstanding in those aspects compared to other magic tools. That's enough. Thank you, Dua. By the way, grandfather, I sensed Yi Fan and Dua on my way here. Are they heading to Yun Lake? Indeed, the Lu family of Tiansong's sect borrowed the south bank of our Su family's Yun Lake to host the Yun Lake gathering, inviting all the talented individuals of Tiansong Prefecture. I suspect that the Songyue Fairy intends to use this opportunity to select allies. These are all cunning tricks, the Firecloud real person scoffed. If Dua participates in the grand event of talents, she will certainly secure a spot on the talent list. Is the Fire Emperor's true eyes about to break through? Su Chuan asked with a faint smile. I am stuck at a bottleneck, and it should take 2 or 3 more steps to truly break. It seems that cultivating eye techniques is indeed challenging, Su Chuan remarked. That is natural. Firecloud real person said most cannot even reach the cultivation threshold. Yue possesses innate fire spirit eyes, giving her a much higher starting point for her training. Next, I intend to take Yue on a journey, handle some matters, and see if I can obtain an opportunity for her to undergo a transformation. If successful, her power to reach the golden core will be much easier, and she might succeed within 10 years. What kind of opportunity? Su Chuan was slightly taken aback. You needn't concern yourself with that. I assure you, I will not harm my own disciple. Naturally, I trust the elder, Su Chuan replied. Well, then it's settled. We plan to depart in a few days. Su Chuan nodded slightly, looking at Su Due, suddenly sensing something. He calculated with his fingers, chuckling softly. Due, you might as well take a trip to Yun Lake. Someone has come specifically for you. Grandfather, who is it? You'll know when you go, and since you are going on a long journey, you probably won't return in the short term. It would be good to spar with the younger generation of Tiansong Prefecture while you're there. Thus, when you are outside, you will have a better understanding of your own strength. Su Due nodded thoughtfully. I understand, grandfather. I will go take a look at Yun Lake now. After she left, the Firecloud real person picked up a cup of tea and took a sip, saying, You wouldn't send Due there without reason. Something must have happened. It's not a big deal. I observed that Due seems to have a connection to a romantic fate. What a... The Firecloud real person, who had been calm, nearly spat out the tea he was drinking upon hearing this. This isn't a big deal, he exclaimed angrily. Tell me which scoundrel has set their sights on my disciple. Su Chuan's lips twitched slightly. I am not as agitated as you, my dear grandfather. However, this protective attitude warmed his heart. Clearly he regarded Su Due as his own daughter. Though it is said that once a teacher, forever a father. The world of cultivation is ruthless, and it is not uncommon for master and disciple to turn against each other. How many truly treat their disciples as their own children? A person with the character of the Firecloud real person is indeed rare, He is known for his unpredictable temper and has earned the nickname Old Demon of Fire Cloud. Tell me, or I will personally go to Yun Lake myself. Chuan chuckled lightly. As for this person, didn't you invite him? Me. It's Yin Yue, disciple of the Red Fire real person. Chuan explained, perhaps years ago he had a spar with Yue, and lost to her, which planted a seed of affection in his heart. That kid, The Fire Cloud real person was taken aback, then said, though he has remarkable talent in artifact crafting, and is not lacking in aptitude with the support of the Yin family and Red Fire, his chances of becoming a golden core are not small. But to become my disciple's partner, that's just a dream. Chuan, you wouldn't be happy to see that, would you? As long as Yue is willing, I have no objections. Of course Yue knows the rules of the Su family. She would never marry outside the family. Only marrying in, then I will be at ease. The Fire Cloud real person smiled as he stroked his beard. Sister Delying, what brings you here? Yi Fan and Su Yue asked in unison. I heard the Lu family is holding a Yunhu gathering. I came to see for myself. Su Delying glanced at Yi Fan and sensed a faint, unsteady aura. Are you hurt? Only a minor wound, a healing pill will mend it soon. The other party is a Foundation establishment complete cultivator and fared no better, Yi Fan replied casually. Su Delying swept her eyes over the assembly and fixed them on Yuni. Of all present, leaving aside, Yi Fan's aura alone seemed unsettled. Did you wound someone of the Su family? Su Delying's eyes glinted faintly gold as a pressure descended upon Yun, an oppressive weight that made him reel. What? You pick on the Su family because you think none will answer you, choosing only those beneath you in realm. Yi Fan, how many moves did you exchange with him? 3. Su Delying continued, eyes on Yun. We are of the same realm. Accept a single strike from me, and this matter will be settled. A middle-aged man stepped forward, cupped his fist, and pleaded, Master Delying, it was all a misunderstanding. Junior brother Yun has also been badly injured. Do us the courtesy to let this pass. Who are you? Why should I give you face? Su Delying replied without civility. I am Wang Chuan, disciple of Jiaocong sect, ranked 7th on the prodigy list. I do not know you. You would take a strike from me. Those by the pavilions watched as Wang Chuan was put to shame. A faint amusement curled at many lips as all eyes settled. Wang Chuan felt his cheeks burn. Humiliation turned to fury, his expression darkened as if it might bleed. I only meant to seek Master Delying's instruction. If I offended, spare me the Pratala act. Su Delying's voice was cold and merciless. Wang Chuan, gagged by the rebuke, flared with anger, raised his right hand, and a warblade suffused with black radiance manifested. The blade was etched with dense patterns and shrouded in a malevolent aura, the well-known rune weapon called the Sha Shui Dao. By virtue of that blade and the Kuang Sha blade art, he had claimed 7th place on the prodigy list. Now enraged, he struck. As his technique flared, the killing chi thickened until the very air chilled. Take my blade. With a fierce cry, Wang Chuan cleaved outward. The blade's radiance carried roiling murderous chi, a black lightning aimed straight for Su Delying's brow, ruthless, leaving no mercy. Everyone held their breath. Wang Chuan's Kuang Sha blade art was brutally domineering. Ordinary Foundation establishment completions would struggle to withstand it. It explained how he had risen to 7th place with a single rune weapon. Sister Delying, be careful. Yin cried out. At that warning, many displayed surprise. This master of forging from the Yin family had come for Su Delying. Su Delying remained unfazed. She narrowed her eyes and then opened them wide. 2 faint golden flames ignited within her pupils. This was the Hua Huang Jintong, Fire Emperor True Gaze, an extraordinary Shin ability. Although she had not fully mastered the gaze, Su Delying had grasped it to a degree that allowed her to release a portion of its power. When the True Gaze awakened, the golden flames in her pupils became 2 slender threads of fire streaking forth like twin golden arcs directly at the black blade's radiant. The twin fire lines met midair and with a humming resonance merged into a single thicker column of golden flame. A clear, high-pitched phoenix cry rang out, ringing across the banks of Yunhu. Everyone's eardrums trembled. Even the lake's surface rippled with tiny waves. The merged flames swelled in an instant, light bursting heavenward and coalescing into a pale golden fire phoenix, with wings spanning several feet. Its wings unfurled, tail feathers flowing like molten gold. Its flames were searing, yet not dazzling, exuding a sacred austerity as it dove toward the blade's entangling chi. At the clash, golden flame and black murderous chi writhed together, the latter hissing as it was burned away. Like frost under a fierce sun, it melted with a grating. The phoenix cried out once more, and with undiminished might dove like an arrow. Its keen golden talons glowed with heat, aimed straight for Wang Chuan's chest. Wang Chuan's face drained as sweat broke cold on his brow. The phoenix's display had already unnerved him. Now it bore down upon him, and any thought of arrogance. Without time to ponder, he slapped a storage pouch at his waist. A soil-colored spiritual light leapt forth and coalesced into a 3-foot square shield midair. Block, he shouted, forming hand seals. The shield flared with a dense ochre glow and met the phoenix's talons. The talons struck the shield, the ochre barrier flickered unpredictable, as if unsteady. In the next instant it shattered with a ringing clang. 2 claw marks scarred the shield's surface before a tremendous force hammered Wang Chuan, sending him spitting blood as he tumbled backward. Everyone's pupils constricted at the sight. How is this possible? Wang Chuan is 7th on the prodigy list and foundation establishment complete. How can he not withstand even a single... Under Lu Yu's veil, her beautiful eyes fixed on the composed Su Delying, her expression turned unusually grave. After a moment she parted her lips and uttered 2 words, supernatural ability. Those 2 words, though softly spoken, struck like a hammer upon the gathered minds. Su Delying looked disdainfully toward Wang Chuan and said lightly, "If you lack the strength, do not rashly step forward." Then she turned to Yun Yi, "Your turn. Take one of my strikes, and I will let you leave in peace." Yun Yi, trapped and humiliated, gritted his teeth, and finally said This time Su Delying did not fully unleash the Hua Huang Jintong. She merely wove a thread of its power into her technique, yet the force remained formidable. One move sent his defensive artifact flying, and left his body grievously harmed. The 2 brothers from Jiaocang sect were too mortified to remain and left at once. "Sister Delying." Yin Yu stepped forward to greet. "Yin Yu, you are indeed Sister Delying. My elder brother often spoke of you. To finally meet you in person. Your beauty is striking and your strength terrifying. Sister Delying, will you attend the Tianjiao summit?" Yin Fengwu smiled and asked. Many leaned in to listen, equally curious. They had not expected that beyond Su Diyue the Su family harbored another talent, even more extraordinary one, who had comprehended supernatural power. Such people were rare in Tiansong Prefecture, where most were old foundation establishment elders. Forming a golden core was exceedingly difficult. One might depend on pills to assist on innate spirit items, or on comprehending a Shin ability, and taking that path to core formation. The first 2 rely on external things and fortune. Thus most who reach foundation establishment completion seek a suitable supernatural method to comprehend rather than pinning all hopes on pills or innate artifacts. Some exceptionally gifted foundation practitioners can perceive Shin power, but truly succeeding down the Shin path to form a golden core is so rare that Tiansong Prefecture had not produced one in centuries. A genius like Su Delying could surely make the Tianjiao list. How far she might go, however, remained unpredictable. After all, the world is never short of geniuses. Su Delying surveyed the crowd and said, "I do not much relish killing and fighting you. I shall not stir in the Tianjiao summit. My sister Diyue may go in my stead." She did not yet know that Su Mingxian also intended to attend. What a pity. Lu Yu smiled lightly. Could it be that Master Delying is already too old for the Tianjiao requirements? You could think of it that way. Lu Yu asked no more. Su Delying looked toward Yin Yu. The gaze was burning and strangely familiar to her, a memory long since blurred. A phrase from Su Chuan surfaced in her mind: "Youth is always bitter." She wondered inwardly whether the grandfather had meant that man. Was he fond of her? Su Delying knew Su Chuan had not spoken as she had decided for herself. Yet she felt little interest in love, and thus treated the matter with a cool indifference. Many in Tianan remained unmarried. The weaker one is the more one values offspring. One cannot change one's own fate alone, but with enough progeny, a family might chance such a child could assist oneself or raise the family's fortunes. Su Delying's arrival and display of power instantly made her the focal point of the Yunhu gathering. Even the host Lu Yu paled in comparison. Most sought to flatter Su Delying in hopes she might craft a bespoke artifact for them. Indeed, Yi Fan had withstood Yun Yi, Foundation Establishment Layer 6, against a complete Foundation opponent, and only suffered light wounds, largely because Su Delying had tailored his rune weapon. "Friends, you are too kind, but in a few days I will travel with my master Huin Jinren on a journey and shall be of no help. Please take back your items. If you truly seek a rune-patterned artifact that suits you, visit the Dengxian Pavilion in town. You may find something." Many prodigies felt a touch disappointed. "Sister Delying, where are you and Huiyun Elder going?" "I do not know," Su Delying replied. "Also, Yenyue, please do not call me junior sister. We are not of the same school, and it will cause misunderstanding." "My apologies, poor phrasing. Please do not take offense, Immortal Delying." Yenyue laughed apologetically. Su Delying leaned in and conveyed by spirit whisper, "Yenyue, if you seek a partner, do not waste your thoughts on me. The Su women seldom marry outside." Shortly after she departed, Yenyue watched her leave in a daze. Yen Fengwu patted his shoulder and sighed. "Brother, she is too proud. You cannot tame her." But Yen Yu seemed to not hear. He murmured, "Immortal Delying in red is still so valiant and beautiful. Not only is she masterful in forging, her comprehension and natural talent are formidable, truly a peerless wonder." Seeing him rapt, Yen Fengwu rolled her eyes and quipped with a twitch, "Brother, today, I too wear red." Yen Yu glanced at her. "How can you compare with Immortal Delying? You persist in only a few styles. If you are not weary, I am." Yen Fengwu scowled and inwardly grumbled, "Are you the same big brother who cared for me so tenderly in childhood?" A man in love is a fearful thing, and unrequited love more so. All right, continue your exchanges with these prodigies. Having met Immortal Delying has satisfied me. I will take my leave. With that he departed. The Yunhu gathering resumed sparring, exchanging techniques, trading news. Yi Fan and Su Delying mingled and gleaned much information, including reports of forces beyond Tiansong Prefecture. The Su family concentrated on developing Yunxi town and had no designs beyond Tiansong Prefecture, so they knew little of exterior affairs. Tianan is divided into 8 prefectures. Tiansong is the weakest of them. Each prefecture usually hosts at least one nascent soul yuaning power. Take Xianyue Prefecture home to Xianyue sect. Besides that sect, there are two other nascent soul powers, one a sect, and one an aristocratic clan. The nascent soul powers are commonly known to these prodigies, but the multitude of golden core forces is impossible to enumerate. Smaller golden core powers are countless, and as for foundation-level groups, they are hardly worth mentioning to outsiders. Though the Yunhu gathering had its disruptions on the whole, by the hour of Shun the Yunhu gathering concluded, and the prodigies departed. Immortal Lu, we shall take our leave. Yi Fan and Su Dua cupped their fists and soared toward Yunxi town. They were the last to leave. In the blink of an eye, the bustling south bank of Yunhu held only the Lu siblings and many Lu household attendants. Sister, how did it go? Lu Feng asked. Behind her veil, Lu Yu's eyes rippled. I largely achieved what I wanted. For now, 3 might lend me aid. Who? Wenchong Gaozheng Xiaosong. Wenchong is a disciple of Tiansong sect and has long admired you. That is to be expected. Gaozheng and Xiaosong come from the 7 cities' golden core aristocratic families. Are you sure they will help? The Gao and Xiao families each have only one golden core master, and they are aged. The family's reputations rest on them. The more desperate they are, the easier they are to sway. Of course, alliances formed for interest may dissolve for interest. I am aware of that. It suffices that you know. Father and grandfather pin hopes on you. They want the Lu family to produce a golden core. Lu Feng added, have you considered the Su family? When it comes to a pressing need for a golden core cultivator, Su family has developed well, but to truly secure everything, they must birth a golden core practitioner. Connections are merely connections. In crucial moments, only one's own blood can be relied upon. The Su family. Lu Yu's autumn water eyes flickered. They are surprising, seeming shallow yet in truth deep. If Su Due reaches foundation establishment completion within a year, I will extend an invitation before the secret realm trial. Indeed, they are unfathomable. I had not expected a hidden genius who had perceived Shin power, and judging by spirit and vigor they belong to the younger generation. Yet she declines the Tianjiao summit. Could Master Delying be confident of forming a golden core on her own? We do not know. What Su family intends concerns them, not us. The Lu family has our own designs. Sister speaks truly. Yi Fan and Su Due returned to the Su mansion and briefly recounted the Yunhu gathering to Su Chuan. Su Chuan smiled faintly. A Tianjiao summit stirs the whole of Tian, and beneath the calm how many undercurrents flow. Yet the number of places upon the Tianjiao list is fixed. Most schemes will come to naught. Master speaks wisely. Su Chuan looked at Yi Fan and smiled faintly. If in a year's time if one can reach the 7th level of foundation establishment, they might as well give it a try. Yi Fan exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. Your foundation is already quite solid. Stepping into the 7th level of foundation establishment can rival those at the 9th level. With the 2-pattern magical artifact crafted by Deling, it should not be a problem to engage with a fully realized foundation establishment practitioner. Thank you, Master. However, you should treat this Tianjiao Grand Assembly as merely a personal training experience. There is no need to overexert yourselves for the sake of a so-called title. Understood. Yi Fan and Su Due clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Su Dang smiled lightly from the side, planning to stay at the Su residence for 3 days before departing with Master Huiyun. In these few days, she rarely practiced. She wandered around visiting Yunxi town, the mines, the spiritual fields, and the Yun Lake, exploring every corner. If father and second uncle were to come and see everything the Su family has achieved in Tian, then they would surely be astonished, wouldn't they, eh? No, perhaps not. Su Dang shook her head with a self-deprecating smile. They have long cultivated a Dao heart that is unaffected by external matters beside grandfather. They might think this is perfectly normal given all that we have. 3 days later, in the faint morning light, Su Chuan and others watched as Su Dang and Master Huiyun departed. Before leaving, Su Chuan gave Su Dang a storage bag containing various pills, including the Heavenly Spirit Pill and the Pure Spirit Pill needed for breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Grandfather, where is Sister Dang going to travel with Master Huiyun? To outside Tiansong Prefecture. Yi Fan asked. Perhaps even further. Master Huiyun once mentioned he would help Dang find an opportunity. If all goes smoothly, Dang's return will likely be just a step away from achieving. Sister Dang will definitely not be trapped by the Golden Core realm. Su Due said. Su Chuan smiled slightly. You both should focus on your training. Set aside the cultivation methods for now. Although heir is still young, he has already fallen behind the usual heirs by a few years. My Su family can ensure he progresses faster than others. Yes, grandfather, master. With the seasons changing, they were at the Tiansong mountain range, the location of the Chun family's ancestral land. Scattered nearby are several families affiliated with the Qingmu sect. Most of their ancestors had once achieved the Golden Core, but later fell into decline, leaving them with a foundation deeper than that of many foundation establishment families. At this moment, the moonlight was like frost, casting a silvery glow upon the gray walls of the Chun ancestral land. A faint azure barrier barely visible in the moonlight shimmered with a subtle spiritual light, forming an invisible barrier that securely protected the Chun family. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the woods, landing 3 feet outside the barrier. The figure was clad in a dark robe, their face hidden in shadows, surrounded by a barely perceptible aura of darkness. His gaze was like a hawk's fixated on the depths of the Chen family land with murderous intent surging in his eyes. Chinchanga, you thought you could thwart my plans. While you are at Qingmu sect, I cannot kill you, but I will take the lives of your family members as interest. This person was the ancient demon Yellow. After 7 years having escaped in a wretched state from Tiansong Prefecture, he had finally returned. Yellow raised his hand, his fingers curling like claws, dark energy gathering in his palm, forming a pitch-black claw. He flickered and dashed towards the barrier like a ghost, the claw slicing through the air with a whistling sound as it struck the surface of the barrier. Bang! The claw collided with the barrier, and the faint azure light suddenly surged, forcefully repelling the dark energy outside. Yellow felt a tremendous force transmit through his arm, growing numb as he stumbled back 2 steps, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. When did the Chen family set up a third-grade formation? It's even a third-grade mid-tier. The protective formation of the Qingmu sect and the other 3 sects is only a third-grade mid-tier. Yellow was extremely astonished, but then he realized, they must have revealed my existence and gained merit fearing retaliation, hence they invited someone from Tiansong sect to set. However, Tiansong sect is rather generous to have set up a third-grade mid-tier formation for a family with merely a newly advanced golden core practitioner. He glared fiercely at the Chun family land, his figure swaying, turning into a shadow that vanished into the woods. He understood that in his current state, he could not break this formation. If his whereabouts were exposed, it would be troublesome. The formation was reacting. Immediately, Chun family guards wielding magical artifacts rushed to this location. We clearly heard a noise. Why is there no one here? One guard, perhaps it was a passing beast that accidentally bumped into the formation's barrier. With our Chen family having this third-grade mid-tier formation, who would dare to intrude? Indeed, this formation cannot be broken by ordinary golden core practitioners, but we must remain vigilant. Since Change's ancestor offended that ancient demon, as long as the demon is alive, our Chun family cannot let their guard down. After a while, this patrol team of guards left to continue their rounds. Knight Mo Luo began hunting human cultivators in the Tiansong mountain range, occasionally targeting beasts as well. However, compared to beasts, the souls of human cultivators were their delicacies. Yunqi Town. Huang family. Main hall. Brother Huang, my husband, has been at Eagle Mouth Ridge for over a month now. He told me before that he would return in half a month at most. Can you help me find him? Yin Yang, don't worry. Brother Lu is one of my best friends. Huang will not ignore this. But you know my current status is different. I must first seek the Su family's consent for this matter, since it won't be a quick trip. Once I have their approval, I will inform you, and then go to Eagle Mouth Ridge. But whether I can find him or not, whether he is alive or dead, it all depends on luck. I understand. Thank you, Brother Huang. Thank you, Brother Huang. After Li Yunyang left, Huang Tianxiong walked. He had heard their conversation outside the door. Brother, are you really going? Huang Tianxiong frowned at Huang Tianba, saying, Eagle Mouth Ridge is not considered a dangerous place for a mid-foundation establishment cultivator like Lu Shan. If he hasn't returned in over a month, he is either trapped or dead. Moreover, whether he is still at Eagle Mouth Ridge is uncertain. I know, but he is a brother I made during the days of the demon hunting team, and he has helped us before. Regardless of life or death, since Yun Yang has sought our help, we must go check it out. We will do our part, and leave the rest to fate. Then I will accompany you, brother, and we can bring a few others along, making the search more convenient. Huang Tianba nodded slightly. Now the Huang family held considerable power in Yunqi Town, so they could easily mobilize personnel. By the way, brother, recently there have been several people like Lu Shan who have gone missing in the Tiansong mountain range. I heard others discussing this while I was outside at noon. Huang Tianxiang's expression tightened. Do you think something unusual is happening in the Tiansong mountain range? After a pause, he added, tomorrow you might as well report this matter to the Su family. If the number of disappearances continues to rise, it will cause panic. I will keep that in mind. Huang Tianba nodded. The next day, he went to the Su residence. He met with the steward Mu Zhuqi to request a leave of absence for 7 or 8 days to visit the Tiansong mountain range and report on the missing cultivators. Missing? Mu Zhuqi was slightly taken aback. Are you sure they aren't dead? I don't know the specifics, Huang Tianba replied. I just feel something is off and wanted to I approve of your request to find someone at Eagle Mouth Ridge. But since you feel something is off, be careful and prepare well before you go to avoid putting yourself at risk. Thank you, Steward Zhuqi. Mu Zhuqi nodded in response. Huang Tianba then clasped his fists and took his leave. Mu Zhuqi immediately arranged for a detailed investigation into the disappearances of cultivators in Yunqi Town. 2 hours later, he received information on all the deaths or disappearances from the past month. 9 cultivators, 2 Qi practitioners, and 1 early foundation establishment cultivator have been confirmed dead, with their remains retrieved. The remaining individuals, a demon hunting team, plus Lu Shan, are unaccounted for. The destination of that demon hunting team is only 7 or 8 miles away from Eagle Mouth Ridge. Looking at the information on the paper, Mu Zhuqi indeed sensed something unusual. This could be a coincidence, or it could involve murder and treasure robbery, with the culprit escaping afterward, or perhaps a powerful beast emerged, etc. The probability of danger to the Su family or Yunqi Town is not high. However, the Su family has a rule that any risky situation must be preemptively addressed, and no one is allowed to act on their own. Many dangers often begin with thoughts like, I think this person isn't worth mentioning, or, I think this matter is not worth worrying about. If some families could correctly assess the risks of certain matters and certain individuals eradicate them and eliminate potential hazards, perhaps they could. Mu Zhuqi immediately reported this matter to Yi Fan. After deep contemplation, Yi Fan informed Su Chuan. A demon hunting team and a mid-foundation establishment cultivator named Lu Shan have gone missing near Eagle Mouth Ridge. Su Chuan murmured softly, then used the little star divination technique to deduce the fates of Lu Shan and the demon hunting team. They are all dead, Su Chuan said calmly. As for the bodies, they are probably gone. Erasing corpses and covering tracks, Yi Fan said. They likely encountered a powerful beast or cultivator, but it seems the opponent has already left. Brother Tianba and the others are bound to make a wasted trip. Something is off. How does this matter relate to me at all? Su Chuan was somewhat puzzled. He didn't know these people at all. Even if they were residents of Yunxi Town, they shouldn't have any connection with him. With this in mind, Su Chuan deduced the situation of Huang Tianba and the others. Huang Tianba and Huang Tianxiong. This trip to Eagle Mouth Ridge is extremely dangerous, and they face the possibility of death. What a... Yi Fan was taken aback at this revelation. How could it also be related to me? This is truly strange. Su Chuan attempted to deduce who the culprit was, but was concerned about the potential backlash from forcibly deducing karma. He decided to wait until tomorrow when he could once again perform a divination. Master, what exactly is happening? Yi Fan asked with concern. They won't reach Eagle Mouth Ridge anytime soon. We will speak more about it tomorrow. Su Chuan waved his hand. Yes, master. Yi Fan clasped his fists and took his leave. The next day, just past the hour of the rat, Su Chuan began his divination. After a moment, he opened his eyes and furrowed his brow. So he has returned. No wonder everything is somehow related to me. The he Su Chuan referred to was naturally Yolomo. Had he not instructed Chinchanga to probe Yolomo, would not have ended up in his current predicament. Though still at the peak of foundation establishment, he is no ordinary practitioner at this stage. He can definitely engage in battle with an early golden core cultivator, Su Chuan muttered to himself. In terms of combat power with MOU around suppression will not be an issue. But the opportunity to capture him is only once. He speculated that Yellow Mo must have visited the Chun family, knowing that revenge was hopeless in his current state, and was planning to recover his strength first. He might even use those close to Chinchanga as bait such as himself to lure him out of the sect. Yellow Mo is indeed a hidden danger. Since I have learned of his whereabouts, he must be eliminated, otherwise if he truly recovers, my Su family will not have peace. And it must be my Su family that takes action. Since Su Chuan planned to use MOUA, it was unsuitable to have outsiders present. Yi Fan. Su Chuan directly transmitted his voice to Yi Fan saying, You must immediately inform Huang Tianba and the others not to go to Eagle Mouth Ridge for now. Wait until you receive my message before continuing your journey. In the Tiansong mountain range, Huang Tianba received a message talisman. Fortunately, they had just entered the Tiansong mountain range, and given the inopportune night, had not departed. In the Tiansong mountain range, Huang Tianba received a message talisman. Fortunately, they had just entered the Tiansong mountain range, and given the inopportune night, had not departed the range of the message talisman. Brother, who sent you this message? Huang Tianxiong asked in surprise. Huang Tianba's expression turned serious. It was Elder Yi. He told us not to go to Eagle Mouth Ridge for now, but to remain on standby until he notifies us when to proceed. After saying this, Huang Tianba took a message talisman from his storage bag to acknowledge receipt. Huang Tianxiong's pupils constricted at this. The Su family is involved, which means Lu Shan's matter is not trivial. Brother, should we still go to Eagle Mouth Ridge? Huang Tianba sighed lightly. This matter is beyond our control. Since Elder Yi has not instructed us to return, it means we will still need to go in a few days. Can we ask what exactly has happened? I don't think it's necessary. The Su family generally prefers not to have too many people speaking. If it were something important, they wouldn't disclose it even if asked, and it might lead to displeasure. I know you are worried that this trip may bring danger, but the Su family has treated us well. Your life and the third brother's life were saved by the Su family. My Huang family has also sworn to follow the Su family. They direct us east, and we cannot go west. Moreover, we have coexisted with the Su family for many years, and we should know their nature. They are not a family that casually disregards human life. Indeed, Huang Tianxiong sighed slightly. But sometimes I miss the days when we formed the demon hunting team and fought for our lives against beasts and cultivators in the mountains. Are you sure you can still adapt? Huang Tianba laughed heartily. There are countless people in the town who envy our Huang family. One must give to receive. By following the Su family, we have obtained the resources, wealth, and status we have today, and what we must pay is to obey the Su family's orders. The Su family is not an ordinary foundation establishment family. In front of them, playing the game of listening but not acting, or having second thoughts, there is no way to survive. I understand, brother, Huang Tianxiong said. I hope this trip to Eagle Mouth Ridge goes smoothly. 5 days later, Huang Tianba received another message from Yi Fan, and the two brothers set off for Eagle Mouth Ridge. After roughly 2 days' journey, they arrived at Eagle Mouth Ridge to search for Lu Shan. Brother, I hope we can find Lu Shan quickly. I have a bad feeling in my heart. We have 2 days as a limit. If we can't find him, we will return to inform Li Yunyang of Lu Shan's death. Huang Tianxiong nodded. At this time, atop a mountain 5 or 6 miles away from them, a figure in a black robe was observing them with divine sense. Huang Tianba and his brother were completely unaware. 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators have arrived, one in the late foundation establishment stage, and the other in the mid-foundation establishment stage. The figure in the black robe scanned the surrounding area for dozens of miles, confirming there were no traces of any cultivators. Only then did he smirk and lick his lips, saying, "It seems I can enjoy a feast again." This black-robed figure is the ancient demon Yellow. To be cautious, he did not act immediately. About half a day later, when night fell, he transformed into a cloud of black mist and swiftly headed towards the position of the Huang brothers. Above Huang Tianba and Huang Tianxiong, Yi Fan asked, "Master, will that ancient demon really attack the Huang brothers?" "My calculations are never wrong. The ancient demon's strength has not yet recovered to the golden core stage. To quickly regain strength, he must either find a place rich in demonic energy or devour the souls and essence blood of cultivators. If he had the strength of a golden core cultivator, he would have already sought revenge on the Qin family. Moreover, his identity as an ancient demon has long been exposed. No matter what he does, he is bound by limitations. Once discovered, he will undoubtedly perish. What follows will be a brutal battle." Su Mingxian, Su Diyue, and Yi Fan all understood this, their faces showing grave expressions. The night was as black as the Tiansong mountain range was silent, with only the occasional chirping of insects. Due to the inconvenience of searching in the night, Huang Tianba and Huang Tianxiong sat cross-legged on a bluestone to recover from the exhaustion of their divine sense from the afternoon. "Elder brother, something feels off," Huang Tianxiong remarked upon noticing the surrounding silence. "When did the Tiansong mountain range become this quiet? I can't even hear the roars of any demonic beasts. It is indeed strange, as if the nearby demonic beasts sensed danger and have fled this place in advance." At that moment, a cloud of black mist had quietly approached not far behind them. Zila. The black mist suddenly condensed, revealing Yellow figure, the hem of his dark robe still entwined with wisps of black energy and a greedy red light flickering in his eyes. With a wave of his right hand, several claw-like tendrils of pitch-black, demonic energy shot towards the back of Huang Tianba's heart. Huang Tianba sensed the impending danger, and a long knife appeared in his hand out of thin air, swiftly swinging back. The golden blade aura met the demonic energy claws perfectly. Clang! The blade aura collided with the claws, scattering the demonic energy, but not dissipating it. Instead, it wrapped around the blade and began to creep up Huang Tianba's arm along the hilt. "Is this demonic energy?" Huang Tianba exclaimed in shock, hurriedly using his physical cultivation to shake off the demonic energy, his form retreating a distance of a few feet. Huang Tianxiong also reacted quickly, forming dozens of ice spikes with his hands and shooting them at Yellow. "A grain of rice dares to shine." Yellow sneered, waving his left sleeve to create a shield of black energy that blocked the spell. The ice spikes touched the black energy and were instantly devoured, not even causing a ripple. He shifted like a specter, closing in on Huang Tianxiong, his 5 fingers clawing towards the latter's neck with such speed that even Huang Tianxiong, in the mid-foundation establishment stage, found it hard to evade. "Be careful!" Huang Tianba roared, swinging his knife. The blade aura, infused with the full power of a late foundation establishment attack, made Yellow reveal a playful smile as his fingers clawed directly at the blade aura. The knife in his hand was a one-pattern magical weapon bestowed by the Su family. Combined with his late foundation establishment cultivation, even a late-stage second-tier demonic beast would suffer injury if it tried to withstand it heat. However, at that moment, the seemingly overpowering blade aura was directly shattered by those withered fingers, and the long knife was seized in his grasp. "Let go of me," Huang Tianba bellowed. But at this moment, the long knife seemed to be clamped by an iron vice, motionless. Meanwhile, Huang Tianxiong controlled his top-grade flying sword to attack, only to be sent flying by an overwhelming force, spitting blood as he was knocked back. The disparity was so great that it was nearly despairing. "2 cultivators who haven't even reached full foundation establishment dare to injure me." Yellow scoffed. "Even if my strength is less than 1/10, killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Today you will obediently become the nourishment for my recovery." With a fierce grip, Yellow suddenly exerted force, causing Huang Tianba to feel a jolt in his tiger's mouth, as the long knife involuntarily slipped from his hand, flying far away and embedding itself in the ground. Then a burst of black light surged forth as if Huang Tianba had been struck hard. He too spat blood and fell to the ground. Yellow flicked his sleeve, and 2 strands of black energy shot out like ropes, binding both Huang Tianba and Huang Tianxiong. At this moment, both brothers felt their dantians sealed, unable to use even a trace of their power, becoming lambs to be slaughtered. They couldn't even self-destruct. "Who are you? Why do you want to kill us?" Huang Tianxiong queried. "Who I am is not something you little foundation establishment cultivators can know. As for why I'm killing you, it's simply because you've delivered yourselves to my door." Yellow, feeling victory within his grasp, happily responded to Huang Tianxiong's question. "All right, enough small talk. You will obediently become my nourishment." Yellow Amo raised his hand to condense two claw-like tendrils of demonic energy, as if to extract the hearts of the two. Just then, within a few miles, 6 azure light pillars rose up, instantly forming a large formation that sealed the area. Who is it? Yellow Amo was suddenly startled upon seeing the abruptly rising array of light, immediately abandoning the idea of killing Huang Tianba, and the others scanning the surroundings with his divine sense. Moments later, he suddenly looked up at the sky, his pupils contracting sharply. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the bright full moon, there was a 30-foot-long dragon spiraling in the air. The dragon was covered in dark green-black scales that glimmered coldly in the moonlight. Its head was held high, its golden vertical pupils exuding authority and killing intent, and when its claws opened, a chilling aura surrounded it. What shocked Yellow Amo even more was that on the broad back of the dragon stood 3 men and 1 woman. However, he soon realized that all 4 were merely in the Foundation Establishment stage, 2 of whom had reached full Foundation Establishment. Foundation Establishment cultivators were nothing more than easy prey to him, and even full Foundation Establishment cultivators would only take him a few more moves. What truly made him wary was that dragon. In the instant Yellow Amo looked up, the dragon suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing countless cold currents that quickly condensed in the air, transforming into a 10-foot-long ice dragon. The ice dragon was crystal clear, with sharp fangs. With a thunderous roar from the dragon, the ice dragon shot forth like an arrow, carrying a bone-chilling aura, as it quickly charged at Yellow. The power of this ice dragon filled him with an overwhelming sense of crisis. Yellow Amo attempted to evade, but the ice dragon seemed to possess intelligence, relentlessly pursuing him. Yellow Amo's gaze shifted as he attempted to direct it to attack the array, but Moyue, who controlled the ice dragon, would naturally not make such a mistake. 7 stars, sealing demon fall. Under the dazzling starlight, another formation fell. Cloud Sky Illusion Formation, activate. Su Mingxian set up the formation once more, and in an instant countless misty figures resembling Su Chuan Yifan and Su Ding. Cloud Sky Illusion Formation, activate. Su Mingxian set up the formation once more, and in an instant countless misty figures resembling Su Chuan Yifan and Su Ding. It charged towards Yellow Amo. Within the formation, mists swirled. Moyue and the ice dragon attacked, leaving Yellow Amo with no time to spare as he focused all his energy on defense. His movements were ghost-like, dodging several attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chuan and the others arrived in front of Huang Tianba and Huang Tianxiu. Su Diu's autumn water sword flashed with a cold light, slicing through the ropes of demonic energy binding them. Lord Elders, you have all arrived. Su Chuan nodded slightly, saying nothing more before calmly instructing Yifan, take them out of the formation and wait outside together. Yes, master. Yifan understood that his strength was ultimately too low, so he did not insist on fighting alongside Su Chuan and the others against the ancient demon. After bowing, the Huang brothers quickly left with Yifan. Su Chuan said, disperse the mist. Su Mingxian nodded in response. In an instant, the mist that had suddenly risen within the formation vanished without a trace. You two also be cautious and do not get too close to the ancient demon. After speaking, Su Chuan flew towards the battlefield, in the sky a pill furnace appearing in his hand, adorned with an 8 trigrams pattern. It was the 8 trigrams alchemy furnace refined for him by Su Delying before he left. The pill furnace hovered in front of him, trembling slightly as he formed hand seals. Rise! Su Chuan shouted softly, pressing down on the furnace lid with his left hand, which opened with a creak, releasing a plume of light golden flame from the furnace mouth. The light golden flame swirled in the air, transforming into a fire phoenix with a wingspan of about 10 feet. Forming hand seals, he opened the furnace lid, sending out a ball of light golden flame, which he manipulated into a fire phoenix that charged at Yellow Amo. Go! Su Chuan pointed with his hand, and the fire phoenix let out a clear cry, rushing towards the evasive Yellow Amo. True Yang Flame. Yellow Amo furrowed his brows as he sensed the power of the fire phoenix. Such a third-tier True Yang Flame posed a significant threat to him. Especially since he had not yet fully recovered to the golden core level, the damage would be even greater. With Moyue the ice dragon and the fire phoenix coordinating their attacks, evading became much more difficult for Yellow Amo. Damn it, how did you know this demon was here? He asked while dodging. Su Chuan naturally would not respond. Su Due did not dare to approach, recklessly waiting for the right moment to unleash a fatal strike. Su Mingxian controlled the 7 stars sealing demon array and the cloud sky illusion array, creating disturbances. Don't think that just because this demon has not yet recovered to the golden core level, you can surround me with formations and a third-tier dragon. To kill me, you all must pay a heavy price. Why don't we each take a step back? Su Chuan still did not answer. Moyue swung its tail violently at him. Since you seek death, this demon will fulfill your wish and let you witness the power of my true demon race. As his voice fell, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes faded away. He threw his head back and unleashed a deafening demonic roar, causing his surrounding demonic energy to surge violently. Immediately his body began to swell violently, his dark robe shredding his skin, turning dark purple, and sinister black demonic patterns appearing on his body. 2 curved bone spikes sprouted from his shoulders, his fingertips elongated and sharpened, glimmering with a chilling light. Behind him a pair of tattered black bat wings unfurled, riddled with holes, yet still capable of stirring up a demonic wind. In a matter of moments, Yellow Amo transformed from human form into a 10-foot true demon form, his dark golden vertical pupils filled with rage, and the demonic energy surrounding him was several times denser than before. It was evident that using this technique harmed his body, so unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to use it. As the dragon's tail drew near, Yellow Amo's bat wings flapped, and his figure vanished, moving nearly twice as fast as before. In the next moment, Yellow Amo's figure materialized 3 feet away from Moyue. His demonic energy surged as his right fist gathered rich energy, smashing into Moyu's dragon body with the sound of a wind-breaking punch. Bang! The dull impact reverberated through the night sky, causing Moyu's massive dragon body to momentarily halt, with cracks appearing in its scales. Immediately after, a pained roar sounded. The ice dragon lost control and suddenly dissipated. Just as Yellow Amo was about to attack again, the fire phoenix screeched and rapidly approached. He dodged away, turning to glare at Chuan with icy eyes. "Since you wish to die, I shall kill you first." With another flap of his bat wings, he charged towards Chuan. But halfway through his flight, 7 sealing chains formed from the void, rapidly wrapped around him. Yellow Amo's demonic body trembled slightly, and all 7 chains snapped. However, in that brief moment of stasis, a shadow appeared above him, which was Moyu's dragon tail descending like a battle axe. Bang! Yellow Amo was struck and crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Immediately after, the light golden fire phoenix dove towards the pit. Boom! The light golden flames exploded, and the intense heat caused the surrounding space to warp slightly. From within the flames, a figure emerged. Yellow Amo was seen covered in a shimmering armor phantom, the battle armor technique he had previously used at the Tiansong sect, though this time it was not. His gaze swept over Moyue, Su Chuan, Su Mingxian, and Su Due as the armor phantom shattered piece by piece. Unable to unleash the complete technique, he could not withstand the third-tier true flames. However, controlling such flames to attack was also quite taxing for Su Chuan, as fine beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. To control golden core level flames at the foundation establishment stage, do you possess a certain fire attribute constitution? No, wait, you are forcibly controlling it with your divine sense. A foundation establishment cultivator can possess the divine sense of a golden core cultivator, indicating that your soul has undergone a transformation likely comparable to that of a golden core cultivator. Yellow Amo licked his lips. "Kill," Su Chuan said flatly. As the words fell, Moyu's massive dragon claws shimmered with a bluish cold light, gathering the power of the third-tier dragon, creating a tearing sound as it clawed fiercely at Yellow Amo's demonic body. Yellow Amo's expression was grave, not daring to withstand it. Heaton. Just as he was about to evade, 7 chains silently wrapped around his body. From Su Mingxian's mastery of formations had reached an unprecedented level, and his usage of various formations was extraordinary, far beyond what ordinary cultivators could achieve. Yellow Amo knew there was no way to escape, and immediately slapped his storage bag, producing a shield that instantly expanded into a 10-foot demonic shield. He then violently shook off the chains again. During this time, Su Due sliced out several sword auras towards his demonic body. Yellow Amo glanced at them, dismissing them, and continued to shatter the chains. As the chains broke, several sword auras imbued with extreme cold struck his demonic body. While they did not pierce through his defenses, they weakened the surrounding demonic energy somewhat. Such quality of extreme cold power indicates your constitution is somewhat special. The soul of a special spiritual body is equally quite appetizing. Yellow Amo's eyes lit up, revealing a look of surprise. One is a foundation establishment cultivator whose soul has transformed, giving rise to golden core level divine sense, while the other possesses an extreme cold spiritual body. If I devour them, it would surpass devouring dozens of full foundation establishment cultivators. That would allow me to recover to the early golden core stage. With this refined demonic body coupled with my techniques, it would be much safer in the future. The only trouble is the third-tier dragon. The lake water by the shore began to freeze, and a chill spread from Yun-Yi's throat to his entire body as he felt the sword, a deep crack, icy coldness spreading from within, clearly rendered useless. As long as I can kill these few cultivators, everything will be worth it. Su Chuan swallowed a pill to restore his magical power, and once again manipulated the Bagua alchemy furnace, conjuring a pale golden fire phoenix that flew towards Yellow Amo. Yellow Amo tried to dodge backward, but the sound of the 7 stars demon binding chains rang out again behind him. He hurriedly supported himself with demonic energy to prevent being ensnared once more. Although he could easily break free, even a moment of stillness would bring great trouble at this time. The dragon claw descended with terrifying wind pressure from above. Su Due wielded the autumn water sword and slashed out several beams of sword light. Yellow Amo seemed to realize that these few were intentionally trying to wear him down. Indeed, his demonic body could not endure for long. We must end this quickly. If it weren't for the broken demon spear and the lack of usable demonic treasures, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. Anger surged within him as he stubbornly resisted the sword light with his demonic body and escaped the encirclement. From his perspective, Su Due's attacks were the weakest. At this moment the enormous dragon claw of Mou struck again, accompanied by the pale golden fire phoenix. Suddenly a smirk appeared at the corner of Yellow Mou's mouth, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. His demonic energy surged again, and he did not dodge, instead choosing to face Mou's strike head-on. Puff! The dragon claw collided violently with Yellow Mou's fist. Crack! 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 The bones in his fist instantly fractured and his arm emitted strange. He endured the excruciating pain, using the force of the dragon claw to propel himself backward. Due, be careful! Chuan shouted. Yellow Mou's figure flew towards Su Due like a kite, with a broken string, his face twisted into a sinister grin, with triumph flashing in his eyes. Using the immense force of Mou, he quickly closed the distance to Su Due, barely within 10 feet. His right hand gathered thick demonic energy, preparing to turn and strike her down. As for Su Due's attacks, he had received a few and knew that even if he stood still, she would not be able to break through his demonic body and kill him. Everything was unfolding just as he had anticipated. At the moment Yellow Mou turned to face Su Due, an overwhelming sense of deathly crisis suddenly enveloped him. Yellow Mou was taken aback. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of a silver-white streak entering his line of sight. In the next instant he felt a chill at his neck and his vision spun violently. He saw his own headless body frozen in a punching stance, with demonic energy wildly escaping from the neck's severed end. He also saw Su Due's sword, which was no longer the one. How can this be? Yellow Mou's heart was filled with confusion. How could a mere 9th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator possess a weapon capable of severing his demonic? Even the strike from a 3rd-tier flood dragon had only broken his bones. No, wait. That wasn't just a weapon. It was a highly ranked treasure. By the time Yellow Mou realized this, it was already too late. With the death of the body he had possessed, his faint remaining consciousness would only grow weaker. No, I refuse to accept this. I am the great true demon Yellow Mou, and I will not die like this. His head erupted with boundless demonic energy, black mist surging like a tide, enveloping the surrounding area. Chuan and the others all remained on guard. In the demonic mist, Yellow Mou's remaining consciousness quickly swept over everyone, finally forming into a subtle wave that rapidly approached Chuan. Among the three and the flood dragon, he discerned that Chuan's position was the most crucial. Although the divine sense at the golden core level is difficult to deal with, it's just a matter of buying some time. Yellow Mou's remaining consciousness sneered coldly. Although he was left with only a remnant of his consciousness in terms of divine sense essence, it was still a genuine transformation stage entity. Chuan's importance made the flood dragon and the other two cautious, not daring to strike carelessly. The black mist surged, and a thin wisp of black energy like a ghost surged toward Chuan's forehead. Yellow Mou cannot afford to make a mistake again. The black mist surged, and a thin wisp of black energy like a ghost surged toward Chuan's forehead. Yellow Mou cannot afford to make a mistake again. Immediately he sat cross-legged in midair, channeling his golden core divine sense to resist Yellow Mou's possession. Without Yellow Mou's control, the demonic mist quickly dissipated. Then they saw Chuan sitting cross-legged in midair, his face as pale as death, beads of sweat falling one by one. Not good, that ancient demon is trying to possess Chuan. Possession. Upon hearing this, Su Mingxian and Su Due's faces instantly turned pale. Uncle Mou, think of a way quickly. That is the remnant consciousness of an ancient true, Su Mingxian said. Mou's golden vertical pupils revealed an extremely grave expression as he said heavily, "In the clash of consciousness, I am powerless." Su Due asked the spirit of your flying sword what can be done. She is in existence on par with that ancient demon. I see if she has any methods. Master, my grandfather has been possessed by that ancient demon. What can we do to help him? Su Due immediately linked her mind with the spirit of the Taiyin flying sword Morong Yun. The surface of the flying sword shimmered with a soft glow, and then a clear female voice echoed. Possession is extremely perilous. Usually, it is a life-or-death struggle that cannot be stopped. However, if an entity above the nascent soul stage possesses another and realizes something is amiss, they can escape using their nascent soul. If I were at my peak, I could forcibly stop it. But right now, everything depends on whether Chuan has any trump cards to withstand the ancient demon's divine sense and force it out. No, my father cannot die. Morong Yun, please help my father. My Su family cannot do without him. Sighed. Morong Yun sighed lightly. Now that I am bound to the Su family, how could I not know the importance he has? If there were a 1% chance, I would certainly help. But my current situation is truly helpless. Roar. Mou roamed in the void, howling at the sky, his dragon's roar filled with fury and helplessness. Damn that ancient demon. He possessed peak 3rd-tier strength, yet could only watch helplessly. If Chuan's soul perished as his spirit pet, he would also meet the same fate. After all, they had initially formed a master-servant contract. Su Mingxian stood still, his pupils shaking violently, his hands clenched tightly, nails digging into his palm, without him noticing. He was usually calm, never knowing fear. But at this moment, watching Chuan being ensnared by demonic energy, there was a high possibility he would be possessed and die, and for the first time fear took root in his heart. It was the fear of losing an important person, the despair of being unable to change the situation. He wished he could replace Su Chuan and be possessed instead. Su Mingxian opened his mouth wanting to call out, "Father," but found that his throat felt blocked, unable to make a sound. He could only watch Su Chuan's body begin to tremble uncontrollably, his aura becoming increasingly chaotic. Beside him, Su Due also wore an anxious expression, her eyes revealing pain. If Su Chuan died, Mo, you would also die. And with just her and her father Su Mingxian, they likely wouldn't have the ability to slay the ancient demon's corporeal form. After all, the Tian flying sword was not something she could use at will now. At this very moment, Yellow Mo's remaining consciousness had already breached Su Chuan's sea of consciousness barrier, heading towards his divine soul. In just a moment, a mass of black energy arrived before Su Chuan's divine soul light orb. So you are Su Chuan. You underestimate the existence of the transformation stage. Even a remnant consciousness is not something a mere foundation establishment can kill. You managed to slay the body that this demon possessed, which is indeed commendable. What seemed to be the weakest link became the fatal blow. Even this demon fell for it. However, the divine sense of the transformation stage is nearly indestructible. Destroying this demon's corporeal form means you must pay with your own body. I wonder if they will take the opportunity to slay you before this demon successfully possesses you. Chirp chirp, if you have the ability, try to possess me and see what happens. Upon hearing Su Chuan's voice, Yellow Mo was momentarily taken aback, then flew into a rage. At this point, you still dare to anger this demon? Then die. The black energy immediately dispersed, encircling Su Chuan's divine soul light orb from all directions, leaving him no chance to escape. Yet Su Chuan's divine soul light orb remained motionless. The black energy instantly invaded Su Chuan's divine soul light orb. At that moment, a faint layer of five-colored membrane suddenly flashed from deep within the orb. The membrane was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet exuded an ancient and mighty aura, firmly protecting Su Chuan's divine soul light orb. Bang! The black energy crashed into the five-colored membrane, being repelled, as if struck hard, and some of the demonic energy even dissipated into nothingness under the membrane's glow. How can this be? Yellow Mo's remnant consciousness let out a furious howl, the black energy surging violently. Do you have a treasure for defending your divine soul? At the transformation stage, he had never seen such an eerie means of defense. The aura emanating from the five-colored membrane instinctively instilled fear in his remaining consciousness. Yes. Before the words fell, the five-colored membrane shimmered with light, and the radiance coalesced to form a black book with golden edges above Su Chuan, its cover inscribed with the four ancient characters Su Clan genealogy. The pages of the genealogy book began to turn automatically, emanating a gentle yet irresistible pulling force. Before Yellow Mo's remnant consciousness could react, it was firmly ensnared by this force, and the surrounding black energy uncontrollably surged towards the genealogy. No, I am the true demon Yellow Mo. How can I fall in a place like this? The remnant consciousness struggled frantically, the demonic energy surging, attempting to break free from the pull, but it was only in vain. The pulling force of the genealogy grew stronger, pulling Yellow Mo's remnant consciousness along with all the black energy into the pages. The pages closed, and the genealogy hovered silently in the air for a moment, golden light flickering, as if refining the remnant consciousness. About half a tea's worth of time later, the genealogy reopened, and a gray and a white beam of light shot out from the pages, the white light condensing in midair into a pure crystal the size of a finger joint. The crystal was completely transparent, emitting a faint five-colored glow, radiating pure divine soul power formed from the refinement of Yellow Mo's transformation stage remnant consciousness. Su Chuan examined the crystal, instinctively feeling a desire to devour it. However, he ultimately restrained himself. It was better not to consume unfamiliar items. The gray light remained gray. But in the next instant, the gray light rushed into Su Chuan's divine soul, disappearing without a trace. Outside, Su Mingxian, Mous Su Due, and the others stared intently at Su Chuan, their faces revealing a mix of tension, fear, and various swirling emotions. Father, if grandfather, we must kill. Your grandfather will be fine. Su Mingxian had regained his composure, realizing that Su Chuan had the ability to predict. If there were real danger, how could he come here to take such a risk? I believe in your grandfather. He is the most cautious person. If there were real danger, he would never bring us here to encircle the ancient demon. You understand me well, Ming. Suddenly, Su Chuan's voice resounded as he slowly opened his eyes. Although his face was still pale, his expression had returned to one of calm. I knew Su Chuan would be fine. A cunning person like you could easily live another 1,000 years. Mou, when did I become a cunning person? Su Chuan smiled at the now small-sized Mou. Haha, a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Father. Seeing Su Chuan was safe, the huge weight in Su Mingxian's heart finally lifted, and he felt a sense of relief. I apologize for worrying you. Although I didn't foresee that he would attempt possession, it turned out to be a close call. Indeed, the result of Su Chuan's calculations for this trip was merely any other person, even at the early golden core stage, would likely not be able to withstand the ancient demon's remnant consciousness possession. After all, the disparity in the essence of their divine senses was too great. What a miracle. Morong Yun's voice rang out. Su Shidi, how did you block the ancient demon's possession? Did you destroy his remnant consciousness? Morong Shiji, are you probing into Shirda's secrets? Su Chuan retorted, then smiled slightly. But it's fine to inform Shiji, the ancient demon's remnant consciousness has been completely destroyed, so our Su family no longer needs to worry about his revenge. As for how I killed him, Shidi won't disclose that. However, there is one item I would like to request Shiji to identify for me. Saying this, Su Chuan flipped his wrist, and a crystal the size of a finger joint appeared in his palm, completely transparent, glowing faintly, with a 5-colored radiance. This is... As soon as the crystal appeared, Morong Yun let out a surprised murmur. What is this? Mo Yu leaned closer, his large dragon eyes fixated on the crystal. He sniffed it, and couldn't help but swallow, saying, Su Chuan, it smells so good. Why don't you let me swallow it? Don't be ridiculous, go away. Su Chuan used his magic to stop him from pouncing, and sent him away. If I'm not mistaken, this seems to be a divine sense crystal. Morong Yun continued. A divine sense crystal can only be refined from extremely high-quality divine sense power using special methods. This quality of divine sense power can only be possessed by beings above the transformation stage. At the transformation stage, one forms their nascent soul cultivated through the cleansing of the world's primordial energy, resulting in exceptionally high-quality divine sense that ordinary cultivators find difficult to extinguish. Thus, beings below the transformation stage may slay the corporeal form of a transformation stage entity, but it's hard to completely annihilate them. This item is a great supplement for the divine soul containing pure divine soul essence, but one must reach at least the golden core stage to refine and absorb it. Su Chuan, take good care of it. When you reach the peak of the golden core stage, you may be able to absorb this item to trigger a transformation in your divine soul, allowing you to possess a nascent soul-level divine sense in advance. Thank you, Shiji, for your clarification. Su Chuan safely stored the divine sense crystal. Although Morong Yun suspected that this divine sense crystal might have been refined from the ancient demon's remnant consciousness, it was too incredible and hard to believe. In ancient times, only great powers, those above the integration stage, could refine such items. Morong Yun fell silent, quietly cultivating within the time. Su Due stored the crystal back into her dantian. Su Chuan extended his hand to retrieve the ancient demon's storage bag, scanning it with his divine sense, finding nothing useful, just pills or magical tools needed for qi refining and foundation establishment. It seemed to have been obtained from the slayer of the cultivator. Father, what should we do about Huang Tianba and the others when they encounter Mou? The grand formation dissipated. Mou retreated into his spirit beast pouch. The three approached Yi Fan, Huang Tianxiong, and Huang Tianba. Master, father-in-law, where are you unharmed? Yi Fan asked with genuine concern upon seeing them. Huang Tianba and Huang Tianxiong clasped their fists and bowed respectfully. Clan Lord Elder. Su Chuan fixed his gaze upon the two brothers. The demonic cultivators have been eradicated by us three. Yet this matter must never be disclosed. You shall swear a soul-binding oath, vowing never to reveal the true events of today. Huang Tianba and Huang Tianxiong exchanged a glance, then nodded solemnly. We understand. Thereupon, before Su Chuan and his companions, they swore the soul. Su Chuan gave a slight nod, then withdrew a spatial storage pouch from his sleeve and tossed it to Huang Tianba. Within lies the deceased's personal belongings. As for the remains, regrettably they cannot be recovered. As for all else, handle it as you see fit. The pouch had belonged to the ancient demon, though Su Chuan had already removed all items tied to demonic cultivation. What remained were ordinary pills and artifacts. Many thanks, Clan Lord, Huang Tianba said, bowing again. Upon your return, how do you intend to explain this? We encountered demonic cultivators, fought them to the death, slew them, and discovered Lu Shan's artifacts within their storage pouch. Many thanks, Clan Lord, Huang Tianba said, bowing again. Upon your return, how do you intend to explain this? We encountered demonic cultivators, fought them to the death, slew them, and they were, and could only be, demonic cultivators. I know, elder brother, Huang Tianxiong replied, meeting Huang Tianba's grave gaze with a firm, resolute nod. The two returned to Yunxi town, delivered Lu Shan's artifacts to Li Yunyang, and relayed their prepared account. Tears of anguish filled Li Yunyang's eyes, yet she still bowed deeply. Many thanks, elder brother Huang. I nearly endangered you both. Truly I am ashamed. It is all behind us, Huang Tianba waved dismissively. Here are also some spirit stones left by brother Lu Shan. Take them as well. Thank you. Li Yunyang knew full well this was Huang Tianba's compassionate gesture, yet with a young child to raise and years ahead, she accepted without refusal. I shall repay these spirit stones in due time. No need. Live peacefully, with your child. That is repayment enough. With that, Huang Tianba and his brother departed from the Lu family courtyard. Su residence. The matter of the ancient demon had concluded. Su Mingxian and Su Due resumed seclusion to prepare for the celestial prodigy assembly. The following, Yi Fan received a transmission from Su Chuan and arrived at his master's meditation chamber. Master, did you summon me? Su Chuan cast a glance over Yi Fan. The youth's cultivation level instantly revealed itself. Indeed, Even with your heaven-linked spirit root advancing from foundation establishment level 6 mid to level 7 within the remaining 8 or 9 months will prove arduous. Master, your disciple shall exert every ounce of effort. Yi Fan assumed Su Chuan intended to dissuade him from participating and thus immediately affirmed his unwillingness. Su Chuan understood his thoughts and smiled gently. There is no need for tension. I summoned you not to dissuade, but to aid you. Come forward. Yi Fan stepped closer. Su Chuan raised his hand index finger poised like a sword and touched it lightly to Yi Fan's forehead, whereupon a streak of white light vanished into his brow. Yi Fan shuddered violently. Instantly a torrent of memory flooded his mind. A cultivation manual titled The Brahma Divine Body Art. Moreover, this art could be cultivated all the way to nascent soul perfection. Master, this. Yi Fan's eyes snapped open, disbelief blazing in his gaze as he stared at Su Chuan. This body cultivation art was acquired from the ancient demon. Unfortunately, one must possess a second-tier corporeal foundation to begin practice. Among our Su clan, only you currently meet that threshold. Then you shall commence cultivation first. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Yi Fan dropped to his knees. Master, your grace is beyond measure. I would shatter my bones and scatter my ashes to repay it. Rise. You are my sole disciple, and also my granddaughter's husband. We are family, there is no question of repayment. Yes, master. Yi Fan rose, heart swelling with quiet elation. With this art, his long-stagnant physical foundation would finally advance once more. Indeed, his bodily strength formed the very bedrock of his ability to triumph over foes far above his cultivation level. Yet as the gap between his spiritual cultivation and corporeal refinement widened, the synergistic enhancement diminished steadily. Though Yi Fan grasped this truth, he had long despaired of any means to elevate his body. At the second-tier, conventional training yielded no progress whatsoever. Now with a supreme body cultivation art, one capable of reaching nascent soul perfection, he felt renewed confidence in his ultimate ambition to stand triumphant over the Chao clan. I have studied this art closely. To forge the second-tier body, one primarily employs medicinal baths infused with the blood of 9 types of second-tier spirit beasts, or alternatively third-tier spirit beast blood, combined with numerous rare herbs. Naturally, the stronger the spirit beast, the more potent the effect. No more than 3 immersions may be performed using blood from the same species. Thus I shall assign MOU to assist you in your first 3 sessions. Given his cultivation rank MO, you can facilitate 1 medicinal bath every 7 days. After 3 such sessions, your corporeal foundation will reach latest stage second tier. Previously, even wearing the armor forged by Deling, you sustained internal organ damage under attacks from latest stage foundation establishment cultivators. But once your body attains latest stage foundation establishment strength, you shall effortlessly withstand even the violent recoil force. Many thanks, master. Very well. Return now. The herbal ingredients for the bath are still being gathered. Come back in 3 days. Yes, master. After Yi Fan departed, MOU emerged from his spirit beast pouch and circled lazily around Su Chuan. You are remarkably generous. This art is coveted by countless cultivators, yet you bestow it so casually upon your disciple. Do I appear suited to the dual path of spirit cultivation and body refinement? Su Chuan chuckled. Should opportunity arise later, I shall certainly cultivate it myself. Fair point. For now, Yi Fan is indeed the most fitting candidate. MOU added, then turned away. Off I go to play with Xiao Feifei. Su Chuan smiled faintly. Is it you playing with him, or he with you? 3 days later. Within Su Chuan's meditation chamber stood a bathtub over 10 feet wide, brimming with deep azure medicinal liquid. Its fragrance was so dense it seemed almost tangible, while wisps of white mist spiraled upward, lingering like incense smoke in the chamber's upper air. Yi Fan sat bare-chested within the tub, the liquid rising to his chest. Upon contact with his skin, it radiated waves of gentle, stinging warmth. The brew contained MOU's azure dragon essence, its potency fierce and unrelenting. Over these past days, Yi Fan had mastered every principle of the Brahma divine body art. Merely soaking in the bath merely guided medicinal energy into the body, only by circulating the art's inner currents, guiding the essence through limbs, meridians, bones, and marrow, could true corporeal fortification be achieved. He knew this tempering would bring excruciating agony, yet he pressed his fingers together in seal and began the art's circulation without hesitation. The moment the Brahma divine body art activated, the essence within the liquid surged inward, drawn irresistibly through every pore of Yi Fan's body. At first it flowed like soothing warmth, but the instant his spiritual energy coursed along his meridians, MOU's dragon blood unleashed its savage power, transforming the warmth into scorching molten fire. HSS. Yi Fan drew in a sharp, icy breath. Sweat broke instantly across his temples, and every meridian felt as though seared by white-hot branding irons. Agony lanced through his nerves, spreading to every limb and organ. His skin flushed faintly crimson, as if the flames threatened to burn straight through his flesh. Jaw clenched, eyes wide and lucid, he persisted in circulating the art. To halt mid-process would drastically weaken the tempering's efficacy. Unconsciousness would render all prior suffering utterly futile. Yet before Yi Fan could acclimate to the searing torment, the medicinal essence abruptly shifted. unleashing an opposite bone-deep cold. It threatened to freeze him solid. Chuan observed thin tendrils of frost exhaling from Yifan's lips, confirmation that Mou's blood essence was manifesting its innate polar force. After all, Mou himself was a water affinity azure dragon cultivating profound cold-based techniques. His blood naturally carried this frigid essence. Now it raced through Yifan's meridians like glacial rivers. Where it passed, meridians stiffened into brittle ice, blood thickened, threatening to congeal. Yifan's lips bleached white, his body trembled uncontrollably, and fine crystals bloomed like frost upon his skin. Had the Brahma divine body art not continued its steady circulation, continuously refining and assimilating the essence, Yifan might well have been sealed forever in absolute zero, losing life itself. Moments later, the burning heat returned. Alternating waves of inferno and glacial void assaulted him. His organs churned violently, darkness pulsed before his eyes, consciousness flickered perilously close to collapse. His hands gripped the tub's rim until knuckles blanched, white nails biting deep into the wood grain, his last anchor to awareness. Medicinal energy continued flooding in, each wave of heat and cold surging stronger than the last. His meridians, subjected to this dual tempering, alternately swelled and contracted, emitting faint brittle creaks as if moments from shattering. Must not stop. A hoarse whisper escaped Yifan's throat, yet his eyes burned with ruthless determination. He knew cessation now would render all prior suffering meaningless. For himself, for the trust Chuan had placed in him, he would endure this forging. He rallied his spirit and accelerated the art's circulation. Refined essence coalesced into unique vital energy, mending, nourishing, and strengthening meridians, viscera, and even bone. His blood itself seemed reborn, infused with denser, purer spiritual energy. Chuan watched the bath liquid gradually turn translucent, then nodded in quiet satisfaction. Mou, observing nearby, murmured, "This path of body refinement is no road for the faint of heart." "Great power demands great sacrifice," Chuan replied calmly. "When calamity strikes and one stands powerless, that despair will pierce deeper 100-fold than any pain endured here." Perhaps 3 full hours passed, yet not a single cry escaped Yifan's lips. When the tempering concluded, he stepped from the tub and felt his body anew, terrifyingly, magnificently powerful. "Master, the strength of my body rivals that of a mid-second-tier spirit beast in raw combat." Chuan smiled and nodded. "My estimation proves accurate. 2 more sessions should elevate you fully to latestage second tier. Combined with your martial arts mastery, your bare body alone can contend with ordinary latestage foundation establishment cultivators. Add spiritual energy and artifacts, and you may yet secure a direct nomination competing against the top foundation establishment prodigies across the entire southern realm. Your disciple shall never tarnish the Sioux clan's prestige." During this time, the Sioux clan issued high-reward commissions across Yunshi Town, seeking blood of peak second-tier spirit beasts, though many monster hunting teams eyed the reward greedily. Peak second-tier spirit beasts inspired dread and hesitation. Only elite hunting teams led by latestage foundation establishment cultivators or established foundation establishment clans within the town dared accept the commission and venture into the mountains to hunt such beasts. Yet even by Yifan's second medicinal bath, only 2 types had been secured. "Progress is too slow. We must act ourselves," Chuan mused inwardly. The commissions had been issued precisely to avoid deploying Mou unnecessarily. Yet circumstances now demanded Yifan accompany Mou into the Tiansong Mountain. The process remained agonizing, yet Yifan endured to the end. According to the Brahma divine body art, 9 temperings complete its first layer, whose ultimate strength depends. The process remained agonizing, yet Yifan endured to the end. According to the Brahma divine body art, 9 temperings complete its first layer, whose ultimate strength depends on the quality of materials used. Yet even with minimal grade materials, 9 temperings yield at minimum a latestage second-tier body, capable of withstanding supreme-tier artifacts. If exclusively third-tier spirit beast blood is employed, the result reaches second-tier perfection. Yifan used peak third-tier azure dragon blood for his first 3 temperings, yielding extraordinary results. Even subsequent baths using peak second-tier beast blood would suffice to attain second-tier perfection. Using exclusively third-tier blood might push him further still. After all, among spirit beasts, some excel in corporeal defense, while others do not. Truly formidable beings, such as azure dragons or Xian turtles, possess defenses so impenetrable that only artifacts inscribed with divine patterns can wound them. Upon concluding this tempering, Chuan instructed Yifan and Mou to journey independently into the Tiansong Mountains in search of spirit beasts. Yifan's target was unequivocally third-tier beasts. Second-tier peaks held no interest for him now. Thus, after 3 medicinal baths, he failed to locate a single third-tier beast, though his body did successfully break through to latestage second-tier. Time grew scarce, so Yifan reluctantly abandoned the search and redoubled his cultivation efforts. Chuan granted him a token permitting seclusion at Huiyun Valley. There, a second-tier superior fire element spirit vein pulsed with richer, denser qi than Yunshi Town's second-tier inferior vein, making it far more conducive to his cultivation. With his heaven-linked spirit root premium cultivation pills breakthrough elixirs and access to this superior spirit vein, Yi Fan advanced rapidly, reaching foundation establishment level 7 within mere months. Chuan himself had required 3 to 4 years to ascend from level 6 to level 7. Time flowed quietly. Soon thereafter news spread like wildfire across the entire Tiansong prefecture. 5 days hence, the Tiansong sect would erect challenge platforms across the 7 cities of Tiansong, hosting contests over 2 days. Tiansong sect disciples would hold the platforms. Victors would 3 days later proceed under the guidance of a Tiansong sect steward to the sect's main mountain, competing for the final 36 nominations. Among these slots were reserved positions for the top 30 disciples of Tiansong sect and the top 10 disciples of the 3 great sects. Upon hearing this, countless foundation establishment cultivators eagerly sharpened their blades. Su residence. Main hall. Father, the Tiansong sect employs platform duels for preliminary screening. Their platform holders likely rank within the sect's top 50. Which of the 7 cities shall we select? Su Chuan regarded Su Mingxian with a faint smile. It is but a formality. Choose Jiaosu city the nearest. Go and return swiftly, I shall not accompany you. Yes, father. 5 days later Su Mingxian departed for Jiaosu city with Yi Fan Su Diyue and several Su clan guards. At the city's central platform, crowds had already packed the squares so tightly that not a single gap remained. At this moment, a young man dressed in the disciple garb of the Tiansong sect stood proudly at the center of the arena proclaiming, "Whoever can defeat me shall compete with the top foundation establishment disciples of the Tiansong sect and the Qingmu 3 sects. Who dares to come up for a battle? I will give it a try." A middle-aged cultivator flew onto the stage. Below the arena on the eastern side, an elder spoke lightly, "Please state your name and origin." "I am Zhang Jiao from the Zhang family of Jiaosu city." The elder nodded, recorded it, and said indifferently, "Let the battle begin. You dare come here at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Your courage is commendable. A strike, and let me see your strength." The Tiansong sect youth stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gray-blue sect robe fluttering slightly in the wind, his gaze filled with arrogance as it swept over Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao stood tall, cupping his hands, and said solemnly, "Please guide me." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, drawing his long sword from his waist. The sword light sliced through the air like a silver ribbon, aiming directly at the Tiansong sect youth's heart. The Tiansong sect youth let out a cold laugh, not dodging or avoiding the attack. With his left hand, he formed a seal condensing pale blue spiritual power into a shield. At the same time, he balled his right hand into a fist infused with the profound mana of a complete foundation establishment and smashed it toward Zhang Jiao's face. Seeing this, Zhang Jiao swiftly changed the direction of his sword, transforming his sword technique into countless shimmering dots of light. Like meteors, they darted toward the youth's vital points, the dazzling moves resembling fireworks, causing the elder on the eastern side below the arena to nod slightly. "It's just a show." A look of disdain flashed in the youth's eyes, and his spiritual power surged dramatically, forming a protective barrier of azure light that completely blocked the star. He stepped forward, his fist strikes becoming increasingly ferocious, each punch accompanied by the sound of tearing wind, forcing Zhang Jiao to retreat repeatedly. Zhang Jiao gritted his teeth and persisted, changing his sword technique again, condensing the sword light into a silver-long rainbow that fiercely slashed towards the youth's shield. The youth did not dodge, both fists struck simultaneously against the long rainbow. Bang! Silver light exploded and Zhang Jiao felt an immense force surge through him, nearly disarming him, his figure staggering back several steps as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Taking advantage of his victory, the Tiansong sect youth gathered pale blue spiritual power in his right hand, transforming it into a fist shadow over a meter long, and slammed it down towards Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao could no longer resist, knocked backward by the fist shadow, and crashing heavily outside the arena. "Next," the youth said nonchalantly, waving his sleeve. As expected of a disciple of the Tiansong sect, so clean and decisive. "Ordinary complete foundation establishment cultivators are not a match for you." Although Zhang Jiao is known as a genius in Jiaosu city, how can the Zhang family compare to the Tiansong sect? Moreover, he has just stepped into the 9th level of foundation establishment. This was indeed an impulsive move. Many nodded at these words, feeling the speaker made a valid point. It's not that foundation establishment families cannot nurture geniuses, but unless an individual has something special, they are unlikely to match sect disciples of the same realm. After all, the Tiansong sect only recruits geniuses. A few more individuals at the mid to late stage of foundation establishment took the stage, but at most they could only last 30 or 40 exchanges against the youth from the Tiansong sect. Thus it became rare for anyone below complete foundation establishment to take the stage. Even those at the complete foundation establishment level are not guaranteed to pass. Having the realm is one thing, lacking in combat skills or using inferior artifacts will certainly lead to defeat. It seems that only the geniuses from Golden Core families or the top foundation establishment families can contend here. Indeed, the rest of the foundation establishment families mostly have individuals over 2 decades old who have reached complete foundation establishment. As the crowd discussed, a voice called out, "I will fight." Before the words finished, a yellow figure soared over the heads of the crowd and landed on the arena. It's Wenrenjia, a genius from the Wenren family ranked 65th on the genius list, someone exclaimed. After taking the stage, Wenrenjia cupped his fists and asked, I am Wenrenjia. What is this Tiansong sect senior brother's name? Zhengguang. Please guide me, senior brother Zheng. Wenrenjia cupped his hands. As his words fell, his right hand had already gathered pale purple spiritual power, forming a blade as thin as a cicada's wing and slashed towards Zhengguang's waist. Zhengguang did not dare to be negligent. The azure gray spiritual power transformed into a shield again, blocking the spirit blade, while simultaneously launching both fists, sending fist shadows crashing down upon Wenrenjia like a torrential rain. The two clashed in an instant, the purple blade and azure fists intertwining, the booming sounds of their spiritual power colliding, echoing throughout the arena. After more than 10 exchanges, neither could gain the upper hand, and the elder on the eastern side below the stage sat up straight, his gaze fixed on the arena. After 5 more exchanges, Wenrenjia seized on the moment. Zhengguang's fist momentum faltered, accelerating his spirit blade, which grazed past Zhengguang's fist shadow, aiming directly for his wrist. Zhengguang hurriedly withdrew his hand, but it was still a fraction too late. The spirit blade grazed his wrist, leaving a shallow cut. Taking advantage of Zhengguang's distraction, Wenrenjia stepped forward, infusing spiritual power into the spirit blade, causing the purple light to surge and slash toward the youth's chest. Although it did not truly hit, it forced the youth to retreat, repeatedly, nearly stepping out of the edge of the arena. As expected of a genius nurtured by the Wenren family, Zhengguang said calmly. There were at most 2 or 3 disciples like Wenrenjia in the Wenren family, while he ranked 36th among the younger generation of the Tiansong sect. If considering the overall ranking, including those who have comprehended divine abilities for several decades, or even centuries, he would probably place around 70 or 80. Wenrenjia, you pass. The elder on the eastern side of the arena stroked his beard and smiled lightly. Finally one passed. Soon after, another person took the stage. Zhengguang, who had fought several matches prior and sustained some minor injuries, was replaced by the new Tiansong sect disciple Lung Chuan, while he went off the stage to recuperate. Lung Chuan's strength was not much inferior to that of Zhengguang. There were 3 such disciples who took turns guarding the arena, and as long as they weren't seriously injured, they could basically switch out after half an hour of rest. All were at the complete foundation establishment level, and it was not a simple matter to severely injure them. If their strength were too overwhelming, Zhengguang and the others would naturally concede. In the blink of an eye, a little more than half a day had passed. Only 4 individuals had passed, all from Golden Core families, while none from Foundation Establishment families succeeded. The foundation of Foundation Establishment families is still somewhat lacking. Who said that? Upon hearing this, someone immediately retorted, do not forget the Yun Shisu family, which has a Cold Moon Fairy ranked 15th on the genius list. It is rumored that her elder sister Master Ling is a true prodigy, having comprehended a hint of divine ability. The Cold Moon Fairy has arrived. Suddenly someone shouted. A name brings forth a shadow. The crowd parted to create a path, allowing Su Diyue and a few others to pass through. Su Diyue leaped onto the stage. Zhengguang's expression turned solemn, preparing for battle. At that moment, the elder below the stage asked, have you reached complete foundation establishment? Yes, Su Diyue replied calmly. Your mana already far surpasses that of your peers, otherwise you would not have defeated many complete foundation establishment cultivators at the mid-9th level. Now your final shortcomings have been addressed, and your strength has advanced further. There is no need for this contest, though I will count you as having passed directly. Thank you. Su Diyue left the stage. Many expected the Su family members to depart, but soon Su Mingxian stepped onto the stage. The elder expressed surprise, saying, who are you? From the Yun Shisu family, I am Su Mingxian. Su Mingxian was quite low-key, and not many recognized him, but there happened to be someone present who did. He is the elder of the Su family, rarely appearing in public. Let the competition begin, said the Tiansong sect elder indifferently. Zhengguang assessed Su Mingxian, noting his moon-white attire and black jade belt exuding an air of calm detachment. Such grace is rare, even among the disciples of the Tiansong sect. The demeanor of the Su family's elder is like that of a celestial being. I fear many female cultivators will be captivated today. Upon hearing such remarks, someone familiar with the Su family chuckled, saying, you guessed wrong, Elder Su already has a partner and a daughter. The Cold Moon Fairy is indeed his daughter. Hiss. Many spectators were shocked by this news. Indeed, they look very similar. It seems appearance is hereditary. An ordinary-looking person sighed. Zhengguang was also taken aback, gossiping. Is the Cold Moon Fairy truly your daughter? Doesn't she look like it? They look like siblings. Su Mingxian said indifferently. Thank you for the compliment, let us begin. Zhengguang produced a top-tier wooden flying sword. However, on Su Mingxian's side, a flash of light from his storage bag revealed a flying sword gleaming with dazzling golden light and a golden patterned shield simultaneously emerging. Both artifacts bore intricate engravings, clearly 2 patterned golden artifacts. 2 patterned artifacts. The crowd gasped, their eyes fixed on the 2 artifacts, envy evident on their faces. Seeing this, Zhengguang's expression changed slightly, his grip on the Tiansong sect elder was equally astonished. The Su family truly has immense wealth. Su Mingxian made a hand seal, and the golden flying sword suddenly transformed into a golden rainbow, emitting a sharp sound as it aimed for Zhengguang's heart. Zhengguang hurriedly swung his sword to block. With a clang, the wooden sword resonated under the force of the flying sword, sending a massive impact through the sword handle, causing his hands to tingle and his arm to ache. Before Zhengguang could stabilize himself, Su Mingxian controlled the golden patterned shield, which erupted with golden light, expanding to the size of a small mountain, crashing down towards Zhengguang with overwhelming force. Zhengguang was forced to retreat, but the golden rainbow flying sword relentlessly pursued him. With restrictions on his movements, he could only barely defend against the onslaught. Su Mingxian's attack became increasingly fierce, the flying sword sometimes transforming into a myriad of golden points, enveloping Zhengguang's vital areas. At other times it condensed into sharp sword shadows, directly piercing at openings. The golden patterned shield acted like a wall, blocking nearly all of Zhengguang's rare counterattacks. In just over 10 exchanges, Zhengguang was forced into a corner of the arena. He realized that if he continued to clash with the artifacts, they would likely suffer cracks. Looking at the golden sword and shield floating before Su Mingxian, and sensing the formidable power radiating from the artifacts, he understood that there was no chance for a comeback and reluctantly cupped his hands, saying, "I concede." The crowd erupted in astonishment, exclaiming, "Two patterned artifacts are indeed domineering. Having a family member who is a top-tier artifact master is simply advantageous. They don't even worry about acquiring top-tier artifacts." Indeed, two pattern artifacts are rarely seen, even among golden core families, yet Su Mingxian produced two at once, both offense and defense covered. With such artifacts, he could probably forcibly secure one of the 36 slots. The tones of envy were palpable. "Thank you." Su Mingxian cupped his fists, and then gracefully stepped down from the arena, moving to Su Diyu's side. Then in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded as Yi Fan leaped onto the arena. "What's going on? A 7th-level Foundation establishment cultivator dares to take this. Isn't he Yi Fan, the Heavenly Hand, and the partner of the Cold Moon Fairy? What does it matter how famous he is? He is still only at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. Many renowned geniuses from the 4 major golden core families in the city are mostly in the mid to late Foundation establishment realm, far from being complete. None of them took the stage, so on what basis does Yi Fan dare to go up?" At this time, when Renjia remarked, "Brother Yi, it has been a year since the last Yin Lake meeting. I didn't expect you to break through consecutively and reach the 7th level of Foundation establishment. Your cultivation speed is truly impressive." "Brother Wen," Yi Fan replied, cupping his fists, "do you also think I am not qualified to take the stage?" When Renjia said, lightly, "Last time Brother Yi withstood 3 moves from Yun Yi of the Jiaotsong sect at the 6th level of Foundation establishment, causing him to suffer injuries. I admire that strength. But this grand event is still too early for you, Brother Yi. Do you all think so as well?" Yi Fan looked towards the other geniuses from the golden core families at Foundation establishment. During the last Yin Lake meeting, Yi Fan had also met them and exchanged a few words. "Brother Yi, please do not overreach. We all acknowledge your talent and potential." Yi Fan suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "What do you consider a genius?" Before they could respond, he continued, "In my view, a genius is like the blazing sun in the sky. He doesn't ever care about the opinions of ordinary beings." When Renjia and the others frowned, their eyes flashing with displeasure. "If you all think I am overestimating myself, then today I will break through your misconceptions and show you how shallow your understanding is. Yin Shisu family, Yi Fan, please enlighten me." His voice was like thunder rolling for some time. Zhengguang glanced at the elder beneath the stage, who nodded, then pointed his sword at Yi Fan and said, "Brother Yi, be careful. I will not hold back." "No need to hold back." He raised his hand, slapping his storage bag, and 2 beams of spiritual light flew out, which were the red gold gauntlets and armor, both 2-patterned artifacts. The crowd was stunned. The Su family truly is a wholesale supplier of 2-patterned artifacts. How I wish to become a member of the Su family. I wonder if I could gain a 2-patterned artifact by recognizing a godfather. The armor covered his entire body, and his fists melded perfectly with his palms. Yi Fan's aura suddenly became overwhelming, the faint red gold spiritual light, making him appear like a war god. This also helped to conceal the peculiarities of Yi Fan's heavenly sacred body secret art. Yi Fan moved his wrist, and the gauntlets emitted a faint metallic hum. He only used 70% of his physical strength, stepping forward like an arrow towards Zhengguang. He had once been a martial arts master, excelling in close combat. In an instant, he closed in on Zhengguang, his right fist accompanied by the sound of wind breaking, aimed directly at Zhengguang's. Zhengguang hurriedly swung his sword to block. Clang! The gauntlet collided with the sword blade, and a massive force surged through the blade, numbing his arm and nearly disarming him. Such incredible strength! Zhengguang's eyes revealed disbelief. He did not hold back at all. Knowing Yi Fan's physical strength, Zhengguang quickly retreated, swinging his sword to unleash several sword shadows of spiritual power, attempting to create distance. However, Yi Fan did not dodge or evade the red gold armor, glowing with spiritual light, blocking all the sword shadows. The impact from the attacks did not injure his internal organs. With a grin he advanced again, raining down punches on Zheng Guang like a tempest, forcing Zheng Guang to retreat repeatedly as his sword moves grew increasingly chaotic. Is this real? A Foundation Establishment perfected disciple of the Tiansong sect, overwhelmed almost helplessly by a mere Foundation Establishment 7th layer cultivator. It is indeed astonishing. Even if that armor is a Tier 2 artifact, the residual force from his attacks should have shattered his internal organs. A murmur of bewilderment rippled through the crowd. Even elite prodigies from aristocratic clans, such as Wenren Jie, washed with furrowed brows. Last time Yi Fan endured Yun Yi's strike barehanded, and still spat blood from the backlash. Yet now he has absorbed dozens of Zheng Guang's blows without showing even a trace of injury. Truly strange. Granted, Zheng Guang may be weaker than Yun Yi, but the disparity is not so vast, said Shangwan Hong, a prodigy of the Shangwan clan. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye they exchanged over 30 strikes. Yet Zheng Guang remained utterly suppressed by Yi Fan. Each frontal collision unleashed shockwaves that left no mark upon Yi Fan, yet steadily disrupted Zheng Guang's aura. His breath grew ragged, his chi spiraled into disarray. Seizing the slightest opening, Yi Fan surged forward, a right fist coalescing 70% of his corporeal might and artifact power, aimed like a thunderclap at Zheng Guang's chest. Zheng Guang hastily raised his wooden sword to block, but Yi Fan's force struck like a collapsing mountain. With a deafening crack, the gauntlet shattered the sword's spiritual energy and slammed unimpeded into his sternum. The savage impact sent Zheng Guang hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing hard against the arena's edge. Blood erupted from his mouth, his wooden sword flew from his grasp. He lost. Zheng Guang actually lost. None could believe it. He truly did it. Yet how could two artifacts possibly bridge a 3-tier cultivation gap? Who knows? Perhaps those artifacts possess extraordinary properties someone used. I have lost, Zheng Guang rasped, struggling upright, his chest searing with agony, ribs clearly fractured. Yi Fan retracted his gauntlet, and armor gave Zheng Guang a slight nod, then turned and descended the arena. Yi Fan of the Su clan of Yunqi passed. The steward announced coolly, Lung Chun, you shall replace Zheng Guang. Yes, steward, replied a man beside him, bowing deeply. After passing the arena trial, Yi Fan, Su Diyue, and Su Mingxian departed immediately, not lingering a single breath in Jiaosu City. They had come merely to fulfill a formality. Within days, Yi Fan's feat, defeating a Foundation Establishment perfected opponent while only at Foundation Establishment 7th layer, would echo across the entire Tian. Wenren Jie and others wore grave expressions. As scions groomed to inherit their clan's legacies, they felt profound pressure emanating from the Su clan. 5 core members of the Su clan, for already exceptional. Then who is their patriarch? What manner of figure commands them all, merely by seniority? Wenren Jie murmured softly. Brother Wenren, do you imply the Su patriarch himself possesses extraordinary combat prowess? Asked Shangwan Hong. Perhaps. Yet rumor holds he is a master alchemist of peerless refinement. Perhaps martial strength matters less to him. Wenren Jie sighed. No one knows where the Su clan truly emerged from. My Wenren clan once investigated out of curiosity, only to find nothing. The sole family who might have known, the Wu clan, was eradicated long ago by a golden core elder. Now the Su clan remains secluded in Yunqi town. But should they expand to dominate 7 cities? Unlikely, unless they produce a golden core elder. Even then, each city's existing golden core clans would be forced to cede portions of their influence. For a new clan to rise swiftly, no easy task. The last such golden core clan emerged 3 generations ago. Over 2 days, only 5 passed besides the golden core clans, and the Su clan 3 from Jiaosu City's top-ranked Foundation Establishment clans, and 2 unaffiliated cultivators, dark horses rising with startling force. Other cities averaged merely 7 or 8 successful candidates. Jiaosu City's higher count stemmed solely from the Su clan's unexpected emergence. Among the 7 cities' golden core clans, only Fangsu City's Yin clan produced 2 qualifiers, the highest tally. This does not reflect inferior training. Rather, few among them meet all criteria simultaneously, under 2 centuries-old Foundation Establishment perfected and possessing formidable combat aptitude. Many prodigies remain below Foundation Establishment perfection. Not everyone is Yi Fan. Not even Foundation Establishment 9th layer cultivators passed with ease. 3 days later, qualifiers gathered and boarded a spirit ship under the Tiansong sect's stewardship and disciples. Each qualifier's family could send up to 2 attendants. Chuan resolved to accompany them. Observing more cultivators and divining their destinies would accelerate his own Dao cultivation. 7 spirit ships, each over 10 zhang long, pierced the Tiansong sect's protective formation and hovered above a mountain peak. Though called a peak, its summit had been cleanly sheared off, leaving a perfectly level plateau. This site differed from Chuan's previous visit. 7 square arenas, each 100 meters wide, stood arrayed across the plateau, paved with plain bluish-gray stone slabs. Faint traces of formation arrays marked their foundations, evidently capable of activating defensive barriers. Chuan transmitted a silent inquiry to Su Mingxian regarding their tier. These arenas host Tier 2 supreme grade formations. Su Mingxian scanned them and replied telepathically. They are intended for contests between Foundation establishment and Qi refinement disciples. Chuan nodded faintly. All descend from the spirit ships. One by one Foundation establishment cultivators, and even Golden Core elders, stepped onto the ground. Moments later streaks of rainbow light converged from every horizon. The Tiansong sect's disciples alongside emissaries from the three allied sects. Qingmu's sect's delegation was led by sect master Feng Juechen and enforcement elder Chinchanga. Chuan stepped forward with a smile. Master Feng elder Chun, long time no see. Senior Su, Chinchanga replied. Feng Juechen merely inclined his head, a gesture of polite acknowledgement. Their rapport remained superficial, confined to formal nods. Chinchanga, however, radiated genuine warmth. Before the Tiansong sect's elders arrived, disciples exchanged greetings freely. Especially Yi Fan, who drew curious crowds of sect disciples, and Golden Core clan. Yi Fan returned each greeting with grace. Your Su clan's progeny truly shine. Unlike my Qin clan, whose sole representative barely ranks 9th among Qingmu sect disciples. Whether he secures a slot remains uncertain. Who is he? Chinchanga blinked, then pointed toward a distant Qingmu disciple, short-statured, clad in standard sect robes, plump-faced, eyes narrowed to slits. Whether from flesh or nature, those slits seemed permanently closed. Slit-eyed, Chuan stood with one hand behind his back, fingers weaving subtle incantations. Moments later he smiled faintly. Elder Qin, your disciple proves most intriguing. He shall surely surprise you. Oh, Chinchanga looked startled. How do you know? Because slit-eyed ones are always deceivers. Huh. Ha ha ha. Chuan chuckled lightly. Forgive me, Elder Chun. I spoke in jest. Senior Su retains his wit, but please drop the Elder Chun. It grates on the ear. Brother Chun, Brother Su. They shared a warm, knowing smile. Many Golden Core elders watching were taken aback. Rarely does one of their rank lower themselves so openly to a Foundation establishment cultivator. After one incensestic's time, a sharp whistling rent the air. All looked skyward. 3 radiant streaks blazing across the horizon. One blazed crimson as flame, another glowed amber, like earth, the third shimmered pearlescent white. Each wreathed in overwhelming pressure the unmistakable spiritual resonance of latest-stage Golden Core elders. They streaked forward with terrifying speed. Within moments they landed atop the peak. Their luminous auras dissolved, revealing 3 figures descending with. The foremost elder wore a scarlatan gold Taoist robe, his face ruddy snow-white, beard flowing beneath his chin, radiating scorching spiritual energy. The fire elder of the 5. To his left stood the earth elder, broad-shouldered, clad in ochre brocade, his presence as weighty as a mountain. To his right the metal elder, robed in moon-white silk, silver-haired, yet youthful-faced, holding a dust-cleaning whisk. The title 5 element elders honored masters who had attained supreme mastery over elemental Tao principles. Each a latest-stage Golden Core elder. The fire elder swept his gaze across the assembly, voice booming like temple bells. The 36 quotas for the Tiansong prefecture shall be decided today, by arena combat. Those confident in securing a quota must mount the arena as defenders, facing 3 challengers. Victory in all 3 matches grants the quota. If no challenger appears within 1/4, the defender wins by default. Defenders may not subsequently challenge others. Each cultivator may defend once, and challenge thrice. 3 failed challenges forfeit further participation. O failure both as defender and challenger eliminates one entirely. The arena trials conclude once 36 quotas are secured. Quota holders may enter the Tiansong sect's Tao Treasury Hall to select one cultivation technique or divine ability. We understand. Then begin. Use the central arena. All others observe strictly, no interference. Once on the arena, surrender is the sole path to survival. We understand. Then begin. Use the central arena. All others observe strictly, no interference. Once on the arena, surrender is the sole path to survival. Otherwise life and death hang in the balance. Violators shall feel the wrath of my palm. Faces tightened with solemnity. The Earth Elder himself presided, to prevent tragedies after surrenders. Young Foundation establishment cultivators scattered around the periphery exchanged hesitant glances. No one stepped forward. The rules were simple: defending secured one's own quota, challenging eliminated rivals. Thus defense held paramount importance, and the first defender bore the greatest burden, potentially facing the 3 strongest opponents present. Since none dare step forth, I shall defend first. A handsome youth stood with hands clasped behind his back, then leapt, light as wind, onto the arena. I am Shi Tianqing. Which fellow cultivator will grace me with your guidance? Silence fell. He was the #1 prodigy on the Tiansong prefecture's genius list, the most gifted scion of the Shi clan. Though barely past 60 years, he had reached Foundation establishment perfection, and already awakened the power of a divine ability. This youth is extraordinary. Chuan remarked calmly. Brother Su, this is obvious. Possessing a heavenly spirit root granted top-tier resources from day one. We scramble for high-tier techniques while he began cultivation with a supreme grade manual. His pills were all premium grade, his path smooth and unobstructed. His insight was staggering, mastering a divine ability before even 60 years. Even I, before forming my Golden Core, likely could not best him. Our Su clan fares similarly. though our foundational manual is slightly inferior, requiring retraining upon reaching foundation establishment. Su Chuan inwardly grumbled. He suspected that upon his, or any Su clan members, golden core formation, the ancestral scroll would grant a clan-specific foundation with these two advantages, innate talent and elite instruction. The Su clan's potential was undeniable. Seeing no challengers, Shi Tianqing sighed with mild boredom. Brother Tsong, brother Shin, brother Lei, sister Lu. None wish to spar with your senior brother. Word has it the Lingxian maiden of Yunshi's Su clan awakened a divine ability. Does she stand among us? Chen Chang'e nudged Su Chuan. Brother Su, they're calling out your clan. Su Chuan's lips twitched faintly. Sister Ling departed long ago on pilgrimage. I shall test myself in her stead, declared Su Diu, a voice cool and clear as she leapt onto the arena. The Frost Moon Immortal Maiden, truly named Pure and Lunar Cold, Shi Tianqing smiled faintly. Maiden Frost Moon, please strike without restraint. I wield but 3 sword strokes. Should you endure all 3, I yield. Su Diu's slender fingers brushed her storage pouch, the Tian Shui sword forth, its blade shimmering with liquid light as if cradling a tranquil spring. Shi Tianqing's lips curved into a faint knowing smile. Su Diu spoke no further. Her fingertips wove a seal and the Tian Shui sword hummed resonantly. Frost River Surge. At her command the sword's aqueous radiance flared, transforming into a frigid torrent rushing toward Shi Tianqing like a wintry river in full spate. Frost-laced air trailed its passage. Shi Tianqing raised a hand. Wind coalesced instantly into a shield, effortlessly halting the torrent. Su Diu's expression remained unchanged. Her sword seal shifted anew, tide sound sunder. The Tian Shui sword erupted with the roar of crashing waves wrapped in surging water, becoming a thunderous tidal wave aimed straight at Shi Tianqing's face. Shi Tianqing's smile faded. His wind-based divine ability flared. Countless razor-edged wind blades spun forth, colliding with the tidal wave. Boom! Water and wind exploded outward. Shi Tianqing's stance wavered. Astonishment flickered in his eyes. This technique rivaled those of the Tiansong sect's top 5 young disciples. The 4 disciples Shi Tianqing had earlier named stared in shock, especially Lu Yu. Su Diu's strength has surged dramatically since last year. Azure Abyss Bind. Su Diu's seals shifted again. The Tian Shui sword hung suspended midair, its aqueous light converging into a miniature azure abyss. Its undulating currents exuded an aura of absolute restraint as it bore down upon Shi Tianqing. Sensing its crushing pressure, he sobered completely, no longer daring a moment's laxity, and activated his own divine ability. Wind Manifestation, Sky Rend. Pale azure wind surged violently, fracturing into countless needle-thin filaments that tore through the air, weaving into a colossal emerald blade, several zhang long, that cleaved toward the azure abyss. Crack! The miniature abyss split cleanly in two. Shi Tianqing's fist, wreathed in devastating wind energy, plunged through the rift and struck the Tian Shui sword heap. Clang! Wind force and blade met. Su Diu felt a searing razor-sharp gust surge up the sword's length, numbing her arm. The Tian Shui sword nearly slipped from her. She hastily withdrew, only to find Shi Tianqing already before her, a fist hurtling toward her face. A blue light emanated from her left-hand ring, forming a translucent aquamarine barrier that blocked Shi Tianqing's punch. Shi Tianqing was pushed back, and Su Diu also retreated to the edge of the arena. Lu Yu and the others were astonished, not expecting Su Diu to force Shi Tianqing to take her seriously and even use her divine abilities. Though her sword technique was not exactly a divine ability, its power was infinitely close. I concede. Su Diu understood that continuing the battle would not be in her favor against Shi Tianqing. Shi Tianqing successfully defends her title. The Earth Elder said indifferently, a hint of appreciation in his gaze towards Su Diu. He opened the barrier of the formation, allowing Su Diu to step down. Fairy Su, your strength truly opened my eyes. I wonder what the name of your sword technique is. It seems extraordinary. It's called Tianshui sword technique. After Su Diu spoke, she left the arena, approaching Su Mingxian and Yi Fan, then silently swallowed a pill to replenish her expended magical power. Afterward, no one challenged Shi Tianqing again. A quarter of an hour later, Shi Tianqing successfully secured the first spot. Next to take the stage were the top 5 from the genius rankings: Tsong, Daolingxin Feiyu, Lei Chaojian, and Lu Yu. They were also the top 5 young disciples of the Tiansong sect. Following this, no one dared to ascend the arena. Many gazes turned towards Su Diu. Su Mingxian said lightly, "Go up. If you don't, no one else will dare to challenge." "Yes, father." Su Diu leaped onto the arena and stayed there for a quarter of an hour before stepping down. Next was the original 6th from the genius rankings, also a disciple of the Tiansong sect, who was quite strong. However, he ultimately had some disparity compared to the top 5. As a result, after he took the stage, he was soon challenged. But he easily defeated 2 opponents. It wasn't until the 3rd challenger Yin Kuang-tu appeared that he was defeated. The crowd was astonished. They never expected the Yin family to have hidden a genius. Yin Kuang-tu had previously forced Su Diu to use the Taiyin flying sword to defeat him, indicating his considerable strength. "Yin Kuang-tu, will you defend your title?" I will. Two more challengers stepped up only to be defeated by Yan Kuangtu, making him the 7th for Tiansong Mansion. Lu Yu and the others were secretly wary of Yan Kuangtu. His displayed strength was already a threat to them. Next was Wang Chuan. He worked hard to defeat 3 opponents and claimed a spot. Until the 11th challenger arrived, Yi Fan was eager to act. Su Mingxian said, "If you want to go up, go ahead. No need to hesitate." Yi Fan nodded and took the stage first. "I am Yi Fan. I ask for your guidance, fellow Taoists." As soon as he spoke, many began to discuss among themselves. Is he the one who spoke arrogantly? The partner of the Cold Moon Fairy? Yun Yi recalled the humiliating scene at the Yunhu gathering when Yi Fan took the stage. Without a word, he jumped onto the stage. "What a coincidence, Taoist Yun," Yi Fan said with a slight frown, his tone calm. "I didn't expect you, Taoist Yi, to be so arrogant jumping out so early. Wouldn't it be better to wait and grab the last few spots? Should I learn from you?" "I would rather die," Yi Fan suddenly said coldly. "Just right through this battle, let's settle our grievances too." Arrogant words. Yun Yi produced a black iron rod, a first-grade magical weapon. Yi Fan's body glimmered with red light, donning red gold armor and gauntlets. Chen Changing's eyes lit up. He nudged Su Chuan again, saying, "Su brother, I've heard your Su family has quite a few second-grade magical weapons. Seeing is believing. There is indeed one suitable for that little chubby guy from your Chun family, priced at 4,500 spirit stones. After the competition, you can go to my Su family to pay the spirit stones and collect the magical weapon." "Isn't that price a bit steep?" A second-grade Earth-type special defensive magical weapon not only has excellent defense, but can also store Earth-type spiritual energy, just like that little chubby guy. Su Chuan communicated, the limit of Earth-type spiritual energy that this magical weapon can store is much higher than his current capacity. "How do you know?" Chen Changing was slightly surprised. "That's not something I can disclose. Just tell me if you want it or not." "Yes," Chen Changing decisively replied. "What is the name of this magical weapon?" "It's called the Taotai Shield." After saying this, he continued to watch the competition on the arena. Yi Fan unleashed the full power of his physical body, and under the skills of a martial Dao master, he could release this power to an even stronger level, approaching that of a second-tier peak demon beast. With the second-grade armor and gauntlets, Yi Fan at this moment was undoubtedly a humanoid demon beast who also possessed martial skills and various magical techniques. After wearing the magical weapon with 70% of his strength, he could suppress an average foundation establishment completion practitioner wielding top-grade magical weapons. Now he was making Yun Yi flee in all directions on the arena. The surface of the top-grade shield in front of Yun Yi was covered with numerous fist marks, giving the impression it would be pierced through. Not only were the foundation establishment practitioners present dumbfounded, but even the golden core cultivators had their pupils constrict in surprise. This young man's physical strength was astonishingly incredible. In just a few dozen exchanges, Yun Yi was severely injured, losing his magical weapon and shield. If he hadn't quickly conceded, he would have been shattered by Yi Fan's punch. Even raising a magical protective barrier wouldn't. After Yun Yi stepped down, 2 more challengers approached, still not believing in evil. But after just a few exchanges, they conceded one after another, stopping at that. Even after leaving the arena, their sword-holding hands still trembled slightly. "Freaks," both muttered under their breath. Yi Fan smoothly secured the 11th spot. Time passed gradually. Yun Yi was severely injured, and unless he recovered, he feared he wouldn't secure a spot. During the contention for the 18th spot, Su Chuan suddenly transmitted to Su Mingxian, "Go up and attack, but don't defend, just secure the last spot." "Understood, father," Su Mingxian replied lightly. At this time, defending the title was a loose cultivator who had risen unexpectedly during the 7-city selection. His strength was not weak, having consecutively defeated 2 attackers. The third attacker was Su Mingxian, who shattered his opponent's dreams with the might of his second-grade. Among those present, there were only a little over 10 who had both offensive and defensive second-grade magical weapons, while the rest mostly had compatible first-grade magical weapons. The next would be top-grade magical weapons, but perhaps they had cultivated powerful magical techniques. Techniques like Su Diyu's Tianshui sword technique, Wang Chuan's Mad Blade technique, and Yin Kuangta's Crimson Thunder sword technique were all exceptionally powerful and difficult to cultivate. One must have a compatible physique to hope to cultivate them. The same goes for magical weapons. A top-grade magical weapon compatible with one's techniques can unleash greater potential than an incompatible patterned magical weapon. After the person conceded, he glared fiercely at Su Mingxian and then left the arena. "Do you wish to defend your title?" the Earth Elder asked. Su Mingxian shook his head and also stepped down. Many were surprised. In the following matches, Su Mingxian did not attack. Until a dark horse loose cultivator took the stage, he then attacked in the last moments. The previous 2 had consumed quite a bit of his magical power. When Su Mingxian acted again, it was much easier. Then came the 30th spot, where Su Mingxian again caused a loose cultivator to fail in defending. Another dark horse loose cultivator was eliminated by the little chubby guy from the Chun family during the contention for the 35th spot. This was naturally Su Chuan's request. That little chubby guy then defended his title, relying on astonishing Earth-type defenses and a sudden burst of power, securing the 35th spot. As for the last spot, Su Mingxian took the stage to defend. The three attackers were the Dark Horse loose cultivators he had previously thwarted at a critical moment. All three had respectable strength capable of entering the top 10 of the genius rankings. However, Su Mingxian took out a second-grade upper-class killing formation disc, easily injuring several of them. Such a tier of formation disc was a treasured item even for Golden Core families and would not be used lightly. After all, unless one was a third-grade formation master, it was challenging to refine such tier formation tools, or one would need strong formation deduction abilities like Su Mingxian. Thus the 36 spots were finalized. Now that the 36 individuals have been determined, let us proceed to the Daozong Tower to select them, he said. Suddenly a cold voice echoed across hundreds of miles, penetrating the protective array of the Tiansong sect, carrying a hint of provocation. Tiansong sect comrades, guests have come from afar, will you not come to welcome us? Upon hearing this voice, the three elders of gold, earth, and fire changed their expressions and immediately transformed into three beams of light, flying towards the edge of the protective array. Some disciples and onlookers followed suit without thinking. When everyone arrived at the edge of the array and looked through the barrier, they saw 12 cultivators dressed in black and red garments hovering in the void. Among them were young disciples as well as middle-aged cultivators, all adorned with an embroidered blood-red lotus exuding an eerie and murderous aura. At the front of the crowd stood two elderly figures particularly conspicuous. The elder on the left wore a red robe, his figure as rotund as a ball, his face plastered with greasy smiles, but his eyes were cold and sinister, surrounded by a faint, blood-colored mist. The elder on the right wore a black robe, his figure emaciated like a stick, his hands clasped behind his back, his skin tightly clinging to his bones, resembling a walking corpse, exuding a chilling. Why has the Tanling sect come here? The Earth elder shouted, his eyes flashing with anger. Do you wish to wage war against our Tiansong sect? The red-robed fat elder grinned. Huang Yuan, it's been a while, your temper is still so volatile. During the Genius Conference, no sect is allowed to act recklessly, otherwise they will be besieged by the 5 major top sects. Our Tanling sect does not regard your Tiansong sect lightly. Yet we do not dare to offend the 5 major top sects. Then why have you come? You know the answer already. The emaciated elder in black took over, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping. Our Tanling mansion has many talented individuals. The 36 spots are simply too few. Why not borrow a few spots from your Tiansong mansion? Perhaps it would elevate your Tiansong mansion's ranking by a position or 2, escaping the bottom tier. In the entire northwest region, among the 8 mansions, the one governed by the Xianyu sect is naturally the strongest, while the Tanling mansion ranks 3rd in mixed cultivation of righteousness and demonic paths. The Xianyu sect has a rule that if there are multiple nascent soul-level forces in one mansion, they can receive an additional 36 spots. A typical case of falling behind means being beaten. Last time as well, the Tanling sect members always arrive at the perfect moment. Huang Yuan and the 3 elders of the Tiansong sect wore angry expressions upon hearing this. This is blatant robbery, Su Chuan whispered, but the others seemed accustomed to it. A typical case of falling behind means being beaten. Last time as well, the Tanling sect members always arrive at the perfect moment. 1. Shen Chongqing transmitted. Not just our Tiansong mansion. The Sekondalas Liue mansion is also robbed of several spots during the Genius Conference every time. Kekekek. Are you Tiansong sect afraid? The emaciated elder in black chuckled. If you are not afraid, let your 36 foundation establishment cultivators bow their heads and concede to the Tanling sect cultivators behind me one by one, and we will leave. Hearing this, the cultivators behind him revealed mocking smiles, some even sneering. Exactly, they don't need to kneel and knock their heads, who just bow their heads and say, I concede, I am not as good as you is enough. This would be quite a generous offer. A bunch of trash dares to be so arrogant in front of the protective array of my Tiansong sect. If you have the guts, let's duel now, and I will definitely sever your head. Young friend, you are quite fiery. You must be the genius Shi Tianqing of the Shi family. The red-robed fat elder smiled slightly. You indeed have the right to say this, but are you sure you want to demean yourself to compete with a group of our Tanling sect, who can't even secure 36 spots? Then he turned to the fire elder and said, Daoist Jiang, how about this? If you agree, I will inform you of a secret realm. This is the first time opening of the Ancient Taishan sect's secret. Ancient Taishan sect. Huang Yuan's face showed delight as he looked towards Jiang, who pondered before saying, does your Tanling sect truly have such good intentions? If you don't believe me, that's fine. Then as per what was said earlier, your Tiansong mansion members will take turns conceding, and we will leave. Otherwise we will remain outside this formation for the time being. Shameless. Jiang gritted his teeth and then asked, what kind of competition do you want? The 3 Tiansong sect elders exchanged glances. Jiang said, alright. Kenshin, go call the remaining 36 people here. Yes, Elder Jiang. Only a few can contend with her. Let's start from the 36th person. However, our Tanling sect cultivators are always fiercely competitive, lacking restraint. If they hold back, it would be hard for them to fully exhibit their strength, so this battle will be life and death. The 3 Tiansong sect elders exchanged glances. Jiang said, alright. Kenshin, go call the remaining 36 people here. Yes, Elder Jiang. Shi Tianqing immediately left, and shortly returned with the remaining individuals. The crowd emerged from the formation and faced off against the Tanlang sect members, with the newcomers also learning about the Tanlang sect's intentions, all of them filled with righteous indignation. Qiang looked at the redrobed fat elder and said, "Liang, old demon, now you should reveal the secret realm information, right?" Liang, old demon, smiled slightly, and then transmitted to elders Qiang, Huang Yuan, and Bai Yan of the Tiansong sect. Upon hearing their pupils slightly constricted, "The information has been shared. Can we begin now, eh?" Qiang nodded slightly, then turned to survey the 36 cultivators behind him, gravely stating, "This battle concerns the face of our Tiansong mansion. Killing 3 Tanlang sect cultivators will allow our Tiansong sect's artifact refining elder to craft a second-grade offensive magical weapon for us. Killing 6 will grant us another second-grade defensive magical weapon. Killing 9 will yield another complete talisman treasure. If we kill them all, we may ask our Tiansong sect for any request, as long as it is within reason." Many people's eyes brightened. This battle will begin from the 36th person of step forward automatically. Everyone looked towards Su Mingxian. He glanced at his father and saw Su Chuan, giving him a faint smile, a hint of inexplicable joy at the corners of his mouth. "So that's the plan. Truly worthy of being my father." Su Mingxian walked forward, cupping his hands to the 3 elders of the Qiyang sect, then took a few steps closer to face the members of the Tanlang sect. "Skytsong Prefecture, the 36th challenger, I ask the friends of the Tanlang sect for guidance." Meanwhile, at the arena peak of the Tiansong sect, many eliminated participants were waiting. Among them, 4 scattered cultivators gathered together. "This is bad. According to past practice, the elders will definitely arrange for people to challenge from the last participant, but Su Mingxian has many treasures and certainly possesses the strength of the top 15. My Tanlang sect is likely to lose face this time." On the contrary, although Su Mingxian is strong, he cannot withstand multiple challenges. Perhaps he will be slain by our Tanlang sect cultivator. That would be a relief for us. Indeed. Not even daring to reveal his name, is it out of fear of embarrassment? He'll go meet him first. A young disciple in black and red laughed heartily, dashing to within 10 zhang of Su Mingxian. "Tanlang sect Gu Yixiao, I asked the 36th friend for guidance." As soon as these words were spoken, the Tanlang sect disciples burst into laughter and mockery. How can these young pups from the Tiansong sect possibly match up to senior? He probably won't even last 3 moves before begging for mercy. Su Mingxian's expression remained calm. Since this battle is life and death, that means any means can be used, including pills, formations, talismans, and secret techniques. Correct. The old demon Liang said, naturally under life and death conditions, any means are acceptable. Stop rambling, is that your last words? Die. Gu Yixiao summoned a curved blade with his right hand, its blade shimmering with a ghostly green light. He performed a certain blade technique, and a wisp of ghostly light leapt towards Su Mingxian's head. The curved blade, carrying a chilling blade aura, struck down heavily. Su Mingxian raised his hand and swept his storage bag, and a 2-patterned golden flying sword and a golden patterned shield flew out simultaneously. As the golden light swirled, the golden patterned shield suddenly expanded dramatically. With a crisp clang, the blade struck the shield, leaving not a single scratch. Instead, Gu Yixiao was forced back by the golden spiritual power. At the same time, Su Mingxian's fingertips moved to form a seal, and the golden flying sword transformed into a golden rainbow, shooting towards Gu Yixiao's heart like a shooting star. Gu Yixiao's expression changed drastically as he hastily withdrew his blade to block, but he was half a beat too slow. The golden rainbow flying sword pierced through his protective spiritual power, and with a puff it struck into his shoulder. He cried out in pain just as he was about to retreat. Su Mingxian had already arrived, and the golden patterned shield came crashing down heavily onto Gu Yixiao's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as Gu Yixiao spewed a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Before he hit the ground, a glint of cold light flashed in Su Mingxian's eyes, and the flying sword moved again, the golden rainbow sweeping by, leaving a streak of blood. Gu Yixiao's head separated from his body, rolling onto the ground, his eyes still reflecting disbelief and terror. In an instant, the duel came to an end. The mocking voices of the Tanlang sect disciples abruptly ceased, each displaying a look of shock. The expressions of the 2 elders from the Tanlang sect darkened, with the plump old man in red showing even more malice in his eyes. In contrast, the Tiansong sect's morale surged, and the 3 elders, including Qiang, stroked their beards and smiled lightly. "I will fight him." Suddenly, another disciple in black from the Tanlang sect shouted angrily, wielding a spear with a black gleam at its tip, thrusting directly at Su Mingxian's heart. Su Mingxian held up his golden shield to block, and the flying sword slashed diagonally. Both the flying sword and shield were 2-patterned artifacts, powerful in might. In just 7 or 8 moves, he broke the spear's momentum and sealed the opponent's throat with the sword. After the battle, he flicked his fingertip and a pill entered his mouth, his spiritual power circulating rapidly. Elder Liang cast a cold glance. Another Tanlang sect disciple flew out with dual axes, not giving Su Mingxian a moment to breathe. But little did he know that Su Mingxian had consumed a high-grade congealed true pill, instantly recovering 20% of his spiritual power, with the remainder gradually recovering. So what if it's a 2-patterned artifact? The dual-axe disciple approached Su Mingxian, took out a crimson pill, and swallowed it. Once the pill entered his belly, his vitality surged, his muscles bulging, and his aura increased. Then, wielding the dual axes with ferocious strength, he swung at Su Mingxian. Su Mingxian braced with his golden shield and felt only a tingle in his arm before urgently activating the flying sword to counterattack. Despicable, actually using blood fury pills. It seems the opponent does not want Su Mingxian to continue winning, but as long as Su Mingxian can hold out for a quarter of an hour, the effect of the blood fury pills will dissipate, and he can win. As long as he wins this match, he can have the artifact elder of the Tiansong sect custom make a 2-patterned artifact for him. Do you think the Su family lacks 2-patterned artifacts? As soon as these words were spoken, the person fell silent, as it seemed that the artifacts used by the Su family's members were all custom-made 2-patterned artifacts fitting their main cultivation methods and possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Even some disciples from Golden Core families were envious, silently wondering who exactly is the disciple of a Golden Core family. In the blink of an eye, the two fought intensely for dozens of moves. Su Mingxian found a flaw, and the surface of the golden shield burst forth with countless golden rays, sending the dual-axe disciple of the Tanlang sect flying. In the next moment, the flying sword pierced through his heart, slaying him. However, the cost was that the spiritual light on the surface of the golden shield dimmed slightly. Su Mingxian planned to take a breather, but the Tanlang sect had no intention of letting him rest, as another disciple wielding a curved blade lunged out like a ghost. Upon appearing, he also consumed a low-grade blood fury pill to enhance his strength. He took out 3 first-tier fire-type high-grade talismans from his storage bag, which exploded and sent him flying. Su Mingxian forcefully gathered his spiritual power, controlling the flying sword to transform into a golden rainbow and attack. After entangling for more than 30 moves, Su Mingxian began to feel the strain, ultimately using the golden shield to block the blade and the flying sword to pierce through the opponent's chest, killing him. Su Mingxian immediately took out 2 pills which transformed into 2 streams of light and entered his mouth. One was a high-grade congealed true pill, and the other was a high-grade pure true pill. His condition instantly recovered to 90%. Following this, the disciples of the Tanlang sect took turns to challenge him, but none could slay Su Mingxian. In the end, the expressions of Elder Liang and the black-robed, emaciated old demon turned grim. The crowd behind Su Mingxian displayed looks of surprise. Su Mingxian has actually managed to slay 10 people. Could it be that he intends to single-handedly slay everyone from the Tanlang sect? Why not? With the aid of pills, he still maintains 80% of his strength. Tisk in the previous few matches, he consumed 5 high-grade congealed true pills and 3 high-grade pure true pills, spending 500 to 600 spirit stones at the very least. However, the shield and golden sword had also sustained quite a few scratches their might diminished. It is likely that in the next match, Su Mingxian will be in danger. In the eyes of Shi Tianqing and Song Dowling, it seemed that Su Mingxian was merely relying on external items. If he were to face a true powerhouse, he would not have any opportunity to use. In just 10 or 20 moves, he could break through the defenses of a 2-patterned artifact and slay it. During the 11th challenger, a disciple of the Tanlang sect swallowed a high-grade blood fury pill and unleashed a secret technique, exuding such pressure that even Lu Yu and the others changed their expression slightly. In addition, he attacked while controlling the flying sword using seals to activate talismans. Given the current state of the golden pattern shield, it would surely be shattered by the power of the talisman. Su Mingxian dared not be careless, raising his left hand. 3 second-tier low-grade talismans flew out simultaneously, which were ice-type, fire-type, and gold-type talismans. Then he took out a formation plate, began forming seals with both hands, and set up a second-tier high-grade killing array. You think a mere second-tier low-grade can interrupt my offensive? The disciple of the Tanlang sect smirked in mockery as the dust settled. A layer of pale blue defensive light curtain illuminated around him. Though the curtain had cracks, it completely blocked Su Mingxian's talisman attacks. Fool, hurry and attack. The opponent is using a second-tier high-grade formation artifact. Elder Liang's voice echoed in the ears of the Tanlang sect disciple. That person was startled and focused his gaze. Indeed, a formation plate was floating in front of him. Go. He was distracted trying to control the flying sword to attack Su Mingxian, but Su Mingxian controlled his even more skillfully. The shield blocked the flying sword. Su Mingxian promptly directed the golden patterned flying sword toward the pale blue light curtain in front of the disciple of the Tanlang sect. With your flying sword's current might, it will take at least 7 to 8 breaths of time to break through, while I only need 3 breaths to fully activate the power of the talisman. Your death is imminent. Saying this, he frantically injected spiritual power into the talisman, and the black giant sword's light grew stronger, about to fully activate. Explode. Su Mingxian remained calm, simply uttering a single word, his voice indifferent, yet carrying undeniable decisiveness. What? The disciple of the Tanlang sect's expression changed drastically, his pupils contracting. Before he could react, he saw the golden rainbow-like flying sword exploding upon colliding with the pale blue light curtain. The self-detonation power of a 2-patterned artifact approached that of a perfect foundation establishment explosion. The already cracked blue light curtain was instantly shattered by the force of the explosion. Along with it, he himself was engulfed by the shockwave, and the talisman activation abruptly ceased. As for Su Mingxian, he naturally used the golden pattern shield to defend. Under this explosion's residual wave, although the golden pattern shield barely protected Su Mingxian, it was also covered in cracks ready to shatter at any moment. Su Mingxian's spirit was injured from the self-detonation of the artifact, and he swept his hand across his storage bag to retrieve a jade bud pill and swallowed it. The shockwave dissipated. The disciple of the Tanlang sect was killed by the explosion's impact, and his storage bag and talisman naturally became Su Mingxian's loot just like before. At this moment, the second-tier high-grade formation was successfully set up. Su Mingxian calmly scanned the Tanlang sect's elders and disciples, and said there is one last. After a moment he added, if you're afraid you can concede. Good. Elder Liang said angrily, kill him, and I will take you as my disciple. The last person of the Tanlang sect looked at Su Mingxian, and the faint light curtain surrounding him, cupping his fists and bowing, saying, disciple. Useless trash. The black-robed emaciated elder raised his hand, a surge of spiritual power, shooting out instantly, piercing through the disciple's head. Casting a glance at Su Mingxian, he then looked at Qiyang, and said, I didn't expect your Tiansong sect to have learned well, deliberately arranging such a person at the end as a trap for us. This time my Tanlang sect admits defeat. In the preliminary round of the Pride of the Sky event, you better pray not to encounter anyone from my Tanlang sect. Saying that, the plump old man in red and the black-robed emaciated elder transformed into two streaks of escape, light instantly disappearing. Su Mingxian turned to Qiang Huang Yuan and the other three elders, cupping his hands, and saying, Elder, I have not disgraced my mission. Well done. Qiang praised with a smile, your name is Su Mingxian, right? The two patterned offensive and defensive artifacts and talismans promised earlier, I will grant them all. If you have any requests, you may also put them forward later. Now everyone return with me. Those who gained a slot will follow Elder Huang to the Daozong building to select techniques or divine abilities. Cultivating divine abilities is difficult. You must choose carefully. Yes, Elder Qiang. The 36 individuals followed Elder Huang to the Daozong building while the rest returned to the arena peak. Many elders or heads of families congratulated Su Chuan, praising Su Mingxian's strength. Of course, more were inwardly amazed at Su Mingxian's many hidden cards. It was estimated that only a few top families like the Shi family and the Tsang family could compare. Other families naturally could not produce, but would not easily give away. Shen Chang'e also enviously said, Brother Su, your Su family has only been established for a short time. Why does it seem to have a much thicker foundation than my Chen family? Su Chuan replied with a faint smile, it is not that my Su family has deep foundations, but rather that my Su family has few members, and thus the resources are naturally concentrated among a few core family members. That seems to make some sense. Moreover, my Su family primarily engages in business. Without profits, how could we operate? Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'e sighed lightly. In this regard, my Chen family is unable to learn even if we wanted to. Although there are disciples in our clan who can refine pills and artifacts or recruited scattered cultivators, there is hardly anyone outstanding. The profits gained are meager. Coupled with the need to support the cultivation of the clan's disciples, there is little left, which can only be accumulated slowly over time. Most other families are similar. The explosive growth of your Su family's foundation is indeed rare. While everyone was waiting, Su Mingxian and the others had arrived at the Daozong building. The Daozong building had a total of 4 floors corresponding to the Qi Refinement Foundation Establishment Golden Core and Nascent Soul Text, with higher levels having fewer quantities. Each floor had restrictions. One could not ascend without the corresponding token. In the center of the first floor stood a stone tablet, surrounded by restrictions. Elder Huang Yuan flicked his sleeve, shooting out a token, which erupted with a burst of colorful light, landing on the restrictions surrounding the stone tablet. The restrictions quickly dissipated. Tianqing, you start. This will also serve as an example for others. All inheritors must register their names for the inheritance. Shi Tianqing nodded, saying, this is the inheritance stone tablet of my Tiansong sect. All the disciples' cultivation methods, spells, and techniques are obtained through the... After speaking, Shi Tianqing walked to the stone tablet, pressed his hand against it, infused his spiritual power, and shortly after a beam of white light shot from the stone tablet into his brow. After finishing, Shi Tianqing continued, infuse your spiritual power and probe with your divine sense to inform it of the techniques, spells, or divine abilities you seek, and the inheritance stone tablet will select suitable methods for you from among its records. The contents of the technique will be sent directly into your sea of consciousness through the divine sense inheritance. The technique is equipped with restrictions and cannot be taught to others. What I received is the wind-based divine ability, Pale Wind. Song Shidi, it's your turn. Song Dowling Shen Feiyu Lei Chaojian Lu Yue and Su Due stepped forward in turn to receive their inheritances. Su Due, who carried the ancient Songlong sect's transformation master, had no lack of techniques, spells, or divine abilities, so he went with the flow and obtained a top-tier cold path technique named Cold Sky Seal. This technique has a total of 9 seals divided into 3 seals of frost, 3 seals of ice, and 3 seals of heaven. They are the Qing Frost Seal, Condensed Frost Seal, Frost Flower Seal, Ice Frost Seal, Ice Crystal Seal, Ice Soul Seal, Frost Sky Seal, Ice Heaven Seal, and Cold Sky Seal. Mastering all 9 seals means achieving great success. To unify all 9 seals is to reach perfection with power comparable to entry-level divine abilities. Yi Fan acquired a fire-based divine art titled the Scorched Heart Palm. Upon mastering its foundational cultivation, one could unleash the Scorched Heart Flame, a rare third-tier spiritual flame capable of injuring the divine sense. Without guidance from another cultivator to implant the insight of the Scorched Heart Flame, one must independently fathom its profound essence. Only after comprehending the art's core intent and attaining the entry-level threshold could the flame be self-manifested. One by one, disciples received cultivation manuals or divine arts suited to their innate affinities, while clerks at the Dao repository meticulously recorded each assignment. Finally came Su Mingxian, who received the Supreme White Star Sword Art, a peerless metal element sword manual ranked at the Foundation establishment level. This appeared to be a fragmented ancient sword manual containing only cultivation methods for the Qi refinement and Foundation establishment stages. Yet its intrinsic power was extraordinary. Were Su Mingxian to master it fully, subduing those 12 adversaries today would become markedly effortless, not reliant solely upon artifacts or external aids. Before long, Elder Huang Yuan led them back to the arena mountain. Today's contest concludes. All of you may depart with your respective clan or sect disciples. Su family, please remain. The assembly bowed respectfully and departed Tiansong sect under the guidance of its clerks. Qi Yang turned to Su Mingxian and said, "I have already sent word to my junior brother Elder Qihua. He will arrive shortly to oversee the artifact forging." Scarcely had he spoken when a crimson aurora streaked across the horizon and settled beside Qi Yang. "Senior brother, you summoned me." "This is Su Mingxian," declared Elder Qi Yang, one of the 36 prodigies from Tiansong Prefecture participating in the Celestial Talents Assembly, and a cultivator who has rendered exceptional service to our sect. I pledge to craft for him 2 custom-crafted second-tier artifacts balanced for both offense and defense. You shall oversee this matter. Qihua regarded Su Mingxian, then glanced at Su Chuan standing nearby. "You are Su Chuan, the grandfather of Huiyun's disciple, correct?" "Elder Qihua possesses an admirable memory," replied Su Chuan with a calm, courteous bow. Qihua remarked, "Senior brother, the Su family maintains close ties with Elder Huiyun. Must we truly expend Tiansong sect's resources to forge artifacts for them? Moreover, Su Deliang's mastery of artifact forging is already exceptional. Crafting second-tier artifacts poses no difficulty for him. Do as instructed, no further argument." Elder Qi Yang rebuked sternly. Su Mingxian fought valiantly against 12 cultivators from the Greedy Wolf sect on behalf of Tiansong sect. His 2 second-tier artifacts were destroyed, one detonated outright, the other severely damaged. Even as compensation, you must forge 2 new artifacts for him. What? Have the demons of the Greedy Wolf sect returned once more? This time, thanks to Su Mingxian, they secured not a single quota, and suffered utter humiliation instead. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Elder Qihua laughed heartily, 3 times appraising Su Mingxian before declaring, "Very well, I shall lend this hand. Accompany me to Fengri." Su Mingxian obediently followed. En route, Qihua inquired about Elder Huiyun's recent condition. "Has that old man Huiyun embarked on a journey with his disciples a year ago?" "Ah, still as unrestrained as ever," he murmured after a pause. Upon reaching Fengri Peak, Qihua thoroughly questioned Su Mingxian regarding his primary cultivation art's elemental affinity, preferred aesthetics, and other particulars. He then dismissed Su Mingxian, promising that the artifacts would be delivered to the Su residence within 1 month. Returning to the arena mountain, Bai Yin gifted him a golden element flying sword talisman before Su Chuan and the others departed. As for that particular request, Su Chuan withheld mention for now. Elder Qiyang assured him it could be formally raised with Tiansong sect at a later time. At the mountain gate, they unexpectedly encountered Chenchanga and the young plump Chen Sion awaiting them. "Brother Su, I shall accompany you home and incidentally retrieve the artifact from your residence." "Many thanks, Brother Chen." Su Chuan understood clearly that Chenchanga intended to escort them. Upon arriving at the Su residence, Su Chuan offered Chenchanga a discount, transferring the rare second-tier defensive artifact, the Taotai Shield, for 4,000 spirit stones. Chenchanga examined it closely, stroking his beard with a serene smile. Indeed, a superb artifact. Among defensive artifacts, Earth Element ones possessed the greatest resilience, and this artifact also incorporates spirit storage functionality. Even under sustained assault, it endures several times longer than comparable artifacts. It may even serve as a reservoir of spiritual energy, supplying vital power at critical moments. "I am glad Brother Chen finds it satisfactory." "Naturally I do." Chenchanga then paid the spirit stones without hesitation before taking his leave. "Grandfather, surely you are overly generous toward the Su family. Even toward other Golden Core clans you rarely extend such favor." Chenchanga gazed at the plump youth. "Tianlei, remember this, while henceforth maintain cordial relations with the Su family. Do not question why, simply comply." "Understood, grandfather." The 36 prodigies of Tiansong Prefecture each retreated into seclusion to cultivate their newly acquired manuals and arts. Su Due, blessed with a unique constitution, progressed swiftly in cultivating the Frostheaven seal. Su Mingxian focused primarily on formation studies, practicing the Supreme White Star Sword art only intermittently, with modest progress. Yi Fan devoted himself daily to comprehending the Scorched Heart Palm yet prioritized core cultivation, occasionally venturing into the Tiansong Mountains to hunt third-tier demonic beasts. Observing this, Chuan employed the minor stellar divination art alongside the daily hexagram technique to pinpoint the locations of two third-tier demonic beasts. Upon learning of their whereabouts, Yi Fan set out with MOU. They obtained copious quantities of blood and several drops of refined essence from both fire and earth element third-tier demonic beasts. Infused with such essence, the body-refining elixir's potency intensified, enabling effects comparable to the first three refinements. After 1 month, Yi Fan achieved full mastery of the first layer of the Pantheon Sacred Body art, marking his official entry into the Pantheon Sacred Body cultivation path. He could now practice the first three techniques recorded therein: the Heaven-Dominating Fist, the Heaven-Obliterating Fist, and the Heaven-Consuming Fist. These fists demand an extraordinarily formidable physique. Attempting them prematurely would rupture every meridian, reducing the practitioner to a cripple. Each technique possesses 4 progressive stages: entry, minor completion, major completion, and perfection. Perfection of the first technique renders one nearly unmatched among foundation establishment cultivators. Perfection of the second makes one virtually invincible at that realm. Perfection of the third allows one to withstand a golden core cultivator, even if only momentarily. Having attained peak physical refinement, Yi Fan concentrated his efforts on mastering the Pantheon Sacred Fists, allocating remaining time to seated meditation, chi cultivation, and divine art comprehension. Shortly thereafter, Elder Chi was forged artifacts arrived. After assimilating them, Su Mingxian resumed seclusion, as did Su Chuan. Time flowed silently onward. Meanwhile, far to the southern reaches of Tianan, Elder Hua Yun finally arrived at Tianju sect with Su Delying. Gazing upon the majestic mountain gate, Elder Hua Yun's expression grew complex. Initially, they had traveled to Xianyu Prefecture, then crossed via teleportation array into the southern region of Tianan, a major cultivation metropolis, before embarking on a wide-ranging journey to broaden Su Delying's horizons. Throughout Tianan, nowhere does the art of artifact forging flourish more vigorously than here. Home to Tianju sect, the preeminent sect devoted to the art of vessels. Conversely, alchemical cultivation thrives most intensely in Tiannan's eastern region. There resides Tiandan sect, the paramount alchemical sect. Though neither Tianju nor Tiandan matches the 5 supreme sects in overall strength and legacy, each commands 2 or 3 nascent soul elders, with their strongest cultivator attaining nascent soul midstage. Within the hierarchy of nascent soul sects, they rank firmly in the second tier. Yet due to their specialized domains, Tianju sect and Tiandan sect hold status in Tiannan's cultivation world equal to that of the 5 supreme sects. Tianju sect occupies hundreds of li of territory. Scarcely a verdant tree or lush shrub meets the eye. Instead, countless black iron peaks pierce the heavens like colossal divine weapons thrust deep into the earth. Mist coils through the valleys, not ordinary fog, but crimson gold vapor rising from subterranean fires. The entire sect lies enveloped beneath a translucent crimson gold barrier shimmering faintly in and out of visibility. Respected elder, what brings you to Tianju sect? A chi refinement stage disciple guarding the gate, sensing Elder Huiyun's subtle golden core aura, greeted him with deep reverence. I seek Elder Liang Jun. Is the elder a longtime friend of Elder Liang? In a manner of speaking, please inform him that Huiyun has come to honor our century-old pact. The 2 disciples exchanged glances. One immediately dispatched a transmission talisman to Elder Liang. Within the summit palace of a towering mountain inside Tianju sect, a broad-shouldered elder with fiery red hair and eyebrows opened his eyes. A transmission talisman hovered before him. With a gentle tap of his finger, the voice of the gate disciple echoed in his ear. Elder Liang, a golden core elder named Huiyun, stands outside the gate, claiming he has come to fulfill the covenant made with you 100 years ago. Huiyun, so it is him. Still as stubborn as ever. Tianyang Huiyun, our friend from a century past, has arrived to uphold his vow. He awaits at the gate. Go greet him and extend proper hospitality. Elder Liang transmitted this command to a middle-aged cultivator meditating within a cave halfway up the mountainside. The man opened his eyes and replied, yes, master. His name was Rong Tianyang. Once as a foundation establishment cultivator, he had bested the newly ascended golden core Huiyun in the art of vessels. A century had passed. Rong Tianyang too had attained golden core cultivation, and now stood at golden core 5th layer, surpassing Elder Huiyun by a full cultivation stage. Huiyun, the same arrogant cultivator who mere days after achieving golden core dared challenge master to a contest of vessel artistry. Rong Tianyang vividly recalled Huiyun's parting words as he departed in disgrace. One day, I Huiyun shall nurture a disciple whose mastery of vessel art rivals Tianju sect's finest, thus redeeming this shame. He shook his head, smiling wryly. As the undisputed sanctum of vessel artistry across all Tian and Tianju sect's lineage of knowledge was immeasurably richer than any solitary golden core cultivator could hope to rival. Even devoting his entire life to mentorship, he deemed it nearly impossible to cultivate a disciple whose vessel art prowess could match Tianju sect's elite talents. I wonder, if he fails again, will his Tao heart shatter completely? Rong Tianyang rose and shot skyward as a streak of crimson light arriving at the gate moments later. The gate disciples hurriedly bowed. Honored Elder Tianyang. Elder Huiyun observed Rong Tianyang, whose youthful arrogance had mellowed over the century into 7 parts solemnity and composure. Brother Rong. Brother Huiyun, I confess I never imagined you'd still recall our century-old vow. His gaze swept over Su Delying beside Huiyun. This is the disciple you so proudly. Your unyielding pride harms none but yourself, and now threatens to imperil your own disciple. Elder Huiyun paused startled, then turned to look at Su Delying. At that moment Su Delying stepped forward, her presence sharp and unyielding, confronting the golden core Elder Rong Tianyang directly, her eyes utterly devoid of deference. I have come here to restore my master's honor. Instantly Elder Huiyun's eyes misted, but the haze vanished as quickly as it arose, replaced by steely resolve. An exceptional young woman, murmured Rong Tianyang, offering a faint casual compliment as he regarded Su Delying. If Elder Liang declines audience, this junior shall depart forthwith with my young disciple. Elder Huiyun replied, it is not refusal. Rong Tianyang chuckled softly, shaking his head. Master has long reached golden core perfection and remains in seclusion, preparing to transcend to nascent soul. Yet earlier he instructed me to host you. Come, let us proceed to Liang Peak. Elder Huiyun felt a jolt of awe, but recalling Elder Liang's golden core latest stage cultivation a century prior, this advancement no longer seemed astonishing. Accompanied by Rong Tianyang, they entered Tianju sect. Here fire element spiritual energy surged several times denser than in surrounding regions. They arrived at the plaza beneath Liang Peak. Brother Huiyun, you surely recall this place. Naturally, Elder Huiyun affirmed. A century ago I fell here, defeated by you, then still a foundation establishment cultivator. A faint smile curved Rong Tianyang's lips, until Elder Huiyun's next words caused his pupils to contract sharply. But today, on this very ground, 1 century later, my disciple shall earn renown throughout Tianju sect. Brother Huiyun exudes remarkable confidence. Let us hope your esteemed disciple's mastery of vessel artistry proves more substantial than your own bold claims a century ago, lest they become fodder for ridicule. Elder Huiyun remained inwardly tranquil. Beyond honoring our pact, I have another purpose. I wish for my disciple to enter your revered Phoenix blood pool for several days of cultivation. The Phoenix blood pool. Rong Tianyang's voice rose with unmistakable disdain. Brother Huiyun, you know well its rarity. How dare you make such an audacious request? Even our own disciples may enter it only once every 60 years, and only the 9 most outstanding among them are selected for purification. My disciple shall eclipse your entire younger generation, leaving them unable to lift their heads. Elder Huiyun fixed Rong Tianyang with unwavering eyes. If she achieves this, will your sect consider granting her access? Of course, if Brother Rong lacks authority, consult Elder Liang himself. Given his standing within Tianju sect, he certainly holds final say. Humph. First let your disciple defeat mine. Rong Tianyang scoffed. Jushan. A burly youth hastened forward, bowing deeply. Master, what is your command? Engage this disciple of Elder Huiyun in a contest of. Jushan glanced at Su Delying, and seeing she was a woman, his expression softened with condescension. Su Delying, please accept guidance from Brother Zhu. Word spread swiftly across the plaza, an outsider vessel artist would challenge Jushan. Curious disciples gathered, then erupted into open mockery upon seeing Su Delying was female. No renowned female vessel artist has ever emerged in Tiannan's cultivation world. This woman's arrogance knows no bounds, daring to challenge Brother Zhu. Indeed, among Tianju sect's younger generation, Brother Zhu ranks 12th, and his vessel artistry is extraordinary. Female cultivators ought to comport themselves accordingly. She does possess a rather fine figure. Su Delying ignored them all, her focus entirely absorbed in her vessel art. Elder Huiyun, hearing that Rong Tianyang's disciple ranked only 12th among Tianju sect's youth, stroked his beard and smiled. Should vessel artistry prove insufficient, Brother Rong, you may allow your disciple to test martial prowess against mine. Perhaps he'll recover some dignity. Brother Huiyun, your tongue has grown remarkably sharp. Thereafter silence settled as both masters watched the duel unfold. Hours passed. Elder Huiyun studied Zhu Shan intently, and soon assessed his vessel artistry as barely exceeding the threshold of a second-tier vessel artisan. Second-tier vessel artisans represent the pinnacle among foundation establishment cultivators in this craft. Third-tier artisans, though nominally superior, achieve little substantive advancement beyond their second-tier peers. What renders third-tier artifacts truly precious is the rare methodology required to forge them. 3-patterned magical artifacts. Across the entire Tian, and only the Tianju sect seems to possess the method of refining them. As long as a refining master has a 60 to 70% chance of crafting a 2-patterned artifact, they can study the method for 3-patterned artifacts and basically manage to refine 1. 3-patterned magical artifacts. Across the entire Tian, and only the Tianju sect seems to possess the method of refining them. As long as a refining master has a 60 to 70% chance of crafting a 2-patterned artifact, if success were solely dependent on effort, then, with the foundational strength of the Tianju sect, wouldn't most of the foundation establishment disciples be able to craft 3-patterned artifacts? its value is apparent. According to Master Huiyun's estimation, among the young Foundation establishment disciples of the Tianzhu sect within the last 60 years, there are probably only a handful who have reached the proficiency. It requires talent, perseverance, time, and luck. None can be lacking. The method for crafting 3-patterned artifacts in the Tianzhu sect was developed over a significant period by an elder of the nascent soul stage who excelled in refining. Its value is apparent. According to Master Huiyun's estimation, among the young Foundation establishment disciples of the Tianzhu sect within the last 60 years, there are probably only a handful who have reached the proficiency of crafting 2-patterned artifacts. As for 3-patterned artifacts among both new and old disciples, only a few of the most outstanding individuals could be granted the method for crafting them. It likely won't exceed 5. Regarding those in the Foundation establishment stage who comprehend the second-tier artifact patterns, the Tianzhu sect may not have produced even one in several hundred years. Rong Tianyang glanced at his disciple, and then at Su Delying, frowning deeply. He himself was among the few granted the method for crafting 3-patterned artifacts in the Tianzhu sect back in the day, with profound knowledge in the art of crafting. However, over the past century, he had been somewhat lax in his studies, focusing more on cultivation. As a result, he had attained the cultivation of the 5th level of Golden Core. However, in terms of crafting, he was at least a low-grade, 3rd-tier refining. This girl's technique and speed in crafting 2-pattern artifacts are clearly superior to Zhu Shan's, suggesting she has immersed herself in this realm for at least several years, or even over a decade. It seems that Huiyun has genuinely nurtured a refining genius. However, with this level, it is simply a dream for her to make the younger generation of the Tianzhu sect bow their. He is aware that among the younger generation, there is someone who has been granted the method for crafting 3-patterned artifacts. The rest are all older disciples. This person's name is Zhu Rong, the elder brother of Zhu Shan, and a direct disciple of the sect master of the Tianzhu sect. Both his talent in crafting and cultivation surpass even Rong. At a young age, he is already one of the candidates for the position of the sect's vice master. There are only 3 such candidates. 2 are in the Foundation establishment stage, and 1 is in the early stage of Golden Core. Zhu Rong excels in youth and talent, while the other is an older Foundation establishment disciple with extraordinary talent in crafting, currently in secluded meditation to comprehend the second-tier artifact patterns. He seems likely to become the next crafting genius of the Tianzhu sect, who comprehends the second-tier artifact patterns during the Foundation establishment stage. Zhu Rong is the most favored for the vice master position. However, if the other Foundation establishment disciple really comprehends the second-tier artifact patterns, the situation may change. While Rong Tianyang was deep in thought, he began to consider whether to invite this junior brother to suppress this girl's arrogant spirit. To be on the safe side, he sent a message to the sequestered Master Liang informing him of this matter, and including Huiyun's arrogant words from earlier. 100 years have passed, and he is still the same character. Master Liang replied lightly. As for the Yin-Feng blood pool, it will be opened in 3 months, just before this generation's grand event. Your disciple Zhu Shan, if you are willing, you can use his slot to wager against Huiyun. I'll consider it, Rong Tianyang replied. This slot was hard-earned. After all, Zhu Shan is a disciple of Master Liang, and also the younger brother of Zhu Rong. It wouldn't be the same for anyone else. The next day, the morning light was faint. Zhu Shan had only refined half of his 2-patterned artifact, when Su Delying succeeded in her crafting. Many disciples of the Tianzhu sect remarked, just because it is crafted quickly does not mean the quality is high. Exactly, senior brother Zhu Shan believes in taking his time. Once he succeeds, the quality will surely surpass hers. Go for it, senior brother Zhu Shan. Senior brother Zhu Shan, don't let an outsider female refining master defeat you. Little did they know, the more they said this, the more unsettled Zhu Shan felt. He had only become a 2-patterned refining master for 2 or 3 years, and his success rate was barely over 10%. Now Su Delying had crafted a 2-patterned artifact in less than a day, which put immense pressure on him. The others were also inadvertently adding pressure. After several hours' rumble, the crafting furnace emitted a booming sound and belched out thick black smoke. Zhu Shan's refining attempt failed. In the same crafting endeavor, Su Delying succeeded on her first try, and the outcome was clear. Even if Zhu Shan were given a few more chances, the quality of his crafting would still be slightly inferior to hers. In this contest, Zhu Shan was defeated as well. For a refining master, the success rate is also an important criterion. Master. Zhu Shan lowered his head and did not dare to look at Rong Tianyang. Rong Tianyang replied calmly, there is no need for that. Of victory and defeat are common in battle, and furthermore this matter was due to my own oversight in underestimating the opponent. Then he turned to Su Delying and said, Su Delying, right. Your talent in crafting is commendable, but defeating my disciple is merely a result of your years of immersion in crafting too. You excel due to your rich experience. Your Master Huiyun mentioned you wish to challenge all the disciples of our younger generation at the Tianzhu sect. If the disciples of the Tianzhu sect are not afraid of losing, feel free to compete with me. Whoever it is, I will accept. Su Delying's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. She came not only to clear her master's disgrace, but also to eliminate her own obsession. Then it was to establish her reputation. To seek opportunities for herself? Arrogant. Conceited. Who gave you the courage to speak such wild words? Do you think you are a master of crafting? Disciples of the Tianzhu sect showed displeasure and began to scold her. Without ability, you only know how to shout. Su Delying turned to scan the crowd. If you are unconvinced, come up and compete with me. Can't you at least muster the courage to challenge? The anger in their eyes intensified. Let's go find senior brother Qingyang. I'll go find senior brother Wu Ming. I'll go find senior brother Duan. Many people shouted, and then they took to the skies flying away. Though Su Delying rarely employed cunning, having grown up in the Su family, it was still easy for her to provoke the emotions of others. The more commotion there was, the more advantageous it was for Su Delying and Master Huiyun. It would also make it easier to accomplish one of their goals for coming here. To enter the Tianzhu sect's treasure land, the Yanfeng blood pool. It is said that the Yanfeng blood pool was formed by the fall of an ancient spiritual bird containing the bloodline of the. Those who primarily cultivate fire can enter, increasing their chances of forming a golden core in the future, and there is also the possibility of obtaining opportunities for their physical constitution or bloodline to undergo a transformation. Of course, the latter is merely a rumor, and no one has ever truly undergone a transformation in constitution or bloodline. Rong Tianyang said, Huiyun, your disciple speaks just like you did back in the day, or if you truly want your disciple to enter the Yanfeng blood pool, it is not. In 3 months, it will be the day the blood pool opens once every 60 years. The 9 slots have already been allocated. My disciple Zhu has 1 slot. Huiyun smiled slightly. Your disciple has already lost. My disciple may be unremarkable, but that doesn't mean my Tianzhu sect has no one. I can use this slot as a wager, but what will you offer as the stake? There's no need to mention spirit stones or treasured artifacts. My Tianzhu sect is not lacking in those. This slot is one of only 9 every 60 years. While it may not seem overly precious, I can wager a mid-grade artifact inheritance or lower from the ancient crafting methods. That should suffice, right? Do you possess an ancient artifact inheritance? Rong Tianyang's expression changed slightly with surprise. Do not speak carelessly. He looked at him with suspicion and continued, surely you don't mean to say you accidentally obtained some random obscure artifact inheritance that you now claim is an ancient one. Rong, do you really think I lack even that insight? Huiyun replied. If you do not believe me, we can swear an oath using our cultivation careers as a promise. If anyone loses and cannot produce the wager, let that person's cultivation stop here, never to advance an inch again. Rong Tianyang's pupils constricted slightly. Seeing his solemn vow, he believed it to some degree, but still decided to take the oath. Even if Huiyun ultimately could not produce it, he would have to pay a price. Given Huiyun's potential and age, while he would not dare say he is at the peak of the late Golden Core stage, he should certainly be at the pinnacle of the mid-Golden Core stage. For a cultivator, the greatest suffering is to see no progress in their cultivation, no matter how hard they try. To merely watch oneself grow old. To witness one's lifespan gradually approaching its limit. Zhu, seeing his master using the hard-earned slot for the Yanfeng blood pool as a wager, immediately spoke, Master. Rong Tianyang glanced at him and transmitted, Go invite your elder brother. Do you not have confidence in him? My brother. Zhu was slightly taken aback. Yes, my brother is the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Tianzhu sect in the past 100 years, excelling in both crafting and combat, ranking first in both. If he comes, he will surely win. He may not come using ordinary means, but if it is to wager my Yanfeng blood pool slot, he should come, even if reluctant. After all, part of this slot was earned because of my face. I understand, Master. I will go invite my brother right away. Zhu clasped his fists and swiftly left. Rong Tianyang and Huiyun then established their vows. In a quarter of an hour, people began to arrive at the foot of. There were those challenging the entire younger generation of the Tianzhu sect with their crafting skills and boasting about overpowering everyone. Upon hearing this, many rushed over. They did not want to miss out on this rare spectacle. Moreover, the news was spreading like wildfire. Make way, senior brother Qingyang is coming. Quick, senior brother Wu Ming has arrived. That's senior brother Duan. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 of the top 10 crafting talents of the Tianzhu sect had arrived. Senior brother Qingyang, this is the girl who boasts of challenging all of us younger generation of the Tianzhu sect with her crafting skills. Yes, senior brother Qingyang. Not long ago, senior brother Zhu was defeated. Zhu lost. Qingyang and the others' eyes flickered with surprise upon hearing this. Although Zhu crafting level ranks among the top 30 in the Tianzhu sect, he is still a 2-patterned refining master. There aren't many refining masters in the outside world who reach the level of a 2-patterned refining master at the foundation establishment stage. Most can only produce top-tier artifacts or top-tier artifact sets due to the lack of corresponding crafting inheritance. Seeing that many had arrived, Su Delying stepped forward and said, May I ask if all of the top 10 crafting talents of the Tianzhu sect are here? If not, I can wait a bit. There is no need for the fairy to wait. I am Qingyang, ranked 6th among the younger generation disciples in crafting. Ooh, I seek your guidance, fairy. Su Delying glanced at him and replied indifferently, There's no need to complicate matters. I will craft an artifact and you all can judge. If you feel confident in defeating me, then proceed. Otherwise, each of you will provide me with a crafting material. To avoid wasting your time. The fairy is indeed arrogant. Qingyang said with a cold brow. If you lose, what will happen then? Whoever defeats me, I will give them a crafting material. If that isn't enough, I recently acquired a fire-type demon bird egg, which contains a trace of a certain ancient spiritual bird bloodline. If it hatches and I bind it as my spiritual beast, it would surely be of significant help. Could I accept this wager? Qingyang said. Wu Ming's senior brother Duan and others all agreed as well. Su Delying immediately started crafting again. Rong Tianyang said, Huiyun, your disciple is quite arrogant from my observation. Just now the artifact she crafted still falls short compared to the top talents of our. If she loses, do not forget our wager. Huiyun, brimming with confidence, retorted, How do you know that my disciple does not adapt her methods based on her opponents? Su Delying focused her mind free from distractions, fully immersing herself in the crafting process. She was still refining a two-patterned artifact, but it was her utmost. As for materials, she had already collected everything on the way to the Tianzhu sect. During the crafting process, Zhu Shan finally managed to invite Zhu. Many who saw him greeted, Greetings Master Zhu, senior brother Zhu. There was no other choice. Although they were all part of the younger generation, Zhu Rong was a sect master's disciple, and only a few golden core disciples would address him as senior brother. The sect master of the Tianzhu sect is also a fully realized golden core true lord, whose reputation is on par with Master Liang. Due to preparations for breaking through to the nascent soul stage, he needs to select a new sect master. Zhu Rong quietly observed Su Delying crafting, his brow slightly furrowing. Brother, what do you think of this girl's crafting skills? You should be able to easily defeat her, right? Zhu Rong glanced at Zhu Shan and said flatly, Your crafting skills are not even a toe compared to hers. Brother, was it really necessary to hit me so hard? What's wrong? Can't handle the truth. Don't say you. Aside from me, only a couple of people here can compare with her. Whether you can defeat her still depends on the final result of her crafting. She can actually rank among the top 3 crafting geniuses of our sect's younger generation. Zhu Shan was utterly astonished. Her master is just a wandering crafting master. Some individuals are born to be crafting geniuses. With just a threshold they can soar to the skies. Zhu Shan fell silent. During this crafting session, Su Delying took a full 3 days. Because what she was crafting was not an ordinary two-patterned artifact, but a pair of scissors she had crafted in her youth, where one blade could serve as a complete artifact. When combined, their power surpasses that of an ordinary two-patterned artifact by a significant margin. Moreover, Su Delying had specially prepared 2 height-year second-stage materials containing the essence demon cores and blood of fire and water dragon bloodline beasts. Its success rate soared rapidly, reaching 70 to 80% in just a few attempts. The entire artifact was golden, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The scissors had 2 blades, the left blade approximately half an inch wide and nearly a foot long, with a blue dragon pattern carved on the blade surface. The dragon's head was raised proudly, its whiskers flowing, and its scales were intricately detailed, as if real. Its limbs stretched out as if to break through the wall, with a flowing sheen resembling water glistening along the patterns, vividly lifelike. The right blade was symmetrical to the left, with a red dragon carved on its surface. The dragon's eyes were wide open, its claws sharp as hooks, and its body entwined, seemingly flickering with flames, the red patterns exuding a warm glow. In addition to the dragon patterns, the left blade was engraved with a water inscription, while the right blade bore the fire inscription. When the 2 scissors were closed, one could see a hemispherical crystal embedded at the junction of the 2 blades, seamlessly joining to form a complete sphere. The lower half of the crystal was a deep blue, while the upper half was crimson like flames. As the 2 crystals reflected light, the blue and red hues danced across the surface of the golden scissors, remarkably extraordinary. Upon closer inspection, one could see the spirits of the water and fire twin dragons lying within the crystals. Naturally, Su Delying would not publicly display such a crafting technique, so at the crucial step after the smelting process, she used a formation to shield it from probing. Although Rong Tianyang was curious, with the Fire Cloud Master watching, he refrained from forcefully probing with his golden core divine sense. The artifact was successfully crafted. The formation then dissipated. A pair of golden scissors about a foot long floated before Su Delying, exuding an astonishing aura of ferocity. She raised her hand and traced a final ancient character Ling onto the surface of the artifact. As the ancient character was engraved, it transformed in an instant into a clear feather pattern. This artifact was already Su Delying's pinnacle creation, remarkably close to the power of a magical treasure. Su Delying swallowed a pill to restore her magical power, then surveyed the crowd with her light golden eyes, saying, This is the twin dragon's scissors. Those who accepted the wager earlier may come up and examine it closely. If you admit defeat, you must hand over a piece of crafting material and may leave. Those who do not admit defeat may go ahead and craft to see who is superior. The top 10 in the realm of crafting aside from Zhu Rong approached one by one, each inspecting it in turn. As someone infused their magical power, the twin dragon's scissors suddenly burst forth with ferocity, startling everyone back. The scissors floated in the air with red and blue lights swirling around them, and above them 2 illusory water and fire dragons, each about 70 to 80 feet long, materialized. They intertwined and spiraled, sending waves of dragon roars in all directions. The sound waves reverberated, and the onlookers felt the overwhelming ferocity, turning pale. This was merely a partial activation, yet it was already stronger than an ordinary 2-pattern attacking artifact. If fully activated, one could imagine how terrifying this twin dragon scissors. Xingyang's face turned ashen, his eyes reflecting hesitation and conflict, but ultimately turned into a soft sigh as he shook his head and retrieved a piece of crafting material from his storage bag to hand over to Su Delying. Then he cupped his fists and said, "I am indeed inferior." The others, seeing someone admit defeat, also gave up their insistence, each paying their wager and withdrawing from the match. At this moment, Zhu Rong suddenly said, "Fairy Ling, may I observe for a moment?" Su Delying waved her hand, bringing the twin dragon's scissors before him. After Zhu Rong carefully examined and studied the scissors, he returned them to Su Delying's side, sighing, "No wonder Xingyang and the others feel inferior. The crafting method of these scissors is something I have never heard of before. It is indeed a stroke of genius that is beyond ordinary thinking, and the crafting skill is also unparalleled, reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. They have indeed lost without injustice." Su Delying, upon hearing his evaluation, asked earnestly, "Who are you?" "I am Zhu Rong. Next I would like to learn from the fairy. If you can win, you will have surpassed all the crafting geniuses of the younger generation in my Tianzhu sect. It seems you are the first among the younger generation of Tianzhu sect." Zhu Rong nodded, slightly acknowledging. "Seeing my twin dragon scissors, do you feel so calm, because you are quite sure?" Su Delying replied nonchalantly, "Would you dare to wager with me?" "Wager a piece of material?" Su Delying lightly smiled and shook her head, then astonishingly said, "I bet on the 3-pattern artifact crafting method that you possess." Everyone's expressions changed upon hearing this. This was a crafting method that Tianzhu sect absolutely did not pass on. Zhu Rong, upon hearing this, could not help but feel moved. Fairy Ling's ambition is vast enough to swallow mountains and rivers. Unfortunately, unless the sect allows it, I cannot pass it on to anyone. What a pity then, who I was planning to exchange for the twin dragon scissors crafting method. I am very eager to see Fairy's twin dragon scissors crafting method. As fellow craftsmen, the more materials I will wager 5 pieces of 3rd-tier materials and 13 pieces of 2nd-tier top materials as the stakes. Would the fairy be willing? Additionally, for the next artifact you craft, if I lose, I will deliver both the twin dragon scissors and the crafting method. Zhu Rong internally compared the value. Although the twin dragon scissors' power did not yet match that of a 3-pattern artifact, it was already very close, and more importantly, its crafting method was a unique legacy in the realm of crafting. Next, Zhu Rong began his crafting, also concealing the process with a formation. After all, the 3-pattern artifact crafting method was an untransmittable secret, and only a few permitted individuals could observe. Su Delying smirked slightly. She had indeed taken the bait. What she wanted was precisely the 3-pattern artifact. Because she knew that Tianzhu sect would never provide their crafting methods. It was several times more precious than the quota for the Flame Phoenix blood pool. Although researching without the crafting method would be challenging, with Su Delying's talent, and crafting it would only take a few. After all, she had initially followed this path, drawing from others' artifacts to enrich her own foundation in crafting. The crafting of a 3-pattern artifact was intricate and difficult. Zhu Rong spent 7 to 8 days to successfully craft it. "Fairy Ling, this spear is named the Heavenly King Spear. Please evaluate." He threw the black gold spear, which was engraved with 3 patterns, towards her. These are the 3 special patterns: King Dominance and Saint, symbolizing the paths of kingship, dominance, and sanctity. The 3 patterns complement each other, making the name Heavenly King. Su Delying caressed the Heavenly King spear, her heart filled with joy, but it was impossible to grasp its crafting method merely by this. After a moment, she returned the Heavenly King spear to Zhu Rong, praising, "A fine spear. This is indeed the true pinnacle of artifacts. My crafting method is indeed slightly inferior. It seems the quota is secured." Zhu Shan felt relieved and said with a smile, "That's good to know. This is indeed a 3-pattern artifact, its strongest power comparable to a magical treasure. You should quickly present the twin dragon scissors and the crafting method." Su Delying calmly regarded him. "Zhu Shan, Zhu Rong, you two are brothers, right?" "Indeed, Zhu Rong is my elder brother. Brother Zhu, I truly feel pity for you with such a brother who digs pits for you. If it were me, I would probably hang him up and beat him for 3 days and nights." Su Delying smiled faintly and added to Zhu Shan, "The more you cheer, now the more face your elder brother will lose later." "Nonsense, my elder brother crafted a 3-pattern artifact. It is the pinnacle of artifacts. What can you compare to my brother?" Su Delying coldly smiled. "A 3-pattern artifact is merely an artifact comparable to the power of a magical treasure, yet it ultimately cannot match a true magical treasure, can it?" Hearing this, Rong Tianyang felt a sense of foreboding rise within him. He stared incredulously at the Fire Cloud Master. "Is it possible that your disciple can already craft a magical? How could that be? Such a genius has not been cultivated in Tianzhu sect for hundreds of years. How could a solitary crafting master like you cultivate one?" "Cultivate?" The Fire Cloud Master chuckled proudly, sensing Rong's expression, his heart filled with delight. Just then a streak of light descended from the blazing sun peak, arriving beside. Rong Tianyang was slightly startled and quickly bowed, saying, "Greetings, Master, what brings you down?" "Greetings, Senior Luyang Jinjuan." The Fire Cloud Master also returned the gesture. "There's no need for such formality, Fire Cloud friend." Luyang Jinjuan waved his hand, and then looked at Rong Tianyang. "Your Tao heart still needs refinement. If this continues, you will never break through to the nascent soul. What does it matter if you lose?" Do you think you can afford to lose a quota for the Flame Phoenix blood pool? What if you win? You will merely ridicule Fire Cloud Friend for overestimating himself, but what good will it do for your progress in cultivation? Rong Tianyang bowed his head, quickly regaining his composure, and once more cupped his fists, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, master. I shall take it to heart. If I lose, I will fulfill my promise and yield the quota for the Flame Phoenix blood pool." Luyang Jinjuan nodded slightly, and turned to the Fire Cloud Master, saying, "Fire Cloud Friend, it has been 100 years. You truly have taken in a good disciple. However, whether she can craft a magical treasure remains to be seen. Don't forget, 100 years ago you also reached the stage of being able to craft magical treasures, but due to 2 consecutive failures you lost to Tianyang." This was indeed what the Fire Cloud Master feared. Having just become a 3rd-tier low-grade crafting master, the success rate of crafting magical treasures was extremely low, and consecutive failures of 3 to 4 times were commonplace. It required continuous crafting to stabilize the success rate, followed by a slow increase. The Fire Cloud Master had spent over 100 years going from an initial success rate to now 60 to 70%. It required continuous crafting to stabilize the success rate, followed by a slow increase. The Fire Cloud Master had spent over 100 years going from an initial success rate to now. The Fire Cloud Master had let go of his obsession, and his greatest hope now was to see Su Delying surpassing the younger generation of Tianju sect, and thus enter the Flame Phoenix blood pool. Even without the opportunity for transformation, it would still offer her tremendous benefits, helping her take another step forward on the path to forming her golden core. Zhu Shan paused for a moment. "Are you implying that you can still craft a magical treasure? This is simply absurd." Zhu Rong shot him a cold glance. "You better shut your mouth. It seems I've spoiled you too much, allowing you to develop such a character." Zhu Rong's expression turned icy as he said, "After today you will forfeit your spot in the Tianjiao Grand Assembly and go to Tianju Peak to forge for 3 months to properly temper your character. Brother, if you refuse to go, you need not call me brother any longer." "Understood." Zhu Shan realized Zhu Rong was genuinely angry and lowered his head, no longer daring to speak casually. "Please excuse me, Fairy Ling. It's no problem. Every family has its own difficulties." "Zhu Rong is indeed worthy of respect," Su Delying said with a faint smile. 3-pattern artifacts are indeed the pinnacle of artifacts, but comprehending 2nd-tier patterns is what breaks through the limits of foundation establishment in crafting. This is the true qualitative leap in the attainments of a foundation establishment crafting master. Zhu Rong Qingyang and the others seemed to ponder this, and then they saw Su Delying form a sword gesture with her hand, using the void as a canvas to carve 2nd-tier patterns. Each stroke seemed to resist the great forces of heaven and earth, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead, until she successfully outlined a more profound fire character as a 2nd-tier pattern. As the void trembled, as everyone looked towards that pattern, it seemed as if they saw a sea of fire spreading in the void. A 2nd-tier pattern. Someone murmured, "I once saw an elder outline a 2nd-tier pattern, and it also produced such a unique phenomenon containing the might of heaven and earth." Su Delying smiled faintly, lightly waving her hand to disperse the 2nd-tier pattern in the air. Even if she did not do this, the pattern would soon dissipate on its own. With her current realm, she could not yet imprint patterns into the void. To comprehend and outline a 2nd-tier pattern, Fairy Ling's crafting attainments are indeed above mine, but crafting magical treasures at the foundation establishment stage is a different kind of difficulty. Zhu Rong cupped his fists, saying, "Therefore, if Fairy Ling does not truly craft a magical treasure, even for the sake of Tianju sect's reputation, I will not simply admit defeat." Naturally, Su Delying smiled lightly. "However, the ground fire in this square is insufficient for crafting magical treasures. Relying on them, I cannot craft a magical treasure. I need ground fire that reaches the 3rd-tier, true flame level. Come, young friend, follow me to the peak. I will prepare everything you need, including the ground fire and materials." Greetings, Luyang Jinjuan. The disciples of Tianju sect in the square heard this voice and realized that Luyang Jinjuan had also arrived. "Thank you, Senior Luyang Jinjuan." Su Delying cupped her hands in salute, then turned to the others, saying, "Within 1 to 2 months my magical treasure will surely emerge." And then she flew towards Fire Cloud Master Rong Tianyang and Luyang Jinjuan, ascending to the blazing sun peak with them. "Do you think Fairy Ling can really craft a magical treasure with her foundation establishment body?" "I don't know, but I do know that only one person has achieved this in the history of Tianju sect, and that ancestor crafted a magical treasure when he was already over 100 years old, not belonging to the younger generation. He later became the founding ancestor of our Tianju sect, establishing our sect status as a holy place of crafting. If she succeeds, she will be the first person in the history of our Tianju sect enough to be recorded in the annals. Wait, is Fairy Ling really a disciple of our Tianju sect? If she crafts within our Tianju sect, it should count, right? The editor told me that the subscription data is too poor and it's difficult to apply for a good recommendation. After careful consideration, I decided to work hard this month, and I hope fellow friends. A foreign foundation establishment female cultivator was sketching the 2nd-tier talisman patterns in the air at the square of the Liang Peak, intending to forge a magical artifact. This news quickly spread throughout the Tianju sect. Numerous Golden Core real people were extremely concerned and flocked to Liang Peak. Upon inquiry, they learned that the news about the Foundation establishment female cultivator comprehending the second-tier talisman patterns was indeed true. Now she was forging magical artifacts at Liang Peak. However, at this time, the Great Formation of Liang Peak had been activated, preventing the other Golden Core real people. Tianyang, tell the others that the outcome will be clear in 2 months. There is no need to stay here. Yes, master. Rong Tianyang turned and left, transforming into a streak of escape light that exited the Great Formation of Liang Peak. Around him were 7 or 8 Golden Core real people, along with a few who were of the same generation as him, the Liang True Monarch. Greetings, senior brothers and uncle. Tianyang, that talented artifact forger is forging at your Liang Peak. May we go in and observe? An old man with white hair stroked his beard and smiled. Uncle Master Yinjin Master has instructed that Su Delying must not be disturbed during her forging. Rong Tianyang clasped his fists and said, in 2 months the outcome will be clear, and you all need not stay here. Once the artifact is forged, I will inform everyone to come and appreciate it together. Yinjin is still as stingy as ever. He must be thinking of monopolizing the talent. This Foundation establishment girl, I Yinjin, have set my sights on her. Uncle Master Yinjin, you truly have come here to recruit disciples. A Golden Core Real person remarked. What else could it be? In terms of artifact forging skills, aside from the Supreme Elders in the sect who dare say they are better than me, even Liang is somewhat inferior to me. Yinjin True Monarch wore a proud expression. He had spent a great deal of time studying artifact forging. In contrast, Liang True Monarch, who was of a similar age, had already reached Golden Core perfection and was preparing to break through to Nascent Soul while he was still at the late Golden Core stage. Everyone, it's best not to disturb Su Delying while she forges. Rong Tianyang once again cupped his hands. All right. Seeing this, Yinjin waved his hand, saying, notify me immediately when that girl successfully forges it. Otherwise, you know the consequences. After saying this, Yinjin True Monarch no longer pressed the matter and transformed into a streak of escape light to return to his own mountain peak. The other Golden Core real people also began to leave. Rong Tianyang breathed a sigh of relief. The arrival of one Su Delying had indeed caused quite a stir. If such a talented artifact forger were from within the sect, those Golden Core real people would likely have caused a ruckus. Glimpsing the artifact forging square at the foot of the mountain, ever since the news spread, a large number of disciples had gathered there daily. Discussions were incessant. Some even bet on which elder of the sect would take her as a disciple. Shaking his head with a smile, he turned back to Liang Peak. At the main peak of the Tianju sect, there was a 4th-grade medium spiritual vein and several 3rd-grade spiritual veins. Behind the mountain, a great formation shrouded an area filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers suffused with spiritual energy. This place was the secluded retreat of the 2 supreme elders of the Tianju sect. A refined middle-aged man with graying temples walked through the great formation and strolled leisurely. He was the sect master of the Tianju sect. Few people among the sect could meet the supreme elders directly. Supreme Elder, something interesting has occurred recently in the sect. A Foundation establishment female cultivator has come to challenge our Tianju sect as an artifact forger. No one responded around him. He spoke as if to himself. This was originally an agreement set by junior brother Liang and others with someone else. However, that female cultivator unexpectedly defeated the disciple of Master Tianyang and boldly proclaimed to challenge all the young artifact talents of our Tianju sect. Is there really such an interesting matter? Suddenly a deep voice resonated in the surrounding space, sounding very gentle. You came here, could it be that our Tianju sect's artifact forging Foundation establishment disciples have truly been challenged by one person? Another voice rang out, sounding somewhat rugged. No. If they are truly challenged by one person, then the current disciples would be a bunch of useless people, and they all need to train properly. But it will be soon. What do you mean? The rugged voice paused. Is it that my disciple Zhu Rong is the only one still holding on? Isn't your disciple already proficient in the method of forging 3-patterned artifacts? The gentle voice said. Yes, but that girl succeeded in sketching the 2nd-tier talisman patterns in public. The sect master of Tianju sighed slightly. For the face of our Tianju sect, that child Zhu Rong is holding on and not admitting defeat. After all, they are competing in artifact forging. Although he cannot compare to her in terms of talisman pattern proficiency, if the other party cannot forge a magical artifact, it would at most be a draw. A dignified artifact forging sect is actually unable to compete with an outsider artifact forging loose cultivator, and it's a girl at that. Our Tianju sect's disciples truly are useless. The rugged voice cursed. The sect master of Tianju wore a bitter smile and did not dare to respond. Yinjin, you should temper that temper of yours. The gentle voice said. If it were you back, then even after becoming a golden core you would likely not compare to her in the art of artifact forging, right? Senior brother Xinjiang, I am not like you. Artifact forging is merely a daily diversion for me. If we were to compare, it would have to be in terms of the speed of forming cores and divine abilities. Back then I succeeded in forming my core after just over 2 decades. Can that girl compare to me? Yinjin boasted. That may not be the case. Xinjiang smiled faintly. To break through the limits in Foundation establishment, and comprehend the second-tier talisman patterns. Not only is artifact forging talent required, but also exceptional comprehension and perhaps a special opportunity. Whether or not she can form her core remains to be seen, but I suspect she has likely also comprehended the power of divine abilities. Yinjin was silent for a moment and asked, "How old is that girl?" "I have not seen her, but according to Zhu Rong, she looks very young. She must have taken some beauty-enhancing pills. Since she dares to boldly challenge the younger generation, she probably hasn't reached her 40s yet." "Interesting," Yinjin said. "Such high artifact forging talent coupled with a certain possibility of forming a core, I really want to see her in person." The girl is currently forging magical artifacts at junior brother Liang's Liang Peak, and the results will be known in 2 months. Xinjiang chuckled lightly. "You didn't come here just to say this, did you?" The Supreme Elder's insight is sharp. Many junior brothers wish to take her as a disciple, especially junior brother Yinjin, causing quite a stir. Therefore I thought it best to invite the 2 Supreme Elders to take a look. If she truly forges a magical artifact, such a talent in artifact forging should be brought into the sect. Otherwise, if she grows up, she might establish an artifact forging sect comparable to our Tianju sect. Yinjin and Xinjiang fell silent upon hearing this. The Tianju sect, since its founding by its ancestors, was merely an ordinary artifact forging sect until the appearance of the revitalizing ancestor, which enabled the Tianju sect to reach its current status. Even that revitalizing ancestor at his peak reached the late nascent soul stage of a great cultivator. At that time, the Tianju sect was ranked among the top 5 sects. Later, that ancestor fell due to the end of his lifespan, and the Tianju sect had no new late nascent soul great cultivators, resulting in a decline in status. However, based on their artifact forging skills, their status was still not inferior to the top sects. Subsequently, the Xianyu sect rose unexpectedly to become the new top sect in Tiannan. As for the Qingsu sect, Qingyun sect, Leiyin Temple, and Yuhua Gate, they have always ranked among the top sects with their late nascent soul lineages never severed. Their foundation is absolutely incomparable to newly emerged top sects. Understood. This matter I and Yinjin will consider, Xinjiang said. The sect master of Tianju cupped his hands and immediately departed. Xinjiang and Yinjin gazed far into the distance, landing on Liang Peak, which was 100 miles away, their divine sense penetrating the great formation, seeing Su Deliang, who was currently... At this moment, Su Deliang was selecting materials. The third-grade materials provided by Liang Peak were far richer and of higher quality than those she and the Huiyun real person had pained. "Since they are not being courteous, then I shall forge that magical artifact as a gift for my grandfather when I return. The sky-turning seal should work well for smashing people." Su Deliang began to contemplate the method of forging and the talisman patterns to be inscribed. Simply using the second-tier Zhen pattern, Shan pattern, and Gu pattern cannot perfectly harmonize. Perhaps I can try using the Zhen pattern as the main focus with the Shan and Gu patterns as support. However, this was also Su Deliang's first attempt at such a thing. But since she had decided she would try, Su Chuan had taught her to be bold and trying to be innovative so that she could progress further on the path of artifact forging. The Demon Spirit artifact forging method was an attempt she made by combining the Demon Spirit pill. Initially, when Su Deliang discovered the potential of the demon spirit for artifact forging, she consulted Su Chuan, who was more than willing to share. 2 or 3 days later, at the back mountain of the Tianju sect master peak. "Senior brother Xinjiang, have you noticed? That girl not only broke through the limits in artifact forging, but now her divine sense has also broken through the limits, possessing the level of golden core divine sense, while still in foundation establishment." "Yinjin, you are mistaken. I suspect she must have first broken through her divine sense, undergoing a transformation of her soul, and then comprehended the second-tier talisman patterns. Comprehending with golden core level divine sense is naturally much easier than with foundation establishment divine sense. This extreme transformation will also enhance one's own comprehension." "Perhaps you are right, senior brother." Yinjin nodded. Half a month later, Xinjiang suddenly stroked his beard and smiled. "Interesting, she truly is a brave little girl. She probably hasn't forged many magical artifacts, yet dares to attempt inscribing first-tier patterns as assistance on the magical artifact. While this can make the forged magical artifact more perfect, the difficulty is not small." Yinjin was astonished. Many golden core level artifact forgers in the sect can only reach this step right. This fighting spirit is truly something I admire. "Are you tempted, junior brother?" "I am tempted, but if you want to compete with me, I cannot outdo you, being a mid-nascent soul cultivator and a grandmaster of artifact forging capable of forging 9-pattern supreme artifacts. Moreover, at most I can only teach her to cultivate divine abilities, and in artifact forging my level is only slightly higher than hers. I can barely forge medium-grade magical artifacts. With her talent, once she enters the golden core stage, she will likely surpass me in no time. Wouldn't that make me lose face as her master?" Xinjiang smiled lightly, not exposing Yinjin. The fact that he could say so much indicates he had a deep interest in Su Deliang, but he feared if she truly chose a master, she might not choose him, which would embarrass him. Another half-month passed. During this period, Su Deliang consumed several recovery pills to hold on. Even her divine sense had been significantly drained, and her forehead was covered. This girl is somewhat stubborn. It is already quite difficult for a Foundation establishment cultivator to forge an ordinary magical artifact with a failure rate of 9 out of 10. Yet she insists on increasing the difficulty for herself. If it weren't for those superior grade pills supporting her, she would likely have failed long ago. However, as a loose cultivator, how could she obtain so many second-tier superior grade? Ordinary pill shops, even if they have second-tier superior grade pills, would not sell them in large quantities. They are mainly used as gimmicks to attract other cultivators. Yinjin and the others only needed to send a wisp of divine sense to observe, while most of their focus was still on their cultivation. However, the more he observed, the more he liked Su Delying. This fighting spirit and determination reminded him of his younger self, who pushed himself to the limit to form his core. This magical artifact will take another half-month to be completely forged, but her divine sense can no longer hold on. If she had the mana of a golden core, her forging speed could increase by more than double, and she wouldn't be suffering such a great drain on her divine sense. Xinyang's voice carried a hint of regret. Then under his divine sense's observation, he saw Su Delying reach into her storage bag, and a porcelain bottle flew out. The bottle cork opened automatically, and a pill flew out, and entered Su Delying's mouth. It seems I still have to rely on the spirit-nourishing pill prepared by grandfather. When she left, Yunshi Su Chuan gave her a storage bag containing many mana recovery and healing pills, as well as pills for recovering divine sense. All these pills were of superior quality. Naturally, the most precious were the 3 superior-grade spirit-nourishing pills. Su Chuan had invested a lot for Su Delying, which is why she was determined to prepare a gift for him. That's a spirit-nourishing pill, and it's of superior quality. Yinjin exclaimed in surprise. While a spirit-nourishing pill might not mean much to him, it was extremely precious because it was a pill that enhances divine sense. Few factions in all of Tiannan could offer superior-grade spirit-nourishing pills. Senior brother, is this girl truly the disciple of a loose cultivator forger? Her master likely could not provide such precious pills, right? Considering the value of the pills she had consumed previously, it totaled over 2,000 spirit stones. Which artifact forger spends like this? Perhaps it was an accidental gain, or maybe her master prepared it for her, or she might have a profound background hailing from a top-tier alchemy family. With this superior-grade spirit-nourishing pill, Su Delying's divine sense recovery was largely restored. She began to inscribe the first-tier supporting patterns. 7 to 8 days later, Su Delying finally succeeded in forging the magical artifact, the Sky-Turning Seal. She felt as if she had been drained of all energy, and immediately sat cross-legged, swallowing pills to recover. Before her floated a square seal about 3 inches tall and nearly 5 inches wide, dark ink in color with an ancient matte finish. It naturally emanated a faint pressure, imposing as a mountain. The front of the seal was inscribed with the ancient seal script Fan Tian, the strokes vigorous, appearing as if dragons and snakes were hidden within, while the back depicted the true forms of the 5 mountains, vividly lifelike. Atop the seal stood a beast-shaped knob resembling a mysterious tortoise, its shell patterns faintly resonating with the 5 mountains depicted on the seal, its head slightly raised with bright eyes that seemed able to see through illusions. Senior brother, what do you think of this magical artifact? From my perspective, it seems quite impressive, Yinjin said with a smile. Among one-pattern magical artifacts, this is a rare fine product. The Zhun pattern is primary, supported by the Shan and Gu patterns. It should primarily focus on suppression and smashing people. It combines offense and defense as the 3 talisman patterns complement each other, allowing it to resist attacks from 2-pattern magical artifacts. It's not a big problem. Xinyangzi stroked his beard with a faint smile, clearly very satisfied. I fear that among the artifact masters of our sect at the same level, few can refine treasures that can compare to this. Haha, to receive such praise from senior brother, this girl is indeed impressive. Half a day later, Su Delying, having recovered somewhat, walked out of the artifact room. The restrictions in the artifact room could block the divine senses of Golden Core practitioners, so the outside figures, including Liang Jinjuan, Huyan Jinren, and Rong Tianyang, were unaware of the results of Su Delying's refinement. Disciple, how did it go? Huyan Jinren asked with concern. Su Delying smiled gently. Please, master, take a look. With a flick of her hand, a dark square seal sprang into her palm, and was presented before the others. It is indeed a treasure. Ha ha ha, I knew you would not disappoint me, Linger. Huyan Jinren laughed heartily while stroking his beard. At this moment, Rong Tianyang suddenly said, wait, this treasure seems to have more than one pattern. Liang Jinjuan scrutinized it carefully, his pupils narrowing sharply as he exclaimed, 1 main pattern, 2 auxiliary patterns, 3 patterns complementing each other. This is a true gem among one-pattern treasures. Rong Tianyang looked at Su Delying in disbelief. Such an artifact, even he could not easily refine. Does this mean Su Delying, a small cultivator in Foundation establishment, has already reached a level close to that of a Golden Core artifact master? The grade of a treasure is determined by every 2 second-tier patterns engraved being 1 grade. Treasures with 7 patterns or more are top tier. Only a few can refine high-quality treasures within the entire Tianju sect. As for top-tier treasures, only that Yin Jun Jinjuan among Golden Cores can do so. Currently, the only one capable of refining treasures with 9 patterns in all of Tiannan is Xinyangzi of the Tianju sect. It is rumored that Zhenyangzi can already refine spirit treasures, but no confirmed news has been released. As for the spirit treasures in the hands of some nascent souls, most were obtained from ancient secret realms or caves. Huiyun Jinren examined it closely and also discovered the mystery, surprised as he said, "Disciple, when did you learn this method of refining main and auxiliary patterns?" "I should have never taught," Su Delying replied. "Master, I had a sudden inspiration and felt that a single second-tier Jin pattern was not perfect enough. Adding another second-tier pattern was beyond my capability, so I attempted to add 2 auxiliary patterns instead." To her surprise, it succeeded. The three of them exchanged glances. Adding auxiliary patterns of the first tier, though not as difficult as adding another second-tier pattern, is still extremely challenging and requires significant divine sense. A single misstep could lead to total failure. Su Delying had not learned systematically or relying solely on her own exploration. She succeeded on the first try and persevered until the end of the refinement. Such talent and comprehension in the way of artifacts can only be described as monstrous. "Indeed, you are truly my good disciple." Huiyun looked at Rong Tianyang and said, "Friend Rong, the outcome is already quite clear, isn't it? Our bet." Rong Tianyang sighed deeply, saying, "The Yin Phoenix blood pool of Mount Zhu is now your disciples. I will explain this to the sect." "Thank you." Huiyun clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Rong," Su Delying echoed. Liang Jinjuan said, "Friend Huiyun, there is still more than a month before the Yin Phoenix blood pool opens. During this time, you two can stay on my Liang Peak. At that time, let Tianyang directly take your disciple to meet the others." Huiyun thought for a moment and did not refuse, cupping his hands and saying, "Then thank you, Senior Liang." Liang Jinjuan nodded slightly, and then turned to Su Delying, saying, "Little friend Su, I plan to hold a treasure appraisal meeting for our sect's Golden Core Masters to appreciate. Is that all right?" Su Delying cupped her hands and replied, "I will follow the instructions of the Jinjuan." Tianyang informed the other Golden Core Masters to come to the square at the foot of Liang Peak to appreciate the treasure refined by Su Delying. "Yes, Master. Senior, please inform that person named Zhu Rong. He still owes me that Tianwang spear and 5 portions of third-tier materials along with 13 portions of top-tier second-tier materials." Rong Tianyang nodded, not refusing. Moments later, a host of Golden Core Masters arrived one after another. The sect master of the Tianzhu sect also brought Zhu Rong along. Many Foundation establishment disciples also came in droves upon hearing the news. A common low-grade treasure would not provoke such a large gathering for a treasure appraisal. However, a treasure refined by a Foundation establishment cultivator was indeed worth it. In the square, almost all Golden Core cultivators of the Tianzhu sect who were not in closed-door cultivation had arrived. However, a treasure refined by a Foundation establishment cultivator was indeed worth it. In the square, almost all Golden Core cultivators of the Tianzhu sect who were not in closed-door cultivation had arrived. Otherwise what? "Junior brother, when do you think I am just amusing everyone for fun? Liang, Senior brother, please bring out the treasure so we can appreciate it and see what a treasure from a Foundation establishment female cultivator differs from ours." This person's words were filled with a sense of provocation. Liang Jinjuan was not concerned how everything would be proven by the treasure. "Everyone please take a look." With a flick of his sleeve, a dark light shot out, hovering in midair. The Fan Tian seal expanded in the wind, reaching a size of half a zhang. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Its might was activated by Liang Jinjuan, immediately releasing a pressure as heavy as a mountain, carrying a unique sealing power that enveloped the entire. The Golden Core Masters were fine, able to resist with their own pressure, but they were still affected by the sealing and mountainous force. As for the remaining Foundation establishment disciples, most were forced to kneel on one knee. Even those at the peak of Foundation establishment could only grit their teeth and endure, their bodies trembling incessantly. Zhu Rong looked at the treasure in the air and murmured, "Is this the treasure she refined? How is that possible?" He had seen many treasures and knew the might of ordinary treasures. This was clearly beyond that. Is this refined by that female cultivator? How could it be? This is no ordinary one-pattern treasure's pressure, right? Liang, Senior brother, you wouldn't be so embarrassed as to take out a treasure refined by your disciple, would you? Do you think I am as bored as you? A group of Golden Core cultivators discussed animatedly. They examined it closely and quickly discovered that in addition to the main pattern of Zhun, there were also 2 auxiliary patterns. Auxiliary patterns are not added randomly. If they do not complement each other, they could even diminish the might of the treasure. The astonishment in the eyes of many Golden Cores was impossible to conceal as they gazed at the redrobed female cultivator bathed in sunlight, not far away. At this moment, Su Delying, based on her artifact refinement skills, had already earned the qualification to stand alongside them. A stunning talent. A genius in the way of art. A woman not yielding to men. Countless words of praise flowed from the mouths of these Golden Core cultivators. Yin Jinjuan smiled and said, "Girl, your name is Su Delying, right? Your talent in the way of artifacts is very high. Would you like to become my disciple? Among the many Golden Cores of the Tianzhu sect, I possess the highest level of artifact refinement skills and can refine top-tier treasures with 7 patterns. The Liang Jinjuan, beside, you can only refine 6 patterns. The difference in grade makes a huge difference in the power of the treasures." Yin Jinjuan continued to elevate himself, while belittling Liang Jinjuan, who could only shake his head in laughter. Though he had considered it after Su Delying refined a treasure like the Fan Tian seal, he ceased his thoughts. The only one capable of teaching such a talented individual in the entire Tianju sect is the Xinyangzi, the Grand Elder. He was certain that the two Grand Elders were definitely observing this scene with their divine senses. The skill in artifact refinement has indeed increased, but it seems your wits have not grown much, Liang Jinjuan secretly thought. Su Delying, what do you think? Would you be willing to take me as your master? Yanjun Jinjuan smiled gently while stroking his beard. Su Delying stepped forward and cupped her hand, saying, Senior. Just then two figures appeared, as if from thin air, standing with their hands behind their backs above everyone. The faint pressure of their nascent souls startled everyone. We pay our respects to the Grand Elders. Everyone present bowed respectfully. Huiyun Jinren and Su Delying naturally did not dare to be disrespectful and bowed their heads in greeting. No need for such formalities. Yan Longzi said faintly. Yanjin, I just heard that you wish to accept this junior as your disciple. Yes, Uncle Yan Longzi. Yanjin's master was of the same generation as Yan Longzi, but his master had not entered nascent soul and had already passed away. Su Delying, you may consider it further, perhaps there are better candidates present. Yanjun immediately became anxious. Uncle Yan Longzi, are you trying to rob my disciple? Su Delying is a rare genius in the way of artifacts. You possess immeasurable powers, but in terms of artifact refinement, he still had to give the Grand Elders some face and did not speak of anything trivial. Yanjun thought inwardly. Yan Longzi chuckled. You think you are the highest in artifact refinement here, right? Except for Uncle Jinyang, of course I am the next best, he suddenly realized, and turned to Xinyangzi asking, Uncle Jinyang, do you wish to accept a disciple? Many present displayed surprised expressions. Yan Longzi had taken several disciples over the past 200 to 300 years, but only one had formed a golden core, while the others perished during trials, and he had not taken any more since then. However, Xinyangzi had not taken a disciple for 800 years. He was the highest-ranking individual in the Tianju sect, tracing back even to the late years of the founding ancestor, and it was rumored that he had received guidance from that ancestor. The lifespan limit of a nascent soul can reach 1,740 years, while Xinyangzi is now over 1,300 years old with cultivation at the mid-nascent soul level. In contrast, Yan Longzi is over 800 years old, currently stuck at the peak of early nascent soul, and has not made any progress for over a century. If Grand Elder Jinyang truly wishes to accept a disciple, then Yin Zhun would not dare to compete with you. Seeing Yin Zhun's timid demeanor, Xinyangzi shook his head and laughed, looking at Su Delying. I indeed intend to take you as my direct disciple. Would you be willing? Huiyun Jinren trembled all over. This is the #1 person in the way of artifact refinement in Tiannan. However, he felt Su Delying was worthy of it. Su Delying showed a conflicted expression. If you have any thoughts, feel free to speak up. If I speak the truth, senior, you won't kill me, right? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, but Xinyangzi laughed heartily, stroking his beard as he said, I have lived for over 1,000 years, how could I bicker with a junior like you? Su Delying took a deep breath and said, Actually, I wanted to say to Senior Yanjun just now that I do not wish to. Why? Xinyangzi asked curiously. Yanjun is at the late golden core stage, and his artifact refinement skills are indeed outstanding. Do you think he is unworthy to be your master, or do you only recognize this little friend Huiyun as your master? Su Delying shook her head. I certainly do not think so. The main issue is that becoming a disciple means I would have to join the Tianju sect, right? Then I would have to stay in the Tianju sect forever. My family's residence is too far from here, and it would be inconvenient to travel back and forth. Initially, I became a disciple of my master mainly because the place where my master lives is not far from my family, only a few dozen miles away, which can be reached in a moment. Upon hearing this, all the golden cores were dumbfounded. Huiyun Zinren's mouth twitched slightly. It turns out I only took advantage of the distance. This is a bit too casual, isn't it? If this is your reason, you can have your family relocate closer to my Tianju sect. My grandfather would probably not agree. Unless there is a significant change, he would not casually relocate the family. It must be either that the family is strong enough to need to find a more suitable spiritual ground as their family land, or they are facing a major disaster that forces them to relocate to preserve the family. Your grandfather is in charge of the family. It seems your family is still quite young. To you it should be considered young. After all, my grandfather is still several years away from reaching 2 generations. Everyone was once again shocked upon hearing this. This is excessively young, belonging to a family that could collapse at any moment. Families that have fluctuated for a few hundred years are numerous throughout Tiannan. In Xinyangzi's eyes, at least a golden core family with a foundation of several hundred years would barely catch his attention. Xinyangzi pondered for a moment and said, If I am willing to make an exception for you, you may decide whether or not to stay in my Tianju sect, and I can even arrange for a branch of the Tianju sect to be established in the area where your family resides. If so, would you be willing to become my direct disciple and join my Tianju sect? Liang Jinjuan and the others were shocked internally. They did not expect Xinyangzi the Grand Elder to make such a concession for Su Delying. Su Delying found it a bit hard to believe. A sect could be established just for her. Su Delying began to contemplate. My grandfather said there is no such thing as a free favor. An elder at the nascent soul level making such a concession also wants to bind me to the Tianju sect. Is he afraid that I will grow up in the future and establish a force in the way of artifacts to stand against the Tianju sect? Excessive is as bad as insufficient. Thinking of this, Su Delying bowed with her hands together saying, I Su Delying am willing to take Grand Elder Xinjiang as my master. Senior brother, congratulations on acquiring an excellent disciple. The others also cupped their hands and said, congratulations to Grand Elder Xinjiang on gaining an excellent disciple. We have met junior sister Delying. Seeing this scene, Huiyun Jinren silently thought, Su Daoyo, your Su family is about to rise completely. Zhen Yangzi stroked his beard and nodded slightly saying, the ceremony for accepting disciples will be held in 1 month. Tianju sect's sect master said, disciple understands and will convey the news to the major forces in the southern region. Friend Huiyun, during this time, you can temporarily reside in my Tianju sect. Thank you, senior. After saying this, Zhen Yangzi flicked his sleeve enveloping Su Delying, and with Yan Longzi turned into a streak of escaping light and disappeared. In a moment, they arrived at the secluded area behind the main peak for quiet cultivation. Such rich spiritual energy, Su Delying exclaimed, I forgot one thing. Su Delying suddenly recalled, that disciple named Zhu Rong still owes me the gambling stakes. What gambling stakes? Yan Longzi asked curiously. A 3-pattern magic tool, the Heavenly King Spear, 5 portions of 3rd-tier materials, and 13 portions of top-tier 2nd-tier material. You have become my senior brother's disciple now, how could there still be such debts? These were won with my own hands, the significance is entirely different. That seems reasonable. He'll send a message for him to bring it. You can pick it up outside the Grand Formation, this is the token for entering and exiting here. Thank you, Uncle Yan Longzi, Su Delying said with a bright smile. Zhen Yangzi said, disciple, you mentioned you want to pursue the path of Divine Power Foundation establishment. You must have comprehended the power of divine art by now, right? Su Delying nodded. Reporting to my master, I have been practicing the Fire Emperor's True Eye divine art, and have comprehended about 60 to 70% of it, but the last few steps are too slow to grasp. What? You've already reached that level? Yan Longzi exclaimed in surprise. Su Shitzi, you must have taken a beauty-preserving pill, right? How old are you now? This year 71. Hearing this, Yan Longzi looked at Zhen Yangzi and said, brother, I regret it a bit, I shouldn't have given up so early. She is even faster than I was at her age, and is practicing a more difficult divine art of the eye. When I was in my 70s or 80s, I had just grasped 60% of the divine art power. At your level, you could easily place in the top 10 of the Young Heroes Assembly. Top 10. Don't underestimate the young talents of the major powers in Tian, and especially those nurtured by the top sects. At least 1 or 2 of them have comprehended divine art to your level. Sometimes there are even prodigies who comprehend up to 90% and can form their golden core at any time. Of course, such individuals are often rare and only appear every few generations. Su Delying thought of Su Chuan. My grandfather would belong to such prodigies, but unfortunately he is too prudent and would never risk exposing himself for a mere opportunity to form his golden core. Su Shitzi, if that's the case, you can fully represent my Tianju sect at this Young Heroes Assembly. Su Delying thought for a moment, sighed and nodded. That's fine. I came to Tianju sect with Master Huiyun to eliminate his obsession from 100 years ago, and also to seek the Yin Phoenix blood pool. To see if the baptism of the blood pool can help me further comprehend the divine art. So that's it. Zhen Yangzi smiled and nodded. However, while the Yin Phoenix blood pool is marvelous, it does not aid in comprehending divine art. Master, it's not about direct assistance, but about helping me transform. I was born with the Red Eagle Spirit Eye, which is why Master Huiyun chose the Fire Emperor's True Eye divine art for me. I heard that the blood pool contains the essence blood of the ancient spirit bird with Yin Phoenix bloodline. So you were born with a spirit eye. Yan Longzi said with a faint smile, the Red Eagle Spirit Eye, I have never heard of it, but your talent is indeed remarkable. Even I feel a bit envious. If you could obtain the essence blood of the Yin Phoenix to cleanse your eyes, there is indeed a chance for your spirit eye to undergo transformation, but the probability is slim. It depends on your own fortune. Zhen Yangzi said, as for the Yin Phoenix blood pool, arrangements will be made for you. Spend some time here in quiet cultivation, and afterward you can establish a cave dwelling on this peak. Thank you, Master. Not long after, Zhu Rong came over, and Su Delying went out to collect her spoils. Zhen Yangzi saw that she was quite interested in the 3-pattern magic tool, and taught her a method of crafting such tools. Su Delying then began to delve into it. Half a month later, she attempted to refine the 3-pattern magic tool 6 Flames fan, which had 3 patterns: fire, flame, and blaze. It represented the pinnacle of fire-type magic tools. Within a day or 2, she succeeded in refining it. Zhen Yangzi was very satisfied, and taught her several other methods for 3-pattern magic. Su Delying comprehended quickly. In the blink of an eye, the disciple recruitment ceremony arrived. This was far more lively than the previous disciple recruitment ceremony at Huiyun Valley, many times more so. Foundation establishment disciples were not even qualified to sit at the table. The guests were all golden core cultivators, and even several nascent souls. Many factions inquired about Su Delying's background, but found little. They only knew she was traveling with another golden core master. In their eyes, Su Deling, as a Foundation Establishment Junior, was on the fast track to success. They speculated that she must possess extraordinary talent in crafting tools to be accepted as a direct disciple by the master craftsman Jin Yangzi. Soon after, Jin Yangzi showcased the Fan Tian seal that Su Deling had refined, making everyone realize her capabilities. A Foundation Establishment disciple, crafting a magical treasure was indeed worthy of having a nascent soul take her as a disciple. Her future was surely to become a master craftsman like Jin Yangzi. In the Su family, Su Chuan would never dare to boast like this, but in Tianzhu sect, Jin Yangzi could protect Su Deling. At the same time as the recruitment ceremony, Su Chuan, far away in Tiansong Mansion, felt something. He concentrated and took out the family genealogy, only to see the Su family's fortunes surging. What is this? Su Chuan frowned. With his current cultivation, he naturally could not deduce the specifics of the situation, but he could guess a bit. Is it from Dongxi or Deling? No matter the reason, it is a good thing. The surge in family fortune has given me many insights into creating my own divine art. Su Chuan smiled slightly, closed his eyes again, and continued to meditate on the method of divine art. Su De, Su Mingxian, and Yi Fan were also steadily improving their cultivation. 7 or 8 days later at Tianzhu sect, Su Deling and 8 other disciples entered the Yin Phoenix Blood Pool. The Yin Phoenix Blood Pool is located several hundred meters underground in a certain area of the Tianzhu sect. After being discovered by the ancient ancestors, it was sealed with a grand formation to gather spiritual energy and set to allow entry only every 60 years, thus extending the usage of the blood pool. The Yin Phoenix Blood Pool is only about 100 meters in diameter, with its waters a deep red, hence its name. However, if you scoop it with your palm, you will find the water. It is best to soak in the blood pool completely nude, so the men and women are separated, all wearing only fitted clothing when entering the blood pool. This time, apart from Su Deling, there was only one female cultivator soaking. This reveals how severely unbalanced the ratio of male to female talents is in Tianzhu sect. That female cultivator practiced only spells, not crafting tools, while among the male cultivators 6 were dual practitioners. Although Tianzhu sect is famous for its mastery of crafting tools, it cannot only recruit disciples skilled in crafting, as strength is paramount in the cultivation world. Without strength, Tianzhu sect would not have its current fame. After entering the blood pool, Su Deling completely submerged herself in the blood pool, quietly sending the demon bird egg she previously obtained into the blood pool as well. After all, she planned to contract this demon bird in the future, thinking that since they were both spirit birds, perhaps she could gain some benefits. Sitting cross-legged, she silently practiced the Fire Emperor's true eye cultivation method. Her eyes glowed with a faint golden light. Generally, ordinary people can only endure 6 to 7 days in the blood pool before feeling discomfort and gradually unable to bear it. Historically, the Tianzhu sect disciple who lasted the longest managed to stay for a month. Thus, the blood pool usually opens for 7 days to over a month. As 10 days passed, some people began to leave as they could no longer endure. 3 days later, suddenly, a faint remnant consciousness in a corpse at the bottom of the Yin Phoenix blood pool awakened. A person of great fortune. This remnant consciousness quickly locked onto Su Deling. It silently infiltrated Su Deling's sea of consciousness. No, this person's fate seems to have been forcibly altered. Which great practitioner has laid their plans on her? Originally curious to observe Su Deling, the remnant consciousness instead conceived a thought. Forget it, let's take a gamble on you. As the thought formed, countless golden red lights swirled around the corpse at the bottom of the pool, finally condensing into 2 drops of faint golden blood resembling amber. One drop shot directly into Su Deling's forehead. The other drop followed its remnant consciousness into the demon bird egg. After a while, the eggshell shattered, and a small 4-winged spirit bird burst forth, letting out a cry. Its shape resembled a crane with feathers transitioning from gold to red. Both of its eyes had double pupils, the irises amber and clear as glass, with a small tuft of crimson feathers on its head standing upright like flames. Its beak was jade-colored, sharp, yet not pointy, exuding an aura of dignity. The small 4-winged spirit bird flew to Su Deling's hand, pecking her fingertip, causing a drop of blood to fly out and enter the young bird's forehead. As the bloodlight flashed, both the person and the bird formed an equal spirit contract. At that moment, Su Deling seemed to fall into a nightmare, her face showing signs of pain. But suddenly a cry resonated in her mind like the sunlight dispelling shadows, pulling her out of the nightmare. Then another voice rang out. Little friend, your aptitude is ordinary. I will grant you a drop of Yin Phoenix essence blood, but your body cannot accommodate it normally. Only by using this Nirvana secret technique can it be perfectly integrated into your bloodline. Su Deling also sensed changes in her body, feeling as if her blood was about to ignite. Who are you, senior? Su Deling asked cautiously. Are you perhaps the ancient spirit bird that perished here? You are inexplicably granting me an opportunity. Do you have something to instruct me? You are indeed clever, but I have fallen only a remnant consciousness struggling to survive. What can you help me with? I just feel a connection with you. Quickly use the secret technique, or before long your blood will burn out, and you will die. In her sea of consciousness, a volume of Nirvana secret technique appeared, requiring no comprehension, as if it could be cast directly. The pain in her body grew more intense. In the face of life and death crisis, she could not hesitate and immediately cast the Nirvana secret technique. The faint golden flames engulfed her entire body, and the young bird also began its own nirvana. The entire blood pool began to boil. This change also affected the others who were shocked and hurriedly left the blood pool. Zhu Rong glanced around, but did not see Su Deling's figure, and immediately said, "Isn't Deling Shirxiu here? Could she still be in the blood pool?" "Brother Zhu, don't be impulsive, it's best to report quickly. Perhaps we can still save Deling Shirxiu." Not long after, several golden core cultivators arrived. Jin Yangzi and Yin Longzi received the message and also came here. "What happened?" Yin Longzi asked. Zhu Rong cupped his hands and said, "Elder Taishang, we do not know. The blood pool suddenly boiled, and the little master is still in the pool. The waters of the pool block divine senses, even a nascent soul's divine sense cannot penetrate." Yin Longzi said, "Brother, my physique is special. I am not afraid of high temperatures and heat. I will go down and take a look. Junior brother, be careful. This incident may be related to that ancient spirit bird." "Understood, brother." Not long after Yin Longzi went down, he discovered Su Deling engulfed in faint golden flames. "Is this the Nirvana flame of the Phoenix clan, eh?" Yin Longzi looked at this scene and murmured, "Could my little disciple be someone of great fortune, just arriving at the Yin Phoenix blood pool and being granted an opportunity? A drop of Yin Phoenix essence blood is invaluable. If her Nirvana is successful, her aptitude will likely not be inferior to most with celestial roots, and she will also possess the Yin. Her talent in crafting tools, her comprehension, and now the weakest link in her aptitude is about to be mended. Her brother is willing to yield to a foundation establishment disciple to take her under his wing. It seems I really made the right bet. This disciple may well bring Tianzhu sect back to its peak." Yin Longzi did not intervene, only glanced before leaving the blood pool. No matter, Su Deling has her own fortunes. This immersion in the Yin Phoenix blood pool ends here. The rest of you leave now. The foundation establishment disciples and several golden core masters exchanged glances, then bowed, saying, "We will follow Elder Taisheng's command." In an instant, only Yin Longzi and Zhen Yangzi were left. This girl Deling truly has good fortune. That ancient spirit bird chose her and gifted her essence blood to aid her transformation. From now on, the effect of the Yin Phoenix blood pool is likely to diminish significantly. Yin Longzi paused and then said, "However, I previously thought it was looking for a suitable vessel to possess. Could I have been mistaken? This ancient spirit bird had peak cultivation of the combined body stage. In ancient times, it was among the ranks of great practitioners, having lived for a long time. How could we possibly Jin Yangzi said lightly, "Junior brother, I will watch here. If you feel bored, you may return to the mountain. Deling and I have a connection. I don't want to miss the moment of her transformation. Brother, don't think about sending me away. Oh, I want to quietly bond with my little disciple. Moreover, after this transformation, she will surely possess the Yin Phoenix bloodline, similar to my situation, making it perfect for me to teach her cultivation spells and divine arts. Brother, you just need to teach her about crafting tools." Seeing Su Deling's transformation, Yin Longzi couldn't help but compete for the right to teach her. "In the future, you will be her master, and I will reluctantly take on the role of a secondary master. After all, this education should have a title, right?" Jin Yangzi shook his head and chuckled. "If you can convince Deling, I have no objections." Then it's settled. 10 days later. The Yin Phoenix blood pool suddenly stirred. The dark red blood water in the pool surged suddenly, creating waves several zhang high, with sparks of fire swirling at the crest, painting the surrounding rock walls crimson. As the blood waves settled, a figure burst forth from the pool. It was Su Deling, who had successfully undergone nirvana. She was enveloped in faint golden flames, her eyes bright as torches. At that moment, spiritual light gathered above the blood pool, and a fire phoenix with a wingspan of about 10 feet appeared out of thin air, its feathers ablaze, its eyes filled with might, hovering above her head. After a moment, the fire phoenix let out a clear cry, circled a few times, and then directly entered Su Deling's body. The flames around her suddenly surged, and her aura rose steadily. In the next moment, the blood pool surged again, and a four-winged red gold spirit bird emerged. The spirit bird was about half a zhang tall, its feathers as if cast from red gold shining brightly, as it flapped its wings, also letting out a long cry. Yin Longzi and Zhen Yangzi stared at the four-winged spirit bird for a while, deep in thought. Su Deling opened her eyes, which had transformed into red gold phoenix eyes. If others were to gaze into them, they would feel a faint aura of phoenix majesty descend upon them. "Master Uncle, Yin Longzi, why are you both here?" She glanced at herself. He wore only form-fitting garments. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his storage bag and spirit beast pouch from the ground, and in a flash of red light, he donned his attire and landed on them. The four-winged spirit bird shrank to the size of a palm and perched on his shoulder. "You lucky girl, you have obtained the greatest opportunity from the Flame Phoenix blood pool." As he spoke, Yin Longzi explained the whole story. Su Deling scratched her head. "I'm also quite confused about this matter. That senior suddenly bestowed an opportunity upon me and directly sent blood essence into my body. At that time, my blood was burning as if engulfed in flames, and I was in dire straits, compelled to follow his arrangements for my rebirth. In the end, the result was good. Even your spirit bird benefited, gaining a trace of Phoenix bloodline, and it won't be long before it steps into the early stage of the second rank. Su Delying turned to look at the small red bird on her shoulder, feeling a mental connection with it. When did we sign a contract? Unable to figure it out, she didn't dwell on it further. Let's go back to the back mountain for now. The three promptly left. Yan Longzi proposed the advice of their master. Su Delying looked at Xin Yangzi, who allowed her to make her own decision. She could feel the power of her bloodline at that moment brimming with strength, yet this power was difficult to control. Moreover, her mutated phoenix eyes could not be retracted. There was little issue with eye contact for those above the golden core stage. However, if a foundation establishment cultivator made eye contact, they would be stunned. Su Delying thought for a moment and said, I am willing to take Yan Longzi as my master. Ha, still calling me master. I have seen the second master. Ling girl, come along. I will teach you how to control your bloodline. Yes, second master. Tiansong Mansion. Yunchi Town Su family. Su Chuan felt the family tree shift again, but this time, he could see the source of the change. So it was Delying, this girl. He smiled faintly. Su Delying, Su family, third generation, age 71, spiritual root, true spiritual root, talent, flame phoenix, spirit, eye tempered through fire, physique, flame phoenix, spiritual body, bloodline, top tier, grade 7, bloodline, realm, foundation, establishment, completion. Note the flame phoenix spiritual body contains a trace of the ancient true spirit flame phoenix bloodline, allowing for rapid cultivation in fire-based techniques comparable to those with heavenly spiritual roots. When using fire-based techniques and divine abilities, her power increases by 30%, providing a 10% boost in breaking through to the golden core. Note top-tier grade 7 bloodline provides a 10% boost in breaking through to the golden core. Ordinary grade 7 bloodline can also provide a 5% boost. Delying has truly undergone a complete transformation. Looking at Su Delying's information on the family tree, Su Chuan couldn't help but sigh. Is this what a true genius looks like? With a special physique and a top-tier grade 7 bloodline, there is a direct 20% chance of breaking through to the golden core. With sufficient preparation, it is enough to break through the golden core. If there are special techniques and other aids, forming the core is almost guaranteed. Normally, a cultivator's bloodline would gradually transform into grade 7 only after they ascend. Having a grade 7 bloodline or higher in advance is naturally beneficial for cultivation. Moreover, bloodlines can be passed down through procreation. For instance, if a family has a golden core cultivator with a grade 7 bloodline, their descendants' bloodlines may weaken over generations, but it is still possible for a naturally born descendant to suddenly possess a grade 7 bloodline after many generations. Even without a special physique, their cultivation speed would still be at a genius level. Some powerful special spiritual bodies are even rarer than heavenly spiritual root. After breaking through to the golden core, the benefit to oneself from a heavenly spiritual root is not significant, but a special spiritual body, when combined with the appropriate techniques, can provide a boost in combat power. Where has the fire cloud real person taken Delying to obtain such a great opportunity? Su Chuan pondered. Is it the Tianzhu sect that Delying mentioned before? I heard it is renowned for its refining skills in the southern Tiannan region. However, only a place that gathers such genius in the way of crafting can fully utilize Delying's tempered through fire. Coming out from the prison, one can finally see the vastness of the world. Su Chuan recalled the past decade. Each had their own opportunities. He had obtained 2 volumes of alchemical inheritance, becoming a candidate for the true legacy of the ancient Song Long, and it wouldn't be long before he became the true successor of Song Long, gaining the legacy of the Song Long and obtaining the crystal of divine sense by vanquishing the ancient demons. Mou restored his peak strength, obtaining a high-grade dragon Yuan Dan, enhancing his bloodline purity. Su Mingxian became a disciple of the top-tier golden core family, the Tsang family, gaining the inheritance of formation techniques and realizing the methods of battle formations. As for Su Delying, there was no need to mention, she might have gained a great opportunity from the Tianzhu sect, experiencing a transformation in her aptitude, leaping to become a top-tier genius in all of Tiannan. Su Diyue took on a master from the ancient Song Long sect and acquired a low-grade spiritual treasure that was a fallen high-grade magical treasure as her life treasure. Yi Fan embarked on the dual cultivation of body and law, obtaining the first part of the Brahma sacred body technique, which is suspected to be a top-tier body refinement technique from the true demon realm, capable of cultivating to the completion of the nascent soul. During the Genius Gathering event, the 3 of them will likely secure their positions without issue. However, how highly they will rank on the genius list is uncertain. A single piece of news stirred a huge wave in Tiansong Mansion. The 3 late Golden Core elders of Tiansong sect led their disciples to the secret realm of the ancient Taishan sect, returning in defeat with heavy losses. Among all the Golden Core cultivators who went, only Elder Bai Yen of Tiansong sect managed to escape heavily injured. The rest of the disciples had nearly all perished. The Su family sent out to recruit loose cultivators to open shops in the 7 cities, operating on a small scale, neither hot nor cold, which perfectly concealed their identity. After all, many foundation establishment families as well as aristocratic families had their children join Tiansong sect or the 3 sects. Those who survived and returned brought back the news. This news spread rapidly. The Su family was also among the first to receive it. Of course, most people believe that the Tiansong sect and the three sects had deep foundations, although they suffered heavy losses, they would recover their vitality after several decades to a century, so it was not a big deal. With 3 late Golden Core cultivators, 2 fell, 1 was severely injured, and the 3 sects lost 3 late Golden Core elders along with a large number of Foundation establishment disciples. Chuan examined several messages that had been sent back, finding them to be consistent, and frowned. These losses are indeed nothing compared to the overall strength of Tiansong sect and the 3 sects, but the key is that this incident was instigated by the Greedy Wolf sect. Anyone with a brain could carefully think through it and find clues, especially those from the 7 cities who first learned of the secret realm's news provided by the Greedy Wolf sect. There is a possibility that this ancient secret realm is indeed fraught with danger. However, Chuan felt that it was certainly more than that. Tiansong Mansion, a storm. However, this storm soon calmed down. Everyone's attention was drawn to the upcoming Genius Gathering event. A little over a month later, the 36 Foundation establishment cultivators selected by Tiansong Mansion along with the 3 Golden Core elders set out by magic boat to Xianyu Mansion. The 3 Golden Core elders were Elder Mu, Song Yuyang, and Elder Qihua. In addition, there were also people from the 3 sects accompanying them. The Qing Mu sect sent Chinchanga, while Feng Juechen remained at the sect. Jiaocong sect and Qingcong sect both sent only 1 Foundation establishment cultivator due to recent events. As for Yin Shanzhenren and He Fengzhenren, since they were both alone, they had gone to the secret realm last time and perished. Chuan sighed when he heard this. Many Golden Core families had only sent Foundation establishment elders, and only a few with several Golden Cores could spare 1. Especially after the recent losses of many Golden Cores in Tiansong Mansion, they became more cautious. Ordinary families could only station 1 Golden Core cultivator, and if they fell, the family would be instantly overturned. Even if they could hold out in the end, they would likely become an ordinary Foundation establishment family. Chuan thought for a moment, and ultimately decided to go as well. As for the Su family in Yunqi, they naturally opened their full formation, with Su Mingxian's upgraded 3-tier low-grade Yun Tian illusion formation, and a 3-tier mid-grade integrated offensive and defensive 5-element Tian gang formation. The Su family's security measures were even stricter than those of the 3 sects. Outsiders would never expect that a small Foundation establishment family would have such solid defenses. This was also the reason Chuan could leave with peace of mind. However, before he left, he instructed the Yin and Wu families to keep a low profile and avoid conflicts. Even if conflicts arose, they had to endure until their return. His real trump card was left in the mansion MOU. Xianyu Mansion was 2 mansions away from Tiansong Mansion. Even with a 3rd-tier magic boat speed, it would take nearly half a month. Along the way, they might encounter Golden Core demonic beasts blocking their path. However, with Elder Mu's late Golden Core pressure, ordinary demonic beasts would generally sense it and choose to give up. The journey featured vast rivers stretching for thousands of miles, towering mountains, deep valleys, stone forests, and plains. Though they only saw a corner of it, it was evident how rich and abundant Tiannan was. Half a month later, the group from Tiansong Mansion arrived at Xianyu City. This city is one of the few major cultivation cities in the northwest region, with the Xianyu Sect's mountain gate only a few hundred miles away, and the city contains a square setup with large teleportation formations. These formations can teleport to other major cultivation cities in Tiannan that have teleportation formations set up. However, the cost is naturally not low. A single teleportation for 1 person costs 500 spirit stones, and relying on it for frequent trips is difficult for even Golden Core families to support. Unless one has their own teleportation formation, disciples of the Xianyu sect can teleport for free using their disciple tokens. Tiansong sect, the 3 sects, and competing disciples all have arranged accommodations, but others must find their own places to stay. Now is the time of the Genius Gathering, and a large number of cultivators are pouring into Xianyu City. The prices of inns and caves have increased by 30%. However, due to Su Mingxian's relationship with the Song family, Song Yuyang specifically arranged a room for Chuan. Song Yuyang's room. Song Yuyang invited Chuan for a discussion. Su Daoyo, I was quite surprised to learn that Mingxian is also attending the Genius Gathering. After all, formation masters invest most of their energy in understanding and arranging formations. Unlike alchemy, where most alchemists possess astonishing combat strength. Chuan lightly sipped his tea and smiled faintly. Mingxian has actually yearned for combat since childhood, but she took the path of formations at my request. So it was for childhood dreams. However, Su Daoyo, you are right. If Mingxian does not pursue the path of formations, it would indeed be a significant loss for the formation world. However, the competition for geniuses is exceptionally dangerous. As his father, you should advise him to act within his means, participate a little to fulfill his childhood wish. Chuan pondered, why did Song Yuyang seem more concerned about Mingxian's safety than he was? Why do I feel that Elder Yuyang is more worried about Mingxian than I am? I am worried for my 7th uncle. After all, he is the only disciple of my uncle. That is true. Chuan chuckled, though he only trusted this statement to some extent. Rest assured, I will give her a reminder. Su Mingxian's earlier display of strength was sufficient for her to manage in Tiansong Mansion, but in the preliminary round, there was little hope of making it to the main selection. After all, during the last genius gathering of Tiansong Mansion, they only managed to secure a maximum of 7 main selection spots. In the competition among the 8 mansions, there are only 72 main selection spots. The top 3, Xianyu Mansion, Songshan Mansion, and Greedy Wolf Mansion, each take a large share. Most of the time, Tiansong Mansion can only secure 3 to 4 main selection spots. After a cup of tea, Su Chuan left the room, taking Su Mingxian, Su Diyue, and Yi Fan out to experience the splendor of Xianyu City. During the genius gathering, no faction dared to cause trouble as safety was ensured. Su Mingxian wanted to see the formation square. He had been contemplating the teleportation formation for a long time, but struggled to set it up. The formation inheritance given by the Tsang family included a teleportation formation, albeit a small one, that could teleport up to 10,000 miles. It was still a low-grade third-tier formation. Moreover, the difficulty was extremely high. Su Mingxian felt its complexity was comparable to that of a mid-grade third-tier formation. Even Tsang Fenghang had not comprehended the teleportation formation. Go ahead, but be careful. Su Mingxian nodded, and then left the group. Su Chuan glanced at Yi Fan and Su Diyue, and said, "You young couple can go find some fun and no need to accompany this old man." "Thank you, master." Yi Fan grinned, taking Su Diyue's delicate hand, and leaving. Su Chuan shook his head, and began searching for an alchemy shop in Xianyu City. Before long, he encountered a white-haired old man with a stall. Su Chuan cast a glance, and was about to leave when the old man suddenly said, 1,000 spirit stones, choose any one item, friend, feel free to take a look. Su Chuan paused, curiously approached, and scrutinized the old man. He was at the late Foundation establishment realm, quite ordinary in appearance, but he had a certain air of ethereal elegance. On his stall there were only 5 items, each encased in an exquisite rosewood box. Su Chuan scanned with his divine sense, and revealed an unusual expression. Such a clever restriction of my golden core divine sense cannot penetrate the box's restriction. Su Chuan could not help but probe the old man again with his divine sense, and indeed, he was at the late Foundation establishment stage. "Friend, where did you get this box?" "It was obtained by chance. Would you like to choose one? You might find something good." "What could be inside?" "High-grade spirit stones, insights into formations from a grandmaster, pills that assist in forming the core, talismans for long-distance travel, low-grade magical treasures, rare materials, or spiritual herbs, and more." "Are you doing a blind box? That's quite trendy." Su Chuan secretly mocked, then replied, "Isn't your friend being a bit too optimistic? It could also be low-grade magical artifacts, low-grade pills, low-grade spirit stones, low-grade talismans, or even nothing at all. What you gain depends entirely on your luck." The white-haired old man smiled slightly. "You seem to know your stuff, or would you like to pick one?" "Only 1,000 spirit stones. Take a gamble, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, right?" "What?" The old man was taken aback. "It's nothing." With a flick of his sleeve, Su Chuan casually said, "I'll take all 5 of these."